This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Su Tang felt a suffocating feeling, like a drowning person struggling to surface. With a sharp intake of breath, she was startled awake. She felt dizzy and nauseous. Just as she was about to open her eyes, a blinding white light flashed, and she instinctively shielded her eyes with her hands. She was hazy, aware of many people walking around and chatting. After feeling less uncomfortable, Su Tang finally took in her surroundings. It was a room filled with metal walls, metal ceiling, metal tables and chairs, and numerous metal instruments. Miss Su, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any discomfort? You've been in the lifeboat for too long. While there aren't usually any lasting effects, I recommend a comprehensive checkup. A man in white, resembling a doctor, said to Su Tang. The man who spoke had a handsome face and a gentle smile, a typical gentle and warm-hearted man. It's Chinese. Great, communication should be no problem. Su Tang pondered silently, feeling as if she were lying in a glass cabin. She sat up. 5 men in white metallic clothing were inside the room. They had stopped what they were doing and stood there blankly, staring at her with intense eyes. Haha, there were only 2 words to describe Su Tang's inner speechlessness. Anyone with a blind eye could tell that this was definitely not the world of cultivation. Absolutely not. Su Tang lowered her head and thought calmly. First, she was certain she had transmigrated, but the host's identity and cause of death were currently unknown. Although she wanted to use the Wanjin technique to transmigrate amnesia, her intuition told her that this wasn't a good idea. She decided to remain unchanged and first clarify the situation of this body. Su Tang wore an expression of quiet contemplation. Miss Su, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Li Qingqi, the medical director of the 14th Legion of the Tianyan Galaxy. Rest assured, Patriarch Su has received word of your safety, and the Su family has dispatched personnel to await you at the 15th star. We will ensure your safety until Patriarch Su arrives. We would also like to know the specific circumstances of the situation. Did you see the entirety of the star beast that attacked the spacecraft? The doctor, sensing Su Tang's distress, offered words of comfort, reassuring her that she was now safe. Tianyan Galaxy? Star beast? If Su Tang still hadn't grasped the fact that she had traveled to the interstellar age by this point, she would be truly unworthy of all the countless time travel and rebirth novels she read. Although Su Tang was furious within, she maintained a silent, hurt expression. After careful consideration, she decided to activate her soft, gentle, and innocent mode. Su Tang raised her head slightly, looking at Li Qingqi with a helpless, bewildered gaze. I need to rest. I don't remember much, she said, squeezing a few tears into her eyes, feigning a tearful expression. Li Qingqi felt his heart skip a beat. Okay, staying in the lifeboat for too long can cause some memory loss. Don't worry, you'll be fine after a rest. I take you to the guest room. Sorry for the inconvenience. With that, Li Qingqi smiled gently at Su Tang and leaned down slightly. As Su Tang stared at him in surprise, he carried her out of the lifeboat in a princess hug. What was going on? Su Tang was stunned. This was the first time in her 30 years of life that she had been hugged by a man, and she was a little overwhelmed. When she finally realized what was happening, she realized she was already in another room. Li Qingqi believed Su Tang was terrified by the star beast attack. Young ladies from wealthy families, like Su Tang, had rarely seen a truly ferocious star beast. Li Qingqi gently laid Su Tang on the bed, his attitude as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. Rest well. I take you for another checkup tomorrow. If you can't recall the star beast attack, don't dwell on it. I'm leaving now. Contact me on your laptop if you need anything. Li Qingqi caressed Su Tang's head lovingly, and then turned to leave. The infirmary erupted in chaos after Li Qingqi left. Wow, I'm so happy. I actually got to meet Miss Su in my lifetime. Miss Su is so beautiful. She's so much prettier than any of the women in the art troupe. Damn. How can those low-class people in the art troupe compare to Miss Su? She's a legitimate, first-class, high-class resident. The minister is so cunning. He actually hugged Miss Su. I wish I could do that. You're dreaming. Just seeing Miss Su up close is enough. Su Tang only came to her senses after Li Qingqi left. Suddenly, a serious problem struck her. She didn't know how to open the door. How did Li Qingqi just leave? Huh? It seemed like he just stood at the door, and the door opened, just like the sensor sliding glass doors in big shopping malls. Su Tang stood at the door. 1 second passed, then 2 seconds, then 10 minutes. Still, the door didn't open. She slapped her head in frustration. Oh, I'm so blind now. I can't even open a door. Su Tang began to fret again. After trying for so long and failing to open the door, Su Tang finally gave up. Oh, I really become illiterate. Su Tang decided to put aside her curiosity and find out the situation of this body. She pulled her dress down slightly. Thankfully, it had a zipper, like a corset. She glanced down at her collarbone, where a vibrant, blood-red flower was imprinted on her skin, creating a stark contrast against her snow-white skin. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Su Xiaobai had arrived. Su Tang had traveled through time, and it was a foreseeable journey, but she had always believed she would end up in the realm of cultivation. Su Xiaobai had also vowed to never mistake the spatial interface, and would definitely take her there. Su Tang was an ordinary earthling, born in the 1990s in a well-off village. Her father and mother loved each other dearly. Su Tang's mother had a difficult labor, and while both mother and daughter survived, her mother was seriously injured and could no longer conceive. Su's mother had a strong patriarchal mentality. She felt she was the culprit for not being able to bear children for the Su family, and was the one who sinned against them. She threatened to divorce Su's father, insisting he find another woman to bear him a son. Of course, Su's father disagreed, believing that gender didn't matter. Daughters were always the sweetest, most caring, and most precious things. But Su's mother, driven by her father's refusal to divorce, suffered postpartum depression and became mentally unstable. Su's father, at his wits' end, thought long and hard and came up with a foolish plan: disguise himself as a man and deceive Su's mother, claiming she had given birth to a boy and that the hospital had made a mistake. Thus, Su Tang was raised as a boy. Before school, Su Tang had always believed she was a boy. When she learned she was a girl, her mother's condition had stabilized, and the doctor advised her to avoid any further stress, lest it relapse. Su's mother remained steadfast in her belief that Su Tang was a boy, and so, within her sight, she continued to live as a man. When Su Tang left her parents to attend college, hoping to be a normal girl, she tragically discovered she had already strayed too far down the path of a tomboy. Su Tang wasn't ugly. She was actually quite handsome. Perhaps because she was used to pretending to be masculine, Su Tang didn't have the slightest bit of femininity. At 175 centimeters tall, while not a male god, he was more than qualified to be the class flower. Su Tang had been receiving love letters from young girls since she was in junior high. In college, even a beauty from another department, unaware of her true feelings, confessed her love to her. The most surprising incident happened after Su Tang started working. While drinking with friends at a bar, she met a man who fell in love with her at first sight. He pursued her relentlessly for 3 months before she agreed to date him. The man had red lips and white teeth, and his skin was even fairer than Su Tang's. A traffic police officer, despite her good skin, inevitably had a tan. He was proficient in everything from washing clothes to cooking. Although he was a bit effeminate, he was a sweet and charming young man. Just when Su Tang decided to marry him, the man broke up. It turned out he was a gay man. He had always believed Su Tang was a man, but after discovering she was a woman, he didn't become straight because of love, as depicted in romance novels. The gay man found it hard to accept, and accused Su Tang of cheating. This incident left a deep scar on Su Tang. She began to see domineering and cold men as tops, and gentle and refined men as bottoms. Su Tang began to lose interest in men, ultimately becoming a leftover woman. Chapter 2. If she hadn't met Su Xiaobai, Su Tang might have remained single for the rest of her life, or perhaps, like in fairy tales, met her true love and lived happily ever after. But fate had destined her to meet the unfortunate Su Xiaobai. Su Tang's grandparents died when she was young. When she was 23 and attending university, an earthquake struck the village where her parents lived, destroying many houses and killing both her parents. Su Tang was depressed for a long time, but one must move on. After overcoming her grief, Su Tang settled down on her own. Su Tang received a government subsidy and sold her family's land and house, which the government had rebuilt. She bought a house in City C, where her university was located, and settled there. On the day she moved into her new home, Su Tang met Su Xiaobai, or, more accurately, bought her. She bought some furniture to decorate her new home and, on a whim, decided to go to the flower and bird market to buy a pet. In a flower shop, Su Tang saw Su Xiaobai, a plant with bright red flowers and no leaves. Su Tang's first impression was how beautiful the flower was. Even she, a woman with a history of disliking flowers and plants, was captivated. So, after much persuasion and some charm from the shop owner, a middle-aged woman, she bought it for 800 yuan. After returning home, Su Tang placed it on her bedroom windowsill. That night, while sleeping, she heard a strange voice. "I want to bask in the moonlight." Bad guy. You big bad guy, you won't let me bask in the moonlight." At first, Su Tang thought it was haunted. As a woman who could change a light bulb and carry purified water, Su Tang was naturally not afraid. However, not being afraid of ghosts didn't mean she could withstand Su Xiaobai's piercing voice. After listening to the child crying for 3 consecutive days, Su Tang decided to find out the cause, and see if the little ghost had any unfulfilled wishes. She would act like a kind person and ask a master to help him in his later years. After some investigation, Su Tang discovered that there was no ghost at all. The voice in her head was actually coming from the little red flower. To let Su Tang find her, Su Xiaobai swayed gracefully without the wind. To Su Tang, it looked like a plant trembling like a madman. Thus, the insensitive Su Tang met the little red flower, and gave her the incredibly cheesy name of Su Xiaobai. Don't ask why she wasn't called Su Xiaohong. Xiaohong is just too cheesy. After learning that Su Xiaobai was a flower demon, Su Tang felt the whole world was magical. She was fascinated by cultivation, especially after watching the TV series Shushan. She wanted to become a swordsman. Flying with a sword was incredibly cool. Su Xiaobai explained that Su Tang had a unique physique and could communicate with it. If she offered to help it, moving it outside to bask in the moonlight at night, it would take her on a journey through time once it regained some of its powers. Of course, it could only be a spirit. For Su Xiaobai, as long as he had the ability to rip open space and time, carrying an extra soul, Su Tang would be effortless, even hundreds of souls. Although Su Tang was a fan of cultivation literature, that didn't mean she was clueless. What if Su Xiaobai deceived her? What if he tried to possess her body? Cultivation literature wasn't read for nothing. Su Tang knew that some old demons liked to trick beautiful, young, and talented male and female cultivators into possessing their bodies. So, Su Tang subjected Su Xiaobai to a series of brutal threats and inducements to achieve her goal of contracting Su Xiaobai. The threats involved threatening to forbid a certain flower from basking in the moonlight. For Su Xiaobai, not being able to bask in the moonlight meant she couldn't cultivate. The inducements involved promising to buy top-quality fertilizer for Su Xiaobai. Under Su Tang's coercion, Su Xiaobai surrendered. One day, after Su Tang poured her own blood into a flower pot, a flower identical to the one above Su Xiaobai's head appeared on Su Tang's collarbone, its vibrant color radiant and alluring, like the setting sun's blood-red glow. Thus, Su Tang contracted Su Xiaobai and became her master, or so she thought. While Su Xiaobai might be naive and a bit foolish, she wasn't old enough to put her life in someone else's hands. The contract she signed with Su Tang was merely an equal one that simply strengthened the trust between the person and the flower, achieving telepathic connection. Under the power of the contract, neither party could harm the other. The contract also granted each party the ability to gain some of the other's abilities, resulting in mutual benefit. With the contract, Su Xiaobai could move with Su Tang, seeing everything she saw. Su Xiaobai, originally unable to leave her body, was satisfied. Su Tang, believing herself to be Su Xiaobai's master, having resolved the possession crisis and gained a deeper understanding of Su Xiaobai's origins, was also satisfied. Only after the contract was established did Su Tang fully understand Su Xiaobai's past, and she was then moved to tears by the little flower demon's stupidity. It turns out that Su Xiaobai is a red spider lily that blooms on the Yellow Springs Road in the underworld. After cultivating for thousands of years, she finally became a little flower demon. Of course, even after becoming a little flower demon, Su Xiaobai still spent her days doing nothing. That's wrong. It should be said that she spent her days cultivating, basking in the moonlight. The underworld lacks spiritual energy, so she can only absorb the moon's light and occasionally chat with the ghosts on the Yellow Springs Road. One day, a scholar ghost arrived. Seeing the red spider lilies, he was inspired to tell a love story about them. Legend has it that on the road to the underworld, along the banks of the Forgetful River, there are many red spider lilies, guarded by the flower demon Manju and the leaf demon Xiaohua. They have watched over the red spider lilies for tens of thousands of years, but have never met, for red spider lilies bloom without leaves, or have leaves without flowers. They yearn for each other madly, and one day, defying the gods' will, they secretly met. That year, the red spider lilies were vibrant red, set against the dazzling green, and were exceptionally enchanting and beautiful. Upon learning of this, the gods cast them into reincarnation, cursed them to be inseparable, and to endure endless suffering for generations to come. From then on, every time Manju and Xiaohua reincarnated on the road to the underworld, they would smell the red spider lily's fragrance and remember their past lives. They vowed never to separate, and then reincarnate again. Thus, the red spider lily became known as the Lycoris radiata. Legend has it that the Lycoris radiata blooms for 1,000 years, then withers for 1,000 years, and its leaves bloom for 1,000 years, then wither for 1,000 years, never wanting to see each other again, for all eternity. After hearing this story, Su Xiaobai began to reflect on life, or rather, on the demonic side of life. He had a long lifespan, but what was the point of living? His true form was also a red spider lily, a small flower demon. But what about his leaf demon? After achieving success in cultivation, his true form became a flower on a pole, never sprouting leaves. So Su Xiaobai decided to find his leaf demon. Most cultivators who become immortals can traverse time and space, traveling back and forth. Su Xiaobai, having become a demon immortal, naturally could also travel through time and space. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, Su Xiaobai finally became a demon immortal. So, Su Xiaobai decided to set out to find his leaf demon, while also visiting the cultivation world to absorb spiritual energy. After becoming a demon immortal, simply basking in the moonlight could no longer enhance his strength. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. Having just become a demon immortal, and with many of his inherited memories still unawakened, Su Xiaobai forgot one crucial thing before traveling through time and space. He hadn't seen the star chart. A star map is like a modern map, a navigation tool. Immortals generally consult a star map when traveling to the upper realm, the lower realm, or any other realm. Those familiar with the area don't need one. However, traveling to remote plains requires a star map. Just like if you want to travel to a remote mountain valley without a map or navigation, how can you even recognize the winding mountain roads? To use a more abstract metaphor, a star map is like the table of contents of a book, with each plain like countless parallel pages. Only by looking at the table of contents can you know which page contains the information you need. Su Xiaobai, a virgin who had never seen a star map, accidentally landed on Earth, a plane with virtually no spiritual power and low-tech technology. Generally, powerful beings capable of traversing planes wouldn't travel to planes of other natures. For example, a great immortal who traveled to the technological world couldn't stay there for long without spiritual energy, just like an earthling without oxygen. They could either stay and take over someone else's body and become a native, or quickly return. Otherwise, why stay? Destroy the local indigenous population? That would bring divine punishment. Therefore, senior immortals, demons, monsters, and other powerful individuals generally avoid wandering around. After arriving on Earth, Su Xiaobai, unable to maintain even his transformations due to the near-zero spiritual energy, was forced to transform back into his original form, Little Red Flower, and remain in the deep mountains and forests. Fortunately, Su Xiaobai could still bask in the moonlight and absorb its energy, allowing him to barely communicate with a person with a special physique, Su Tang, through his spiritual sense. Later, a group of hikers arrived, and one of the girls, who was the daughter of the florist, found him beautiful, so he took her home. Chapter 3. Su Tang thought Su Xiaobai was simply stupid. From Su Tang's perspective, Su Xiaobai was a mentally retarded child who had wasted tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, how could he do such a foolish thing that would lead to his own demise? Su Xiaobai's experience was like someone who had just gotten their driver's license and, overly excited, accidentally drove into a mountain ravine. Without a map or navigation, they got lost. When they tried to return, they discovered they had run out of gas and couldn't move. They were left to die in the car. Of course, this was just an analogy. Modern people can still call the police for help. Originally, Su Tang would never have time traveled with such a jerk like Su Xiaobai at such a young age. However, after the G-Man incident, Su Tang remained single until she was 30. For a lonely Su Tang, there wasn't anyone or anything in the world worth lingering on. Plus, Su Tang was a hiker herself, with an insatiable interest in outdoor adventures. After Su Xiaobai and Su Tang reached a contract, Su Xiaobai couldn't leave this world without Su Tang. After basking in the moonlight for 8,000 years, Su Tang was lucky enough to meet Su Xiaobai, but she was only a few years away from reaching full moonlight and splitting time and space. Su Xiaobai began to attack Su Tang with nagging, constantly clamoring to return to the world of cultivation to absorb spiritual energy and find its leaf demon. In reality, Su Tang's plan was to wait until she was nearing death before leaving with Su Xiaobai. Who knew what would happen if she traveled through time? It's said that the world of cultivation is a world of the survival of the fittest. If he waited until his death was near, Wouldn't that mean he'd be saving himself another life for free? That's a surefire way to win. But Su Tang couldn't stand Su Xiaobai's high-level magic skills. Su Xiaobai then made elaborate promises, promising to return to the world of cultivation and find her a matching, fairy-like body, one with flowing robes, stunning beauty, and the power to move heaven and earth. Under such temptation, Su Tang agreed to join him in the journey to the world of cultivation. Although Su Tang had been a tomboy for so many years, deep down she longed to be a lady, particularly one with an ethereal aura. And in the world of cultivation, one could cultivate immortality. Lured by the promise of fairy-like beauties and immortality, Su Tang decided to leave early. Of course, before leaving, Su Tang even sold her house and spent all her savings on a luxurious trip. She hadn't considered the consequences of a failed time travel. So, Su Xiaobai took Su Tang with him. Tang felt she must have been out of her mind to choose to time travel at the age of 30. How could she trust that idiot Su Xiaobai? If this were the world of cultivation, she'd rip her head off and let people kick it like a ball. Stop playing dead. Get out of here. Where's the world of cultivation? Ah! Where's the beautiful, exiled immortal? Su Tang slowly walked to the sofa and sat down calmly, but inside, she was furiously ranting. Aren't you already a beauty? A weak voice, like that of a 7 or 8-year-old, echoed in her head. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? The point is cultivation. Do you understand? I want to be a fairy-like beauty and achieve immortality. This is definitely an interstellar novel. Su Tang was frantic. It would be better to be on Earth. Here, she was illiterate and completely clueless about life. How could she possibly survive? The technology here is much more advanced than yours, hee. Su Xiaobai, having made a mistake, refused to admit it and turned on her tsundere mode. It would be better to go back to ancient times, where she could pretend to be a charlatan. With a little luck, she might even become a national master. Su Tang sighed deeply. It looked like her future would be difficult. Being uneducated was truly terrifying. Forget it, she'd just take it one step at a time. Su Xiaobai, where's your little flower body? It won't stay with me forever, will it? The plan to travel to the cultivation world failed and had to be replanned. Master Tang, we're done. This is the technological plane. The flowers and plants here are devoid of spirituality. I can't possess it. Woo. According to Su Xiaobai's plan, he would return to the cultivation world and find a random spiritual plant to possess, thereby absorbing spiritual energy. In a year at most, nourished by spiritual energy, Su Xiaobai would return to peak strength, and then find a body Su Tang would be happy with. Neither of them considered the wrongness of possessing another's body. This way, Su Xiaobai could cultivate with Su Tang while searching for her leaf demon. Of course, this guy completely forgot that Su Tang, being human, couldn't practice demonic techniques. Therefore, this idiot Su Xiaobai was completely unreliable. Su Tang felt that Su Xiaobai wasn't to blame. It was her own foolishness, trusting someone without a star map. It was the demon that was wrong to find the correct interface. Su Tang began to quietly ponder what to do next. First, she had to figure out the identity of this body. So she began to carefully recall it, hoping the original owner's memories were still there. Master Tang, what are you doing? Woo. Xiaobai is so sad. I can't find Brother Yao. Su Xiaobai burst into tears after realizing the seriousness of the situation. Don't bother, Xiaobai. I'm busy. See if you can help me remember what happened to this body. Su Xiaobai felt that if she didn't figure out the situation today, she might not be able to fool the doctor tomorrow. It's easy. Just check my memories. If Su Xiaobai had any expression, it would have been one of indifference. Checking memories? You have that ability. Have you ever peeked into my memories before? Su Tang began to fret. The thought of someone reading her memories made her uncomfortable, like she was naked. No, woo. Master Tang is so fierce. Su Xiaobai's cries were like a demonic sound piercing her ears, or rather, piercing her brain. Su Tang and Su Xiaobai had always communicated in their minds. Su Tang could hear Su Xiaobai's voice in her head, and Su Xiaobai could understand her thoughts without her even needing to say them out loud. Because of this, Su Tang always felt like her privacy was being intruded upon, but every protest ended in vain. So Su Tang simply gave up. After all, Su Xiaobai could only communicate with her, and no one else could hear what they were saying. Okay, Xiaobai, don't cry. I take you to the moon later. The power of the moon was equivalent to saying, baby, don't cry, sister will give you candy. Su Xiaobai's tears stopped when she heard the moonlight. What's that memory check? Master Tang, The Earth interface you were on previously had restrictions on spiritual consciousness. Because Earth was populated by ordinary people, the use of spiritual consciousness wasn't allowed. Those powerful beings who traveled through time and space could use it, but there were many limitations, such as the high spiritual energy consumption. The reason I can communicate with Master Tang is entirely due to your special physique. But this interface has no spiritual consciousness restrictions. Su Xiaobai's voice was filled with inexplicable excitement. Spiritual consciousness? Could it be mental power? Oh, didn't the novels I read back then say that people in the interstellar age had mental power? Su Tang was also a little excited. Xiaobai, you know how to check memories. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Su Tang was still unsure of Su Xiaobai, a scumbag. She was worried that he would turn her into an idiot. Master Tang, please believe me. I'm a demon fairy. My spiritual awareness is incredibly powerful, surpassing the human limit of 5-point spiritual power here. Okay, let's get started. Although Su Tang wasn't sure what 5-point spiritual power was, seeing Xiaobai's confident expression, she decided not to challenge him and just trust him for once. Chapter 4. After learning about Miss Su's life story, Su Tang decided to give this body 100 thumbs up. She felt no regrets about having occupied Miss Su's body. Miss Su was already dead, and leaving this body to rot and infest with maggots would be a waste of God's gift. It would be better to give it to her. Xiaobai, you're so awesome. I love you so much. Unaware of the truth, Su Tang felt that Su Xiaobai was truly wonderful to her. Su Tang resisted the urge to burst out laughing as she stared intently at the person in the mirror, her satisfaction and joy growing with each glance. Of course, if Su Tang knew the truth, she would have beaten Su Xiaobai to death. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, Su Tang decided to begin researching mental power. As she emerged from the bathroom, she was inevitably dazzled by her own beauty. Sitting on the bed, Su Tang carefully reviewed her memories of mental power. Mental power is a mysterious thing, like a third hand. It's needed for many tasks that two hands can't do. For example, opening a door. Su Tang couldn't open the door because of her mental power. To open the door, one must use her mental power to sense the door lock. The mental power sensor inside the lock receives the mental power and automatically analyzes it. If it matches, the door can be opened. Of course, this is done outside the room, so a matching process is required. Inside, simply using mental power to sense the door lock will automatically open, without the need for matching. It's like a modern wooden door. From outside, you need a matching key, but from inside, just pull the handle. In this era, almost all electrical appliances rely on mental power. After a few attempts at opening and closing a door, the bathroom door, Su Tang had basically mastered the basic use of mental power. Using mental power is instinctive, like a person's innate ability to pee and poop. Infants can't control it, but as they grow older, they can do it with simple learning. Xiaobai, you just said you have 5S level mental power. After learning about the levels of mental power, Su Tang became uneasy about Su Xiaobai's 5S level mental power. It's not just 5S, my spiritual sense is formidable. The maximum mental power a human body in this world can withstand is 5S. I don't have a physical body right now, and Master Tang is a person. If I use more than 5S of spiritual sense, Master Tang won't be able to withstand it. Su Xiaobai acted arrogantly, as if he was being held back by someone who was so powerful. What happens if you can't handle it? Su Tang asked without hesitation. Stupid, of course you explode and die. Well, that's not entirely certain. Someone with a bit of luck like you might survive, but you definitely become an idiot without mental power. Su Tang's mind suddenly pounded with countless fucks. Why should I die just because you use your mental power? What about you, Xiaobai? Are you not affected? Of course I am. If Master Tang dies, Xiaobai will be a spiritual force without a carrier. Until I find a spiritual object to inhabit, I'd just be a ghost. Su Xiaobai's thoughts were swirling. Master Tang, please don't die. Xiaobai, please don't be a ghost. Woo. Su Tang's mind was suddenly filled with black lines. Who would want to die? Okay, Xiaobai, stop crying. I'm not dying. But Xiaobai, you must remember, no matter where, at any time, or under any circumstances, you must not use spiritual power above level 5S. That's your spiritual sense. Otherwise, you kill me, Su Tang said sternly. Master Tang, don't worry. My strength hasn't recovered yet. My spiritual sense is only at level 4S. I won't kill Master Tang, Su Xiaobai continued innocently. Su Tang felt a mouthful of blood spurting out. Damn! You're only at level 4, And you're saying you can't withstand the mental power of level 5 and above, and you're just trying to scare her. In his prime, he was incredibly powerful. He could definitely reduce a level 5 player to smithereens in seconds, Su Xiaobai explained, sensing Su Tang's anger. Su Tang took a deep breath and calmed herself. If she really wanted to get into a fight with that jerk Su Xiaobai, she'd be the one to die of anger. She reflected on Su Xiaobai's words, as if she'd forgotten something. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit her. Su Xiaobai, you just said I was a person of destiny. I never heard you say that before. It's nothing. Master Tang, you misheard me. You misheard me. Su Xiaobai, realizing he let something slip, immediately began to argue guiltily. Still lying. Don't you know your voice is lower than usual when you lie? Su Tang had been with Su Xiaobai for a long time, and was well aware of some of Su Xiaobai's habits. Better tell the truth, otherwise. Humph. Su Tang habitually clenched her fists, wanting to make them crackle as a threat, but then she realized how weak her body was. She'd have to exercise more. Oh, I'm telling you. Su Xiaobai was annoyed. You're getting carried away, and letting the cat out of the bag. Our clan has a tradition called the art of observing qi. The first time I met Master Tang, I was struck by your vibrant qi. Then, I secretly observed you and discovered you were destined for heaven. Then, I secretly used my charm on you and asked you to take me home. Su Tang was stunned. I was wondering, how could I have the wit to spend 800 yuan on you? She had never been interested in flowers or plants, so it was no wonder she felt such a need to buy one. What abilities do Destined for Heaven have? No, those with destiny don't have any special abilities. Then why are they given such a high-sounding title like Destined Person? It was a false alarm. Turns out they don't have any special abilities. It would be great if they had supernatural powers like in novels. Destined persons are very powerful. Most of the immortal lords in the immortal realm are destined persons. Su Xiaobai's inherited memories had awakened to a large extent, revealing a lot of things he knew even though he hadn't experienced them. So there are so many of them. I thought they were unique. Su Tang lamented. It was truly useless. Destined persons are a gift from heaven. Only 1 or 2 appear in a world of cultivation. Do you know how many cultivators in the world of cultivation can achieve immortality? Do you know how many immortals there are in the entire world? Do you know how many immortal lords there are? Su Xiaobai was furious at Su Tang's ignorance. Then why can't I see the power of those with destiny? Su Tang, who knew very little about the world of cultivation, was still deeply puzzled. A person with good fortune is one who has exceptional luck. In the world of cultivation, they are constantly faced with opportunities, and can turn danger into good fortune. And in your modern world, a person with good fortune is bound to become extremely wealthy and powerful. Su Xiaobai spoke seriously about the benefits of being a person with good fortune. He wouldn't tell Su Tang that he agreed to form a contract with her to share in her good fortune. In the world of cultivation, bringing Su Tang along would be like bringing a lucky charm to ward off evil and share in her opportunities. Otherwise, why would a great demon immortal be tied to an ordinary person? He's not stupid. Are you saying that if I were still in the modern world, I definitely have a good life in the future? Su Tang was upset. Yeah, he replied weakly. A herd of alpacas ran through his mind. Su Xiaobai, you idiot. After a long moment of regret, Su Tang decided not to bother with Su Xiaobai. There was no point in bothering him now, and he couldn't go back. A true warrior faces a bleak life head-on. Yeah, wrong. It's not too bleak, but at least this body is pretty good. By the way, Xiaobai, what's my mental power now? From what he remembered, Miss Su's mental power had just been tested before she entered school, and it must have been C level. Reaching that level at 18 was considered a prodigy. Master Tang, how stupid. Didn't Xiaobai just say I'm a 4S now? Su Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief after Su Tang said she wouldn't bother with the fateful person, and his arrogance returned. I know you're a 4S now, but I'm asking about me. Me? Su Tang expressed deep contempt for Su Xiaobai's inattention. You're just like me. Su Xiaobai expressed deep contempt for Su Tang's slowness. What? Su Tang's eyes widened, nearly screaming. You said I'm also a 4S? Are you sure? Really? Really? Su Tang couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. If Su Xiaobai had any expression, it would definitely be one of disdain. Only a 4S level mental power, so weak, Su Tang couldn't believe what she heard. She had a 4S level mental power? Really? With this 4S level mental power, she could apply to become a royal family, an empress. Just thinking about it is so impressive. There has only been one 4S level mental power in all of human history. This is a national treasure, even more valuable than a panda. So this is her golden finger as a time traveler? Oh no, it should be called a golden thigh. Chapter 5. Su Tang was stunned by the massive golden thigh, unable to recover for a long time. Xiaobai, you're so kind. Su Tang expressed her deep gratitude to Su Xiaobai, the source of this golden thigh. I decided to conquer the Sea of Stars. A sense of heroism welled up in Su Tang's heart. In this interstellar age, she had to carve out a niche. Su Tang decided to use this golden thigh of 4S level mental power to accomplish something big. Master Tang is so amazing. Su Xiaobai cheered beside her. So what are we going to do? I haven't decided yet. By the way, who is the woman with the highest mental power level in the Yin Federation, and what does she do? Su Tang decided to research history and emulate others. Xiaobai, help me check. Ever since discovering he could use his spiritual sense here, Xiaobai had entered Su Tang's computer and become completely absorbed in the world of the Interstellar Network. Information on the Interstellar Network was readily available. Yin Nation's history has had only one woman with SSS level psychic power. Empress Mo Yushi. What did she do? Empress, such a prestigious title. Su Tang decided to learn from her. Empress Mo Yushi gave birth to 86 heirs for various clans, many of whom are great figures in history. Su Xiaobai replied seriously. What? That's all? Are you kidding me? Well, other than that, the only gossip on Empress Mo Yushi on the Interstellar Network is her affairs with prominent men from various clans. For details, please refer to the book The Empress's Chronicles of Sexual Pursuit. Su Tang was deeply shocked. Was she really the Empress? After calming down and thinking, Su Tang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In this era, the male-to-female ratio was 100-to-1, and women were inherently inferior to men in talent. While upper-class men had no shortage of women, those of lower social status were generally mediocre, serving only as playthings for bored men and unable to produce worthy heirs. In a large family, children of mediocre talent simply couldn't ascend to power. Highly talented men in the upper class had a narrower range of wives to choose from. Many nobles could barely find a suitable marriage partner, and many talented noble women were polyandrous. Most men unwilling to share a wife would choose to have a child with a woman of equal status and talent as an heir. Mo Yushi, possessing SSS-level psychic power, was undoubtedly a coveted commodity for the major families. Regardless of her willingness to be unfaithful, under pressure from the aristocratic families, she would inevitably be forced to bear children, the more the better. Su Tang suddenly felt that this golden thigh was a hot potato. It was hard to let her go, but it was also too hot to keep. Although the Su family was a first-rate, aristocratic family, Su Tang knew that if her 4S mental power were exposed, they would be unable to protect her. Su Tang felt as if she saw the Sao's life beckoning her. Su Xiaobai, you done me a disservice this time. Giving birth to a football team would be frowned upon. Su Tang couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. What kind of nonsense was this? Is it reproducing normal? Why is Master Tang so against it? Su Xiaobai was puzzled. It had hundreds of brothers and sisters. Normal bullshit, Su Tang couldn't help but curse. Having 1 or 2 is normal, but giving birth to 86 is normal. Normal. Su Tang expressed deep sympathy for Mo Yushi. This was simply not a human life. If you don't want to have a baby, then don't. Why are you so angry? If anyone knew I had level 4S mental power, I'd definitely be tied to a bed and made to bear a child. The thought of being tied to a bed and fucked by a group of men made Su Tang feel utterly disgusting, even more disgusting than that sweet-natured G in her previous life. She might as well just die. Just don't let anyone know your mental power level. Master Tang is so stupid, so stupid. Su Tang was speechless at being looked down upon by someone even dumber than herself. Wouldn't the mental power meter tell us? The mental power meter can only measure your highest mental power level. If you're not using your full power, it can't even measure your highest level. Her IQ was a major flaw. She didn't even know such a simple thing. Su Xiaobai wondered what Su Tang had been raised on. Su Tang thought she must be crazy. She hadn't thought of such a simple thing. For someone with level 4S mental power, it would be incredibly easy to disguise it to below level 4S. It's like a gened-on stage cultivator disguising himself as a cheer-fighting stage rookie. How could a cultivator without gened-on cultivation tell the difference? So, as long as she didn't encounter someone with 4S level spiritual power, or above, Su Tang wouldn't be exposed. She could pretend to be at whatever level she wanted. Currently, the Human Alliance had no record of a living 4S-level spiritual power user. Su Tang suddenly felt her future was bright. Video call request. My friend's handsome daddy is requesting a call. Do you want to connect? Just as Su Tang was dreaming of a better future, a robotic female voice rang out. Su Tang looked down at the delicate jade bracelet on her wrist. This optical computer was incredibly beautiful. Only a wealthy young lady like the Su family could afford such high-end, premium equipment. Connect? Baby! Are you okay? Don't be afraid, Daddy's right here. Tell Daddy if you're hurt or feeling unwell. A 3D screen appeared above the computer. The man's voice was pleasant, deep and anxious. Although she had seen Su Yuan in Miss Su's memories, seeing him in person left her completely stunned. Su Yuan possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, practically a child favored by God. Li Qingqi, who just moments before had been considered the school's most charming boy, was instantly reduced to dust in front of Su Yuan. Daddy, I'm okay. I've been rescued. Su Tang tried her best to mimic the tone Miss Su used to speak to her father in her memory. However, she was already 30, and she couldn't act like an 18-year-old, acting like a spoiled child to her father. Su Tang admitted that she wasn't quite there yet. I'm glad you're okay. Baby, Daddy, look, you lost a lot of weight. The doting in the man's voice was so sweet that it almost made Su Tang drop dead. How could she not lose weight after spending 10 days in the lifeboat? Su Tang silently complained to herself, Daddy, I'm fine, don't worry. This was just an accident. Who knew I'd be so unlucky as to encounter a star beast? Su Tang complained to Su Yuan, imitating Miss Su's pouting skills. It's all your fault. When we get to Tyenshu Star, stay there and wait for Daddy. Daddy will take you home. Remember, stay inside the military base until Daddy arrives. No more willful behavior, Su Yuan instructed sternly. Seeing his precious daughter safe and sound, Su Yuan felt relieved. Seeing the bloodshot eyes and slightly exhausted expression on Su Yuan's face, Su Tang felt a pang of distress. Daddy, go get some rest. I'll be waiting for you at Tyenshu Star. I promise. He raised his hand as if to swear. Don't run around. Tyenshu Star is dangerous everywhere except the base. It's full of star beasts and bad guys. Daddy will be here as soon as possible. Su Yuan couldn't bear the thought of his precious daughter being left alone in such a dangerous environment. I know, Daddy, get some rest. I'm tired too, having just left the lifeboat, Su Tang said, her voice acting coquettish. Baby, get some rest then. Hearing his daughter was tired, the father, who was obsessed with his daughter, felt a pang of distress. Okay, Daddy, goodbye. Su Tang hung up the phone. Impersonating an 18-year-old girl's tone was incredibly difficult for a 30-year-old macho woman. It was unknown if Su Yuan's father had noticed his daughter's difference. If he knew Miss Su was actually dead, he'd be heartbroken. Su Tang patted her chest, reassuring herself that she probably wouldn't notice. In the interstellar age, there was no such thing as possession. As long as your genetic sequence and mental strength remained unchanged, no one would suspect you were not your real self, even if your personality changed drastically. It's like if someone in modern society kept telling you they were a time traveler from ancient times. Would you really believe it? Most people would think they were insane, but my dad's appearance is just too disgusting. It definitely draws a lot of hatred from men. Is it really okay for a 59-year-old man to look like this? In Su Tang's opinion, 59 is definitely old man level, but for interstellar people with an average life expectancy of 300, 59 is really young. Anyone under 250 is considered a prime adult. I really want to pounce on my handsome dad, but what should I do? While Su Tang isn't a flower maniac, she can't resist the allure of handsome men. Even though she's used to seeing all kinds of movie stars and idols in modern society, she's still captivated by my dad's beauty. Su Tang is very satisfied with this dad, who has all the qualities, power, looks, and money. While she can't pounce on him, just looking at him makes her feel better every day. Su Tang decided that since Miss Su was no longer with us, the dead were gone, and she would take her place in Miss Su's care and be filial to Su Yuan. Su Tang considered herself a common person, and common people inevitably harbored a desire for heavenly punishment. Miss Su's death was not Su Tang's fault, and she felt it would be better for Su Yuan to take over this body than for Su Yuan to witness her death. After letting go of her guilt towards Miss Su, Su Tang accepted her current status with peace of mind. Chapter 6. The eldest daughter of the Su family is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. If I could marry her, Li Qingqi's eyes darkened, and he walked towards the lounge, pondering. On the sofa in the lounge, a man in his 20s, in military uniform, sat with a cup of coffee. He had straight black hair, sharp eyebrows, and angular features. His obsidian eyes shone with a sharp edge, and he looked like a sword unsheathed. "AMU," Li Qingqi said, his face beaming. "The search and rescue work is over, so why are you slacking off here?" Yanzimu took a sip of his coffee, unconcerned with his friend's teasing. "Hasn't Su Tang been found? Aren't there other people on the spacecraft? Only a small number have been found yet, and there are still dozens missing, right?" Li Qingqi frowned, puzzled. Having known each other for many years, he knew that although Yanzimu gave off a cold impression, he was not a cold-blooded person at heart. Such disregard for human life was not something he would do. "They're all doomed," Yanzimu said with a mocking smile. "Do you think Su Yuan can make it out of the Tianyan galaxy alive with his methods? That man, haha, was a killer who slaughtered an entire galaxy and Yan nation." "That's right. Su Tang is Su Yuan's Achilles heel. With something this serious happening, these people are truly doomed." Thinking of the beautiful woman of the Su family, Li Qingqi couldn't help but smile. What good thing happened? Is holding the beautiful Su a good thing? Li Qingqi was clearly delighted. "Haha," Yanzimu raised an eyebrow. "Good things? Just wait for that pervert Su Yuan to chop off your paws." Not really." Li Qingqi looked hesitant, but Su Yuan's daughter-loving nature was undeniably clear. There was once a ranking of Yan Nation's best dads on Starnet, and Su Yuan overwhelmingly held the top spot, miles ahead of the next best. Li Qingqi couldn't help but wince, and secretly decided to shut up those brats in the medical department when he got back. "Haha, Amu, that joke isn't funny at all." "It's not a joke. I guarantee you see Su Yuan on the 15th star," Yanzimu said seriously. "Su Yuan is coming to the Tianyan galaxy?" Li Qingqi's tone grew serious. "The secret line has already sent a message." Yanzimu casually tapped the table with his index finger. "Every family in your Tianyan galaxy is already on the move. Connecting with Su Yuan would be fantastic." Li Qingqi began to think. A level 9 energy grandmaster? Their Li family didn't even have a level 8 energy stone. Aki, building a good relationship with Su Yuan would be of immense benefit to your Li family. Yanzimu hailed from the capital galaxy. While the Yin family's direct descendants all served in the military, their offshoots operated medicinal herbs and potions. While befriending Su Yuan wasn't crucial to the family's business, the support of an energy master would significantly strengthen their position within the military. Su Yuan, this old fox, maintained excellent ties with various martial families within the military. Disrupting this balance and forcing him to support the Yin family was likely impossible, so Yanzimu had no intention of trying to curry Su Yuan's favor. The Li family, however, was different. They owned dozens of mineral stars in the Tianyan galaxy, most of which were energy-producing. Their primary business was the sale of raw energy ores, so a friendly relationship with the Su family offered no real disadvantages. You're close to the water, and you're the first to catch the moon. You can try to flirt with Su Tang. Maybe you can become Su Yuan's son-in-law in the future. Then Su Yuan will naturally side with you. Yanzimu tried to ignore the slight discomfort in his heart as he gave Li Qingqi unreliable advice. Are you sure I won't be hacked to death by Su Yuan? Su Tang is still 18 years old. Li Qingqi thought this suggestion was extremely risky. Even though he loved Su Tang, his rationale told him that flirting with her now would lead to a horrible end. Young girls aren't the most attracted to your gentle and elegant demeanor. There aren't many women in the art troupe who want to get into your bed. Oh, I guarantee you, there are definitely more women who want to get into your bed than me. Li Qingqi felt that Su Tang was still too young. He should first build up his friendship and lay the foundation for being a considerate and sunny brother. Li Qingqi and Yanzimu chatted for a while before leaving. Yanzimu sat carelessly on the sofa, his military uniform making him look even colder. "Had a long Ju in this life. Without the Su family support, I see how far you can go. My sister's past life score will be settled with you. Su Tang, you bitch, won't let you off easy either. Even if we can't kill them to vent our anger just yet, with Yanzimu around, you two won't have a good life." In her previous life, Miss Su didn't die. She was discovered by Long Ju, who was on patrol the day after she entered the lifeboat. In this life, Yanzimu, knowing what was going to happen, canceled the patrol mission to prevent Long Ju from encountering Su Yuan, a close friend on Su Tang's list. What Yanzimu didn't know was that with a flap of his wings, he, like a butterfly, accidentally swatted Miss Su away. After a good night's sleep, Su Tang's fatigue vanished, and she felt completely refreshed. After finding Miss Su's clothes in her space, she couldn't help but frown. "Miss Su, you're so childish. All those pink princess outfits. Are you here for mining, or for a trip?" After searching for a long time, she finally found a simple white dress. In her previous life, Su Tang looked out of place in a dress, so she rarely wore them. But believing that what's unattainable is best, Su Tang has an almost obsessive love for dresses. Now that she has the means, Su Tang naturally wants to dress beautifully. After finishing her makeup in the bathroom, she received an invitation from Li Qingqi to have breakfast together. Su Tang opened the door and saw Li Qingqi waiting. "Sorry to have kept you waiting," Su Tang said with a shy smile. Li Qingqi was dazzled by Su Tang's smile. The saying "a single smile brings out all the charms, and all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison" perfectly captures a stunning beauty like Su Tang. Su Tang's jet black hair was tied up in a princess bun, and despite wearing a simple knee-length white dress, it made her look even more radiant. It's true that beautiful women look great in anything. "Doctor, let's go eat. As the saying goes, man, you're made of iron, and food is made of steel." After a good night's sleep, Su Tang felt a little hungry. My name is Li Qingqi. Miss Su, you can just call me Qingqi." Li Qingqi smiled gently. Okay, brother Qingqi. Then you can just call me Su Tang. Calling me miss is so awkward." Seeing Li Qingqi's warm and sunny smile, Su Tang's first thought was of that scumbag G. "Handsome guy, please stop smiling like that. I really want to scratch your face. What should I do?" Su Tang grumbled silently. It seemed that G's shadow was too great. Tang, I take you out for dinner. Do you want Chinese food, Western food, or some nutritional supplements?" Li Qingqi always omitted the last name, Su. "Let's go for porridge. Who wants nutritional supplements? Anyone who's read Interstellar novels knows they're incredibly unpalatable. Why didn't I notice yesterday that Li Qingqi resembled a guy named G?" Chapter 7. In the restaurant, Su Tang happily enjoyed her favorite breakfast of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Thank God, the food in this interstellar era was surprisingly similar to Earth's. Strictly speaking, it was even more delicious. Just as Su Tang was happily eating, a strong, cold aura suddenly arose. Su Tang shuddered and looked up in confusion. A tall, slender man in a military uniform slowly walked in from the doorway. Su Tang felt that aura was definitely not a lie in fiction. She felt a powerful aura from this man, like being weighed down by a mountain, a suffocating feeling. But in an instant, the feeling disappeared, as if it had never existed. The moment Yanzimu first saw Su Tang, he was consumed with murderous intent. This woman had treated him like a monkey in his past life, his dignity as a man ruthlessly trampled upon. Past grudges suddenly surged in his mind, but Yanzimu, a soldier after all, quickly controlled his emotions. Reason convinced him that his sister was still alive in this life, and that the culprit for her tragedy in the previous one was the unfaithful Long Ju. He had no connection with Su Tang now, and most importantly, he couldn't afford to offend that old pervert, Su Yuan. Even when he reached that level, he still couldn't match that pervert. "AMU?" Li Qingqi frowned in confusion. He was a soldier after all, and while he wasn't as strong as Yanzimu, he could still sense the murderous intent in that moment. "AMU wanted to kill Su Tang? Why?" Li Qingqi observed Yanzimu intently. Nothing unusual. Was he hallucinating? He shook his head in confusion. Maybe he hadn't rested enough recently. Eat. Yanzimu didn't want to explain anything in front of Su Tang. He believed that Su Tang's limited mental power couldn't detect his instantaneous murderous intent. Li Qingqi, on the other hand, could easily dismiss it with a random excuse. "Master Tang, that man wants to kill you," Su Xiaobai's soft voice murmured. "What?" Su Tang was shocked. After carefully reviewing Miss Su's memories, she was absolutely certain she had never seen this person before. Tang, this is my good friend Yanzimu, commander of the 14th Legion," Li Qingqi introduced Su Tang. "Hello, I'm Su Tang. Thank you very much for saving me." Su Tang smiled friendly and sincere. "Yes," Yanzimu nodded, then began to eat expressionlessly. Even Yanzimu had to admit that Su Tang was incredibly beautiful, especially when she smiled, which made him lose his composure for a moment. Yanzimu was secretly furious at himself for letting himself be seduced by Su Tang's beauty. "Don't be silly. This woman never liked you. She was just playing you. Oh, Su Tang is nothing but pretty, and she's a blind idiot. And in the end, Long Ju abandoned her. She deserved it." Yanzimu, thinking he was being magnanimous, decided not to dwell on Su Tang's past life. After all, she would suffer the consequences later. Haha, this guy is a psychopath. He wants to kill her for no reason. And now he's acting like he owes him money. Who is he trying to show off to? "Su Xiaobai, are you sure he wants to kill me? Are you sure he's not mistaken? How could that be? I'm at the equivalent of a 4S level mental power, and that man is only SS level. I could clearly sense his emotions the moment he released his mental power. How could I be mistaken? Yes, disgust, that's the word. Disgust? It's a disgust so intense that I want to destroy him. Su Xiaobai pondered for a long time before finally finding the words to describe Yanzimu's emotions. Huh? Why? Someone so beautiful still dislikes her for no reason. Even if they dislike her, there's no need to kill her. Su Tang was speechless at Yanzimu, this lunatic and cold-faced man. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and Su Tang's eyes widened. She remembered the descriptions of the military in novels. 9 out of 10 men in the military were gay. And this was in the Interstellar era, with a severe imbalance in the gender ratio. The army was full of men. Even the military doctors were male. Su Tang hadn't even known about the existence of such a special art troupe yet. Could Yanzimu and Li Qingqi be a gay couple? No wonder Li Qingqi gave her the impression of that scumbag gay man. A cold-faced top and a warm-hearted bottom. Su Tang thought she figured it out. Yanzimu wouldn't think she was trying to seduce Li Qingqi and kill her. Su Tang couldn't help but wince. How terrifying. It was best not to provoke such a lunatic and domineering man. Su Tang secretly decided to keep her distance from Li Qingqi to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Dr. Li and I are just friends, Su Tang said to Yanzimu seriously, silently praising her own cleverness. Su Tang's subtext was, I know about your relationship. I won't hook up with your man, don't worry, so you don't have to consider me a rival. Yanzimu, This bitch had just seen her chatting and laughing with Aki, and now she's distancing herself from him. Is she trying to hook up with him? She's such a fickle bitch. No wonder she ended up with that scumbag, Long Ju, in her previous life. Li Qingqi, what's going on? Is Su Tang attracted to MU? And so, a beautiful misunderstanding arose. After dinner, Su Tang followed Li Qingqi for a comprehensive checkup. After a series of blood tests, Su Tang anxiously awaited the results. Although Su Xiaobai said there was no problem, Su Tang still felt a little guilty. After all, she just had a new core. Tang, everything's fine. No sequelae. Li Qingqi smiled as he emerged with a stack of test results. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't even noticed the core of this body had been replaced. Since the high-tech equipment here couldn't detect it, then there really was nothing wrong. By the way, Tang, do you remember the scene when you encountered the Star Beast? There shouldn't be high-level Star Beasts in the area where you had the accident. Su Tang thought carefully about the scene. Well, I didn't see it. I felt the spaceship shake violently, and the alarm went off, warning of low energy. Miss Su was in her bedroom at the time, and didn't even see the Star Beast. To move so quickly, to devour an entire spaceship's energy in such a short time, this Star Beast must be quite high-level. The appearance of such a high-level Star Beast in the mining area was another problem. Li Qingqi frowned, his chin resting on his hand as he pondered. After pondering for a long time, Li Qingqi suddenly realized that this matter was Yanzimu's responsibility. Why was he so concerned? It was more important to improve Su Tang's friendship. Tang, do you want me to show you around this starship? No, Dr. Li, you go ahead and do your work. I want to go back and rest. Although Su Tang was curious about the starships of this era, thinking of that lunatic Yanzimu, she felt that the longer she stayed with Li Qingqi, the more dangerous it would be. Cherish your life. Stay away from gay men. Tang, didn't we agree to call me Qingqi? Why are you being so reserved, Dr. Li? Li Qingqi felt as if his friendship rating was plummeting. Others will misunderstand. Su Tang replied seriously. Li Qingqi frowned. What's going on with this Su girl? Could it be? Has she set her sights on Mu? Recalling the scene in the restaurant, when Su Tang had earnestly told Yanzimu that Dr. Li and I were just friends, Li Qingqi felt he revealed the truth. This girl has set her sights on Mu. Li Qingqi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Shouldn't a girl his age prefer a sunny, gentle, handsome man like him? Or does this girl have unique tastes and prefer Mu's icy face? Silently escorting Su Tang back to her room, Li Qingqi decided to check the Interstellar network to find out what girls her age like. Su Tang's friendship level needed to be boosted. As for Su Yuan, with his support, their Li family would undoubtedly replace the Ouyang's as the preeminent family in Tianyun. A soldier who doesn't want to be a marshal isn't a good soldier. Although Li Qingqi is a military doctor, that doesn't mean he doesn't have ambitions. Grandpa is already 297 years old, and his uncles are already making moves, all planning to dethrone father from his position as young master. Although the Li family is considered second in command in the Tianyun galaxy, the Tianyuan Galaxy, and the Hongi Galaxy are worlds apart. The Tianyuan Galaxy is like the desolate northwest, while the Hongi Galaxy is like the inner ring of Beijing, where every inch of land is valuable. 80% of the Tianyuan Galaxy is mineral planets, while the Hongi Galaxy is also 80% natural planets with beautiful scenery and suitable habitats. Only wealthy and powerful families can establish themselves in the Hongi Galaxy. Mineral planets are generally unsuitable for human habitation. The radiation and toxic gases on the planets are harmful to the human body, and many unexplored areas on the planets are home to ferocious star beasts. Miners on mining planets are generally impoverished and struggling low-class residents. The ore they risk their lives to dig belongs to the family that owns the planet, and the larger families often only pay a pitiful labor fee. Resources in the interstellar era are unlike oil on Earth. On Earth, resource-rich nations are all awash in oil, but in the interstellar era, the opposite is true. Resource-rich planets are simply too numerous to count, and the resources are practically inexhaustible. Families like the Li family, who trade in raw minerals, are countless. Mineral processing technology is a treasure trove that generates daily profits, and the Su family's energy mining processing technology is cutting edge. The Li family possesses the most energy mining planets. Having met Su Yuan, the position of head of the Li family would surely be easy to secure. Chapter 8. After returning to her room, Su Tang began researching psychic power. Psychic power is an invisible force released by the brain tissue of living organisms. The concept of psychic power was first proposed in the year 203 of the Star Era. After hundreds of years of exploration and research by scientists of the Human Alliance, psychic power was gradually mastered. In the year 2015 of the Star Era, scientists proposed the psychic power levels of G, F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, 4SS, and 5SS. At the time, the average psychic power level of interstellar people was F. With the passage of time and the evolution of humanity, the psychic power level of interstellar people has slowly increased. Currently, the average psychic power level of interstellar people is C, but A and S level psychics are common in the military. Currently, there are 2.6 million S-level psychics in the Yin Federation, while there are only 3,226 SS-level psychics. As for SSS-level psychics, there are only 28. The only 4S-level psychic has been dead for many years. Of course, these are all recorded on the Star Network, though some low-key individuals may be hiding their true strength. After looking up information on psychic powers on the Star Network, Su Tang once again marveled at her golden thigh. It was truly enormous and thick. She was the highest-ranking psychic, and the thought of this made Su Tang secretly smile. The lifespan of interstellar beings is closely related to their psychic power level. Scientists have concluded that the average C-level psychic has a lifespan of around 300 years, while S-level and higher psychics can generally live past 400. However, no one has yet reached the age of 500. Master Tang, didn't you say to hide your strength so no one can discover your psychic power level? Su Xiaobai expressed confusion at Su Tang's cheerful behavior. Su Tang felt like a deflated ball. Alas, what a miserable life. It felt like winning 10 million, but not being able to show off in front of others. Su Tang shuddered at the thought of a life like a sow giving birth. Forget it, I'd rather be an ordinary, obedient woman. Psychic power only truly shines when combined with highly intelligent weapons like mechas. Apart from mechas, psychic power itself has no offensive power. Its primary function is detection. Some novels claim that those with higher psychic power can attack those with lower psychic power, crippling them if not killing them, turning them into idiots. This is absolutely nonsense. At least in this world, human psychic power doesn't have this function. Later, a star beast with psychic attacks will appear. At most, psychic power can create an aura around itself, causing a slight mental pressure on others, which can only frighten the timid. Under Su Xiaobai's guidance, Su Tang began practicing mental detection. Anyone who's read cultivation novels knows that a cultivator's spiritual sense can detect their surroundings more extensively and clearly than the naked eye. The principle of mental detection is the same. Su Tang closed her eyes and carefully sensed her surroundings. Gradually, the image of the room emerged in her mind, becoming increasingly clear. While the eye can only see the area in front of it, mental power can sense the surrounding environment in a 360-degree angle, clearer than the naked eye. Su Tang found this feeling incredibly magical. Master Tang, try to sense this starship. Level 4S mental power can sense the surrounding environment up to 50 kilometers, Su Xiaobai said, seemingly seeking credit. Su Tang gradually expanded her mental energy outward, and the scene inside the warship played out in her mind like a series of 3D surveillance videos. Hundreds of uniformed soldiers were busy at work. A few men in uniform were in the cockpit, piloting the starship, people were eating in the mess hall, and cooks were preparing meals. Su Tang habitually looked for people she had seen. Li Qingqi was drinking coffee in the lounge. So idle. What do doctors have to do? In a room resembling a training room, she found the lunatic Yanzimu. Just as Su Tang was about to take a closer look at this stern man, Yanzimu suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Tang. Su Tang stumbled back unconsciously and opened her eyes. I was so scared. She patted her chest and exhaled. Xiaobai, was I discovered? How could that be? The highest level of psychic power on this starship is only SS. How could they possibly detect Master Tang? Only those with the same or higher psychic power can detect someone else's detection. Is Yanzimu SS level? Who is Yanzimu? Su Xiaobai always had trouble remembering names. That lunatic who exuded murderous intent at breakfast. Su Tang gritted her teeth, refusing to admit that she had been intimidated by the man's aura the first time they met. Oh yes, that SS, that's him. He's the only SS here. Are you sure he's SS and not just pretending? Maybe he's hiding his true strength? Su Tang still felt a lingering fear, feeling as if the man had discovered her. Master Tang, you have to believe me. He is definitely just an SS. No matter how much you think, SSS is not cabbage. Su Xiaobai expressed his dissatisfaction with Su Tang's questioning of his ability. Oh, okay. Su Tang decided to confirm it again, so she used her mental power to observe Yanzimu. Another sharp gaze pierced her. This time, Su Tang didn't flee in panic like last time. Yanzimu frowned in confusion, then, after confirming he hadn't discovered anything, continued training. Little brat, I told you to pretend. I'm here, you can't see me, right? Ha ha. After confirming Yanzimu couldn't see her, Su Tang puffed up her tail and started to show off. Yanzimu sweated profusely in the training room, shirtless. Su Tang commented on him. Well, he has a nice body, 8-pack abs, and a fishman line. It's a pity he's crooked, but judging by the situation, he should be a top. Su Tang's imagination ran wild. Yanzimu left the training room after completing a day's training, feeling puzzled. There, he actually felt like someone was spying on him. Yanzimu was baffled. He was the only SS-level psychic on the entire starship. If someone were observing him with psychic power, he would surely have noticed. Could it be that a high-level psychic had infiltrated the starship? He shook his head, dismissing the idea. SSS-level psychics are extremely busy. It's hard to even see them on a regular basis. Who would be so bored and have nothing better to do than sneak onto his starship? After a long moment of confusion, Yanzimu concluded that he must have been ill-rested and thus had an illusion. Little did he know that Su Tang had seen Yanzimu's confusion. One level higher, one level stronger than the other. Haha, you're just a lunatic, you're just scaring people for no reason. Su Tang beamed. After that, every day, besides eating, Su Tang would hide in her room and practice psychic detection. During this time, she also learned to create an aura around herself, releasing mental pressure. With this aura, Su Tang suddenly felt like a queen. If that lunatic Yanzimu dared to unleash his mental pressure and threaten her with murderous intent again, she would absolutely crush him to dust. For those with strong physiques, mental pressure would at most cause a feeling of intense pressure. For those with weak physiques and a timid nature, it would simply frighten them into illness, but it wouldn't actually have any offensive power. Of course, Su Tang was just thinking that, at this stage, she would definitely not reveal her level 4S mental power. Chapter 9. On the 7th day on the starship arrived at the space station on Tyenshu Star. Every developed and valuable planet has a space station, where large starships, spaceships, frigates, and battleships are docked. Generally, battleships equipped with advanced weaponry and large starships are not allowed to enter a planet. Vehicles capable of long-distance travel in space are roughly divided into 4 categories: starships, spaceships, frigates, and battleships. Spaceships are the primary means of transporting people and cargo, using energy stones of levels 4 to 5. Frigates are deployed for important personnel or cargo, equipped with firepower and acting as bodyguards. Starships are generally used by the military, equipped with firepower and using energy stones of levels 5 to 7. Some large families also use starships for travel. Battleships are equipped with large firepower and use energy stones of level 7 or higher. They are military weapons rarely used outside of wartime. Stepping out of the starship, Su Tang saw the sea of stars up close for the first time. The vast starry sky, the boundless sea, dotted with stars, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. It was as if fate had called Su Tang. Girl, the sea of stars lies before you. Conquer it. For a moment, filled with high spirits and ambition, Su Tang once again resolved to conquer this sea of stars. As an avid hiker, she was determined to explore every corner of the universe. Master Tang, you don't even know how to fly a mecha or a spaceship. Su Xiaobai suddenly poured cold water on Su Tang. No one thinks you're dumb if you don't speak. Su Tang secretly rubbed her teeth. Get out of the way. Yanzimu frowned disapprovingly at Su Tang's dazed expression at the starship entrance. Su Tang felt Yanzimu's attitude was like shooing away flies. Damn, I already distanced myself from Dr. Li. I've been holed up in my room these past few days, okay? Is he really that stingy? Is he a man? Although she was very dissatisfied with Yanzimu's lunatic, she had to bow down under the eaves. Su Tang could only obediently follow Yanzimu's troops to board the military ferry to reach Tyenshu Star. The ferry is a short-distance transportation method from the space station to the planet. Tyenshu Star is an artificially transformed planet. The atmosphere of artificially transformed planets generally does not contain oxygen. This atmosphere needs to be continuously modified by the continuous transplantation of certain adaptable oxygen-producing plants. After several years or decades, when the atmospheric oxygen content reaches the level required for human survival, humans can survive on the artificially transformed planet. From the starry sky, Tyenshu Star appears as an earthy yellow. Before landing, Su Tang specifically researched Tyenshu Star's information. The planet is composed entirely of gold sand, and is 1.67 times the size of Earth. In the interstellar age, planetary sizes are calculated based on Earth's volume. Gravity is 1.3 times that of Earth. The planet's maximum temperature is around 40 degrees Celsius, while its minimum is indeed -5 degrees Celsius. The temperature difference between day and night is significant, but it's well within human tolerance, so it's possible to go out on this planet without protective gear. Tyenshu Star is one of the Federation Legion's garrisons in the Tianyun interstellar system. Currently stationed there is the Federation's 14th Legion, commanded by Yanzimu. Su Tang casually searched for Yanzimu's information. Yanzimu, a major, possesses SS-level psychic power, is a noble, and comes from the Yin family of the capital galaxy. There are also several photos of Yanzimu, and a ton of his fans, many of whom even post requests for photos, hugs, and marriage requests. There's even a ranking of Yin country's most expensive bachelors on the interstellar internet, and Yanzimu even made it into the top 10, ranking 9th. To be fair, although Yanzimu is an iceberg, he is also a high-quality man. He is powerful, rich, and handsome. Unfortunately, he is a gay. Su Tang silently lit a few candles for the girls, who are infatuated with him. After browsing the interstellar internet for over an hour, Su Tang finally landed on the land of Tyenshu Star. The ferry landed, and as Su Tang stepped off, she was shocked by the desolate scene before her. Had she traveled through time again? Su Tang imagined she see the spectacular scenes from science fiction films, with skyscrapers soaring into the sky and countless cars zipping through them. But where was this? Who could tell her? This was the Stone Age? Directly in front of the ferry, an endless expanse of stone houses stretched to the horizon. The ferry landed on a patch of sand, a sand unlike the sand on Earth. It looked like individual grains, but they were actually stuck together. The wind couldn't even sweep up a single grain. This didn't make sense. Could it be concrete that looked like sand? What's wrong, Tang? Why are you daydreaming? Li Qingqi expressed confusion at Su Tang's dazed behavior. I didn't expect this place to be like this. Su Tang scratched her head. She couldn't tell anyone she was shocked by the shabby look of the garrison. And her instinct told her not to ask about the sand, as it was probably common sense. Sure enough, after carefully recalling Miss Su's memories, she found the answer: gold sand. It looked like sand, but it was actually a special metal. Under special equipment, this gold sand transformed into grains, resembling sand. The surface of most mineral planets is composed of this gold sand. For an energy expert to not even know this was highly suspicious. Su Tang secretly thanked herself for not asking such a common-sense question. This is a military garrison. The conditions are poor. Tang, hold on. Li Qingqi was helpless, realizing belatedly that Su Tang, a young lady raised in a honeypot, might not be able to withstand such a harsh environment. Humph. Su Tang keenly caught Yanzimu's discontented hum. Even though Yanzimu maintained a cold, expressionless face, Su Tang was sure he was secretly despising her. I just said something to Dr. Li, you idiot. What's the big deal? Su Tang wisely decided not to talk to Li Qingqi anymore. Su Tang secretly decided to leave as soon as Su Yuan's father arrived. Genius men are truly the most annoying creatures. Su Tang reunited with the Su family waiting on the planet and went to rest. Li Qingqi stayed with Su Tang after leaving the starship. After Su Tang and the family left, Li Qingqi scratched his nose and wondered why this Su girl was still so indifferent. He didn't expect Su Tang to fall in love with him, but being a caring older brother would be fine. But judging by her attitude, he felt like a nobody. He still couldn't get his friendship level up. Li Qingqi was puzzled. If Li Qingqi knew what Su Tang was thinking, he would have spat out blood. He had never imagined that Yanzimu's behavior would make Su Tang think they were a genius couple. Yanzimu was definitely a terrible teammate. Chapter 10. After leaving with the Su family, Su Tang arrived at the accommodations the Corps had arranged for her. Su Tang looked at the empty stone house with a nauseous look. If only she had balls. Was this a place for people to live? Just a stone bed, nothing else. This wasn't the Interstellar era, but a mountain ravine, wasn't it? Even worse than the dormitory she lived in her previous life. And it was said that the water resources on this planet were pitifully scarce. Each soldier was only allocated 1 liter of water per day, barely enough for drinking. Showering and washing hair was wishful thinking. Of course, officers of Yanzimu's rank came with their own spaceship buckles. Su Tang couldn't accept a small stone house without even a bathroom. Thankfully, Su Yuan was a wealthy man, so Su Tang, a small-time tycoon, found a spaceship buckle carrying a mobile fortress. These mobile fortresses couldn't travel through space, only on the surface of a planet. They were mainly divided into living and survival types. Living fortresses were generally unarmed and were equivalent to high-end mobile villas, luxuriously furnished and suitable for living. Survival fortresses are designed for outdoor exploration and feature powerful defenses and weaponry, but they come with a hefty price tag. While these living fortresses are affordable, with the cheapest costing only 200,000, the space required to carry them is quite high, costing the equivalent of a level 5 energy stone, or around 1.2 million. Therefore, most people avoid living fortresses, and instead make do with a small flying car. Only the truly wealthy would afford such a large, useless structure. After learning the basic information about the fortresses, Su Tang decisively decided to find an opportune time to increase her mental power. This level of mental power is crucial for certain tasks, such as obtaining a survival fortress driver's license. The minimum mental power requirement is B level. If you don't reach B level, you can't operate a survival fortress, even if you have the money. Doing so is illegal. Living fortresses can be obtained by reaching C-level mental power and passing the flying car driver's license. Su Tang feels that survival fortresses are significantly safer and more secure than living fortresses. The fortress consumes a lot of energy. Just sitting there without moving consumes 1 unit of level 2 energy stone per month. Consider that 1 unit of level 1 energy stone is enough for an average family for a year. Su Tang expressed no pity for this. After all, her father was an energy tycoon. She even had over a dozen level 8 energy stones lying around in her space. The soldiers in the army, upon seeing Su Tang brazenly park her fortress on the grounds, as if it were her home, all felt the same way. I'm broke. The world of the nouveau riche is incomprehensible to the average person. Yanzimu leaned against the stone gate, smoking a cigarette, and quietly observing Su Tang's fortress. The past, which he had deliberately forgotten, came back to life. It was still that fortress. If Su Tang in this life dared to provoke him again, don't blame him for being ruthless. Yanzimu first met Su Tang in that living fortress. At that time, Su Tang gave him the impression of a noble princess in an ancient European palace, a refined lifestyle and exquisite beauty. During a patrol mission, Longju discovered a spaceship that had lost its power source and, nearby, Su Tang's lifeboat. Longju rescued Su Tang and brought her back to the Tyenshu Star Legion base. After reaching Tyenshu Star, Su Tang resented her fate and eventually settled into her own fortress. The Star Beast attack had left a deep psychological scar on the young girl, so Su Tang requested that Longju, her savior, and the Legion commander, Yanzimu, provide her with personal protection. Of course, they didn't share a room, but rather lived together in the fortress until Su Yuan arrived. Although Yanzimu was reluctant, he couldn't resist Su Tang's wealth. In exchange for a level 8 energy stone, Yanzimu became Su Tang's personal bodyguard. You should know that the highest energy stone used by Yanzimu's mecha is still the 6th level energy stone, and this 6th level energy stone is provided by the family to the outstanding descendants of the family for life saving. Generally, he uses the 4th level energy stone provided by the military. If he wants to use the 5th level energy stone, he needs to apply to the military. A level 8 energy stone can definitely increase the lethality of his mecha by several levels, and can also play a life-saving role in some dangerous tasks. Ever since Long Ju learned of Su Tang's identity, as the eldest daughter of the Su family, he'd been courting her with all sorts of attention. Yanzimu scoffed at this. While it's undeniable that the allure of high-level energy stones was immense for any mecha master, and Su Tang was a stunning beauty, Yanzimu remained wary of this self-absorbed, intolerant, and princess-like young lady. Su Tang was deeply touched by Long Ju's warmth, while Yanzimu's indifference irritated her. She felt that with her beauty, good family background, and impressive abilities, and already a level 3 energy master at such a young age, how could any man not like her? Su Tang had always been the school's most popular girl, with countless boys adoring her. Half the boys in her class had confessed their love to her, and the remaining half were secret admirers. Therefore, Yanzimu's dismissive attitude was simply unforgivable. Su Tang had always been self-centered, believing her charm could captivate any man. Yanzimu should have liked her as much as Long Ju did. To prove her charm, Su Tang began to seduce Yanzimu in every possible way. Yanzimu was a man, after all, and men inevitably have a penchant for beauty. He succumbed to Su Tang's gentle, seductive charm. One day, after Su Tang got him drunk, they even made love, and their relationship was officially confirmed. Over this incident, Yanzimu was nearly beaten to death by Su Yuan, and spent a year in the hospital before fully recovering. Even so, Yanzimu had no regrets. After dating Su Tang, he discovered that while she was a bit headstrong and capricious, she was completely obedient to him. What touched Yanzimu most was that Su Tang stole Su Yuan's level 9 energy stone, and gave it to him. Level 9 energy stones are priceless, and the entire Yin kingdom has no more than 10 fingers of them in stock. Of course, this was Yanzimu's own assumption. Su Yuan actually had over a dozen of them at the time. Yanzimu thought they could live happily together, but life dealt him a harsh blow. At Su Tang's 30th birthday party, Yanzimu formally proposed to her. "Your skills in bed are terrible. You can't even satisfy me." Su Tang's response was like a bolt from the blue. Yanzimu clearly felt the teasing and mockery in Su Tang's eyes. Brother Long Ju is still the better one. Let's break up. Yanzimu's pride as a man was severely trampled upon by Su Tang. Later, Long Ju abandoned his fiancée, Yanzimu's sister, and married Su Tang. The Yin family became a laughingstock in high society, and his sister, unable to bear the ridicule, committed suicide. Under the combined oppression of the Su and Long families, the Yin family was steadily declining. If it weren't for the moment when he stomped out his cigarette, Yanzimu's eyes darkened, and he clenched his fists. He would never again be manipulated by that bitch, Su Tang, in this life. Yanzimu had no idea that the real Miss Su had been beaten to death by him. This life Su Tang had already branded him a psychopathic maniac, and wanted nothing more than to stay away from him. Chapter 11. After moving into the fortress, Su Tang was just about to shower and go to bed when she was ravaged by Su Xiaobai's demonic sound attack. Wow! Su Xiaobai burst into tears at night. Su Tang was completely bewildered. What's going on, Xiaobai? Su Tang expressed her incomprehension of Su Xiaobai's intermittent fits of rage. Wow! Master Tang is an idiot, haven't you noticed yet? Su Xiaobai cried, not forgetting to personally attack Su Tang's intelligence. What should I notice? Whoa! Master, you're such an idiot, haven't you noticed there's no moon? There's no moon! Su Xiaobai exclaimed, how could you possibly have missed such a serious problem? The fortress has its own time control. It's 9 p.m. in Interstellar time, and the fortress has automatically switched to night mode. As for what's happening outside, Su Tang has no idea. Actually, this doesn't mean Su Tang has a low IQ. Su Tang was new here, and there were many things she couldn't understand simply by looking at her memories. She had to experience them firsthand. Just like day and night, interstellar time dictates that daytime is from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and nighttime is from 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. However, due to the sheer number of planets in the interstellar universe, and their varying rotational cycles, what's considered daytime on many planets isn't necessarily when stars are shining, nor is nighttime necessarily when stars are invisible. Su Tang left the fortress in confusion, only to be blinded by the glaring sunlight. What was going on? She had arrived on this planet around 8 a.m., and the sun was blazing then. How could it still be so bright at 9 p.m.? After looking outside for a while, Su Tang felt something was amiss. The temperature was noticeably colder than when she first arrived, and she couldn't help but get goosebumps. Folding her arms, Su Tang immediately retreated to her bedroom. She decided to ask the almighty Star Lady Starnet. A quick search on Starnet revealed the answer. Tianshu is located between two stars, Tianyao and Tianqi. During the day, it's illuminated by Tianyao, and at night by Tianqi. Tianqi's light is classified as cold light. The scientific name for cold light is complex, but Su Tang understood it to mean light with brightness, but no temperature. Therefore, living on Tianshu, there's no night. The nights are bright and clear. Can't the cold light of Tianqi be considered moonlight? There really is no night. How strange. Of course not. Moonlight is reflected light. Do you understand reflected light? Su Xiaobai said, looking completely clueless. Damn, of course I understand. I learned high school physics for nothing. Su Tang was annoyed by Su Xiaobai's constant doubts about her intelligence. Aren't you a plant? Wouldn't it be better for plants to get some sunlight? Master Su Tang is an idiot, such an idiot. Woohoo! Su Xiaobai, please speak nicely and stop being unreasonable. Su Tang couldn't stand these whimpering children, who needed to be comforted by adults. I'm a shade-loving plant. Have you ever seen sunlight in the underworld? Wouldn't all the ghosts there be sunburned to death? You don't even know such common sense. What did you grow up eating? Of course, Su Xiaobai only dared to think about the latter part, not express it out loud. Damn! How could I know if I hadn't been to the underworld? You know, she used to be a good believer in science. How could she possibly know about such fantastical things in the underworld? What if there's no moon, no reflected light? Su Tang rationally decided not to argue with Su Xiaobai about common sense about the underworld. Xiaobai doesn't know what to do, woo. Su Xiaobai felt a bleak future at the thought of no moon, no cultivation, no return to the world of cultivation. Even more terrifying was that if Su Tang died, he'd become a ghost, unable to absorb even the moonlight. Try to think hard. Is all you can do? I don't know. Whoa. How about I go and think about it? Of course you should. Do you expect someone like me, who's never even been to the underworld, to help you figure it out? Su Tang was truly speechless at Su Xiaobai's idiotic behavior. Then I go into hibernation, and while I'm at it, I search the inherited memories for a solution. Whoa. Su Xiaobai looked pathetically abandoned. Yes, go ahead. There's definitely a way. Su Tang believed that things would work out in the end. Solutions always come to people. Although Su Xiaobai wasn't human, something as noble as inherited memory surely encompassed everything. Without Su Xiaobai's harassment, Su Tang could finally rest well. After a hearty, sound sleep on the plush, large bed in her own fortress's luxurious bedroom, Su Tang felt incredibly happy. The issue of Su Xiaobai's inability to cultivate had long been forgotten. Yesterday, during her free time, Su Tang conducted a thorough exploration of the military base. The conditions there were appallingly harsh. There wasn't even a dining hall, and all the soldiers lived on nutrient solution. Su Tang couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy for these most lovable people. Thankfully, her own fortress had a refrigerator and a kitchen, providing all the necessary amenities. She happily warmed up a simple breakfast. After enjoying a delicious meal, Su Tang belatedly realized that she hadn't yet expressed her gratitude to her savior, even though the real Miss Su had died before rescue could arrive. Bonus? Haha, just kidding, they're gay. Money? That seems a bit too tacky. Energy stones? After learning about the staggering prices of high-grade energy stones on the StarCraft website, Su Tang felt a little reluctant. The price of a standard unit of energy stone is basically 100 credits for a level 1 energy stone, 1,000 credits for a level 2 energy stone, 10,000 credits for a level 3 energy stone, and 100,000 credits for a level 4 energy stone. Levels 1 through 4 are considered basic energy. With current technology, the highest level of energy stone capable of mass mechanized production is a level 4 energy stone. Level 5 and above require synthesis by energy masters, costing 1.2 million credits for a level 5 energy stone, 15 million credits for a level 6 energy stone, and 200 million credits for a level 7 energy stone. Level 8 energy stone is essentially monopolized by the military. Except for families with level 8 energy masters, most families rarely have any. The occasional 1 or 2 that come to auction fetches a stratospheric price. Level 9 energy stone, on the other hand, is rare even for the military, and most people have never even seen one. One level 7 energy stone can buy a planet. Forget it, my dad will probably thank them, so I shouldn't worry about it. Later, after learning that Su Yuan had gifted the 14th Legion 3 level 8 energy stones as a token of gratitude, and that a starship normally only required level 5 energy stones to operate, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. He lost a lot. Of course, that was all in the future. Chapter 12. Su Tang left the fortress and decided to wander around the base, taking in the exotic scenery of this planet. As soon as the hatch opened, she saw a slender figure, a man in military uniform, leaning against a military flying vehicle with his arms folded. The moment Su Tang emerged, the man raised his head. His straight brows, deep black eyes, and angular, perfect features were striking. Even the formal uniform looked uninhibited on him, exuding a unique allure of uniform. Su Tang's first impression of Long Ju was that he was the wicked, eccentric CEO protagonist from a CEO novel. "Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Long Ju, Deputy Commander of the 14th Corps. I'm happy to serve you." Long Ju approached Su Tang, knelt on one knee before her, took her hand, and performed a standard Western hand-kissing. Hello, I'm Su Tang." The moment Long Ju kissed the back of her hand, it felt like an electric current swept through her. Su Tang had to admit she was struck. This man was definitely a modern-day male god. "How can I help you?" Long Ju had never imagined he'd meet such a stunning beauty on such a remote and backward Garrison planet, not to mention the fact that she was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Su family. Everyone knew that Su Yuan's most precious possession wasn't the level 9 energy stone, but his daughter. Countless people throughout Yan Nation were eager to cling to Su Yuan's influence. Having met Su Tang here, this was definitely a chance bestowed upon him by heaven, and he must seize it. Ideally, he could win her heart. Becoming Su Yuan's son-in-law would offer him a promising future. So, early in the morning, with a hidden agenda, Long Ju waited outside Su Tang's fortress to launch his seduction plan. Long Ju was a man of unscrupulous means. He never considered using his beauty to seduce young girls shameful, but rather a manifestation of his masculinity. Being in the company of a handsome man is a truly pleasurable experience. Who doesn't love looking at someone with good looks? Su Tang doesn't consider herself a flower maniac, but everyone has a taste for beauty. Naturally, Long Ju became Su Tang's guide, leading her on a tour of the Garrison base. Through Long Ju's humorous introduction, Su Tang learned a great deal about the 14th Legion's garrison and the situation surrounding the 15th Star. Only 30% of the 14th Legion's troops are stationed at the base. The remaining 30% of the soldiers cruise the Tianyan system in starships. This cruising means wandering around, fighting pirates, star beasts, and inspecting passing ships. The Legion generally does not interfere with planetary affairs. Most planets are garrisoned by guards, directly under the jurisdiction of the local clans, acting as their own private armies. The Legion, on the other hand, is subordinate to the military headquarters, independent of the clan's jurisdiction and answering only to the federal military. Of course, if the guards cannot resolve a situation on their own, the clans will seek support from the Legion. Although the guards were private armies of the families, they still had to answer to the federal military, much like the ancient feudal lords, who could maintain their own armies, but still obeyed the emperor's orders. The size of the guards each family could establish was determined by the number of nobles, royals, and imperial family members within the family. A single member of the imperial family could command a force equivalent to a legion. Of course, Long Ju didn't elaborate on the rules and regulations surrounding the legion and the guards, as Su Tang wasn't particularly interested in them. Long Ju's explanation simply conveyed this. The legion was the regular army, while the guards were a ragtag force. High-ranking officers in the legion were all highly skilled and well-connected, while in the guards, even second-generation prodigies with established families could rise to high positions. Ultimately, it was just a way of boasting about one's own youthful prowess. Su Tang wasn't stupid. Of course she recognized his hidden meaning. It seems narcissism is a common trait among handsome men. The remaining 40% of the warriors would go to other planets for training, or to open up new lands to strengthen their combat capabilities. Therefore, garrison planets are generally uninhabited and extremely dangerous. Only mecha units within the human legion can operate mechas and bombard everywhere without fear of accidentally killing residents. Tyenshu Star is indeed a dangerous planet, but the garrison is certainly safe. Otherwise, Su Yuan wouldn't trust Su Tang there. Tyenshu Star is home to many star beasts, mostly low-level, with a smaller number of medium-level beasts. The possibility of high-level beasts capable of freely soaring in the vacuum of space is not ruled out. Even low-level star beasts have formidable attack power. Su Tang roughly concluded from Long Ju's description that the so-called low-level star beasts are comparable in lethality to lions and tigers on Earth. As for medium-level star beasts, they are likely to be slightly more powerful than dinosaurs. At least, ordinary warriors piloting mechas can still defeat average medium-level star beasts. Of course, Star beasts can be divided into ferocious and docile types. As for high-level star beasts, they're quite unique. High-level star beasts are those that can move freely in the vacuum of space. But don't mistake them for formidable. Some high-level star beasts are so weak they can be killed with a single blow from a mecha. Of course, some are so powerful they can't even be killed by high-level energy cannons. In short, encountering high-level star beasts depends on luck. During the 3 years the 14th Legion was stationed in the Tianyuan Galaxy, they killed 3 high-level star beasts, all of which were mediocre. 3 years ago, the 2nd Legion stationed in the Tianyuan Galaxy wasn't so lucky. A powerful high-level energy-devouring beast appeared, crippling several energy planets. The 2nd Legion's leader, a member of the royal family with SSS-level psychic power, personally led 20 starships to siege the beast. At the painful cost of 5 starships and countless mechas, they finally defeated the high-level star beast. It's said the royal leader was also severely injured and is still recuperating. Upon hearing this, Su Tang decided that the Tianyuan Galaxy was truly dangerous and that it would be best to return home soon. Furthermore, this planet also harbors a unique metal-eating beast called the gold-eating ant. According to Long Ju's description, the gold-eating ant resembles Earth's locusts, leaving behind nothing but gold wherever it touches them, except for gold dust, which is also a metal. For this reason, the buildings at the Garrison base are built using local materials, piled up from the planet's stones. Only wealthy individuals like Su Tang, with wealthy fathers, could afford the space compartments needed to house the next fortress. Hearing this, Su Tang lost her composure. Yanzimu, that idiot, clearly had no good intentions. After seeing her use her fortress, he didn't even warn her about the existence of the gold-eating ant. Her fortress would remain outside, leaving her with nothing but a pile of rubbish. Su Tang humbly sought Long Ju's advice. Long Ju advised Su Tang to relax, saying that the gold-eating ant was currently dormant. It would take 3 months for the ant to gradually become active. Chapter 13. Su Tang toured the base, while listening to Long Ju's vivid description of his adventures on the 15th star. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived at the military training ground, where a group of men in camouflage uniforms were engaged in various drills. Yanzimu, who was training his troops, quickly noticed something unusual. Each soldier began to stare in a direction with astonishment. Yanzimu turned around and saw a scene that infuriated him. This adulterous couple had hooked up. Su Tang, that damned woman, had hooked up with Long Ju so quickly. And she was smiling. Su Tang's radiant smile deeply irritated Yanzimu. Yanzimu had no idea that his expression at that moment was like that of a man who had caught his wife and her adulterer in an affair. Just as Su Tang and Long Ju were enjoying their conversation, a chill struck him. "There's murderous intent, murderous intent," Su Xiaobai shouted. "Master Tang, crush him. Show him some strength. Aren't you going to hibernate?" Su Tang's appearance immediately dispelled her nervousness. "You're not going to hibernate, are you? You're just kidding." "Yes, Master Tang, you heard me wrong. I wasn't talking. You're hallucinating. It's just hallucinations for you." Su Xiaobai tried to minimize his presence. He was so excited by the murderous aura. It was a pure reflex. Alas, Su Tang decided to ignore Su Xiaobai. He could hibernate if he wanted to, or not. After all, she didn't need to practice under the moonlight. The momentary chill faded just as quickly as before, and Su Tang frowned unconsciously. Tang, what's wrong? Are you tired?" During their conversation, Long Ju shamelessly used the nickname Tang to draw them closer. When Su Tang didn't object, Long Ju's calls only grew louder. Su Tang glanced around, and sure enough, amidst a sea of bewildered and stunned faces, she spotted that icy figure. The man lowered his head, making it impossible for her to discern his expression, but she was certain it was that lunatic venting his murderous intent upon her again. She really wanted to crush him with her mental might. Did he think she was easy to bully? Well, yes, she was, but she only dared to think so. For some reason, Su Tang felt a slight fear of Yanzimu. Whenever he looked at her with a stern expression, her legs would go weak. Su Tang didn't realize it was instinct, but the blessed possessed an extraordinary instinct to avoid harm and pursue profit, instinctively avoiding any threatening situation. In the interstellar age, soldiers in the military had almost always seen bloodshed. A major-level officer like Yanzimu would undoubtedly have counted no fewer than 5 figures. Even though Su Tang in her previous life could kill chickens and ducks and beat up hooligans, she wouldn't even dare to think about killing anyone. Living in peacetime, Su Tang had an instinctive fear of Yanzimu, a man stained with blood. Her instinct told her that if she crossed him, she would be the one to suffer. Su Tang couldn't help but wonder, what had she done to offend him again? She'd been avoiding Li Qingqi for the past few days. Li Qingqi? Long Ju. Looking at Long Ju's perfect face, Su Tang had a flash of inspiration. Could this be Yanzimu's true love? A love triangle? Or two-timing? Yanzimu took a deep breath to calm himself. In this life, he and Su Tang were just strangers. In her previous life, Su Tang had married Long Ju, but they still ended up dead. This woman wouldn't have met a good end without him seeking revenge. He could just watch the show from the sidelines. Yanzimu consoled himself with this thought. Lieutenant Long Ju, please give me a reason for being absent from duty. Yanzimu slowly approached. Su Tang suddenly felt the pressure double. Even though Yanzimu was speaking to Long Ju, why did she feel like a mountain was pressing down on her, suffocating her? It was terrifying. What should she do? As expected, Long Ju was his true love. He wouldn't think she was flirting with him, would he? But it was clearly Long Ju who was seducing her. Su Tang hadn't grown up in vain, and Long Ju was being so obvious. Although it was her first day meeting Long Ju, Su Tang was certain he was straight. What a shame it was that such a beautiful man was being twisted. How adorable is an icy top and a warm bottom? An icy top and a charming bottom? Or a warm bottom is cuter? Su Tang's imagination ran wild, and the more she imagined it, the more it twisted. Boss, don't be so serious. It's rare for Tang to be here, and I'm just doing my duty as a host. Long Ju had none of the military strictness. Instead, he acted a bit like a scoundrel. Go back on duty. I give you a disciplinary action. Yanzimu narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Even Tang had been called out. How quickly this adulterous couple hooked up. Ha ha. Yes, sir. He restrained his demeanor and saluted solemnly. Long Ju felt Yanzimu was too prudish and would never get married. Reluctantly, Long Ju gave Su Tang an apologetic look before leaving. After Long Ju left, Su Tang belatedly realized something was wrong. Wasn't she, the light bulb, supposed to be leaving? Why had the real boss left? Su Tang felt truly tormented by Yanzimu. Even standing next to him felt overwhelming. What should she do? She wanted to run away. Fortunately, Yanzimu turned and left quickly after Long Ju left. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. He's not right for you, Yanzimu suddenly said, turning a few steps away. Then he strode off. Knowing that Long Ju was your true love, how could I dare to mess with him? No, it was clearly Long Ju who messed with me. How unfair. Su Tang automatically interpreted Yanzimu's words as, stay away from the man I'm attracted to, or you be in trouble. Dad Su Yuan, come and take your daughter away. There's a psychopath here, so scary. Yanzimu was annoyed after saying this. He felt like he must have been mentally retarded to remind Su Tang. This woman was so despicable. She deserved her fate. Why did he say that? Deep down, he probably didn't want her dead. Yanzimu sighed deeply, even though Su Tang had given him the cold shoulder back then. When he returned from the borderlands that year, triumphant and glorious, the first person he wanted to see was Su Tang. He wanted to show that woman that he, Yanzimu, was infinitely superior to Long Ju. He wanted to see her regretful expression. He wanted to let her know how blind she had been to dump him for Long Ju. Sadly, she was dead, and had been dead for so many years. She never witnessed his immense achievements, never regretted her choice. Yanzimu punched the stone beside him, seething with rage. He realized that deep down he still had a lingering attachment to Su Tang, and a surge of fury welled up inside him. So, the soldiers on the training ground were subjected to Yanzimu's relentless drills all day long. Chapter 14. To avoid being attacked by the lunatic Yanzimu, Su Tang deliberately kept her distance from Li Qingqi and Long Ju, remaining inside the fortress. They say women in love are unreasonable, but Su Tang felt men in love were even more unreasonable. She didn't want to be inexplicably destroyed by Yanzimu. Su Tang desperately wanted to leave this dangerous and gay planet as soon as possible. After 3 days of eager anticipation, Su Yuan's father finally arrived. Su Yuan's appearance was a splendid one. A sleek, luxurious ferry drifted above the base. The hatch opened, casting a teleportation curtain. Su Yuan, riding on it, floated down like a banished immortal, leaving Su Tang stunned. With his short, wispy black hair, radiant, watery eyes, slightly curled eyelashes, and delicate nose, Su Yuan's appearance, dressed in a white Tang suit, exuded elegance and nobility. It was impeccable. Su Yuan slowly approached with a doting smile, and Su Tang stared at him, transfixed by his beauty. Baby, your saliva's dripping. Ugh. Su Tang quickly wiped it with her sleeve, then realized Su Yuan's joke. No way, Daddy's the worst. She hugged Su Yuan's arm and began to act like a spoiled child. Su Tang, who had always considered acting like a spoiled child awkward, had become a master at it after adopting the persona of Miss Su. I'm glad you're okay. Don't be so willful again. Do you know how worried Daddy was? Su Yuan hugged Su Tang tightly. He never wanted to experience the fear he felt after discovering Su Tang's spaceship had been attacked by a star beast again. Seeing the person in his arms was safe and sound, Su Yuan finally felt relieved. Su Tang leaned in Su Yuan's arms, listening to his heartbeat and feeling a strange mixture of emotion and guilt. This Su Yuan truly loved his daughter. She would definitely be filial to him and be a good daughter he could be proud of. Afterwards, father and daughter spent the entire morning together, enjoying family happiness. In the afternoon, Su Yuan went out to meet with the higher-ups of the 14th Corps, essentially to express his gratitude. He couldn't just offer no thanks for saving his daughter. In the simple reception room, Su Yuan casually pulled out an exquisite wooden box from his space lock and handed it to Yanzimu, who sat at the head of the table. Thank you, Major Yin, for saving my daughter's life. Please accept this small token of your respect. Master Su, you're so polite. Saving lives is our duty as soldiers, Yanzimu said politely, but he swiftly took the box from Su Tang. The officers present, driven by curiosity, used their mental powers to scan the contents of the wooden box, all gasping in shock. Even Yanzimu's face froze upon seeing the 3 dazzling level 8 energy stones within. His hands, gripping the box, felt heavy. Su Yuan's extravagant behavior shocked everyone in the conference room. As a group of poor people who rarely even saw level 7 energy stones, they could only say, hey, let's be friends. This is too valuable. Master Su is too polite. Yanzimu continued his official rhetoric, ostensibly trying to refuse. But now that it was in his hands, he absolutely wouldn't give it up. Even though the 3 level 8 energy stones were registered to the 14th Legion, according to regulations, he had been the one who had rescued Su Tang in the starship, so he naturally had priority access to them. No, Major Yin, don't refuse. After all, my daughter's safety is paramount to me. If it weren't for you, I don't even dare to think about the consequences. Yanzimu knew Su Yuan was telling the truth. To him, Su Tang was the most important. Besides, Su Yuan probably already had several level 9 energy stones, so he naturally wouldn't be interested in level 8 energy stones. Then everyone began to speak in official, courteous terms. Su Yuan was unassuming, and his refined demeanor quickly won the favor of the rough-hewn soldiers. Yanzimu lowered his eyes as he watched Su Yuan, who was so attuned to the group and so gentle, interacting harmoniously with the others. This old fox was truly a hidden talent. Only after experiencing his past life could he understand the brutality and bloodthirstiness inherent in Su Yuan. He was a man who could wipe out an entire galaxy without blinking a single glance and treated life as mere ants. Yanzimu never considered Su Yuan a good person. Those who held the position of head of the family were not easy to deal with. In his past life, Su Yuan, upon learning that he had slept with his daughter, had traveled thousands of miles to beat him up and hospitalized him. That time, Yanzimu felt death was so close. Su Yuan's abnormal physical strength was actually level 5, which is the strength of steel. At the time, Yanzimu's physical strength was only level 3. He was in the hospital, and after 3 days of emergency treatment, he finally survived. By the time he returned home in glory and success, Su Tang and Long Ju were dead, while Su Yuan was now the Minister of Energy and the Human Alliance's foremost energy master. The official version of Long Ju's death is, while Long Ju was on a mission in the Yodwang Galaxy, an unknown mutant plague broke out in the galaxy, and the situation became uncontrollable. To prevent the spread of the plague, the military was forced to destroy the entire Yodwang Galaxy. No one in the galaxy survived, and Long Ju, Yan Nation's youngest marshal and SSS-level psychic mecha master, was also killed. Of course, the so-called official version was a lie to deceive the uninformed public. Yanzimu, who had become one of the newly appointed marshals, easily uncovered the truth. After Long Ju became an SSS rank expert and one of the 10 marshals, the restraint of Su Yuan, a 9th-level energy master, on him became less apparent. His philandering nature gradually became apparent. While on a mission in the Yodwang Galaxy, he hooked up with Yun Yao, the daughter of the Yuan family, the foremost family in the Yodwang Galaxy. Yun Yao, also a restless person, upon learning that Long Ju was married, flaunted her power to Su Tang through Skynet, declaring that Long Ju intended to marry her. This infuriated the headstrong and willful Miss Su, who, despite being 5 months pregnant, rushed to the Yogwang galaxy in a spaceship. Upon entering the Yogwang galaxy, the spaceship malfunctioned and exploded, at Yun Yao's request, resulting in 1 death and 2 deaths. Upon learning of the situation, Su Yuan led the Su family's guards in a specially constructed warship to the Yogwang galaxy. With 10 of the Su family's warships, they annihilated the entire Yogwang galaxy's army and guards. Su Yuan's fury engulfed Yogwang, completely destroying all 127 of its developed planets. In that 1/20th of the Federation's population vanished. P.S. In this setting, victory in interstellar warfare is closely tied to energy reserves. Su Yuan, equipped with level 11 energy stones, would be like an atomic bomb against a small rifle. After that battle, Su Yuan received no disciplinary action. Instead, he was honored with royal status. This was because he had exposed the capabilities of a level 11 energy grandmaster. Throughout the history of the human alliance, no one had ever surpassed level 9 energy grandmaster. For the Federation, the loss of a star system was far less significant than the benefits of an 11th level energy grandmaster. This enchantment, Su Yuan, was an absolute defiance. He could only befriend, not antagonize. Yanzimu breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Yuan knew he had intended to kill Su Tang, he would surely die. Chapter 15. Li Qingqi, under the guise of being Su Tang's savior, made himself known to Su Yuan. Su Yuan generously stated that the Su family would take over all of the Li family's energy, or from now on, offering a very generous price. Li Qingqi was delighted, believing that the position of head of the family was undoubtedly his father's. Long Ju was also very pleased with his acquaintance with Su Yuan. Regarding Su Tang's cold and indifferent attitude towards him, Long Ju attributed it to her youth and her lack of understanding of love. There was still a long way to go, and since they had added each other as friends on social media, he knew he would eventually win her over. Long Ju was confident in his ability. After arriving, Su Yuan stayed on Tyenshu Star for only 2 days before bidding farewell to Yanzimu. After some formal attempts to persuade him to stay, Yanzimu wished Su Yuan a safe return. Upon hearing the news of her departure, Su Tang happily went to pack her luggage. This meant putting the fortress she had previously used as her home into her space locker. It was so convenient and quick that Su Tang silently gave a thumbs up to the inventor of the space deduction system. They left the planet on Su Yuan's luxury ferry. Riding the guiding light curtain, Su Tang felt a magical sensation. Inside, it felt as if gravity vanished, as if she were lifted upwards by an invisible force, a sensation of soaring into the sky. As the altitude rose, the crowd on the ground gradually dwindled. As the host, Yanzimu naturally had to bid farewell to his guests. He stood alone at the front of the group, looking up at the sky as they departed. Although Su Tang disliked gay men, true love was priceless, and since women were scarce in this world, men could still register for marriage. After all, they had saved her. Su Tang, suddenly overcome with emotion, cupped her hands around her lips, and made a trumpet-like gesture, "I wish you happiness." Su Tang was wearing ordinary casual pants and a pure white lace shirt today, exuding an air of innocence and romance. She looked like a fairy as she departed on the light curtain. Yanzimu silently watched her leave, a complex glint in his eyes. This life was completely different from the last. Nothing had happened between them. He hadn't even asked for her contact number. They were just strangers who knew each other's names. That was fine. They would never cross paths again. Let those past events fade with the wind. But why did he feel so empty inside? After the ferry vanished into the sky, Yanzimu turned and left. After arriving at the space station, Su Tang watched as Su Yuan waved his hand, and the luxurious ferry was stored in the space lock. What a huge space lock. The 24K pure gold Tycoon was truly extraordinary. The Su family boarded the large spaceship used exclusively by the Su family. The spaceship, escorted by over a dozen escort ships, set sail for the Hongi galaxy. The ship that Su Yuan, a wealthy man, traveled on was, of course, luxurious, fully equipped. Su Tang, upon discovering a nutrient tank in her room, was eager to try it out. With Su Yuan's permission, she hid in her room and climbed inside. Skynet emerged after interstellar humans reached a general level of sea-level spiritual power. Skynet is akin to humanity's alternate universe, its emergence having epical significance. Its creation also increased human lifespan. After landing on Skynet in a nutrient tank, the human body enters a deep sleep. Those who could afford it generally chose Skynet as a substitute for sleep. The scholar who first proposed the concept of Skynet was awarded royal honors. Skynet and Interstellar are completely different. Interstellar is the equivalent of the modern internet and Wi-Fi. Skynet charges a 2 credit point login fee per hour, while Interstellar is free within its coverage area. Therefore, while many impoverished individuals may never have accessed Skynet, everyone has. Accessing Skynet requires a C-level mental state, while Interstellar has no such requirement. Even those who can't even read can browse images on Interstellar. Accessing Skynet requires a nutrient tank, while accessing Interstellar requires only a device capable of receiving a signal. Su Tang only remembered the wonder of Skynet after seeing the nutrient tank. When she returned home, she would definitely ask her father to fill her little fortress with nutrient tanks. Donning her special clothing, she climbed into the nutrient tank, and lying quietly, Su Tang used her mental power to log in. "Do you choose to log into Skynet?" a robotic female voice asked. "Yes." Performing a body scan. Mental strength level C. Physical fitness level 1. Access permitted. Entering Skynet. Countdown begins 10, 9, 8. Su Tang felt the nutrient solution gradually filling the entire nutrient tank, but strangely, she didn't feel suffocated. Su Tang felt darkness instantly. Opening her eyes, she was stunned by the scene before her. Su Tang found herself standing on a mountain peak. Above her was a deep blue sky, a bright moon hanging high in the sky, and countless jade-like buildings loomed among the mountains and forests. On the opposite hilltop, a man in flowing white was playing a flute. His long hair, like a waterfall in the night, was bound up with a purple gold jade crown. He had long eyebrows, phoenix eyes, a beautiful nose, and red lips. The moonlight shone around him, making him look like a banished immortal. The flute's melodious, winding, and graceful sound is like the sound of nature, immersing you in it. Oh shit, she traveled through time again, Su Tang doubted. Could she have accidentally suffocated in the nutrient tank and traveled to the world of cultivation? Su Tang's mind raced. Could this be the world of cultivation? Had Su Xiaobai brought her through time again? After calling Su Xiaobai numerous times with no response, Su Tang finally confirmed that he had truly gone into hibernation. Su, you're finally online. The white-robed immortal stopped playing his flute upon seeing Su Tang. His bright eyes curved into a smile the moment he saw her. He teleported to her side. Didn't we agree to play together during the holidays? Why haven't you been online for over 10 days? I've been waiting for you here all this time. Online? Su Tang grasped the key point of the man's words. I've been busy lately, and haven't had time to come online. Could it be? A bold thought crossed her mind. Is this a holographic online game? Oh! Su, have you been synthesizing level 4 energy stones? The man's voice was pleasant, as smooth as vermilion jade. Yeah. Su Tang casually found a rock and sat down. Slowly recalling the past, she realized this was the game Miss Su was playing, Xinjia, a holographic online game about cultivating immortality, popular among underage boys and girls for its dreamlike scenes and gorgeous characters. Many of Su Tang's classmates were playing this game. The last time Su Tang logged out of Skynet, she was immediately in the game, so she was immediately in the game as soon as she logged in. Chapter 16. Looking at the handsome, almost immortal-like man before her, Su Tang couldn't help but reminisce about Miss Su's school life and friends. Miss Su was a bit proud, looking down on classmates of lower status. Miss Su was beautiful and proud, making her a public enemy in the eyes of the girls, and a cold goddess in the eyes of the boys, to be admired from afar. The energy department was primarily staffed by offspring from the Su family's branches. Since Su Yuan had no siblings, the current direct descendants consisted of Su Yuan, Miss Su, and Grandpa Su. Miss Su disdained to hang out with offspring from branches. The direct descendants of the most prominent families in the Hongi galaxy were either too old or too young, and there were few who were Miss Su's age and attended the same school. Therefore, Miss Su was essentially friendless at school. Miss Su's only close friend was Yao Qing from the Yao family. Of course, she also had a little henchman, Sushi, within the Su family. In Miss Su's eyes, Sushi wasn't even close to being a close friend. At best, she could only consider her a henchman. After recalling Yao Qing's deeds in her memories, Su Tang lost her composure. This was a time-traveling woman. Absolutely, Yao Qing's story could be described in fiction. A time-traveling woman arrived in the interstellar age and used her learned skills to achieve prosperity. Rather, it should be described as great wealth, fame, and both fame and fortune. Embroidery, an ancient art form, was previously unknown to interstellar people. It was Yao Qing who brought it to prominence and, combining it with her spiritual power, created psychic embroidery. In just 8 years, Yao Qing rose from a humble figure to a renowned embroidery master, and Jingxiu Group became one of the leading companies in the clothing industry. Yao Qing's shop, Xiaoga, has branches in every star system in the Yin Federation, and Yao Qing's embroidery pieces are often in high demand. Miss Su and Yao Qing met by chance. When she was 8 years old, she was shopping in the commercial district during a holiday. Due to the large crowds and her playful nature, she wandered around. When she reached a secluded street, she realized her bodyguard had disappeared. Panicked, she sat down in front of a shop and burst into tears. The owner of that shop was none other than Yao Qing. Yao Qing, upon hearing a child crying, left the shop and immediately spotted Miss Su, crying in the doorway. Upon learning that she and her bodyguard had been separated, he activated her GPS. Minors under 16 must have GPS installed in their computers to prevent them from getting lost. He then invited her to his shop to play and wait for someone. Seeing Miss Su's clothes wrinkled and dirty, Yao Qing pulled out a set of his own designs, and Miss Su immediately fell in love with them. The beautiful patterns on them were unlike anything she had ever seen before. Although Su Yuan was a stay-at-home dad, his aesthetic was too mature for Miss Su's young age. He prepared everything for her, all simple, uniform clothing made of high-quality materials. As soon as Miss Su entered Yao Qing's shop, she felt her previous attire was tacky. Yao Qing's shop held a wide variety of beautiful clothes, each featuring a striking pattern she had never seen before, dazzling her. Yao Qing explained that it was embroidery, and curious Miss Su began to touch and examine it, peppering her with questions. Yao Qing always wore a gentle smile, answering Miss Su's questions with her melodious voice. Ever since meeting Yao Qing, Miss Su has been visiting Yao Qing's shop whenever she had free time. Yao Qing studied fashion design and graduated from college early. Instead of continuing to university, she opened a shop and designed and sold her own clothes. During their time together, Yao Qing treated Miss Su with the gentle care and love of an elder. Unconsciously, Miss Su, who had been deprived of maternal love since childhood, unconsciously placed Yao Qing in the shoes of a mother. When Miss Su was 10 and Yao Qing was 20, they co-founded the Jingxiu brand and established the Jingxiu Group. The Xiaoga shop began to gain popularity, and as this ancient art of embroidery gained popularity, more and more branches opened. As an investor, Miss Su held a 50% stake in Jingxiu. As she grew older, her desire for Yao Qing to be her mother grew stronger. Miss Su would often invite Yao Qing to her home, looking for opportunities for Yao Qing and Su Yuan to spend time together. But for some reason, Yao Qing and Su Yuan never found love. Miss Su once asked Yao Qing what kind of man she liked, but Yao Qing simply smiled faintly and said something Miss Su didn't understand. Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. Su Tang felt that she was truly blessed. Why did such good things always happen to her? This Yao Qing must be a lady from ancient times. How many modern people know how to embroider? Who cares about parents' orders and matchmaker's words? Miss Su could easily meet a time-traveling girl just by stepping out of the house. What a bargain! 50% of Jingxiu's shares. Jingxiu's existence in the interstellar age is like women's jewelry in modern society. In just 8 years, Jingxiu Group has rapidly risen to become the leading brand in women's clothing. Even the humblest woman owns a Jingxiu garment. In Yin country, if you don't own a Jingxiu garment, you'd be embarrassed to call yourself a woman. This shows just how enormous Jingxiu has become. Although Yao Qing was originally a direct descendant of the Yao family, their branch wasn't favored, and Yao Qing was considered a nobody within the Yao family. Thanks to the Jingxiu Group and the Su family, Yao Qing's status within the Yao family has skyrocketed. Yao Qing's father's branch has been reemployed by the head of the family, Yao Qing's grandfather, and the position of next head of the family is very likely to fall to their branch. Jingxiu Group. Rich. Su Tang suppressed her inner ecstasy and tried to maintain a calm demeanor. If she laughed wildly now, she would definitely be considered a psychopath. She owns 50% of the shares, and she's also the president of Jingxiu Group, a figurehead position, with no involvement, just receiving dividends each year. When I read stories about CEOs before, I thought such a prestigious figure was so unattainable. I never thought I'd even become a CEO after traveling through time. Well, I decided to work at the group headquarters after graduation and live out my CEO life. Su, what are you daydreaming about? The handsome man in white asked, noticing Su Tang's silence. Nothing, I just kept thinking about the last time I failed to synthesize level 4 energy, Su Tang said, making up a random excuse. The man before her was none other than Yao Qing's half-brother Yao Yu. Yao Qing's father was Alexander Dumas, and he had a host of half-siblings. Yao Yu was a year older than Miss Su. He had been very attached to Yao Qing since childhood, and after Miss Su met Yao Qing, she naturally became familiar with Yao Yu, a stalker. The two brats even fought for her favor, and Miss Su always beat Yao Yu to a pulp. It wasn't that Yao Yu couldn't beat Miss Su, of course, but Yao Qing had once said that a real man shouldn't fight a little girl. Yao Yu, who always took his sister's words as his own, rarely fought back during fights. And every time Miss Su, believing herself victorious, would raise her fist and threaten Yao Yu not to steal her sister. Their revolutionary friendship solidified through their playful banter. At kindergarten, they caused trouble together, and Yao Qing would always clean up the mess. Yao Yu was her childhood sweetheart and a close male friend. Looking at Yao Yu before her, Su Tang was speechless. This man, who seemed like a fallen immortal in the game, was actually a childish little boy with a delicate baby face. Even at 19, Yao Yu still looked underdeveloped. If you ignore his 175 centimeters height, his face alone would make you think he was only 10. Chapter 17. After seeing her basic information, Su Tang couldn't help but be speechless at Miss Su's divine name. Su Dodgy, haha. I wonder where Miss Su got the name of this scourge of the nation. Even more speechless was that Miss Su had set her own appearance as a cute little lowly with short arms and legs, 150 centimeters tall. Su Tang burst into tears. This didn't fit my image. My queenly queen vibe. Su Tang was frustrated by the fact that a lowly-looking character was named Su Dodgy. However, the character's appearance could only be set upon entering the game. Want to change it? Okay, just delete your account and start over. Su Tang was frustrated by this. Thankfully, names can be hidden. In the game, players can't see the basic information of non-friends who have used the hidden function unless they use a pinging charm. The pinging charm is expensive and useless, and using it on other players is considered a provocation. It's fine if the person you're spying on is less powerful than you, but if you're spying on a player with a higher power and a bad temper, then sorry, you have to go to the underworld. Su Tang, still posing as a little girl, wandered around the Immortal Realm map with her childhood sweetheart Yao Yu. Yao Yu's character had a rather impressive name. John Tianxia. Is it appropriate for a little boy like you to have such a domineering name? And you're a magic cultivator, not a physical cultivator, right? Miss Su was a diligent gamer. Su Dodgy's character was already maxed out, so Su Tang didn't need to fight monsters to level up. She could just wander around and pick up a few quests casually. For a country bumpkin whose mindset was stuck in the flat-screen era, holographic online games were simply amazing. Su, the Immortal Venerable competition finals are about to begin. Should we go watch? Yao Yu had wasted his entire vacation playing Immortal Realm, becoming something of a know-it-all. Tian, who made it to the finals. To prevent their identities from being revealed, Yao Yu and Su Tang both used in-game nicknames. Miss Su hadn't been in the game for a long time, and Su Tang was entering it for the first time. Although she had Miss Su's memories, they were still someone else's, and Su Tang didn't fully understand many things. It's like watching a TV series. After watching it, you can't remember all the plot. You can only vaguely remember which episodes are in which. Number 1 in the world, a beauty like a painting, I'm the number 1 cultivator, and Han Bing. Yao Yu had been following the Immortal Venerable competition for a long time. Currently, the finals were held for the top 4 to the bottom 2, and he knew every single player who made it. Su Tang said she didn't recognize any of them. She was truly out of touch. For someone who couldn't enter the world of cultivation, enjoying a pseudo-cultivation experience in a holographic online game was fine. After all, she had to go to the competition to broaden her horizons. Taking the teleportation array, they were instantly transported to the finals map. Kunlun. After handing over 10 spirit stones, 1 spirit stone equals 1 credit point, to the NPC in charge of the finals venue, Su Tang felt the game company was truly shady. Entering the final spectator area, Su Tang felt the crowds were everywhere, like a market. She found a random seat and sat down with Yao Yu. With 10 minutes left before the match began, the first match was between Marin Ruhua and Han Bing. Su Tang happily munched on the delicacies of the cultivation world, a variety of spiritual fruits. Skynet was truly magical. In this game, the food was truly tangible and delicious. Although Su Tang had no idea what real spiritual fruit tasted like, the spiritual fruits in this game were truly amazing, even more delicious than real fruit. Su Tang ate the snacks Yao Yu provided while looking at the player profiles. The finalists were all ranked in the top 10 of the power rankings. The number 1 player in the world, with a combat power of 1.32 million, firmly held the top spot on the power rankings, with a comprehensive combat power rating 370,000 higher than the second-place player. Comprehensive combat power is determined based on hard factors like skills, level, equipment, and pets. For a skilled player with impressive positioning, it's easy to overtake a high-level player, Assuming, of course, that players' skills aren't so impressive. Su, this number 1 player in the world is amazing, Yao Yu began to ramble. When I first joined, he was already number 1 in the power rankings, and he hasn't changed his spot ever since. And I heard he only started playing 3 years ago, so he's not an old player since the server launched. Comprehensive combat power is just a comparison of who has more money. If you spend as much as I do, you can definitely be number 1. Su Tang wasn't very optimistic about the comprehensive combat power rankings. But that number 1 under heaven is definitely a tycoon. Miss Su spent over 5 million credits, and she only has 540,000 combat power, not even half of what number 1 under heaven has. The higher you go, the harder it is to increase combat power. How much did he spend? Su Tang expressed curiosity. Yeah, it said he spent over 50 million. Yao Yu admired number 1 under heaven. There was a post last time that said he spent over 50 million. The poster is said to be a real-life friend of number 1 under heaven. Over 50 million. Su Tang smacked her lips. There really are people who spend lavishly in games. Even if she were incredibly wealthy now, she wouldn't be willing to spend that much money on the game. If she lost interest and stopped playing, wouldn't it be a waste? And you can't sell your account. It said that the number 1 family in the world is very wealthy. It said that he himself is an SSS-level psychic, a colonel in the army, and a very handsome man. Yao Yu reported everything he had seen on the forum to Su Tang. There's also his photo online. I send it to you. Su Tang's game communicator immediately displayed a message. She opened it, and saw a bunch of handsome men in military uniforms. Some were sunny, some were domineering, some were cold. All kinds of people. Was there so many of them playing Guess Who? Even more unbelievable was that Su Tang found a familiar face among the photos. Upon closer inspection, it was Long Ju. Can you be more reliable? Su Tang felt she had no energy to complain. There was no way Long Ju, who was still on that remote planet of Tyenshu, could be the number 1 in the world. Besides, soldiers didn't have the time to play games all the time. Su, which one do you think is more like him? Yao Yu seemed excited. I think number 1 under heaven must be a very masculine and domineering man. Look at that name, number 1 under heaven. How domineering it is. I really want to see him in person. Su Tang felt that Yao Yu must be a die-hard fan of number 1 under heaven. She could understand the boyish heroism. I think he's probably a total otaku, the kind of slovenly, unkempt otaku. And he's an SSS rank colonel. Do you know how busy an SSS rank colonel is? Would they be so bored as to come to Skynet and play a little boy game like that? Hey girl, do you know number 1 under heaven? A tall man in black at the next table, after listening to their conversation, interjected with interest. No, Su Tang answered politely. You don't even know him in person. How can you slander him like that? The man in black expressed indignation on behalf of number 1 under heaven. It seems this man is also a fan of number 1 under heaven. Don't you know? People who are incredibly successful in games are often unhappy and down and out in real life. Su Tang recounted her experience from her past life. This number 1 under heaven must have been born into a wealthy family, but never achieved success. He was either dumped by a woman or has health problems, leaving him frustrated in real life and forced to dominate the game. Girl, you know so much. He gritted his teeth, a hint of strangeness in his tone. Your sister is the one who got dumped by a woman. Your sister is the one who has health problems. No, he does have health problems. Girl, I think you have a lot of personality. Let's be friends. With a quirky smile, the man in black sent Su Tang a friend request and turned away. Su Tang clicked on the friend request, her finger pressed against the reject button, but after reading the content, she couldn't. Player Tyenshu Star wants to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Su Tang turned blankly and asked Yao Yu Tian, how many Tyenshu Stars are there in the game? Yao Yu rolled his eyes. Of course there's only one. Don't you know you can't have duplicate names in the game? Su Tang swallowed. So, what do you think of Tyenshu Star's personality? Generally, great players tend to have a bit of a quirk. Tyenshu Star is said to be quite stingy. They say this person is vindictive. Once, a player, because the girl he liked had a crush on Tyenshu Star, called him a she-male, and Tyenshu Star killed the max-level player and sent him back to the novice village. Well, basically, anyone who cursed him would be killed back to the novice village. Yao Yu said seriously, Su, those great players are not to be trifled with. Su Tang felt her heart break. Haha, is he going to be sent back to the novice village to be retrained? She added Tyenshu Star as a friend. Wait a minute, she told Yao Yu, then quickly left the game. A minute later, she logged in again. She opened the chat, found Tyenshu Star, and sent him a message. Xiaobai, why are you here? My account was hacked, and I just found it back. I just opened it, and I found you as a friend. I'm so happy. Xiaobai, please support me. Well, pretending to be a die-hard fan should be enough to fool him, Su Tang thought to herself. Haha, fine. The Xiaobai replied. Characters in Xinjia are tied to a citizen's ID. A citizen can only apply for one account, and one account can create 3 characters. However, account theft is absolutely prohibited. Such a perfunctory excuse. If you want to fool him, please come up with a serious reason. Tyenshu thought this girl was truly funny and courageous, and couldn't help but tease her. What does this mean? Su Tang was in tears. Was he letting her go? Or was he going to settle the score later? Chapter 18. After watching 3 matches that resembled a fantasy drama, number 1 Under Heaven lived up to expectations, and won first place, earning the title of Supreme God. As soon as the matches ended, Su Tang hurriedly fled with Yao Yu. How could she not run? What if that Tyenshu found the time to retaliate? After witnessing Tyenshu's strength, Su Tang was convinced he could send her to the underworld in a single blow. After taking Yao Yu through numerous teleportation arrays, Su Tang finally felt relieved. After running so far that nerdy otaku wouldn't be able to find her. As for why she brought Yao Yu with her, Su Tang reasoned that a hero needs 3 helpers, and 2 is definitely safer than 1. Yao Yu would definitely not stand by and watch her die. While Jean Tyenshu might not be able to survive 3 moves against Tyenshu, at least he could buy her time to escape. Adhering to the wicked idea of a friend's death is better than my own, Yao Yu was dragged into the water by Su Tang. The game Xinjia has a pain setting ranging from 10% to 80%, but Miss Su, that delicate young lady, somehow got kicked in the head by a donkey and ended up with a pain setting of 40%. After the initial setting, it can't be changed unless you delete your account and start over. If it were possible, Su Tang would absolutely reduce the pain to the lowest setting. She didn't want to be hacked to death. Yao Yu was puzzled by Su Tang's aimless wandering. Su, where are we going? Don't you have any quests to complete? Do you want me to help you? Yeah, nothing, I just want to walk around. I heard there's a famous hotel here. Let's go check it out. Unconsciously, Su Tang realized that the famous hotel she just stumbled across on a forum was in this very Xiancheng. What was the name of the hotel? A phoenix has arrived, and it's taking up residence in the pavilion. The delicacies at Fonglin Pavilion are truly heavenly delights. A deep male voice echoed behind her. Su Tang was struck by lightning, and she turned stiffly to see the person she least wanted to see standing there. Ah, master, why are you here? Give me an autograph. Yao Yu, unaware of the truth, was overcome with excitement. Keep a low profile. Tyenshu raised his index finger to his lips, as if to keep it a secret. Keep a low profile, my dear sister. Looking at Tyenshu, crowned with the dazzling golden title of Supreme God, Su Tang blushed. Sister Daji, we're so lucky to meet in such a vast sea of people. We're truly destined to meet. Why don't we go to Fonglin Pavilion for dinner together? Tyenshu smiled smugly. Master, I'm truly honored that you granted me this honor. I treat you to this meal, to celebrate your victory and first place. Was this the legendary lucky break? Su Tang suppressed her inner frustration, her face a look of genuine excitement. Since you're so generous, I won't be polite to you. Little guy, with your level of skill, you can't even escape my 5-finger mountain. Don't think I don't know you use so many teleportation arrays. The world was so proud. Didn't you know there are 2 artifacts in Xinjia, telepathy and shrinking ruler? Telepathy allows you to find a character's location simply by knowing their name, while shrinking ruler allows you to teleport to a specific coordinate. Of course, those coordinates must be on the public map. Shrinking ruler can't reach non-public maps like dungeons, player residences, houses, guild bases, and sects. Newbie Miss Su was of course unaware of these advanced artifacts, and Su Tang, a newcomer, was even less so. Su, you're so mean. You know the great god, and you didn't introduce him to me? Yao Yu secretly sent a private message to Su Tang. We just met. Didn't you realize he's the man in black who just sat next to us? It seems so. Yao Yu finally realized. Su, didn't he hear all the bad things you said about him just now? Yeah, what do you say? This great god seems pretty approachable. He probably wouldn't hit a girl, right? How about we run? Piking isn't allowed in the city anyway. Yao Yu was in a dilemma. Why run? He didn't say he wanted to kill me. Besides, isn't this the city? Why don't we just stay out in the wild? We just see what happens. After learning that piking wasn't allowed in the city, Su Tang calmed down. At worst, she could just stay in the city. So the three of them, seemingly in harmony, went to Fenglin Pavilion together. Arriving at Fenglin Pavilion, Su Tang was stunned. Where was the restaurant they'd been waiting for? Glancing left and right, she saw a stone tablet with the words Fenglin Pavilion inscribed in a flamboyant style. What are you standing there for? Go in? You never been here before, have you? Tianxia scoffed. Come on, I take you on a tour to broaden your horizons. You never been here before. The immortal realm is so vast, where would I have the time to explore it all? Su Tang scoffed. You're the one who insisted on eating with us two country bumpkins. Master, you been here before? Master, you're a master indeed. Please, 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 take me with you. Yao Yu had studied the game extensively, and naturally knew more than the rookie Su Tang. Fenglin Pavilion wasn't accessible to everyone. It was said that only the top 100 on each leaderboard could bring someone in. Money was useless if you weren't in the top 100 and had no one to guide you. Yao Yu understood the importance of playing the game as a strategic move, flattering the master, and ideally, even getting his hands on his leg. I'm following. Tianxia took a big step, extended his right hand, and placed it on the stone tablet. In an instant, he disappeared. Su Tang was stunned. It turned out that the hotel entrance even had a teleportation array. Susu, hurry up, follow the master in, or we won't be able to get in. Yao Yu rushed to the stone tablet with an anxious look on his face, and disappeared in an instant. Well, Su Tang, who had been thinking about just getting rid of the otaku, had to enter reluctantly. After entering Fenglin Pavilion, Su Tang was stunned again. Is this a hotel? Why does it feel like a fairyland? Pavilions, towers, jade buildings, carved railings and jade masonry. In short, this is a very high-end restaurant. As the fairy waitress, NPC, entered the private room, Su Tang felt a toothache, stomachache, heartache, in short, every part of her body ached. Is this a robbery? It's rare for a girl to be so generous. Let's have a dragon and phoenix banquet. Tianxia waved his hand and made a bold decision. This is expensive. So high-end. Yao Yu was stunned. Even though he was his idol, he still felt it wasn't manly enough to let a girl treat him to a meal. Goddess Susu, how about I treat you this time? Yeah, Yao Shuma, you're awesome. Su Tang was about to nod, but the word yes hadn't left her mouth. How can that be? This time, Daji is celebrating for me. Tianxia spoke up first. How about next time, Xiaozhan, treat me to a meal? Looking at Tianxia's irritating grin, Su Tang felt the urge to tickle him to death. What a nerd. What a frivolous man. Okay, it's a deal. I treat you next time. The idiot fan was thrilled to be able to treat the god to a meal. Take a picture. He actually got to eat with Tianxia. His friends would be so jealous. And that damn Susu always ate for free when he followed her around. She never even treated him to a meal. Su Tang's crazy fans are truly terrifying. They're so excited about spending money. Someone get this nerd out. Soon, the dragon and phoenix feast was served. Exquisite dishes were placed on the table. As the lids were lifted, a high-pitched dragon's roar mingled with the graceful cry of a phoenix. The dragon and phoenix soared upwards, transforming into streams of gentle rain upon reaching the roof. After absorbing the streams of gentle rain, Su Tang felt a surge of energy, an incomparable sense of well-being washed over her. She checked her stats and saw a significant increase in attribute points, including a combat power increase of over 10,000. Tianxia, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. He must have had the dragon and phoenix feast countless times before. Su Tang then tasted the legendary dragon liver, phoenix gull, dragon meat, and phoenix meat. Both were incredibly delicious. When she saw the 500,000 credits deducted, you can pay with credits in-game, she felt a pang of pain. Consider that the average middle-class household only spends around 50,000 a year. A single meal cost 500,000 yuan, and it was a virtual meal. Despite having a wealthy father and a well-funded personal stash, Su Tang, with her petty bourgeois mentality, still felt it was a waste. Her capitalist behavior was shameful, and must be put to an end. After the meal, Su Tang said goodbye to Tianxia, announcing her departure. Tianxia politely promised to protect Su Tang and Yao Yu from now on, and to call him if anything happened. Is he letting her off the hook? Just think of it as spending money to ward off bad luck, Su Tang consoled herself. Later, Su Tang realized she'd been overthinking it. This nerdy otaku was definitely a stingy, scheming type. Chapter 19. Sushi, with a faint smile, instantly killed Su Tang with a single strike and immediately prepared to return to the city. Her face froze as she realized she couldn't return. How could this happen? Her body was frozen, unable to leave her current position. All her items were now unusable. Sushi panicked. She knew she was trapped by the high-level magical weapon, the God-binding cage. There were no more than 10 of these magical weapons in the entire game. This time, she encountered a tough opponent. Haha, you killed someone in front of me, and you still want to run away? You're so brave. Tianxiao laughed instead of getting angry. Very good, very good. No one had ever dared to kill someone he protected in front of him. Watching the black-clad man, with an azure-like aura, gradually approach her hiding spot, Sushi calmed down when she saw the golden title Supreme Divine Lord above his head. Resisting him with force was futile. Great God Tianxia, why are you here? What a coincidence. Sushi straightened her clothes, and put on what she thought was her most beautiful smile. Tianxia stopped 5 meters in front of Sushi, speechless, and sternly examining her. Sushi's gaze gave her a chill, a sense of foreboding. She steeled herself and flirted, Great God, are you interested in me? I'm truly honored. Ha ha, Tianxia laughed sarcastically. Do you think I'd be interested in a bus like you, 1,000 people riding on it? Sushi's face paled. Number 1 Tianxia, watch your words. Even if you're the number 1 Great God, you can't slander me. Even though Sushi deeply wanted to hook up with a wealthy man, she couldn't handle being pointed at and scolded like that, no matter how thick-skinned she was. Oh, you're still pretending. You're worthy of being the district's number 1 bitch, Hualuo. You're really good at pretending. Tianxia looked at Sushi with a playful expression. Haha, I found something interesting again. You? Sushi's face froze, and she stared at Tianxia in shock, pointing her index finger at him with a trembling hand. Don't you dare slander me? I don't know who Hualuo is. Still pretending. Don't you know I have a magical artifact called Past and Present Lives? Haha, what do you think would happen if I told the people in the Hancheng gang that you're Hualuo? Tianxia looked ready for a good show. You? Sushi's face turned pale. If the people in Hancheng knew, her account would be ruined. Number 1 God, please, please don't tell them. I do whatever you want. He looked drooling and pitiful. Yeah, anything? Tianxia smiled, lifting his chin and began to think. I can do nothing but satisfy you, Great God. With her alluring tone and unbridled demeanor, Sushi was certain that any man would lose control when seeing her like this. Unfortunately, Tianxia wasn't an ordinary man. He dropped his smile and spoke with a veiled threat, then go kneel down and apologize to the person you just killed, and beg for forgiveness. Under Sushi's surprised gaze, Tianxia raised his staff and sent Sushi back to the resurrection point with a flash of lightning. Sister Dodgy, I sent your killer over here. After sending a message to Su Tang, Tianxia also rushed to the resurrection point. Suddenly, a woman appeared nearby. After seeing the message from the otaku, Su Tang realized it was Qian Shaoyan Ran. Why did you kill me? In the underworld, Su Tang thought for a long time. Miss Su had no memory of such a person. Humph. Sushi glared at Su Tang and logged off. I'm supposed to kneel down and apologize to this idiot? Dream on. Su Tang. Where's this deep well ice? I haven't even grumbled, and you, a murderer, are the first to get mad. You claim to be a man of destiny, but why do you keep encountering this kind of inexplicable deep well ice? When Tianxia arrived, he found Su Tang listlessly sitting on a stone by the roadside in the underworld. Sister Dodgy, what's up? Where's the guy who just killed you? Those under Tianxia's protection can only be bullied by themselves. If others touch them, they pay the price. Offline. Su Tang glanced feebly at Tianxia, still feeling rather glum. The feeling of death, just now, had felt all too real. What would she do if she encountered that Xinjingbing a few more times in the future? Gone? She left without saying anything. Tianxia's tone rose. How dare that little bitch go against her will? Yeah, gone, and even sneered at me. Su Tang had completely forgotten Tianxia's earlier teasing with her during the monster hunt. She couldn't help but complain about the murderer's despicable behavior towards Tianxia, who had avenged her. Ha, well done. Sister Dodgy, don't worry, I make sure she can't survive in the game. Seeing Su Tang's low spirits, Tianxia couldn't help but offer comfort. That person is that big bitch Hualuo. So many people want to kill her. She wouldn't be able to play even without my intervention. The district's biggest bitch, Hualuo? Even rookie Miss Su had heard of Hualuo's exploits, and Su Tang naturally knew a little about her. It's her. Su Tang's face lit up with excitement. What a juicy gossip! Rumor has it that the leader of the Hansheng gang is offering a 100,000 yuan reward for finding this Hua Luo. The popular version of Hua Luo's story goes like this. Hua Luo was originally a small member of the Hansheng gang. Relying on her beauty, Skynet has a special area called the Real World, where citizens' appearance, age, and other physical characteristics are displayed accurately and cannot be modified. Many netizens visit this area to meet and pursue ulterior motives, and her uncanny ability to coax men into her own position, eventually achieving the position of Hansheng Elder. Eventually, she hooked up with Hansheng's leader, Dragon Knight, and became his wife. It's said that the number of men in Hansheng who slept with Hua Luo, in Skynet's real world, could form an entire battalion. Dragon Knight, of course, despised such a woman, but believing she was offered a woman, he hooked up with Hua Luo anyway. Soon, he grew tired of her and fell for someone else. Upon discovering Dragon Knight's involvement with another woman, Hua Luo absconded with most of Hansheng's warehouses without a word, then deleted her account and disappeared completely. Dragon Knight had, after too much womanizing, stepped on a landmine, and the Hansheng gang standing plummeted significantly. As soon as this incident broke, everyone in Hansheng branded her the district's biggest bitch. How did you know it was her? Su Tang was puzzled. The world's eyes were too sharp. They could tell even if you changed your account? Could this be the legendary recognition even after being reduced to ashes? I have past lives, he boasted, as if he were a master indeed. Sure enough, masters weren't on the same level as a rookie like her. They could even obtain such high-end things that only existed in legends. Past lives and present lives is a perverted auxiliary magic weapon that can search for all characters under a player's account, even deleted ones. So, even if you change your username countless times, you can't escape its sharp eyes. Past lives and present lives is a must-have magic weapon for murder and revenge. You deserve it. This nerd is too perverted. It's best not to mess with him in the future. He can kill anyone he wants in a matter of seconds. Finally, Su Tang happily followed Tian to Hansheng headquarters to claim the reward. Tianxia generously gave Su Tang 1,000 in bounty money. Su Tang exclaimed, "Master, you're so generous." Su Tang thought that after solving this deep well ice flower case, she wouldn't have to endure the bitter taste of death. Little did she know that life in the martial arts world is inevitable, and the days ahead are filled with blood and gore. Chapter 20. Sushi crawled out of the nutrient tank with a distorted face, her ferocious expression making her once beautiful face look like a demon. Su Tang, that idiot, was so lucky to have made it back alive. Upon hearing that Su Tang was alive, and on her way back, Sushi was furious. If that was the case, she decided to kill her a few times in the game to vent her anger. But she hadn't expected Su Tang to make it onto the list of the greatest god in the world. For someone like Tianxia No. 1 to spend so lavishly in the game, he must be incredibly wealthy in real life. She had always wanted to hook up with him, but she never had the chance. After entering the bathroom and taking a flower petal bath to calm her anger, she decided the most urgent task was to dispose of the valuable items, including the premium equipment, on the Qianshao Yanran. Selling them would be worth at least 5 million credits, a significant sum for her, who only had 1,000 credits a month in pocket money. What Sushi hadn't anticipated was that Tianxia had already sold her information to the Hansheng gang. The Hansheng gang leader had deployed a 24/7 surveillance system to the respawn point where she logged off, targeting her the moment she logged back in. She emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, humming a tune. "Hey, you're feeling pretty good?" A shrill female voice suddenly rang out. Sushi was startled, then paled upon seeing the charming woman sitting on the sofa polishing her nails. "Andy, why are you here?" "Hey, to see you. To see how bold you are. You dared to disobey my orders," Su Yufei said casually, continuing to polish her jet-black nails. "And, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Sushi tried to remain calm, stealing a glance at the 4 bodyguards standing behind Su Yufei. Some things are better known by the fewest people. "Still playing dumb? I already spoken frankly. Of course, there are no outsiders here. Tell me, didn't you give that little bitch Su Tang Sleeping Beauty?" Pausing in her movements, Su Yufei's tone was unpleasant. That little bitch Su Tang had been flirting with that vixen Yao Qing in front of brother Yuan every day. She'd been wanting to kill her for a long time, and she missed such a good opportunity. "No, I did. I added Sleeping Beauty to Su Tang's personal lifeboat. Sleeping Beauty is strictly speaking just a sleeping pill, but it has a side effect. If the person taking it falls asleep without external stimulation, they will remain asleep. If they don't wake up within 10 days, they will die in their sleep. The Sleeping Beauty ingredients will also disappear and become undetectable after 10 days. Generally, after taking Sleeping Beauty, simply setting an alarm will wake you up. Upon waking, the ingredients in Sleeping Beauty will be metabolized, preserving no health effects. However, the lifeboat is a completely silent, enclosed environment where a person remains dormant. If someone inhales Sleeping Beauty and the lifeboat is not opened within 10 days, they will inevitably die. Haha, you little bitch, you're still trying to trick me. Su Tang was in the lifeboat for 13 days. If you really taken Sleeping Beauty, she wouldn't be alive today. Su Yufei's glance was instantly understood by the bodyguard. A burly man darted forward, grabbed Su Shi's arms as she stared in horror, twisted them, and delivered a vicious kick to her knee. Bang! The sound of 2 knees hitting the ground. Ah! Su Shi couldn't help but scream in pain. No, Annie, listen to me. I really did it. I really put Sleeping Beauty in Su Tang's personal lifeboat. Auntie, please believe me. Su Shi, kneeling on the ground with her hands held by the bodyguard, couldn't help but tremble. This woman was as venomous as a snake and scorpion. Pa! A sharp slap hit Su Shi's face, tilting it to the side. Scream again! Are you screaming so loudly? Do you want others to hear? Woo-woo. Auntie, I really didn't. I really did the drugging as you instructed. Maybe Su Tang didn't use her personal lifeboat? Please believe me, woo-woo. Su Shi shook her head repeatedly, crying pitifully. Really did it. Su Yufei looked down at Su Shi. This woman still had some use. It was better to keep her alive, she thought to herself. Really? Aunt, you have to believe me. Okay, in that case, I give you a chance to make amends. I have a business deal to discuss with the head of the Mu family. In 3 days, I arrange for you to serve him. Make sure he's satisfied. Su Yufei smiled gently, but her words were venomous. Su Shi's eyes widened in shock, her entire body plunging into an icy cave. No, I won't go. Even though she had never met the head of the Mu family, Su Shi knew he was over 300 years old. Her innocence must not be ruined by an old man. Although she had been seduced for status and money while in the Skynet, it was all simulated. Once outside the Skynet, who would know it was her? In reality, she had always been a virgin. Without exceptional talent or a privileged position, her innocence was a crucial factor in her chances of landing a wealthy husband. After this is done, I give you 500,000. Su Yufei gave her a sarcastic smile. No, I don't want it, Auntie, you can't do that. Su Shi shook her head like a rattle. She absolutely didn't want to accompany such an old man, especially since she soon have 5 million. 500,000 was nothing. Don't be so shameless. The head of the Mu family is a noble. It's an honor for you to be favored by him. She was exactly the same kind of person as her mother. She was a daughter, and still wanted to be a saint. She had no idea how many men in the Su family she was having affairs with. Didn't she think she didn't know that she was blind? No. The head of the family wouldn't let you do that. Su Tang raised her head, no longer willing to hide her anger, and dragged Su Yuan out. Pa! Another hard slap. How dare you say that, little bitch? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You're just dreaming that someone like you could catch Brother Yuan's eye. This little bitch, using Su Tang as a cover, dressed up glamorously every chance she got to show off in front of Brother Yuan. Su Yufei's teeth itched with hatred at the thought of her. Brother Yuan was the man she had her eye on, and this little bitch was going to have to deal with her today. You have to go whether you want to or not. Just wait and serve Master Mu. She pinched Su Shi's face and warned her harshly, otherwise, you have to suffer the consequences. Shooting away her hands, Su Yufei pulled a wet wipe from her pocket and methodically wiped her hands, as if they were stained with something dirty. Watching Su Yufei gracefully prepare to depart, Su Shi was overcome with rage. Su Yufei, you vicious woman, you bitch. Don't think I don't know your feelings for the patriarch. Do you think that by destroying my innocence, the patriarch will fall for a vicious woman like you? You're dreaming. Su Shi roared recklessly. Venomous woman. You're a vicious woman. You dream of becoming the Su family's wife. You're dreaming. Su Shi struggled hard, trying to break free from the bodyguard's grasp and rise from the ground to fight Su Yufei. Seeing this, Su Yufei laughed instead of getting angry. Haha, little slut. If I can't become the patriarch's wife, will Brother Yuan fall for a slut like you? Su Yufei pointed at Su Tang and, with a malicious smile, said to the bodyguards behind her, Here's a treat for you. This woman is for you to play with. Save her breath, and in 3 days, I inject her with aphrodisiacs and send her to Patriarch Mu's bed. Well, remember to take some souvenirs. Su Yufei added maliciously before leaving. No, no. Ah. The screams abruptly stopped, and the bodyguard restraining She covered Su Tang's mouth with his free hand. Looking at the other 3 bodyguards approaching her, She closed her eyes in despair. Chapter 21. Since that day, Hua Luo, that Xin Jingbing, never appeared again. Tian Xia would take Su Tang out to fight monsters whenever he had free time. From time to time, things would go wrong, running out of mana or accidentally hitting a boss monster. After so many times, Su Tang became accustomed to it. Whenever Tian Xia encountered trouble, Su Tang would instinctively hurtle out of the monster encirclement with a swift step and resignedly begin kite-flying to her fate. As Su Tang continued kite-flying, her movements became increasingly agile, and her gaming life became quite enjoyable. One day, as she was happily wandering through the game world, she heard the same robotic female voice again. Even when logged into Skynet, she could still receive communications from the optical computer. Connected. Baby, we be entering the interspatial transition point in an hour. Log off early, and don't stay on Skynet. Su Yuan sternly instructed him that if anything related to Su Tang happened, any spark of danger must be extinguished immediately. He really didn't know what his daughter was thinking, spending all day on Skynet, not spending time with him, her father. Su Yuan felt deeply resentful. Got it, Daddy. I logged off early. Interspatial transition? What the hell is that? It sounds so grandiose. After saying goodbye to Tianxia, Su Tang exited the game. Turning around, she was back in her room on Skynet. Every citizen entering Skynet for the first time receives a 20 square meter room as their personal territory. After completing their personal information, they can enter Skynet's virtual world. The entire Human Alliance's developed galaxies are represented on Skynet in miniature. Wherever their registered residence is located, that's where they log in for the first time. On Skynet, as long as you have money, it only takes a moment to travel from the Yen Federation to the US-Europe Federation. Of course, the transmission fee is shockingly expensive. Do you want to exit Skynet? Another robotic female voice called out. Exit. Exit Skynet. Countdown begins, 10-9-81. Another blackout. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the lid of the nutrient tank. The nutrient solution inside was long gone, and her clothes and hair were dry. Even after experiencing this several times, Su Tang was still curious. In her previous life, she had played games all night long, and those times had left her exhausted. But now, she felt incredibly refreshed, even more invigorated than a good night's sleep. The feeling was wonderful. After showering and changing into comfortable loungewear, Su Tang prepared for her first interstellar space jump since entering the interstellar era. When Su Tang emerged from the bathroom, she saw Su Yuan slumped on the sofa, his long legs draped freely, his whole body as handsome as a Greek god. Daddy, how can you just walk into someone else's room? What if I'm not wearing any clothes? Su Tang, coming back from her fascination with the beauty, expressed her displeasure at Su Yuan's lack of knocking. The bedroom was a private space. How could she let anyone other than her husband in so casually? Not even her own father? This was a matter of principle. It would be so awkward if her father walked in while she was having sex with her man. Su Tang thought long and hard. Baby, you grown up and don't want your father anymore. You won't even let him into your room. Su Yuan cupped his hands, looking hurt. Didn't baby love sleeping with your father the most? Su Tang's face darkened. The original owner, Ms. Su, must have had an Oedipus complex. Ms. Su had no memory of a woman named Su Ma. When she was little, Ms. Su had asked Su Yuan why she didn't have a mother, and Su Yuan's response was, "Your mother went far away and will never come back." The precocious Ms. Su immediately understood that her mother was dead. Su Tang naturally assumed Su Ma had died long ago. It wasn't until she met Su Ma in person, much later, by chance, that she understood the true meaning of Su Yuan's words. Su Miss was raised by Su Yuan, sleeping with him from childhood. It wasn't until she got her period at age 15, and got him all wet, that she started living alone in her room, feeling embarrassed. Daddy, you can't come into my room without knocking anymore, Su Tang said, pouting in dissatisfaction, twisting the corner of Su Yuan's shirt between her fingers. Alone in the same room, Su Tang feared she one day throw herself at him, or I ignore you. I know, it's Daddy's fault. Our baby has grown up. Su Yuan caressed Su Tang's black hair lovingly. Don't call me baby anymore. My classmates will laugh at me. She's not a baby, so calling her that is awkward. Okay, I have to change that. Got it, little Princess Tang Tang. Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't realized his daughter had grown up enough to have her own little thoughts. At Su Tang's insistence, Su Yuan took her to visit the spaceship's main control room, cockpit. For Su Tang, a native of Earth, everything in the interstellar age was filled with mystery. Last time on Yanzimu's starship, Su Tang had wanted to visit the control room, but couldn't stand that lunatic's unreasonable demands. So, Su Tang had to stay away from Li Qingqi and hide in the room. Even though she later observed the control room with her psychic powers, it was a bit of a shame she couldn't see it in person. Although Su Yuan didn't think the control room was anything special, when he saw his daughter's enthusiasm, the daughter-obsessed Su Yuan immediately acted as a tour guide and happily explained the spaceship structure, flight principles, and more. Otto's theorem, Nice law, 7.25 golden structure theory, just made this up, just take a look. Su Tang. What the hell is this? I don't understand it at all. Entering the control room, the breathtaking starry sky greeted their gaze. The top, front, left, and right sides of the control room were primarily made of glass. Of course, it wasn't glass, but a special metal called glass gold, which was even harder than the metal cabin of a spaceship. After bending over to help Su Yuan with his luggage, the 5 pilots returned to their respective posts, where electronic screens stood erect. Tang Tang, do you want to learn how to fly a spaceship? Daddy's going to buy you another one when I get back, but you can't sneak out on your own this time, okay? Su Yuan, terrified at the thought of nearly losing his precious daughter, sternly instructed, it's very dangerous to go out on your own in a spaceship without firepower. Don't be so willful next time, or Daddy's going to be mad. As a typical daughter-obsessed man, Su Yuan couldn't be strict with Su Tang. Okay, I get it, Daddy. I thought you never go out alone. Thinking of Miss Su's experience, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. She didn't want to accidentally get herself killed. Attention all units, entering the space jump point in 10 minutes. Please prepare and ensure your safety. A mechanical electronic synthesized voice filled every corner of the spacecraft, playing 5 times in a row. Space jump is humanity's greatest discovery in space travel. Space jump is a form of transportation that's almost instantaneous, allowing a spacecraft to suddenly travel from one point in the universe to another, with the distance potentially reaching millions of light years. It's somewhat similar to the teleportation arrays found in the world of cultivation. Scientists have been dedicated to the research of artificial space jump points. The theory of artificial space jump points has been proposed, and scientists believe that space jump technology will be cracked in the future, making teleportation not so far-fetched. Of course, that's all in the future. Currently, humans only understand the locations of space jump points. In the vast universe, there are countless known space jump points, most of which are located along busy shipping routes. Su Tang saw a massive black hole directly in front of the spacecraft, with no planets around. As the spacecraft approached, the black hole grew larger, like a giant beast with its ferocious mouth open, waiting for its prey. Attention all units, 1-minute countdown to enter the space jump point. 60, 59, 58. Listening to the dwindling numbers, watching the black hole approach as if it were about to devour everything, a sense of unknown fear washed over Su Tang. She clenched her fists, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. Su Yuan sensed something was wrong with Su Tang and hugged her, resting her head against his chest. He patted her back gently, soothing her. I told you there was nothing to see, but you didn't believe me. You scared yourself. His slightly accusing tone was thick with concern. Witnessing a space jump is definitely an unpleasant experience. In the face of that massive black hole, humans seemed so small and fragile. 3, 2, 1. As the 1 rang out, Su Tang felt the entire spacecraft shake. A sense of weightlessness appeared and vanished instantly, so fast it felt like an illusion. Attention all units, the spacecraft has successfully jumped. The spacecraft has successfully jumped. The electronic synthesized voice followed. Gently pushing Su Yuan away, Su Tang raised her head and saw a beautiful aquamarine planet before her. Half hidden by a thin veil of clouds and mist, the entire planet exuded a captivating charm, like a shy girl blinking her watery blue eyes to meet your gaze, a scene that could only make your heart flutter. This is Hongi's capital star, Hongwang, a beautiful and rich natural star. Chapter 22. Hongwang star looked close, but it was actually quite far away. After another day of sailing, the spaceship finally arrived at the Hongwang space station. Hongwang station was bustling, unlike the dilapidated station on Tyenshu Star. Starships, spaceships, and frigates lined up at the designated entrance, waiting to enter. Su Tang couldn't help but smug. The scene was so spectacular, it could have been filmed in Star Wars. After her first glimpse of the Tyenshu Star station, Su Tang had always assumed that space stations were simply desolate and empty. In Su Tang's mind, only a handful of people could afford to operate starships, aside from special transport vessels, and even fewer were wealthy enough to afford them and wander around. I wonder if space stations are so bustling. Su Tang felt she was completely ignorant. What Su Tang didn't know was that she was actually right. Most space stations were desolate, with few ships passing through. As the capital planet of a galaxy, Hongi naturally attracts a large number of visitors. Furthermore, Hongi's happiness index is even higher than that of other capital planets in other galaxies. The happiness index is a comprehensive measure of a planet's livability, economy, public security, and environment. In simple terms, people living on planets with a high happiness index are happier than those living on planets with a low happiness index. The happiness index of mining and impoverished planets is generally negative. The Su family is the largest family in the Hongi galaxy, and their main residence is naturally located on the capital planet, Hongi. The Su family maintains dedicated berths on space stations on all planets in the Hongi galaxy. The spaceship, accompanied by a number of escort ships, chugs directly into the Su family's designated berth. This time, Su Yuan did not bring out his luxury ferry. Several large, luxurious ferries were docked at the berth. As Su Yuan boarded the largest and most luxurious ferry, Su Tang once again marveled at the luxurious life of the wealthy. In less than an hour, the ferry arrived above the Su family's main residence. Across the vast expanse of grassland, towered magnificent palaces. Western, Chinese, Romanesque, everything Su Tang could name. Looking at the vast expanse of opulent buildings, Su Tang couldn't help but marvel at the life of the wealthy. From what she could tell, that was the Su family's main residence, covering 800 square kilometers. It housed only the Su family's direct descendants, herself, Su Yuan, and Grandpa Su. Of course, there were servants. As masters, they also had the right to invite close friends to stay. For Su Tang, who lived in an 80 square meter house in her previous life, 800 square kilometers. Haha. She'd definitely get lost living there. Su Tang suddenly remembered someone in her past life posting about their wealth, saying they were leaving, only to walk for half an hour and still not even leave the house. Now she could show off her wealth too. She couldn't even leave the house in an hour. Through the teleportation screen, Su Tang saw a sea of people and countless speeding cars on the ground. Ah, Master Tang Tang, ah. Su Xiaobai, who had disappeared for a long time, reappeared. Shut up, I tell you later. Su Tang quickly stopped Su Xiaobai's yelling and tantrum. Didn't she see someone here? She was still busy trying to identify people. Ah, Yuan, you're back. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? A gorgeous woman in her 30s rushed over. Su Yuan dodged, and the woman missed. What are you doing here? What's wrong? Look at what you said. You missed Yuan shouting, didn't you? I came to check on you, and just realized you were out. Seeing she couldn't get close to Su Yuan, the woman turned to Su Tang and grabbed the still-dazed Su Tang's hand. Ah, Zia Tang Tang, you lost weight. You must have suffered a lot out there. Grandma make you something delicious when she gets home. Su Tang, this is her grandmother, Li Si. What nonsense. Go back to your Li family. A middle-aged man, who looked to be around 40, pulled Li Si away. This woman, now that her son had made it, had the audacity to approach him. Grandma? He said. I'm not marrying her. Tang Tang, my dear, did you miss your grandfather? The middle-aged man said to Su Tang with a kind smile. This man was Su Tang's grandfather, Su Yuan's father, Su Qiming. Su Yuan clearly inherited Su Qiming's looks, with similar features and contours, but the difference between the two is like comparing a regular photo to one edited with Meitu Xiuxiu. Su Qiming is a classic character, a prime example of the father's status in harem novels. Su Qiming was merely a branch of the family, and his talent was mediocre. His psychic power level was only A level, and at the age of 50, he still couldn't break through to the 5th level energy master. So, Su Qiming made the most important decision of his life. He shamelessly pursued Li Si, the most talented direct descendant of the Li family, and an S-level psychic, for 5 years. Li Si was so obsessed with him that she had no choice but to sell her eggs to him. Of course, Su Qiming spent all his savings from the previous 55 years on this. Women from large families generally don't sell their eggs, especially those with good talent. There are always a long line of men waiting to marry into their families. To protect the family's interests, talented women either recruit husbands or marry into larger families. Although the Li family is only a small clan in the Hongi galaxy, Li Si, an S-class psychic, still looks down on Su Qiming, a branch clan member. However, Su Qiming is too annoying, and the Li family can't afford to offend him, so they ultimately have to deal with him with an egg. No one expected that Su Yuan, born from an egg, would be such a freak. After Su Yuan secured the position of patriarch of the Su family, Li Si was filled with regret. To make amends, Li Si immediately divorced all her husbands, and went to Su Qiming to ask him to marry her. Su Qiming was naturally displeased. When he'd been courting her with such gusto, Li Si had never treated him kindly. Now, seeing her son's success, she was trying to get close again. He was dreaming. The law stipulated that a child born from purchased eggs could only be the father's. As for the mother, she could go wherever the mother was. The law didn't recognize their mother-son relationship. Besides, as the patriarch of the Su family, Su Qiming now had a bevy of young, beautiful women eager to marry him. Seeing that Su Qiming wasn't getting through, Li Si approached Su Yuan, playing the affectionate card and trying to get him to acknowledge her as his mother. Grandpa, Tang misses you every day. After sorting out the relationship, Su Tang gave Su Qiming a sweet smile. This Su Qiming had been very kind to the original owner, Miss Su. When they were young, before they met Yao Qing, Su Qiming had always taken care of her when Su Yuan was busy. He had personally taught Miss Su the basics of synthesizing energy stones. Well, this grandpa is not bad, Su Tang thought secretly. As for this grandma, she only appeared after Su Yuan took the position of the head of the Su family. Her intentions are known to everyone. Su Tang decided to ignore her. Anyway, since her grandpa didn't marry her, she can't be considered her grandma. Ah, Yuan, I just missed you guys so much. Li Si, after being pulled away by Su Qiming, looked hurt and resentful at Su Yuan. You're just pretending. Aren't all those sons and grandchildren in your Li family enough for you to see? Su Qiming waved his hand impatiently, dismissing Li Si like a fly. Li Si was a little irritated by Su Qiming's sudden revelation. This man had used so many nice things to say when he was pursuing her. You're my only one, I only love you in this life, all other women are shit, true love lasts forever. It was all bullshit. Alright, everyone go back, Su Yuan said to the Su family. His precious Tang needed to go back and rest early. Naturally, the Su family branch didn't live in the main house. They had countless branch houses on Hongi Star. Send 2 people to escort her back to the Li family. Su Yuan pointed at Li Si and ordered. The so-called escort was actually a disguised expulsion. Su Yuan naturally disliked Li Si. She hadn't appeared in the first few decades of his life, and now she was claiming her kinship. Sorry, it's too late. Ah, Yuan. Li Si was naturally unwilling to give in. She tried to follow Su Yuan inside, but was blocked by 2 bodyguards. Tang. A female voice rang out as Su Tang followed Su Yuan into the Su family's imposing, city-like gate. Su Tang turned around and spotted Sushi, Miss Su's personal attendant. No wonder she felt something was missing. Miss Su used to bring her personal attendant into the main house to live with her. With Miss Su gone, Sushi naturally had no right to live there. Looking at Sushi's hesitant expression, Su Tang knew what she was thinking. She wanted to move in with her. Well, I go back first. I see you later. She turned and entered the main house without hesitation. Well, this Su she used to eat and drink for free with Miss Su, and worst of all, she even took advantage of her money. Every time they went to the business district, she coaxed Miss Su into a frenzy with sweet talk, and then, overjoyed, Miss Su would generously pay her bill. Humph. You're taking advantage of her and wanting to spend her money? Dream on. She, Su Tang, is a poor person. After Su Yuan entered the main house, the Su family members gradually left. Sushi stood there in disbelief, her fists clenched so tightly that she didn't even feel the nails digging into her flesh. How could this be? How could Su Tang do this to her? Shouldn't she have taken her in with her? Did she find out about the drugging? She couldn't help but feel terrified. Chapter 23. Miss Su lived in a small Western-style palace. Ever since she and Su Yuan separated, she had lived there alone, cared for by a dozen servants. After carefully touring her small palace, Su Tang decided to rest. Looking at her lavishly decorated bedroom, which covered over 300 square meters, she felt the decadence of the wealthy. Perhaps I've forgotten something? Su Tang rested her chin on her hand, thinking. Master Tang, you forgot about me. Su Xiaobai's tone was filled with deep resentment. That's right, she had forgotten about Su Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what were you about to say? Su Tang felt a little guilty. Master Tang, there's moonlight. This planet has moonlight, and it's a crimson moon. Su Xiaobai cried out excitedly at the thought of the crimson moon he had just seen. Calm down, calm down. Su Tang, who had no idea what a red moon was, naturally assumed it was the moon. Walking to the window, she looked up at the sky. Sure enough, a large crimson moon hung high in the sky, a vibrant crimson that looked as if it could drip blood. Why does this moon look so eerie? Why does it look so much like the scene before the apocalypse in apocalyptic novels? I made a fortune. Wow, I'm so happy. A red moon. This only comes once every 1,000 years. Su Xiaobai was clearly still lost in this sudden bliss. Isn't this different from the moon? Su Tang couldn't help but wonder. Of course it's different. Even in the underworld, a red moon only appears once every 1,000 years. Cultivating under a red moon is a rapid improvement. Here I quickly regain my strength and be able to traverse space and time. And just now, while at the doorway, he checked the interstellar internet. On Hongi Star, every night, as long as it wasn't raining, there was a red moon. No! I only just gotten used to the good life here. Su Tang began to whine. She expressed her comfort and satisfaction with her current situation, saying she didn't want to change. How fast is that? Well, if I bask in the red moon every night, 800 years will be enough, Su Xiaobai said confidently. A sudden jolt of fear shot through her mind, and Su Tang felt disheveled in the wind. 800 years, haha. That's what they call fast. Do you think I'm a cuckold? How could I live that long? A 4S level psychic only lives to be 500 years old. To reach 600 years is truly incredible. The only 4S level psychic seemed to have lived only 512 years. Ah, what should I do? Master Tang dies, and Xiaobai will become a ghost. Without a physical form, he won't be able to cultivate. What should I do? What should I do? Su Xiaobai began to panic again. Su Tang expressed frustration at Su Xiaobai's mental retardation. Hadn't they discussed this issue back in the days of the 15 stars? Back then, there wasn't even a moon. Now with the red moon, the year cycle has been reduced from 80,000 to 800. The problem is largely solved. Why rush? Well, let's first bask in the red moon, and then slowly figure out a solution. The problem will eventually be solved. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Su Tang promised confidently. Okay. Master Tang is the best. He definitely come up with a good solution. Su Xiaobai thought carefully. Right, 80,000 to 800, that's a reduction of 79,200 years. What a huge improvement. In reality, Su Tang's true thought was that even if she couldn't reach the world of cultivation, she could still live 500 years here, gaining over 400 years. Su Xiaobai's true thoughts were that Master Tang was a person of destiny, and those with destiny possess great luck. Well, since she had even encountered a wonder like the red moon, there would surely be more adventures in the future. By the way, Xiaobai, there's someone Miss Su knows who I suspect is a time traveler. Oh, you mean Yao Qin? After figuring it out, Su Xiaobai's anxiety subsided and he began chatting with Su Tang. Yes, that's her. Su Tang had always been a little wary of other time travelers in this world. If there were one, there would be two, and who knew how many more would appear. After all, this interstellar world was simply too vast. She's not a time traveler. What? How could that be? Su Tang was shocked. Don't tell her an interstellar person could embroider, something she couldn't even do. Really, she didn't travel through time. She just didn't drink the Mengpa soup. Su Xiaobai's words startled her. What? Mengpa soup? There really is such a thing. I thought it was just a hoax. Su Xiaobai's words once again overturned Su Tang's previous understanding. Of course, when people die, they go to the underworld and are reincarnated. How come you don't even know this common sense? Common sense again. Her common sense was that there's no such thing as the underworld. How could she possibly know common sense about the underworld? How do you know she didn't travel through time? How do you know she didn't drink Mengpa soup? Then how do you know 1 + 1 is equal to 2? Su Xiaobai asked. Su Tang was speechless. She really didn't understand why 1 + 1 is equal to 2. So it's common sense. Su Xiaobai gloated. It seemed like he was quite smart. With such a clueless master, he must be worried sick. Do you know how many people die every day? How many ghosts are reincarnated every day? Mengpa is so busy with her work, it's normal to miss 1 or 2. So so-called time travel doesn't involve drinking Mengpa soup? Su Tang couldn't help but wonder. Of course not. Isn't that time travel? Su Xiaobai thought carefully and organized his words. Generally, people who die and then find themselves transformed into babies with their memories haven't drunk Mengpa soup. Some of the more advanced ones can even remember their experiences in the underworld. What about time travel? Su Tang said, eager to learn. Time travel is when you're carried along by someone with the power to split time and space, like you. Or, someone encounters a magical artifact and accidentally activates it, carrying them along with them. What about rebirth? Su Tang felt like she learned a lot of amazing things. Maybe she could become a charlatan someday. Time is irreversible, and rebirth is impossible. Not even a god can truly go back in time. But powerful gods can create a third eye, with which they can see everything that will happen in the future. And in my inherited memories, long, long ago, there was a powerful race in the divine realm called the Void Spirits. They could constantly foresee their future lives, and then constantly change their destinies. So, basically every member of the Void Spirits was incredibly powerful. This race was incredibly powerful. Compared to them, Su Tang felt that someone like herself, blessed with destiny, was simply weak. Foreseeing the future, and then changing it, and even more terrifying, being able to foresee and change it over and over again. What kind of perverted ability is this? Suddenly Su Tang realized, so you're saying that all the so-called reborn are Void Spirits? No, the Void Clan has been extinct for a long time. Those who are reborn likely simply possess their bloodline. Under certain circumstances, they inadvertently activate their abilities, and experience a prophecy about their own lives. This prophecy is incredibly real, giving them the illusion of rebirth. How do you know so much? Su Xiaobai was just a clueless newbie in cultivation before, so how did he suddenly know so much? I was reading through the inherited memories while I was dormant. My ancestors' experiences can be found in them. Su Xiaobai cocked his tail triumphantly. Master Tang, if you were a plant, I could show you my inherited memories. Never mind, thank you for your kindness. Although envious of Su Xiaobai's inherited memories, Su Tang still felt it was better to be a human. Chapter 24. The next day, Su Tang crawled into the convalescent chamber with a look of deep resentment and lay there for 10 minutes. She had slept on the floor by the window all night so Su Xiaobai could see the crimson moon, leaving her back and waist sore. Exiting the convalescent chamber, refreshed, Su Tang felt alive again. She took a taxi to have breakfast with her father, Grandpa Su. Father Su said he had to go out for work and would be away for a while, so he told Su Tang to stay home. Grandpa Su said he would keep a close eye on her. After breakfast, Su Yuan again told Su Tang not to run around and left. Grandpa, do you know of a room at home with a full view of the starry sky? After Su Yuan left, Su Tang immediately took action, seeking a room with a full view of the moon. Tang, if you want to see the stars tonight, you can go to the stargazing room. Su Qiming wondered if he had gotten old. Why was this little girl so naive? What was so beautiful about the stars? No, I want to keep a yuexia. I want to keep a yuexia in my room? Su Tang hugged Su Qiming's arm and began to act coquettishly. To make her behavior seem normal, Su Tang had already thought of an excuse. I saw the movie Rose Princess a while ago. The princess slept beautifully among roses. I want to sleep among yuexia flowers too. Yuexia is a bright red flower unique to Hongi star, even more beautiful than roses. Yuexia flowers only bloom at night under the red moon. Su Tang felt incredibly clever for coming up with such a perfect excuse. Our Tang is a little princess. Let Grandpa think about it. She patted her head. Got it. After getting Su Tang in the car, Su Qiming personally drove to a place he had in mind. Su Tang felt quite resourceful. Instead of searching around in this palace-sized house, it would be better to ask Su Qiming directly. The car stopped in front of a sea of flowers, a scene of indescribable splendor. Wow, Grandpa, this place is so beautiful. Why didn't you bring me here before? Su Tang felt that the 10 largest flower fields in her previous life weren't as beautiful as this one, although she had only been to the Bulgarian Rose Valley and the province Lavender Garden. Tang, didn't you used to be uninterested in these flowers and plants? Su Qiming touched his nose, feeling a little guilty. This was his base for picking up girls and dating, so he wouldn't let his granddaughter know easily. Let's go! Grandpa take you to pick some moonflowers. Su Tang, being led by Su Qiming along a narrow path, entered the sea of flowers. Gazing at the various flowers before her, Su Tang marveled at the incredible technology of this era. These flowers all have different blooming seasons and habitats, right? And yet, they're all integrated together. Su Xiaobai, can you communicate with these flowers? Su Tang suddenly had an idea. If she could understand their thoughts, wouldn't that be like having countless more scouts? Wouldn't she then be able to find out anything she wanted to know? Oh my god, just thinking about it was exciting. Master Tang, please look up. Su Xiaobai said seriously. Huh? Isn't there just one Honggao in the sky? The star that illuminates Hongguang Star is called Honggao. It's the same pronunciation, but different characters. It's the equivalent of the sun. Yes. Honggao is still overhead. It's still daytime, not time to dream. Su Xiaobai scoffed at Su Tang's naivete. You? Damn. Su Tang felt that Su Xiaobai was becoming increasingly venomous. Our friendship was over, and we couldn't have fun together anymore. If you can't, then you can't. Ha! I thought you were so awesome, but you can't even do this. It's not that I can't communicate with them, it's that they don't have minds. Those with minds are all intelligent plants, capable of cultivating into immortals. Su Xiaobai couldn't tolerate Su Tang questioning his abilities. He was a demon immortal. How many plants and animals could become demon immortals? That's common sense, don't you understand? I don't understand. That's your common sense, not mine. Su Tang felt lost, as if she saw little demons of flowers and plants waving goodbye to her. I knew it, but you still don't understand even after I tell you. So stupid. Su Xiaobai began to sigh. Oh, how could you be so stupid? You can't use your mental power to detect things? Huh? Isn't it illegal to use mental power to detect things indiscriminately? Isn't that illegal? Su Tang was puzzled. She had carefully read the law. Interstellar law stipulates that in crowded areas like cities, unless there are special circumstances, the use of mental power to detect things is prohibited. Otherwise, you will be arrested and sentenced. Are you stupid? You're so clueless. Su Xiaobai wanted to roll her eyes. You have a 4S level mental power. Who would notice you? That's right. Su Tang suddenly understood. Why hadn't she thought of that? She was the equivalent of a small satellite. She could easily see what was happening within 50 kilometers. It seemed that she was still a good, law-abiding child. Only Su Xiaobai, the now blackened little red flower, could so naturally think of breaking the law. Hey, Master Tang, there's an ice crystal here. Su Xiaobai was excited. There was actually such a thing as ice crystal here. What? Where? Su Tang stopped immediately and looked around. Well, to your left, in that little fountain. Following Su Xiaobai's words, Su Tang immediately saw a strange sight, a small fountain, and at the top of it, a pure light blue, crystal clear plant, puffing out mist, with circles of mist surrounding it. This plant was amazing. What's up, Tang? Grandpa, what is that? Su Qiming followed Su Tang's pointing, and saw the small blue plant. That's an ice lotus. It seems someone gave it to your father. They say it's very precious. I don't think it's very useful, but it glows at night. It looks pretty. Yeah, it's really beautiful. Grandpa, I want to play here for a while. Go ahead, and do whatever you need. At Su Xiaobai's insistence, Su Tang decided to stay and study the ice lotus. Not going to look for Yueshia anymore, not going to the room with a starry view. Su Qiming couldn't help but sigh. A woman's mind was as unpredictable as the sea. His granddaughter's mind was truly fickle. Well, no, go get busy. Su Tang stared at the ice lotus in front of her, and waved at Su Qiming without turning back. Su Qiming felt like he was being spurned. It seemed he couldn't bring his girlfriend here to enjoy the moonlight and flowers anymore. Sigh. Master Tang, reach out and touch the ice crystals. Su Xiaobai began to give orders. Su Tang slowly reached out her hand. Hiss. It was so cold. Are you sure you can touch this thing? You won't freeze me into an ice sculpture. No, go. Hurry, go. Su Xiaobai was anxious. Su Tang hesitantly braved the freezing cold to approach the ice crystal and touch it. It was actually warm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Su Tang stared at the little blue flower, still puffing out mist. Nothing had changed at all. Su Xiaobai, please explain what's going on. Why hasn't it changed? Who said it hasn't changed? Look! Su Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly, like a child with a new toy. Su Tang looked around, but there was no one there. She stared at the little blue flower for a while longer, but still saw no change. Idiot, use your mind. Su Xiaobai was speechless at Su Tang's slowness. Su Tang decided to be magnanimous, and not argue with Su Xiaobai, who had no eyes, but used his mind to see the world every day. Su Tang was startled the moment she detected it. How could there be a 4S level mental power fluctuation right next to her? How could it be possible? No, this blue plant Su Xiaobai called ice crystal actually had 4S level mental power? Hello. Su Tang tried to communicate with Ice Crystal through her mental power. Idiot, it's me! Su Xiaobai's exasperated voice came. Huh? Su Xiaobai? Su Tang was puzzled after hearing Su Xiaobai's characteristic soft voice. Why are you there? You take it over its body. You have a body now? Su Tang remembered Su Xiaobai's words before, saying that upon returning to the world of cultivation, she could simply find a spiritual plant to possess. Could this be a spiritual plant? So this is what spiritual plants look like, and it's truly beautiful. Which eye of yours saw that it was a plant? Su Xiaobai was speechless. It felt truly exhausting to communicate with someone so clueless about cultivation. I could tell with both eyes that this was a plant. Even so, Su Tang decided it was best not to argue with Su Xiaobai, as this was likely common sense. I guess I was mistaken. What is this? It's a mineral formed in the ice and snow. In the world of cultivation, it's called an ice crystal. It's lifeless, but like a plant, it slowly sprouts, grows, and blossoms from a seed. Wow, how magical. A mineral. Su Tang felt that things in the world of cultivation really couldn't be viewed from a scientific perspective. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Ice crystals can accommodate souls. This ice crystal has already left its mark on me. I can now live inside it. Just remember to move me out to bask in the red moon at night. Su Xiaobai decided not to waste time explaining too much to Su Tang. She wouldn't understand anyway. Well, so you can leave my body now. Great. Su Xiaobai could go bask in the red moon on her own, and she could go play games. I can't be more than 50 kilometers away from you while I'm in the ice crystal. Oh. That's all, not much use. Su Tang curled her lips in dissatisfaction, thinking she found a treasure. No benefit to me? Su Tang asked unwillingly. Yes, if you accidentally die outside or die of old age, I can take you to live in this ice crystal and wait for an opportunity to possess someone else's body. Hee hee. Su Xiaobai boasted. Have fun. Su Tang was stunned. This. Too incredible. It's like playing a game and getting an extra life. This means she can live another life regardless of whether she can travel through time again. Big win, huh? No, it seems I forgot something. Su Xiaobai, then why did you say before that if I died, you become a ghost? Can't you take me with you? Of course not. If you die, going to the underworld, to which this plane belongs, is subject to the laws of the plane. Unless time and space are torn apart, there's no way around these laws. Now, with this ice crystal, it can contain your soul, allowing you to circumvent the rules. Thanks to my piercing eyes, I was able to discover this treasure. If it weren't for me, 10,000 words of self-praise omitted below. Stop. Thank you so much, Su Xiaobai, you're so kind to me. Su Tang, delighted at having solved a problem and found another treasure, beamed as she instructed the gardener to transplant the ice crystal, also known as the Ice Lotus, into a pot and carry it back to her room. Chapter 25. Ever since she found an ice crystal and solved Su Xiaobai's red moon problem, Su Tang began her blissful gaming life. She logged into the game via Skynet. Su Tang wandered around wearing Su Daji's Lolita guise. Yao Yu hadn't returned from his trip yet, and hadn't been online lately. And that nerdy otaku, Tyenshu, hadn't been online lately either. Su Tang resumed her solo adventure of teaming up to kill monsters and admire the scenery. It had to be said that the holographic online game Xianjia was truly authentic, its scenery brimming with ancient charm and poetic beauty. Because she'd been killed by Hua Luo's deep well ice, Su Tang had lost a level. After diligently killing monsters and completing quests over the past few days, she had finally reached 100% experience. Xianjia has a rather perverse feature. When your experience bar reaches full, you won't level up, but instead will display 100%. At this point, you must return to your sect and find your system master to receive a quest. The master will tell you where a demonic beast is wreaking havoc, and you need to eliminate it. This is a single-player quest, meaning only the person who accepts it can attack. This means no one else can help with this quest. As a result, many players are stuck on this quest, unable to level up due to issues like combat power and skill. To level up, ranged attackers can rely on Feng Saw's positioning to wear down the quest monster, while close-range attackers will have to work hard to increase their power. Su Tang had already consulted the forums. For a max-level quest monster like this, as long as it reaches 300,000 power, it's basically no problem. After accepting the quest, Su Tang rode her impressive Fire Phoenix to the monster location. When approaching the coordinates of the monster spawn, there was a colorful scene in front, and spells were overflowing. What was this? A large-scale fight. Su Tang's eyes lit up. There was a large-scale fight in the wild. And the place chosen for the fight was right at the door of the resurrection point. This map was very remote. There were not many wild monsters on the map, and the dropped items were all useless garbage. The number of people coming to this map was as small as the desolate scene of the map. Su Tang had thought she wouldn't encounter a single person after arriving here, but she wasn't expecting that. Su Tang hid aside and began to watch the chaotic brawl with great interest. How could that ghost figure sneak in and pick up equipment? That weapon master is so cunning, hiding so far away, and constantly shooting arrows. Hey, you lost all your equipment. You're still chopping with such vigor in your white uniform, the system's default inner garment. You're not allowed to run around naked in public in the game. Oh, that warrior, you're so brave. I've seen you die several times, yet you still dare to charge forward? In short, Su Tang watched with rapt interest, of course, keeping a distance, using the camera's zoom function to see. In short, the fight was a gruesome, earth-shattering spectacle, with countless people falling to the ground. After watching for a while, Su Tang began to grasp the key points. The brawl was divided into two groups, one with exceptional skill and impressive positioning, while the other, with limited skill but a large number of people, was practically a 20-to-1 battle. Ultimately, relying on a wave of numbers, the outnumbered group prevailed. Or rather, they defeated the skilled group, who retreated and returned to the city at the respawn point. The outnumbered group, victorious, excitedly began cleaning up the battlefield, collecting dropped equipment. After seeing nothing more to watch, Su Tang dusted off her clothes and continued to search for her quest monster. That monster was actually behind the previous fight. Better to go around it. Hey, there's a fish that slipped through the net? A sharp-eyed girl spotted Su Tang. Oh my god! She was so far away from you guys, even after taking a detour, and yet she was spotted. Under the hostile gazes, Su Tang quickly waved her hand and said with an awkward smile, I'm just passing by. You guys carry on. Have you been hiding in the shadows, ready to take advantage? Too bad the girl let her go. I really was just passing by on a mission. Su Tang said helplessly, her face sincere. She really was on a mission. At most, she just watched the fight with a playful attitude. In all honesty, she had no such shameful intention of taking advantage. Ah! Brother Han, it's her. She's the most popular bitch in the world, that Su dodgy bitch. A girl in the crowd suddenly screamed, pointing at Su Tang with a look of rage and indignation at the leading man. Kill her now! She was the one who encouraged everyone to kill her last time. Damn, another Xinjingbing. As soon as Su Tang realized the situation was not right, she used Wind Step to flee before the woman could even finish her words. The only safe spot on this map was the respawn point. Trying to hide there, haha, their main force was there. The only way to get in was to lie down. As Su Tang ran, she pondered her route, how she could escape. Hurry, kill her and avenge Sister Yer. Number 1 under heaven is too bullying. Kill his bitch to vent your anger. Separate and chase her. Stop her. The crowd erupted in excitement after Su Tang's escape. They'd just been engaged in a fierce battle with number 1 under heaven's gang, Wong Tianxia, and in the heat of the moment, those bastards had escaped. Now, they encountered the supposedly best bitch under heaven. Of course, they had to kill them. Su Tang was bludgeoned to a halt by spells and hidden weapons. Damn, this was a completely unprovoked disaster. I told you to watch out of curiosity, now you're out of luck. Finally, the short-legged mage couldn't escape the crowd's siege. Relying on the small wind sweeps she mastered from kite flying, Su Tang, after dragging 5 people down with her, once again experienced death. First time, second time, second time. It seems like dying this time wasn't that painful. You guys just wait to be retrained. After giving the 5 unfortunate souls she slain a middle finger and snarling, Su Tang quickly returned to the city. Looking at Su Daji's level of 88, Su Tang felt like crying. Characters lose a level when they die, but she lost 2 levels of experience. Just now, she was at level 89 with a full experience bar, but now it was at level 88 with an empty bar. After a moment of frustration, Su Tang suddenly realized something serious. What had Xinjingbing just said? The best girl in the world? Who? Her? What was going on? Who was that female Xinjingbing just now? Did she know her? Su Tang rested her chin on her shoulder and began to think carefully. I didn't seem to remember such a woman. Wait. She just said she instigated Tianxia to kill her? How could that be? She and Tianxia had only had a meal and fought monsters together. Could she be Hua Luo's pseudonym? Impossible. Hua Luo was wanted by Hancheng district-wide. When she claimed the bounty last time, Tian Xia didn't mention Hua Luo having another pseudonym besides Jian Xiaoyan Ran. Su Tang was baffled and studied the video footage carefully. Those harsh words weren't in vain. She already activated the recording function when she was escaping. This game lets you buy monsters and kill people. She was just berating her cheerfully. I'm going to use my money to send you all back to the novice village. If you don't let me start over, I write my name backwards. Su Tang gritted her teeth. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. This woman looked more and more familiar. Recalling her identity, Su Tang was furious. Wasn't this the same shrew who offered herself to Tianxia the first time he took her on a monster hunt? Tianxia had killed her instantly, and she, Su Tang, hadn't said a word the entire time. How could she be accused of instigating Tianxia to kill her? This Shen Jingbing even called her a little bitch. She must be killed. After checking her account balance, Su Tang made her way to Linglong Pavilion. Chapter 26. Linglong Pavilion, the perfect place for murder, arson, robbery, and revenge. As long as you have the money, you can take on anyone you want. Of course, they won't accept perverse orders, like killing the best under heaven. Arriving at Linglong Pavilion and finding the manager, Su Tang immediately explained her motive for murder and revenge. After sharing the video, Su Tang was ushered into a living room to rest. As a killer organization, Linglong Pavilion is extremely well informed. After confirming the identity of the person in the video, Linglong Pavilion will quote a price based on the client's requirements and the target's strength. That price is absolutely the industry's best, fair and honest. While waiting, Su Tang was bored and browsed the forum. They just said she was the best under heaven. Could it be because that girl named Yuan saw her leading her to fight monsters under heaven? Just to give it a try, Su Tang typed in the keyword best under heaven and was shocked by the result. So much gossip about the world's biggest game. Although not as popular as mecha games, the game Xianjia holds a deep appeal for underage boys and girls who enjoy fantasy, resulting in a user base numbering in the trillions. 1 trillion equals 100 trillion equals 10 quadrillion. As a result, the Xianjia forum is incredibly large, with hundreds of trillions of people visiting daily, and trillions, or even tens of trillions, of posts appearing daily. These posts range from technical posts about in-game professions to guild promotions, player showcases, original song creations, novels, and gossip. There are so many posts every day, and only the highest quality, most classic, and most interesting ones make it to the top. Ordinary spam barely stirs a ripple, leaving a trace. Posts about being number one in the world are simply countless, and it's clear she doesn't have the time to read them all. Su Tang casually clicked on the most popular post, on the true love of the great gods, with pictures and facts, by a player named Paparazzi. The post was posted 2 days ago, and in just 2 days, it had amassed hundreds of trillions of dollars. Su Tang felt like she wouldn't be able to finish reading it even if she spent a month. She decisively chose to read only the original poster. The post begins with the poster, Paparazzi, describing the day of the godly grand finals, how beautiful Kunlun was, with a sunny day and bustling crowds. As a paparazzi constantly searching for gossip, he relied on his unparalleled titanium eyes and perseverance to uncover the affair, living up to expectations. 2 photos are attached below. A domineering man dressed in black. Even in a single photo, one can strongly sense the aura of a scoundrel surrounding him. In the photo, he's smiling tenderly from the side, at the Lolita female gamer beside him. The other photo shows a man approaching a woman, their heads slightly overlapping. The woman's profile, the man's half. From the photographer's angle, it looks like the man is kissing the woman on the cheek. Su Tang's composure was immediately disturbed. Wasn't this the time she first met Tianxia? Damn! Were they ever that close then? Didn't that nerdy guy have a sinister smile back then? Why does he look so gentle in the photo? You absolutely photoshopped it. A few pages later, the poster recounted how, driven by a gossipy mood, he'd been staking out gossip after the finals. He'd been staking out Fonglin Pavilion, hoping to catch a couple of talented players on a date. Sure enough, he spotted them again. After winning the competition, the talented player rushed off to meet a girl. See the picture below? Here are some official photos of Su Daji and Tianxia going to Fonglin Pavilion together. Su Tang was speechless. You could even see this. You're truly amazing. And it looked like Yao Yu's Zhan Tianxia was also there. You definitely photoshopped him out. Next, there were a bunch of photos of Tianxia leading her to fight monsters. Each one was beautifully captured. The man in the photo had gentle eyes and a smile on his face, his whole person as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. The woman smiled softly, her words lingering, her demeanor radiant. It was clear they were head over heels in love. The poster shared the photos while expressing his feelings. Paparazzi. With 20 years of paparazzi experience, I can guarantee that this Su Daji is definitely the true love of the great god Tianxia. Damn! Su Tang felt like a herd of alpaca horses were galloping through her heart, but that's not enough to describe the utter despair she felt after seeing these photos. OP, you're really undermining your photo editing talent by being a paparazzi. The next few dozen posts are the OP's love story. Although the OP distorts the facts and fabricates stories, I have to admit that the OP's literary skills are quite good. Su Tang was still deeply attracted by the gossip in the posts. Alas, it would have been even better if the female protagonist wasn't her. In the OP's writing, although Tianxia is not kind to women, countless women still flock to him. And only a few of them actually have any connection with Tianxia. These women, without exception, were all members of the Wangzhe Tianxia gang. Tianxia only appeared with them during raids or group activities. The average Tianxia player was either killing or on their way to kill, and the author went on and on. Su Tang concluded after reading, Tianxia used to be a loner, his daily online activity mostly focused on killing, but this time he was actually leveling with a girl, so this girl must be his true love. How could this be possible? They just fought monsters together a few times, right? Su Tang gritted her teeth. Perhaps that nerd has turned over a new leaf and is no longer interested in killing, but in killing monsters. Reading further, Su Tang felt even more frustrated. Below was her information, Su Daji. Even the date of her game career had been dug up, and even John Tianxia was dragged into the story. Then the story turned into Tianxia stealing someone's love and seducing a married woman. A twisted and moving love-hate love triangle, vividly portrayed by the poster. What the hell is going on? It's all because of that damned otaku. Why is he allowed to walk around openly after killing so many people, while she gets to be killed and become the subject of gossip? After reading this post, Su Tang felt sick. People are afraid of fame, just like pigs are afraid of weight. With all the people the otaku has killed, what if they want to kill her to vent their anger? She's too weak to fight them off. No, when Tianxia comes online, he must post a message clarifying their relationship. This time, he must make an example of someone and send her killer back to the novice village. Linglong Pavilion quickly retrieved the complete information of the individuals in the video. They were all members of the Shengshi dynasty gang, led by Han Zhan, an elder within the group. The female Xinjingbing, known as Yan Ryu, was highly sought after by men within the group. The others were minor characters. Su Tang selected the individuals who had pursued her. There were 13 of them, including Han Zhan and Yan Ryu, totaling over 200 people. Killing them all would have been prohibitively expensive, and Su Tang felt her heart couldn't bear the expense. Since they hadn't taken action, she mercifully let them go. Su Tang ultimately chose to kill those 13 at level 10. Level 10 is the novice level, exempt from PK. The total cost was 5.24 million. After discounting the remaining amount, Su Tang had already spent 5 million. Stay calm, stay calm. You're the CEO of the mighty Jingxiu Group. You still have over 8 billion credit points in your account, and the energy stones in your space debit card are worth billions. Don't feel bad, don't feel bad. Leaving Linglong Pavilion, Su Tang kept trying to comfort herself. After receiving the bank notification, your personal account spent 5 million credit points on Skynet on X month X day of Xingji year. Su Tang regretted it. She could have taken Yao Yu with her to slowly take care of them one by one. So why was she so impulsive? As the saying goes, revenge is never too late, and she's just a little girl. 5 million. 5 million. I really want to get a refund, woo. Chapter 27. Across the vast sea of stars, a luxurious spaceship, flanked by a dozen escort vessels, slowly sailed towards its destination. Xinghengwang, the capital of the Hongi galaxy. In the ship's living room, a young man, seemingly no older than 30, lazily lounged on the sofa. He wore a black, fitted shirt and beige slacks. His casual attire, complemented by his rosy complexion, gave him an air of uninhibited abandon. At this moment, the man frowned in displeasure, a look of impatience on his face. What's with that attitude? Are you even listening? Han Yun immediately raised her voice after noticing her son's discontent. It seemed like she'd been talking to a deaf ear for over an hour. No, gentle persuasion wasn't going to make her son accept her feelings. Angrily, Han Yun stood up from the sofa, ran over to the man, grabbed his neck with both hands, and shook him vigorously. You little brat, how much worry have I put on you? How many girls have I introduced you to? How many times have I worn my lips out trying to persuade you? Han Yuan shed a few crocodile tears as she spoke. I'm so worried about you. You're so disappointing. Mom, watch your ladylike image. The man didn't care much about the intensity of the tickling on his neck. How could he even care about those women, those hypocritical, vain women? What ladylike image? I don't want a ladylike image. Han Yuan began to roar at her indifferent son. I want a daughter-in-law. Do you understand what a daughter-in-law is? Mom, I'm still young. Why are you so anxious? The man was helpless. God knows how much willpower it took for him to resist the urge to throw her out and listen to her chatter for hours. Young? You're still young? You're already 49. 49, you know? You'll be 50 next year, and I gave birth to you when I was 29. If you don't find a wife, you'll be single for life. You know that? Han Yuan felt like she was going to collapse. Why was her son so calm? Did he understand the seriousness of not being able to find a wife? The emperor is so anxious that the eunuchs die. Bah! Bah! She's not a eunuch. Xiao Yuan, when we get to Hongwang this time, you must obey me. Hongwang planet is full of children from wealthy families on vacation. If you see someone you like, you must tell me. With our family's financial situation. Video call request. My friend, the little BS as, is requesting a call. Do you want to connect? A robotic female voice interrupted Han Yuan's long speech, successfully saving someone from impatience. Mom, something important. With a shushing gesture, the man calmly connected the video call. You're such a good brother. Come on, get down to business and save me. Your aunt's going through menopause. Boss, this is bad. My sister-in-law's been bullied by those scumbags from Shunshur dynasty. The moment the call connected, the young man on the other end of the line shouted anxiously. The man's heart skipped a beat. It was over. Sure enough, the next second, a sharp scream rang out. Ah! Han Yuan, after 3 seconds of stunned silence, finally realized. Boss was equivalent to her son, so sister-in-law was equivalent to her son's wife. Xiaoja, explained clearly. What sister-in-law? How old is she? What does she look like? Han Yuan grabbed the man's wrist with the laptop and held it in front of her at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Aunt, you're here too. Haha, Han just smiled awkwardly. His aunt would definitely get to the bottom of everything. But the problem was that he had no idea about Su Daji's information. Ah! I'm busy, cousin. Let's play the game first. Hanja quickly turned off the video and decided to play it safe and let his cousin handle it. Han Yuan was furious at her nephew's attitude. The little BS had gotten so bold, he even dared to hide something from her. Turning around in anger, Han Yuan decisively shifted her focus to the real culprit. You brat. You got a wife and didn't even tell your mother. It's gone. The man glanced at Han Yuan calmly, interrupting her chatter with a calm tone. It's gone. What do you mean it's gone? Han Yuan was shocked, no longer bothering her son about hiding something from her. Didn't Aja say she was being bullied? I haven't played the game in days. Someone might have taken advantage of it. Ah. Then why don't you go? No, the cooked duck can't fly away. You confiscated all the nutrient tanks on this spaceship. The man spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Hurry! Come with me and get it! Han Yuan immediately sprang into action, unable to wait a moment longer. Her son finally had a wife. She was so excited. Even though it was in a game, games nowadays were connected to citizen IDs, so transsexuals were practically non-existent, so his wife had to be a woman. But she hadn't expected her son to even try online dating. Amazing, Tyenshu calmly followed his mother. After so many days of doing nothing, he finally had time to get some game action and kill some people. But who was this sister-in-law Aja was talking about? Where did he get his wife? Forget it, he just asked Aja in the game. After promising Han Yuan that he would bring her a wife within 2 years, Tyenshu finally escaped the daily grind of being nagged for hours. Standing before the magnificent immortal palace, Tyenshu took a deep breath. It had been 3 whole years. Ever since leaving the army and returning to the home of his family, Phoenix Star, he had to endure his mother's demonic voice attacks for hours every day. He was also forced to go on blind dates. This life was simply miserable, and even military training had never been this hard before. Now, things are finally getting easier. Even if it's only for 2 years, with Aja providing cover, he shouldn't have to deal with those hypocritical women in the capital system for those 2 years. As for 2 years from now, by then, he have recovered and returned to the military, and Han Yuan won't be able to control him anymore. Tyenshu feels the future is bright, With a happy heart, Tianxia arrived at Hanji's headquarters. Linglong Pavilion. Cousin, you're finally here. Something big has happened. Let me tell you, my sister-in-law is furious this time. Hanji began to ramble as soon as he saw Tianxia. Stop! Tianxia waved his hand. Nagging was a hereditary trait. Who's your sister-in-law? What? Hanji was stunned. I say, who's the sister-in-law you're talking about? Tianxia was baffled by his suddenly appearing wife. Su Xiaobai. Isn't that your true love? Hanji looked puzzled. You mean that little loli? Tianxia frowned in confusion. Hadn't he just teased her out of boredom? How did that become his true love? You can go check out the post on Tieba, on the great god Tianxia's true love, with pictures and facts. No way, could this be a misunderstanding? Hanji thought to himself. But the post was so well written and realistic. He actually thought his cousin had truly gotten married. After understanding the source of the question, Tianxia went to research the post. Chapter 28. Su Tang felt light and airy today, as if she were walking on clouds. She felt the life of the wealthy was unreal. Yesterday, her father came home and casually gave her a level 9 energy stone. After seeing the news on Starnet that a level 8 energy stone, the lowest quality, had sold for 5 billion yuan, Su Tang was shocked. Winning the lottery jackpot wasn't enough to describe her feelings. A level 9 energy stone is worth at least 80 billion. 80 billion. 80 billion. She'd never be able to count it in cash. Su Yuan just casually threw it at her. This was pure extravagance. No, diamonds were thrown around like dirt. How could she have such a wealthy father? Su Tang still felt a little surreal. Was she delusional? Was this level 9 energy stone just a figment of her imagination? Su Tang didn't even play the game. She spent the entire night holding the level 9 energy stone, feeling it, before she finally felt certain. After breakfast, Su Tang, who hadn't slept all night, felt her eyelids droop. Feeling good, she decided to crawl into the nutrition tank to play some games and catch up on some sleep. As soon as she entered the game, Su Tang decided to visit Linglong Pavilion to see how her orders were progressing. Her small treasury now held over 100 billion. Over 100 billion. 5 million was nothing, just a drop in the bucket. Over 100 billion was an astronomical sum for Su Tang at the moment. But once she became an energy master and gained a deeper understanding of the profession, she truly realized its power. It was like a national printing press. A level 9 energy master like Su Yuan could even influence the entire human alliance economy. Of course, that was a story for another time. Arriving at Linglong Pavilion, Su Tang was naturally ushered into the VIP lounge. For Linglong Pavilion, having spent 5 million credit points, Su Tang was undoubtedly a distinguished guest. Across the pavilion, Tianxia was gloomy after reading the post. Who was that affectionate man in the photo? Was it him? His expression must have been one of gloating. That little lowly Su Xiaobai actually claimed to have been dumped by a woman, saying he was frustrated because of a physical defect? He doesn't even have a woman, okay? He's certainly been hurt, and has been feeling depressed and frustrated in recent years. But he just wanted to tease that damned little lowly. How did it get to this point? Forget it, let it be. I just used the little lowly to fend off Han Yuan, that daughter-in-law obsessed person. Send this post to my mom. After seeing this, she probably won't set me up with those random women anymore. Yeah, that's it. Using Su Xiaobai as a shield. He's so clever. Cousin, is this okay? Didn't you say it wasn't? Hanji was in a dilemma. He knew his aunt's character all too well. She would definitely have him spy for her, reporting on his cousin's progress. How would he then fabricate a story? What if my aunt asks me for information on Su Xiaobai? Find a way, Tianxia said, then stood up and left. What? Hanji's face was doomed, as if he could see the tragic days ahead. Boss, my sister-in-law is here. As Hanji was lost in thought, a steward from Linglong Pavilion hurried over. Hey, the boss is gone? Huh? Hanji came to his senses and rushed out the door. Tianxia was nowhere to be seen. Cousin, your future wife is here. What should I do? A message popped up quickly. Cold salad. Hanji, who received a quick reply, was speechless at the two words. After some thought, Hanji decided to avenge his sister-in-law first. Serve her well first. I gather the troops and wipe out those Xingshi bastards. Crossing her legs, eating snacks, drinking tea, and listening to music, Su Tang browsed the forum with a carefree expression. Number 1 in the world, are you sick? You left home without taking your medicine and came here to act crazy. A deafening lion's roar nearly knocked Su Tang off the sofa. The lion's roar is a magical weapon in the game that functions like a forced voice speaker. A regular speaker can only play text in the world channel and can be blocked by players who have closed all public chat channels. The lion's roar is a powerful, one-time use magic weapon priced at 5,000 spirit stones, or 5,000 credits. A player using the lion's roar can shout loudly for all online players in the game, whether in a dungeon or within their own immortal palace. No online player can escape the lion's roar. As the name suggests, the lion's roar automatically makes the player's voice deafening. The volume is system controlled, so even players with the game volume set to 0 can't escape the piercing sound. However, due to its high price, this magic weapon is rarely used. What? Roaring so urgently in the overworld. Are you hoping everyone in the region knows I'm slaughtering you, Shengshi Dynasty? Huh? This nerdy guy is online? Does he mean he's slaughtering Shengshi Dynasty players? Su Tang was puzzled for 3 seconds, then realized she had something to ask him. I've been waiting for you for ages. Since you're in the world, I take this opportunity to clarify our relationship. A message popped up immediately. Okay. A reply arrived within a second. Looking at that okay, Su Tang was satisfied. As long as Tianxia declared on the world channel that they were fine, his enemies wouldn't come after her in the future. Even if a few foolish people did bother her, she could just bludgeon them to death with money. Satisfied, Su Tang settled back on the sofa and read the gossip on the world channel. The world channel was buzzing with activity after Tianxia's announcement. Passerby 1, was that just Tianxia Dashan? What should I do? Tianxia Dashan's voice is so magnetic, it's making me pregnant. What should I do? Please take responsibility. Passerby 2, screw the people above, Tianxia Dashan is mine. Passerby 3, you two crazy fans up there, get out of here. Can someone tell me what's going on? Passerby 4, I smell gunpowder. Passerby 5, breaking news, breaking news. Jinglin Town, the headquarters of the Shengshi Dynasty, is a bloodbath. The situation is so one-sided, Tianxia Dashan is a deadly weapon. Passerby 6, where? Jinglin Town? Passerby 7, New B, please tell me the nearest teleportation array to Jinglin Town. Urgent. Passerby 8, oh my god, the teleportation arrays around Jinglin Town are packed. Passerby 9, get out of here. I got here first. Amidst the hustle and bustle of text, countless players marched towards Jinglin Town. Inside Linglong Pavilion, Hongi was agitated. Could his cousin be so ruthless as to challenge their entire gang alone? Hurry, everyone online in the pavilion, go to Jinglin Town to support the boss. Still refusing to admit that Su Daji was his true love? He's even going to challenge someone else's lair just for a woman. At the same time, the Wangja Tianxia gang was also in an uproar. A group of people gathered and headed for Jinglin Town. Chapter 29. Number 1 Under Heaven. You're not a man if you go back on your word. Didn't you agree not to interfere in the fight between our Shengshi and Wangja gangs? Watching Number 1 Under Heaven rampage through their gang's base, like cutting vegetables, leaving nothing in his path, the leader of Shengshi Dynasty, Shi Huang, could hardly bear it. He couldn't help but bring up their previous agreement, attempting to assert his moral superiority and incite condemnation of the world. Humph. I said I won't interfere in the fight between the two gangs, but that doesn't mean you, Shengshi, can kill my woman. Anyone who dares touch my woman should be prepared to die. Puff. Su Tang spat out the tea she had just taken. What had she just heard? Was she hallucinating? She locked her screen, found the lion roar message from Tianxia, and carefully read it 3 times. Su Tang's heart felt like 1,000 Titanics had sunk, stirring a huge wave. What did this nerd say? Who is his woman? Is that how he explained their relationship? She quickly dragged a lion roar from the store. I solemnly declare, I, Su Daji, had nothing to do with Tianxia Number 1. To show her resolve, Su Tang dragged out 2 more and repeated the message twice. Wife, stop making trouble. I killed them all to vent your anger. Who is this guy? Su Tang couldn't believe it. Is this the nerdy otaku who's number 1 in the world? Could his account have been hacked? Passerby 10, True love. This must be the master's true love. The world channel became even more agitated after Su Tang and Tianxia roared like lions. Passerby 11, no, Sister Daji, don't compete with me for Tianxia's brother, woo woo. Passerby 12, oh my, it's blinding my titanium eyes. The legendary killer is actually flirting? Passerby 13, you idiot, you're the killer. Your whole family is killers. Passerby 14, how do single people live like this? Passerby 15, breaking news, Breaking news. The great god is taken. Heartbroken ladies, come into my arms, and I comfort you. Passerby 16. I agree with the above, ladies. My arms are open to you too. Watching the Chaotic World channel, Su Tang felt. It was such a pain in the ass. What the hell was that nerd Tyenshu up to? She just said a few bad things about him. Was he really going to treat her like this? Listen up, everyone in the Shunsher dynasty. From now on, I kill every one of you Shunsher people I see. If I see two, I kill them both. Listen up, everyone in the Shunsher dynasty. From now on, I kill every one of you Shunsher people I see. If I see two, I kill them both. Listen up, everyone in the Shunsher dynasty. From now on, I kill every one of you Shunsher people I see. If I see two, I kill them both. Tyenshu used the lion roar skill 3 times in a row. Looking at the large number of people rushing to leave the gang, the first emperor was furious. Number 1, don't go too far. We can drown you with a single spit from each of our gang members. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm just afraid you won't come and kill me. I let you go today. I'm going home to take care of my wife. After slaughtering almost all the players in the Shunsher base, Tyenshu decided to call it a day and head home. Passerby 17. Oh, I just joined Shunsher Dynasty. What should I do? Passerby 18. The guy above is so bold. He dares to call himself Shunsher. Why don't you just quit the gang? Passerby 19. Oh my, the great god of the world won't go back to kneeling on the washboard, will he? Passerby 20. Ah, I need to see it. Sister Dodgy, please give me a picture. Passerby 21. Same here, same here. I need to see the great god of the world kneeling on the washboard. Passerby 22. Ditto, I need to see it. Su Dodgy. I told you, I have nothing to do with him. Su Tang's words were met with a chorus of TSK. Su Tang was mortified. How could anyone believe the truth these days? Her innocence. After the protagonists Su Tang and Tyenshu stopped appearing, the World Channel began to deviate further and further. It gradually became a recruitment advertisement for the major gangs. After Tyenshu's actions, Shunsher Dynasty was bound to have a significant number of people quit, and the major gangs were vying to recruit more technical talent. After leaving Qinglin town, Tyenshu arrived at the Linglong Pavilion VIP room where Su Tang was staying. Seeing Tyenshu suddenly appear, Su Tang was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and pointed at him angrily. You nerd? I asked you to explain our relationship, and you're smearing me like this? Isn't that just how we are? Tyenshu sat down across from Su Tang and made himself a cup of tea. You? Who's in that kind of relationship with you? Didn't you say that yourself? Tyenshu remained calm. Don't slander me. When did I ever admit I was your wife? Su Tang was furious. How could this nerd be so shameless? Didn't you ask for support back in Kunlun? Didn't I agree? I have all the chat records. Don't try to deny it. Tyenshu pointed at his own chats, as if to prove it. What? Su Tang was stunned. Huh? She said something about asking for support, but how could she take that seriously? Looking at Tyenshu's deep gaze, Su Tang suddenly felt a little guilty. Could this man be taking her seriously? Could he really think she was a diehard fan and liked him? What should she do? Suddenly, she remembered what the paparazzi had said. Tyenshu never brought women with him to kill monsters, never spent time alone with women. Could he really be in love with her? Had he rushed to the Shunsher Dynasty's base alone today to kill people just to vent his anger on her? Su Tang felt completely sick. If she said now that she was just joking about not liking him, would he kill her? Tyenshu looked at Su Dodgy's ever-changing face, suppressing the urge to double over and laugh, maintaining a serious and sincere expression. After an intense mental struggle, Su Tang finally decided to face the problem head-on and resolve it. After hesitating for a long time, she looked up and said to Tyenshu with a serious expression, I don't engage in online dating. Looking at that serious little face, Tyenshu finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Tang was stunned for a moment. She had braced herself for Tyenshu's wrath, ready to be beaten to death by him. And what was this reaction? Ha ha, ha! Little sister Dodgy, you don't really think I like you, do you? Tyenshu thought he was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Little sister, study hard and stop dwelling on these nonsense all the time. Your sister is only a little sister. I was 30 in my last life. I'm 18, okay? I can't tell. I thought you were only 12. But it's better to study hard before you turn 30 and become an adult. You're only 12. It's all Miss Su's quirky hobby, giving the character this short, stubby, lowly-like look. That's wrong. Why are they discussing her age? It seems like they deviated from the topic. Chapter 30. What did you mean by that? Su Tang came back to his senses. Hey, I was just teasing you. You don't really think I like you, do you? Then why are you going to challenge Shengshi Dynasty alone? How could I have misunderstood if you hadn't gone to slaughter them? Su Tang muttered to herself. It was all because of this nerdy otaku. Alas, I wanted to kill them for a long time, but their gang leader keeps complaining that I'm bullying them by relying on my strength. Now that I have such a good excuse, I must make the most of it. This childish game, devoid of passion and enthusiasm, was no fun if he didn't get to kill people. Killing those lone men in the wild wasn't challenging at all. They could be taken care of in 2 easy blows. Only fighting a large gang like Shengshi offered even a modicum of challenge, a sense of accomplishment. These past few years without being able to pilot a mech have been so frustrating. Thinking of the passionate days of battling star beasts, Tianshu's eyes darkened. Almost there. I'd be healed soon. So you're going to kill people under my guise? Su Tang was frustrated. Why did this nerd love to kill so much? No wonder some people called him a murderer. Yeah. After receiving Tianshu's affirmative response, Su Tang became even more frustrated. You're always making enemies, and now she's a prime target. All sorts of attacks, both open and hidden, will be aimed at her. Don't worry, if anyone dares to touch you, I definitely help you punish them. Tianshu seemed to see Su Tang's worry and, with a brotherly air, patted her shoulder and offered comfort. Su Tang burst into tears. Oh my god, why did she have to meet this unlucky star? He kills others, others come to kill her, he kills others, others come to kill her again. This cycle will just keep repeating itself endlessly. Hero, when will this cycle of revenge end? How can we still have fun playing games like this? Hero, great man, good man. Su Tang tugged at Tianshu's clothes, and she cautiously pleaded, can we discuss a different candidate and not drag me into this? No, he said decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Why? Look at the world. So many girls like you. With a wave of your hand, a whole bunch of girls are willing to shield you. Su Tang squeezed out a few tears and looked at Tianshu pitifully. I just want to play a game in peace. Besides, didn't you say minors should study hard? How can you let a minor participate in murder and arson? The assassins in Linglong Pavilion are all my students. They're all minors too. And didn't you hire someone to kill someone? Do you think Shengshi Dynasty would let you go even if you had nothing to do with me? Tianshu narrowed his eyes. And Su Tang's heart skipped a beat, a strong intuition telling her. Tell her that all that was bullshit, this and the rest are the real deal. And my mom already knows about you. She told me to bring you to her within 2 years. What? Su Tang was horrified. This was like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Didn't Tianshu Gang just say he was teasing her? What a twist. Well, this Linglong Pavilion is owned by my cousin. Because of my cousin, my mom thought I found a date in the game. She's been pushing me to go on blind dates. To appease her, I promised her I'd bring my wife to her in 2 years. Tianshu kindly decided not to bully an underage girl and told her the truth. Then why don't you find a wife? It seems this nerdy otaku is truly a troubled old man. But my mom thinks you're my wife, so she's read all the posts. Well, even if she hasn't seen it yet, she'll see it soon. Given her personality, she'd definitely start questioning as, Tianshu thought secretly. You're lying. What about after 2 years? Su Tang understood everything now. It seemed Tianshu was being forced into marriage by her mother, and out of desperation, she was using her as a shield. I'd be back in the army in 2 years. She won't be able to control me then. Tianshu looked nonchalant. Why hadn't she thought of finding a shield before? What a failure. Army? You're still a soldier? You don't look like one, the guards, right? The fact that this nerdy otaku could be a soldier completely tarnished her image of the military. What's that look in your eyes? I'm a regular army officer. No way, she'd just been forced to take a few years off. Didn't she look like one of those thugs from the guards? TSK. Su Tang expressed deep doubt at Tianshu's claim of being in the army. But now wasn't the time to discuss his unit. Can't you find a different shield? No. You're the one. She said in a firm, unquestionable tone. Well, alright, I hold you back for 2 years. Su Tang consoled herself, thinking of it as learning a lesson. A man forced into marriage by his own mother couldn't afford to be hurt. Unable to change her situation, Su Tang had no choice but to accept it. She still loved the game and didn't want to give it up just yet. It was only 2 years, after all. Besides, maybe the days of fighting and killing would have a different flavor. Su Tang felt a surge of excitement deep within her. Thinking of the feeling of killing those 5 people during the Shengshi dynasty's assault, her blood boiled. The thrill of reaping the fate of others, like the Grim Reaper, was truly addictive. Oh my god. Su Tang shuddered. How could she have such a feeling? How could she find killing so satisfying? Was she a murderer at heart? Su Tang shook her head. No, it's like the company of vermilion attracts redness. She must have been influenced by that nerdy otaku, Tyenshu. By the way, how old are you? Is your mom so worried? She quickly distracted herself and stopped thinking about the murder. After resolving the issue, Su Tang started gossiping. 49, she replied muffledly. What? 49? Uncle, you're already 49. And still no girlfriend. Su Tang unconsciously raised her voice, a look of surprise on her face. Almost 50, and still single, no wonder her mom was worried. If she had such a troublesome son, she'd definitely be worried until her hair turned gray. 49 is old? Tyenshu sulked. Why is this little girl so fussy? I'm still in my prime. But compared to an 18-year-old, he does seem a bit old, Tyenshu thought to herself. Phone, what the hell? My dad's only 59. At that age, he'd definitely be single on Earth. No, rich people aren't afraid. That's not right. Tyenshu is definitely a rich man. How could he not find a girlfriend? Impossible? There must be a bunch of gold diggers rushing to throw themselves at him. Su Tang found it hard to understand old men in the interstellar age. Huh? Wait. Tyenshu just said something about the army? The army? The gay army. Ah! Su Tang was shocked. Could this be another G? Oh my god. Oh my god. How could there be so many GS in this era? Tyenshu watched Su Tang's expression go from confusion to shock. What the hell was this little girl thinking? Are you perverted? Su Tang asked, finally unable to resist her curiosity. Su Tang figured it was just a game, and no one in real life knew who was who, so asking a private question was okay. Well, what do you mean by perverted? I think I look pretty straight. Tyenshu was a little confused, clearly not understanding what Su Tang meant by perverted. No, it's that one. Su Tang stammered. Which one? How would I know if you don't tell me? Tyenshu felt that the age difference was indeed a generation gap, and they couldn't communicate. That one. Do you like men? What? How is that possible? Tyenshu felt like cracking open this little girl's head to see what nonsense she was thinking all day long at such a young age. I definitely like women, but the woman I like hasn't appeared yet. You don't understand, little girl. What does it mean to like someone? When I can't see her, I miss her every day. When I see her, I don't know what to say to her. Just looking at her makes me feel so happy. TSK, a bachelor who's never been in love, pretending to be a romantic. Tyenshu was speechless. Chapter 31. What's going on? Gazing at the vast, black army of star beasts ahead, Yanzimu was bewildered. How could this happen? Why would these star beasts appear now? The timing is wrong. In his previous life, wasn't the king star beast supposed to appear in the year 20427 of the star era? Yanzimu used satellite positioning technology to carefully search the group of star beasts. Upon spotting a fiery yellow behemoth, Yanzimu was startled. How could this really be it? It looked like the mythical bird, the phoenix, described in ancient mythology. The bird, shaped like a chicken, was decorated with 5 colors. The pattern on its head read virtue, on its wings righteousness, on its back propriety, on its chest benevolence, and on its belly faith. It ate naturally, sang and danced by itself, and its presence brought peace to the world. The phoenix, a mythical beast described in ancient books as bringing peace, ironically brought devastating disaster to the entire human alliance. This phoenix was unfazed by energy cannons. Even the latest level 11 energy cannons posed little threat to it. Most terrifyingly, this phoenix possessed a psychic attack. Its cry suddenly vanished its psychic power, leaving intelligent mech warriors unable to control their mechs, forced to watch helplessly as they collided with meteorites or were destroyed by star beasts. Only mech pilots with low psychic power managed to escape. Yanzimu gazed at the phoenix with a solemn expression. Why? This star beast was supposed to appear in the year 20427 of the star era, when he was 144 years old, in his previous life. Just like that, this phoenix king beast, accompanied by a swarm of higher-level star beasts, suddenly appeared in the meteorite turbulence zone on the border of Yan Nation, sweeping across its 3-star systems like a swarm of locusts. The military dispatched 3 advanced legions, only to be completely annihilated. Panic gripped the Yan Nation. After the Star Beast army, led by the Phoenix, swept across 13 star systems, the entire human alliance panicked. That battle was unprecedented in its scale. The Yan nation mobilized 17 legions and 200 guards. The United States, Europe, and Latin America each sent 8 legions and 100 guards, and 10 legions and 200 guards from other federations and countries. Faced with such a formidable force, the Phoenix was finally beaten to a groaning howl. Finally, after 3 days of continuous bombardment from countless energy cannons, the Phoenix wailed, gradually shrinking and disintegrating into a ball of flame. Before anyone could even cheer their victory, flames erupted, instantly engulfing the dozen or so nearest Legion fleets. A resounding Phoenix cry, carrying even greater power, signaled the Phoenix's rebirth. The Phoenix, the legendary Phoenix reborn from the ashes, the immortal Phoenix. He had no idea what the fate of the entire human alliance would be. After the blindingly bright white flames of rebirth vanished, he was surprised to find himself in his own bed. Yes, it was that Phoenix that had reborn him back to his childhood, when he was 8 years old. Why? It was only the year 20332 of the Star Era, and this Phoenix had appeared 95 years earlier than in his previous life. Could it be, his eyes widened in disbelief, that he had sent people to explore the meteorite turbulence zone, thus luring the Phoenix out early? Could it really be that his rebirth had changed the course of his fate? Perhaps, Su Tang in this life was completely different from the last. If it was really because of him that the Phoenix's appearance was brought forward by 95 years, then he would be the center of the entire human alliance. He was only 49 years old and already had SSS-level mental power. Haha, Yanzimu suddenly chuckled to himself. Even if he had reached the heights of his previous life, with a 4th-level S-level mental power, he would still be powerless against the Phoenix. Is there really nothing he can do? Is humanity still doomed to extinction? Gazing at the legions clashing with the Star Beast army ahead, Yanzimu fell into deep thought. A sharp, mournful cry of Chiu struck Yanzimu as a sudden revelation. He wasn't at the same level as in his previous life, so a Phoenix that appeared 95 years earlier couldn't possibly have the same power as in his previous life. Yes. Yanzimu suddenly realized. Although the 3 legions in the advance force had suffered heavy casualties, they hadn't been completely annihilated like in his previous life. Moreover, the speed of their defeat wasn't as sudden as in his previous life. The Star Beast army was also trapped within those 3 star systems, unable to penetrate deep into the interior of Yan Nation. Therefore, this Phoenix's power is definitely not as high as in its previous life. The grand expedition of that life hasn't even occurred yet. So fate has been changed, yes. With effort, fate can be changed. Everyone, stand alert. Prepare for battle. Prepare support. Yanzimu began issuing orders as they drew closer to the battlefield. On the battlefield, the fleets and mecha units of the 2nd, 7th, 8th, 11th, 22nd, and 27th Legions were at the forefront. Watching the silver-gray mecha in the battlefield ahead, unperturbed by the Phoenix's mental power, slaughtering the swarm of star beasts, Yanzimu clenched his fists. That was the strongest man in Yan Nation right now, the ace mecha master Jiang Yuan, possessing a 4th-level S-level mental power. Even though he was also one of the 10 marshals, he was still far inferior to him. As for 4S-level psychic power, he'd be able to achieve that in the near future. Jiang Yuan simply had the advantage of being born early. As long as this encirclement and suppression campaign is successful, Yanzimu will definitely become the youngest 4S-level psychic in Yan country. Oh, Yanzimu suddenly felt heartbroken. Even if he became the youngest 4S-rank psychic in Yan Nation, so what? Even if he was more outstanding than Jiang Yuan, so what? It wouldn't change the fact that Jiang Yuan was that woman's fiancé. This was a fact known to the entire human alliance. Jiang Yuan was Queen Su Tang's fiancé. The entire human alliance knew they were a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. Even if he hated it, even if he was more outstanding than Jiang Yuan, that woman wouldn't love him. What time was it now? In this life or death moment, he was still thinking about these nonsense. Yanzimu secretly despised himself. Hadn't he chosen to never cross paths, to remain strangers? Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? Hadn't he chosen to never see that woman again after parting at Tyenshu Star? So why are you so unhappy now? What right do you have to be jealous of him? Jiang Yuan, gathering his thoughts, Yanzimu began to observe the battlefield intently. Everyone retreat. Prepare to concentrate fire. Support forces, charge, follow orders, concentrate fire. Jiang Yuan's deep voice, laced with rapid breaths, echoed through the command channel, clearly a bit exhausted. 2nd, 7th, and 11th Corps, suppress them. Quick! Drive them to decay 612. The rest of the core, prepare to concentrate fire and instantly destroy them. Ready, 3, 2, 1, fire. With the order to fire, all warships and starships unleashed their fire on DK 612. The relentless roar of bombardment and the constant flashes of white light blinded everyone. In seconds, DK 612 was reduced to dust drifting in the boundless sea of stars. Stop! After an hour of continuous, indiscriminate bombardment, Jiang Yunchuan finally gave the ceasefire order. Under such overwhelming firepower, no life could survive. Everyone, except Yanzimu, breathed a sigh of relief. Victory at last. Chapter 32. Retreat. Retreat. Now! Immediately. After the firing ceased, Yanzimu stared in disbelief at the small ball of white flame that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield where DK-612 had once stood. If it weren't for his past life experience, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. Damn it! How could this phoenix have already achieved nirvana? Before Yanzimu finished his words, a burst of white light blazed, and in an instant, all the warships and starships that hadn't retreated in time were reduced to ash in the white flames. What the hell? Jiang Yunchuan cursed over the command channel. Chew, a sharp, high-pitched phoenix cry. Everyone felt dizzy. Alarm, alarm, warships, starships, entering unmanned mode. Alarm, alarm, warships, starships, entering unmanned mode. With the phoenix's shrill cry, all the warships and starships lost control. Several starships, caught in close proximity, collided with each other, sending bursts of explosives resounding through the fleet. Quick, control the starships, create distance, warships and starships retreat, mecha units provide pinning fire and covering fire. After giving the order, Jiang Yunchuan piloted his Yinchuan and opened fire on the Phoenix. Countless mechas soared from the starships and battleships, besieging the Phoenix. Yanzimu piloted his Liuhua, constantly dodging the Phoenix's flames. Was there really no way out? Yanzimu vaguely felt that the Phoenix, after its rebirth, had become even more powerful. Could they withstand its mental attacks? No! This life must not be as cowardly as the last. Even if death befalls, I will drag it down to hell. The entire human race's legacy cannot be cut short by this beast. Chirp! Another wave of mental attacks erupted. Countless mechas lost control, exploding after colliding with meteorites, then exploding after being struck by the Phoenix's flames. Explosions echoed through the mecha swarm after collision. He pounded his fist on the control console in anger, unwilling to accept this. Was Yanzimu going to die at the hands of this beast? Those mechas were filled with Federation soldiers, the Federation's finest mecha units. So many lives were lost at its hands. As the meteorite drew closer, he felt as if he were frozen in an ice house, unable to evade. His mental power was completely unusable. Retreat! Everyone, get out of the cordon. A clear female voice shone like the warm winter sun, warming the earth. Yanzimu felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, as if something had vanished. His mental power was working again. He leaped to avoid the meteorite ahead, and looking up in disbelief, he saw the fiery red mecha stationed directly in front of the Phoenix. That mecha, with its perfectly streamlined body and engraved, vibrant red flowers, bore a beautiful name, Fleeting Time. And its owner, known throughout the human alliance as the 12th level energy grandmaster. Queen Su Tang, why? She was on the battlefield. Go back, Su Tang. Go back now. Jiang Yunchuan's furious voice echoed across the command channel. Yes. How could she feel at ease with Jiang Yunchuan here? A deep sense of resentment welled up within her. She had risked her life for a man. Was Jiang Yunchuan worth it? All troops, retreat. As the queen, I command you all to withdraw from the cordon. Su Tang, are you crazy? Is this where you belong? I cover your retreat, you go back. Her voice was filled with anxiety. Please do not offend the dignity of my royal family. Leave the cordon. A clear female voice spoke with unquestionable resolve. You? Su Tang, you're so good. Everyone retreat. Even though Jiang Yunchuan was unwilling to give up, as a member of the royal family, he could only obey their orders. The royal family was the most glorious of existence, surpassing even the 10 marshals. And even more so, the queen was a 12th level energy master. Chi. The Phoenix cried unwillingly, but as if an invisible barrier had blocked its mental attack. Chi. The Phoenix flapped its wings in struggle. Chi. The mournful cry was so strong that even the mecha masters outside the cordon felt a violent tremor. Yanzimu's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? This shuddering fear, this knee-deep submission, this pressure from a 5S level mental power. No, perhaps far more than 5S level. This woman, Su Tang, had transcended the limits of the human body. At this moment, as Su Tang suppressed the phoenix with her mental power, all the warriors were stunned. This was a being that surpassed human limits. Such powerful mental power. This was a Valkyrie. The Valkyrie, a mythical figure from history, whose mental power surpassed 5S level. After suppressing the phoenix with its mental power, Lunyan Si Shui immediately launched a barrage, firing energy cannons relentlessly. After a full half-hour of intense bombardment, everything returned to calm. The fiery red mecha stood silently ahead. Be careful. Yanzimu shuddered. That white flame, that phoenix's rebirth, appeared again. No! Retreat! A heart-wrenching male voice pierced with unprecedented fear. As if aware of the danger it faced, the red mech remained calm at the forefront of the battlefield. Please allow me to rest forever in this sea of stars. A melodious female voice, tinged with melancholy and determination. Shiu! A resounding phoenix cry, accompanied by an even more violent tremor. The entire sea of stars seemed to tremble. With the fading white flames, the battlefield was empty. Su Tang! The silver Yinchuan shot towards the red mech's previous location like a meteor. No! Jiang Yinchuan's grief-stricken howl lingered on the command channel. A certain world of cultivation. Su Tang, Su Xiaobai, are you sure this is really the world of cultivation? Su Xiaobai, yeah. I'm rich. This is a phoenix egg. This is a phoenix egg. Su Tang, show some sense. You're drooling. Su Xiaobai, you ignorant bumpkin. This is a phoenix egg. Do you understand phoenixes? They're divine beasts? And this one's a pure blood. Su Tang, why do you want a phoenix? Aren't you just a plant? Su Xiaobai, what do you know? I recognize you once I transform. Su Tang, then why don't you go find a spiritual plant to possess and cultivate with? I made a huge sacrifice for you this time. Su Xiaobai, humph. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to deal with this phoenix. Su Tang, got it. You're the best, okay? Go cultivate. My boyfriend's still there. I'm counting on you. Su Xiaobai, don't worry, I'd be able to take you back in a year at most. Su Tang, she needs to be beautiful, rich, powerful, and preferably have a good father. Su Xiaobai, I know. Su Tang, alas, I don't know if she'd find a new lover when she returns to Yinchuan. Anyway, I'm losing money. And she needs 5S level mental power, otherwise it'd be inconvenient. Su Xiaobai, I know. Su Tang, put away all the belongings I gave you before. Remember to return them to me when you get back. Su Xiaobai, everything is packed up. It's in my immortal abode? Su Tang, well, that's it for now. Hey! Why are you still here? Why aren't you looking for a spiritual plant to possess and cultivate? Su Xiaobai, Chapter 33. It was always like this. Every time, just when people thought victory was about to arrive, the phoenix's white flame of rebirth would shatter their hopes, leaving them feeling a deep sense of despair. Even more cruel was the fact that many people were still immersed in the joy of victory when it vanished. Yanzimu couldn't describe the feeling he had when the white flame vanished and the battlefield was deserted. Wasn't that victory? The white flame of rebirth had vanished, the phoenix had vanished. Was this victory? Why was no one cheering? Why were all the soldiers silent? Why did he feel as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand? It didn't hurt, but it was suffocating. He sank into a state of profound confusion, completely unsure of what to do. It wasn't until he heard Jiang Yinchuan's heartbreaking wail that he suddenly realized the woman was gone. Conduct a blanket search. Perhaps the woman had escaped, or perhaps encountered a space jump point. How could he have so easily assumed she was dead when he hadn't even seen her remains? Yes. She must not be dead. Yes, search quickly, leaving no planet untouched. Yanzimu's words rekindled Jiang Yinchuan's hope. But reality was always so cruel and unbearable. Soon, the Queen's vehicle was discovered on DK623, a neighboring planet of DK612. Its remains, lost to time, only a few fragments of the mecha remained on that planet. With only a few fragments of the entire mecha left, could the occupant still be alive? In star year 20332, Queen Su Tang, the greatest energy engineer of the Yin Federation and a hero to all mankind, died. All citizens of the Yin Federation observe a year of silence to show the highest respect for the Queen. Yanzimu felt it was unreal. He couldn't believe it. That woman was really dead. The woman he'd been obsessed with for over 40 years was dead. She died right before him, and he wasn't even entitled to collect her remains. He just stood there, silently watching Jiang Yunchuan and Su Yuan preside over her funeral. Ever since they separated, he deliberately ignored her. But why did news of her continue to reach him? Hadn't he decided to be strangers? Shouldn't he be happy? That hateful woman who played him around in his past life was finally dead. Hadn't he always hoped to see her die? When the entire Interstellar network was filled with gossip about her and Jiang Yunchuan's love affair, hadn't he also cursed them for a bad ending? Hadn't he finally gotten what he wanted? Why was it so painful? He touched his chest. His heart was clearly intact, but this piercing pain was infinitely more painful than seeing her smile at another man. He wanted to see that woman die. That moving smile, that happy smile, even if it was directed at another man, was always better than her black and white photo. Why was he so stupid? Why did he have to be a stranger? Yanzimu, you're just stupid. You could have changed her fate, so why did you just sit there and watch her fall into another man's arms? And in the end, you even let her sacrifice herself for him. Are you afraid of being abandoned in the end, just like in your previous life? Ha! You're such a coward. How could you know that fate can be changed if you never tried? If I had the chance to do it all over again. Ha ha. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who do you think you are? I already given you one chance. Who can you blame for wasting it? He turned and left. A step on air, a sudden feeling of falling. Yanzimu suddenly opened his eyes. What was this? His mind went blank. After staring at the stone ceiling for 3 seconds, his thoughts gradually returned, his mind gradually clearing. This was Tyenshu. This was when he was still at the 14th Legion's Tyenshu base. Was that just a dream? He touched his chest in confusion. The sharp pain, the piercing pain, and the overwhelming sense of unwillingness seemed real. Had he been reborn again? But he clearly wasn't dead? Or was it just a dream? What you think about during the day, you dream about at night. Even though Su Tang had been gone for over a month, he couldn't help but think of her. So he even dreamed about her? In fact, if it wasn't a dream, wouldn't it be enough to verify it? Yanzimu narrowed his eyes, his mood brightening. And even if it was just a dream, so what? Since he already understood his feelings, he would definitely strive for it. Perhaps this was God giving him a second chance. The next day, Yanzimu walked to the training ground as usual. AMU, training so early again. Li Qingqi lazily leaned against the stone gate and stretched without any manner. I'm exhausted. What's wrong? Those bastards from Group 4 are back, and they brought back some big prey. But a few careless ones got injured and didn't take care of them properly, so I had to work the night shift again. He yawned. Never mind, I'm going to catch up on some sleep. There's a snack tonight. Watching Li Qingqi return to the room, Yanzimu's lips curled up. Exactly the same. This conversation was exactly like the scene in his dream. And in the dream, or rather the future, Group 4 had indeed returned at this time, with a few injured ones, and they had also brought back some delicious star beasts. Yanzimu strode eagerly to the training grounds, where a group of warriors gathered around several mid-level star beasts, laughing and chatting loudly, their faces lit with joy. Snow-white fur, sturdy limbs, a star beast reminiscent of a polar bear on ancient Earth. Yes, that's exactly what it looked like, exactly as in his dream. In other words, as long as he followed the path he had planned in his dream, everything would unfold as he had in his dream. Rebirth or a dream of the future? Who cares? Everything can be salvaged now. Su Tang had only been away from Tyenshu Star for over a month. It was impossible for her to meet Jiang Yunchuan so soon. Screw the stranger. He had to be kicked in the head to call him a stranger. For the rest of his life, Su Tang could only be Yanzimu's woman. As for Jiang Yunchuan, he could go wherever he wanted. Thinking back carefully to the dream, he remembered the gossip about Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan was everywhere on the interstellar internet. How did they meet? Hongi Star. Yes, that devastating Hongi Star pirate attack. It was only 2 months later, and Jiang Yunchuan showed up so early. At this time, Jiang Yunchuan must still be on leave due to unstable mental state. No wonder Jiang Yunchuan, known as a battle maniac, knew Su Tang. Jiang Yunchuan seemed to be about 20 years older than him. Yanzimu was already 11 years older than Su Tang, which meant Jiang Yunchuan was over 30 years older than Su Tang. Damn, this old man is so shameless, actually taking advantage of young girls. As for the Phoenix, Yanzimu frowned deeply and thought. It seemed he had to hurry up and destroy it before it grew up. However, he didn't even know where it was at the moment. Perhaps the answer lies behind the meteorite turbulence zone. Chapter 34. Ever since becoming a shield, Su Tang felt her gaming life was truly rich and varied. She was being hunted like a rat all day long. How could she possibly enjoy playing games? Thanks to the all-powerful forum, Su Xiaobai was now a household name. Of course, it wasn't a good reputation. The greatest evil queen who brought disaster to the nation. Su Tang felt like crying, but she couldn't even cry. She was even more famous than that Hua Luo. The name originated from that paparazzi's acquaintance. The paparazzi's gossip-mongering post had created a new thread on the forum, and it lived up to expectations, making it the top post of the week. The reincarnation of the evil queen who brings disaster to the nation. Will history repeat itself? It must be said that the paparazzi's literary talent was remarkable. The entire post was so captivating that even Su Tang, the heroine, was captivated. It began with a poignant love story. A beautiful woman named Su Xiaobai fell in love with a king. Of course, the king loved such a beautiful woman, and they were happily married. However, reality is always harsh. Su Xiaobai was so beautiful that the king's ministers couldn't help but fall in love with her. For her sake, they began to commit treasonous acts and plot to usurp the throne. The king was furious. Dare to compete with me for my woman? Death. Thus, talented, handsome, and powerful ministers were eliminated one after another. The king protected his love and his beauty. However, the country was in turmoil. A marquis named Zhou also coveted Xiaobai's beauty. After the king eliminated many of the cannon fodder ministers, the marquis seized the opportunity, and not only seized the king's throne, but also his beauty. So the beauty and the marquis lived happily together. In short, this is a story of many men competing for one woman. Of course, the paparazzi wrote a rich and moving storyline, with twists and turns. Is this the story of Emperor Xian and Xiaobai? Oh my god, this paparazzi is so good at making it up. Su Tang thought she was reading a love-hate romance novel, with all those courtiers being the second, third, and fourth male characters? Much of Earth's ancient history had been lost by this time, and much could no longer be verified. This paparazzi was truly talented, piecing together this magnificent love story from the few words left by Su Xiaobai. But what did this have to do with her? After reading the first half of the post, Su Tang was still a little confused, but she continued reading with the same mindset as reading a novel. And then, as history always repeats itself, Su Xiaobai returned to the immortal world. Although this time she was still an underdeveloped little girl, her charm was undeniable, captivating all the gods. A master, driven by rage for his beloved, single-handedly challenged the Shengshi dynasty's headquarters. So Shengshi dynasty began a fierce conflict with Wangja Tianxia, and Linglong Pavilion unexpectedly joined in. The situation spiraled out of control, dragging all the major factions into the fray. You hit me, I hit you, and if I couldn't defeat you, I call for help. If you called for help, I call for help too. The fighting continued, escalating into chaos, and then a world war erupted. After reading the entire post, Su Tang finally understood the message. The current chaos in the game is all caused by that woman named Su Xiaobai. A beautiful woman is the root of all trouble. Damn, this is none of her business. No wonder she's been inexplicably hunted lately. Turns out they're blaming her. It was clearly that murderous maniac Tianxia who caused all this. They're all a bunch of cowardly bullies. Why is she so miserable? Sigh, Rensheng sighed. She knew being a shield for that old bachelor wouldn't be so easy. Little Xiaobai, are you there? Let's go kill some people. Tianxia excitedly messaged Su Tang as soon as he came online. No. Su Tang's teeth itched as she thought of how Tianxia had taken her to kill someone yesterday. That pervert had taken her to Qinglin Town. Qinglin Town. That's the Shengshi dynasty's headquarters, teeming with enemies. Poor her, she was surrounded and attacked the moment she left the teleportation array, and before she could react, she was at the respawn point. They chose to go to the System Restaurant in Qinglin Town. System restaurants are safe. Players inside system restaurants cannot be piked. There they saw Tianxia weaving through a dazzling display of magic, hidden weapons, and flying swords. His steps were as swift as a butterfly, his movements precise, his attacks accurate. Then, flashes of white light appeared, and the crowd dwindled at an extremely fast pace. Even after Su Tang logged off for breakfast, Tianxia was still engaged in a one-sided massacre. What's going on? Aren't we going to kill those Shengshi bastards? Aren't we going to get them killed? If I go, I get killed. Who would just charge into someone's lair just to start a fight? Without the amazing equipment and Feng Saw's positioning, she'd be a complete idiot if she went to Qinglin Town again to get herself killed. Tianxia was speechless. He remembered how he'd taken the little girl to kill people yesterday. Upon arriving in Qinglin Town, he'd been so excited that he'd forgotten about her. No wonder he felt like something was missing after all the killing. Su Tang sipped tea listlessly in a Xiancheng restaurant. The entire Xiancheng was in chaos. People were killing each other everywhere. Even the usually bustling restaurant was deserted. She was the only player on the entire second floor. She'd pretty much taken the whole place to herself. And how unlucky. Even the NPC storyteller in the restaurant tells stories about Su Daji. Well, if you ignore the protagonist, Su Daji, to be fair, this storyteller's stories are quite fascinating. As soon as Tianxiao entered the restaurant, he saw Su Tang, slumped over the table with no dignity. He strode towards her. "Little girl, what's wrong?" Ever since he found out Su Tang was only 18, Tianxiao had been calling her little girl. "Uncle, aren't you going to kill people?" Su Tang naturally responded to the little girl by calling him uncle. It's only right to return the favor. Killing them all the time is boring. Tianxiao felt a little guilty. He agreed to take her to kill someone, but he ended up killing her, and he was still playing alone. "Uncle, you even started a world war in this game. Aren't you ashamed?" Su Tang suddenly felt a little confused about this man's mindset. Although the cause was her murder, and uncle went to avenge her by slaughtering Qinglin town, ultimately leading to a fight between Shengshi and Wangjia. Didn't Shengshi and Wangjia already have a feud? The previous fight she witnessed involved Shengshi and Wangjia members, so why were so many gangs now involved? Was this the beginning of a world war? What world war? Fighting and killing is normal in games, and besides, Tianxiao chuckled slyly, don't you know about profiting from war? Huh? Su Tang looked at Tianxiao with a puzzled expression. War consumes supplies and firepower, and the same is true in games. Fighting consumes medicine, grinds for equipment, and requires items. Tianxiao looked inscrutable. So who do you think is the ultimate beneficiary? That's the game company that benefits, none of your business. Su Tang's eyes suddenly widened, pointing at Tianxiao. Uncle, you didn't develop this game. My cousin developed it, but I own 40%. The company's revenue has increased exponentially recently. Tianxiao looked smug. A profiteer. A wicked profiteer. A capitalist vampire sucking the blood of the people. Shameless. No wonder he kills people every day, he's actually trying to generate revenue. Uncle, do you know what you're doing? Su Tang gritted her teeth. Huh? What? Troll. You're a game troll. You're seriously affecting the game balance. You deserve to be dragged out and shot by all the players. No wonder his equipment is so impressive. It turns out he owns the game company. The most important thing is, he actually used her as an excuse to start a world war. She gets the infamy, but all the money goes into their pockets. What's your relationship with the Linglong Pavilion Master? He's my cousin. Tianxiao confessed honestly, watching Su Tang, who had gone berserk. Pay back my 5 million. He spoke with gritted teeth, enunciating each word. Chapter 35. Su Tang felt that she was a pacifist, and fighting and killing simply didn't suit her. She truly couldn't win. One-on-one was fine, but she didn't have the skills to handle a group fight. According to Tianxiao, fighting requires considering the opponent's casting time, movements, and the angle of attack. Each attack has a specific angle and lead-up time, which is simply too difficult. A few tenths of a second wasn't enough time for her to dodge. The Immortal Realm was in such chaos right now. There were so many people shouting at her to fight and kill, all in a group fight. She didn't even dare to go out alone. There were even some idiots who asked her to break up with Tianxiao and join their ranks, so she decided to stop playing games for now. And most importantly, school would start in 2 weeks, or 14 days. When she heard this devastating news from the young boy Yao Yu, she was completely shocked. Yes, Miss Su was still a student. She'd been living a life of idleness for so long that she almost forgotten she had to go to school. Su, you didn't forget the start date of school, did you? Yao Yu was puzzled as he watched Su Tang, who looked shocked in the video. It was just the start of school, after all. It's okay. I had too much fun and forgot about it. She smiled sheepishly. She really had forgotten. Then you didn't forget your holiday homework, did you? Yao Yu was a little unsure. What? There's such a thing as homework? Su Tang was shocked. Doesn't your energy department require us to synthesize an energy stone? Yao Yu rolled his eyes. He had forgotten this. Wasn't he synthesizing a level 4 energy stone before? It seemed that Su had been addicted to games during this period. Oh, I remember. It seemed like that was the case. Didn't Miss Su die trying to synthesize a level 4 energy stone? Su, I believe you can do it. You're already a level 3 energy master. He smiled mysteriously. I brought you a gift. Guess what it is? So you guess or I guess? Su Tang wasn't in the mood to play guessing games with Yao Yu right now. Level 3 energy stone, Miss Su, but she couldn't do it. Synthesizing energy stones wasn't something you could just learn by watching someone do it once. No, she needed to study it thoroughly. TSK, you're so boring. If you don't want to guess, then don't. You find out when I get back. You definitely like it. Yes. Say hello to Sister Qing for me. I have something else to do. I'm going to go now. 88. She quickly hung up the video. Su Tang only now realized the preciousness of time. What if she couldn't synthesize a level 3 energy stone within 2 weeks? Had she been so frightened by the star beast that she'd forgotten how to synthesize energy stones? Su Tang paced the room impatiently, her hands behind her back. She couldn't ask Father Su and Grandpa Su about synthesizing energy stones, or they would definitely arouse suspicion. And when it came to synthesizing energy stones, relying solely on Miss Su's memories was useless. It was like learning to drive just by watching someone drive once. Impossible. At least practice is necessary, right? Yes, practice is necessary. Su Tang immediately rushed to the laboratory where Miss Su had previously synthesized energy stones. She also sent a message to Su Yuan, saying she was going into seclusion to practice, and asking him to remember to have food delivered to the laboratory. In the laboratory, there were all kinds of energy stones, large and small, and most of them were raw, unprocessed energy stone ore. The mechanical processing of energy stones is actually quite simple. After the raw energy stone ore is mined, it's processed into standard energy stone blanks. All blanks are essentially of a standard size, 10 cm * 10 cm * 10 cm. The primary energy source of this era comes from energy stones, a complex ion radiation reaction. Su Tang, an earthling, naturally couldn't understand the exact mechanism. In short, energy stones are like batteries on Earth, placed in a battery compartment and turned on, they're ready to use. Mechas, flying cars, spaceships, fortresses, starships, and more all use energy stones. Even residential buildings utilize energy stones, rather than centralized power. After researching extensively on the StarNet, Su Tang understood the concept of synthetic energy stones. Synthesis is just a term. Not all energy stones are synthesized. Low-level energy stones are created through activation. However, because energy technicians were so low-level in the past that they could only activate level 1 energy stones, higher-level energy stones were created through the energy-wasting synthesis method. Therefore, the energy stone production process has always been referred to as synthetic energy stones. Energy ore contains a special type of particle. Within the rough stone, numerous such particles exist in a dormant state. The energy engineer's job is to activate these particles. 10 of these activated particles within a rough stone constitute a first-level energy stone. Under special conditions, these activated particles undergo an ion reaction, releasing a massive amount of energy. This ion energy is countless times more powerful than heat, light, wind, and other energies. The Su family has developed a technology that can activate particles within a blank to 10,000 without requiring mental energy. This means they can use a mechanized assembly line to produce level 4 energy stone. The mechanized production technology for level 4 energy stone was developed by Su Yuan. 20 years ago, the Su family could only mechanically produce level 3 energy stone, not even ranking among families that made their living from processing energy stone. In just 20 years, with the sudden emergence of Su Yuan, the Su family has firmly established itself as the leading energy stone manufacturer, becoming the undisputed leader in the energy sector. My father is truly a legend. Su Tang couldn't help but sigh once more. Huh? Since level 4 energy stone can be produced mechanically, why does she still need to synthesize it? Wouldn't it be enough to just synthesize level 5? How did Miss Su synthesize energy stone in the past? It seemed she simply stared at the stone, and then succeeded. She could see Miss Su's memories, but she didn't know the specifics of how to synthesize energy stone. The teacher at school said to enter the energy stone first. That's right. The most crucial thing for an energy master is whether you can use your mental power to enter the energy stone. Being able to do so means you possess the talent to become an energy master. 95% of people are stuck at this threshold. Su Tang always assumed that with so many energy masters in the Su family, becoming an energy master was a piece of cake. This view is actually wrong. Comparing the number of energy masters with the vast population of the Interstellar era reveals just how high the barrier to entry is. Su Tang stared intently at the level 4 energy stone before her, her mental power circling it again and again, but it could only circle the periphery. The energy stone had no door, so how could she get in? Could it be? Open sesame? Energy stone, open the door. Little energy stone, please open the door. Open the door quickly, mom's back. Chapter 36. You're trying to run before you even learn to walk. Su Xiaobai suddenly appeared, fed up with Su Tang's idiocy. To synthesize energy stones, you have to start from level 1. You have to start with a blank. Can't machines synthesize level 4? Su Tang was deeply puzzled. The Su family could mechanically produce level 4 energy stones, so why couldn't she synthesize level 5? That's different. Everything requires a foundation. Do you think you can synthesize level 4 energy stones just because machines can? The original owner, Ms. Su, was only a level 3 energy master. If synthesizing level 4 energy stones was so easy, why would the Su family have so many level 2 and 3 energy masters? Su Xiaobai began to lecture Su Tang with the air of an elder. Shouldn't machine production be simpler without using mental energy? Why can machines do things that humans can't? That's different. Do you know the difference between machine production and artificial synthesis? Su Xiaobai boasted. Unlike that lazy Su Tang, he was a diligent and studious great demon immortal. Even during the day, when he couldn't bask in the red moon, he thoroughly researched energy stones. Then, please, Master Su Xiaobai, give me, a mortal, some guidance. Humbly seeking advice, Su Tang felt that if Su Xiaobai knew, she wouldn't have to check the interstellar network. Ahem. Then I, Master, will guide you. Mechanical processing will destroy the structure of the silent particles. A machine-processed level 1 energy stone will have all the silent particles except the 10 activated ones destroyed, making it inactivatable. So, that level 4 energy stone you just used will always remain a level 4 energy stone. It can never become level 5. That's not right. How can a machine process a level 4 energy stone? Except for the 10, the others were destroyed. Where did the 10, 4, activation particles in the level 4 energy stone come from? Su Tang was puzzled. Those are two sets of machines. The equipment for producing energy stones is different. There is a level 1 energy stone production equipment for producing level 1 energy stone, and a level 2 energy stone production equipment for producing level 2 energy stone. Do you understand what I mean? Because the accuracy of the equipment is different, the energy stones produced are of different grades. I understand. Then why don't they all produce level 4 energy stones? Isn't it a waste to produce level 1 energy stones by machines? Su Tang was still very confused. The blanks that could have been turned into level 4 energy stones were used to produce level 1 energy stones. Isn't this a waste of energy? How shameful is the waste? Because it takes 1,000 times more energy to produce a level 4 energy stone. It takes longer than it does to produce 1,000 level 1 energy stones. Do you think the Su family are all idiots? They don't want to make more money and produce all level 4 energy stones? That's impossible. They simply don't have the time. Being uneducated is terrifying, and even more terrifying is being illiterate and not studying hard. Don't you know that the mining rate of energy stones far exceeds the processing rate? And do you think that energy stone processing equipment is cabbage, a basket full of it on the ground? Huh? Su Tang was still a little confused. Still don't understand? Idiot, the restaurant has enough raw materials, but not enough chefs. Only VIPs can enjoy the most exquisite cuisine, while ordinary people can only eat simple dishes. You're saying there's too much energy, and we can't process it all into level 4 energy stone in time, so we can only process most of it into level 1 and level 2 energy stone for the general public? Right. After all this time, Su Xiaobai finally understood. So stupid, he secretly despised her. With such a clueless master, her fragile heart was about to break. Okay, then what about artificial synthesis? Artificial synthesis involves using mental power to activate those silent particles. Artificial synthesis doesn't damage the structure of the silent particles. So, artificially synthesized level 3 energy stone can be processed into level 4? Level 5? Or even higher? Yes, that's right. So my dad can process level 8 energy stone into level 9? That's a rip-off. The price difference between level 8 and level 9 is more than 10 times. That's theoretically true, but your dad doesn't have the ability yet. Su Xiaobai's soft voice cruelly shattered Su Tang's dream. What? Can you explain it more clearly? Isn't my dad a 9th level energy master? Su Tang was not calm anymore. Why was she getting more confused the more she listened? I have carefully observed that 9th level energy stone. It is synthesized, not purified. Synthesized? Purified? Master, can you explain it more clearly? Mortals don't understand. Su Tang burst into tears. She deeply felt the insurmountable gap between mortals and the great immortals. How could Su Xiaobai know everything? If Su Xiaobai had an expression, he would have looked mysterious at this moment. The so-called synthesis is to use 10 8th-level energy stones to synthesize a 9th-level energy stone. It is to transfer the activated particles in the other 9 8th-level energy stones to one energy stone. Purification is to continue to activate the silent particles. Using 1 8th-level energy stone to process it into a 9th-level energy stone is to activate the silent particles in the energy stone itself to 10 9. Do you understand? I understand a little bit. Su Tang nodded unconsciously. But how do you know it is synthetic? Because energy stones also have density. A standard-sized energy stone has only 10-12 silent particles. The density of that level 9 energy stone exceeds the standard, with 9 times 10 to the power of 8 more particles. It is obviously synthetic. Su Tang was really impressed. You even know that an energy stone has 10-12 silent particles. Su Xiaobai, you are actually an intelligent computer, right? Then how do you know that this level 4 energy stone is produced by a machine? Have you scanned it? Su Tang felt that he was indeed illiterate. He had to study hard in the future, and could not neglect his studies like this. Yes, he had to work hard for the college entrance examination. There is a logo on it. Doesn't it say made by the Su family? Huh? Su Tang took a closer look and found that there really was one. In an inconspicuous corner, it was engraved with made by the Su family, 4. Next to it was the family emblem of their Su family, a blooming moon between 2 unknown leaves. She took out the level 9 energy stone Su Yuan had given her and examined it. The number 9 was marked large and ornately. After careful examination, she found a mark in the corner that read made by Su Yuan, next to the Su family crest. This mark is engraved on the surface of the energy stone, right? Wouldn't that allow for cheating? This trademark is too unreliable. It could easily be used to replace the original. Could someone just take Su Yuan's level 9 energy stone and replace it with a different logo and get away with it? You can pirate it if it's machine-made, but it's impossible to do it if it's synthetic, she said confidently. Because there's a specialized organization for energy master certification. Although I haven't seen it, I think they must have a way to identify it, since every synthetic energy stone retains the maker's mental energy. Su Tang felt a little discouraged. What a hassle. Chapter 37. Something seems off. Su Tang carefully recalled the instructor's assignment requirements. That's right, they didn't say we had to hand in a level 4 energy stone. Level 3 would be fine too. The instructor wanted a pinnacle of achievement. A pinnacle of achievement, then, wouldn't a level 3 energy stone be the pinnacle of a level 3 energy master? There was no requirement to reach level 4. After searching the lab, she found quite a few energy stones inscribed with made by Su Tang, 3. Suddenly she felt calmer. If all else fails, she could use this. Su Xiaobai, the one inscribed with 3 is a level 3 energy stone, so if I engrave 4, it's a level 4 energy stone? Su Tang thought the energy stone label was shoddy. If she encountered an unscrupulous vendor who sold her a level 3 as a level 4, she'd be in for a huge loss. Don't they have instruments over there that can measure it? Su Xiaobai thought she could even become a teacher. Su Tang. Sure enough, on a table in a corner of the lab, there were several devices called energy stone activated state ion count analyzers, which looked like microwave ovens. After careful reflection, Su Tang finally remembered their purpose. She placed the energy stone marked 3 in, turned it off, then on again. Sure enough, a minute later, the screen displayed 1256. This was the number of activated state ions. She had been too naive. Energy stones must be verifiable, otherwise any energy master could claim to be at level 9. Energy stone levels are calculated based on the number of activated particles, rounded up. 1256 is considered level 3, even 9999 is still considered level 3. Only when it reaches 10,000 is it considered level 4. Therefore, even energy stones of the same level can be good or bad. Therefore, energy stones must be tested using a detector when they are bought or sold. Let's just learn how to synthesize energy stones properly. Always using Miss Su's legacy isn't the way to go. Take a rough piece from the ore and drop it into the tester. After 1 minute, the screen shows a clear 0. Okay, it's your turn. Start practicing with the rough piece. Placing the rough piece on the lab table, Su Tang began to surround it with her mental power. Her mental power swirled around the rough piece, up and down, left and right. This rough piece is a single piece, right? How can she get in? 10 minutes later, Su Tang's mental power was still circling around the periphery. No way, doesn't she have the talent to become an energy master? She's now using her 4th grade S-level mental power to circle the rough piece. It doesn't make sense. Miss Su, with her C-grade mental power, can become an energy master, so why can't she? Could it be? Su Xiaobai, my mental power is different from Miss Su's? Su Tang began to feel a little confused. No, even though my soul has been replaced, my mental power hasn't changed. It's just been upgraded. If my mental power changed, you wouldn't be Su Tang anymore, and the optical brain wouldn't recognize you. Although mental power is equivalent to spiritual consciousness in the cultivation world, they are two different things. In the cultivation world, spiritual consciousness changes when a body is possessed, but in this realm, mental power follows the body. And as an earthling, Su Tang originally had no mental power, so her mental power is now an upgraded version of Miss Su's. Then why can't I enter the energy stone? So sad. Is it true that I'm not cut out to be an energy master? What if I can't become one? A 9th level energy master father giving birth to a daughter without energy master talent would definitely bring discredit to Su Yuan. No, the outside world thought she was a 3rd level energy master. Even if a 9th level energy master father gave birth to a 3rd level energy master daughter, it would still bring discredit to Su Yuan's father. No, Su Tang secretly made up her mind. Su Yuan's father had been so kind to her. Even though she was an imposter, after spending time with him recently, she truly considered him her father. She absolutely could not let him down, nor could she bring shame to the Su family. She simply refused to believe she could ever become an energy master. Master Tang, you have to believe in yourself. Miss Su spent 6 years to become an energy master. As long as you cross that threshold, your future is definitely bright. Go for it, girl. Su Tang felt a chill. Go for it, girl. Su Xiaobai, where did you learn that? You completely destroyed the determination I had just made. But 6 years is too long. Even if she's smart and takes half the time, it'd still take 3 years. 3 years to even reach the threshold of being an energy master. How could she possibly catch up? Su Xiaobai, can you enter the energy stone? Su Tang suddenly remembered that Su Xiaobai even knew how many silent and activated particles were inside the stone. So could he possibly get inside? Of course. This immortal is omnipotent, The heights of immortals are beyond the comprehension of you mortals, and Su Xiaobai began to gloat again. So you're an energy master too. What level are you? Level 12, huh? I can activate all the silent particles. Su Tang was in a state of panic. What kind of world is this? The whole world is filled with malice. A plant can become a level 12 energy master, but she hasn't even touched the threshold. He slammed the rough piece of stone onto the table. Quick, give me a whole level 12 energy stone. No, that would waste so much moonlight, which I worked so hard to collect. You have to take it even if you don't want it. If you can't get a level 12 energy stone, forget about sunbathing the red moon. He threatened fiercely. You're provoking me. I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't extort a level 12 energy stone to comfort my wounded heart. Woo-woo. Really, no, please. I only been basking in the red moon for a few days now, and I finally collected a tiny bit of moonlight. Woo-woo. Su Xiaobai decisively unleashed his coquettish skills and his magical voice to penetrate her brain. Don't cry. No discussion. I told you to provoke me. If I'm not doing well, neither should you. Humph. Su Tang thought, it's better to share your sorrow than to suffer alone. Woo-woo. How about I take you inside the energy stone? The moonlight Su Xiaobai had collected from basking in the red moon these past few days wasn't enough for him to create a level 12 energy stone. To discourage Su Tang, he had no choice but to back down. Su Tang felt like she wanted to beat this brat to death. Why didn't he tell her earlier that he could take her inside the energy stone? Wasn't that fun to watch her mess around? Okay. I was going to teach you that earlier. Su Xiaobai refused to admit that he had deliberately wanted to watch Su Tang mess around. As a flower, his life was truly boring, especially since Su Tang was always playing games online. While it could log into the Interstellar network, it could only do so when Su Tang wasn't on Skynet. When Su Tang was on Skynet, it became bored, as access required a physical scan, so it couldn't log in. Su Xiaobai held absolutely no ill will towards Su Tang, just as Su Tang constantly threatened to withhold moonlight from Su Xiaobai, but never actually did. Su Xiaobai considered Skynet the wicked mistress who had stolen his master Tang. Feeling left out, it naturally felt a little resentful towards Su Tang. So it deliberately watched Su Tang anxiously. But Su Xiaobai genuinely found Su Tang's silly, anxious look hilarious. Chapter 38. Oh my god, Is she the heroine? Aren't heroines always domineering and majestic? With a simple wave of her hand, countless cute pets and handsome men flock to her. Not to mention the handsome men, she's already content with having a godlike father, but where are all the cute pets? Why does she only have this unreliable little flower? Su Tang secretly shed tears. So far, besides being able to use 4S level mental power for detection and scanning, she hasn't discovered any benefits. This 4S level mental power has to be used secretly, and when it is used, she is always worried, afraid that another 4S level mental power user will suddenly appear and expose her. Su Tang looked up at the sky, a 45-degree expression of sadness. She thought she had opened a golden leg, but it turned out to be a useless leg. Such a sad feeling. Alas! I was born with talent, and it will be useful, she consoled herself. Master Tang, do you want to go inside the energy stone? Su Xiaobai was puzzled. She was so anxious just now, but now she had time to daze. Su Xiaobai, you're such a bummer. Can't you even indulge in some artistic melancholy? If this interstellar era were a novel, perhaps her father would be the hero, and she would just be a minor supporting character. Who knows, a vicious stepmother might even turn her into cannon fodder. Su Tang's imagination ran wild. Stop thinking about nonsense. Get down to business. Become a great energy master, Su Tang thought to herself. Okay, I'm ready. Relax, close your eyes, take a deep breath. I'm starting. Su Xiaobai's soft voice held a rare seriousness. Su Tang felt Su Xiaobai's mental power slowly envelop hers, like a transparent bubble enveloping her. Then the bubble began to move toward the energy stone blank on the table, swirling around it. Suddenly, it spun faster and faster, until Su Tang felt dizzy and almost nauseous. The world spun around for a while, and Su Tang felt the sensation was even more thrilling than riding a super pirate carousel. Okay, we're in, Master Tang. Su Xiaobai's voice rang out cheerfully, as if to take credit. Oh my god, how could Su Xiaobai be so nonchalant? Su Tang felt that mortals truly couldn't compare to the immortals. She was so dizzy she didn't know where she was. It took a long time for Su Tang to regain consciousness. What was this? All she could see within her mental range was a dense mass of floating balls, the size of ping-pong balls from her past life. She was in a small, square, enclosed room. What is this? Is this the inside of the energy stone? Yes, this is the inside of the energy stone. So this is what the inside of the energy stone looks like. Su Tang, entering it for the first time, couldn't help but feel curious. So these are the particles in the dormant state? They look very active, floating around in the air. Yes, that's them. Just grab them with your mental power, and they activate. Sounds simple. Su Tang tried to follow Su Xiaobai's instructions, and began to use her mental power to grab them. Like a school of sardines in the ocean, when her mental power tried to grab one, the entire group of particles scattered. It seemed like there were many particles in the space, and they seemed to be moving very slowly, but when Su Tang actually tried to catch them, she realized how difficult it was. And these are called dormant particles. They're clearly very active. After what felt like an eternity, Su Tang finally succeeded in using her mental power to grab a small particle. The moment her mental power grasped the particle, a strange scene occurred. It was like turning on a light bulb. The particle lit up. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully activating one particle. Activating 10 particles completes the mission. Su Tang blushed. Su Xiaobai, speak properly and stop imitating the game system. Okay, I just wanted to liven things up. Su Xiaobai pouted. Watching Su Tang activate particles was so boring. And it was so slow, it took her so long to catch just one. After finally activating 10 particles, Su Tang felt that if her mental power had any sense, she would be panting and sweating. Why are these so-called silent particles so active? They're like slippery loaches. They're so hard to activate. Master Tang, how's that? Synthesizing energy stones is pretty simple, right? Simple? Su Xiaobai is just talking without any hesitation. How could this be simple? Not everyone can be an energy master, after all. I go out and take a break. Su Tang's mental energy returned, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She stumbled and nearly fell. Her main body could still feel the dizziness, and she felt exhausted, as if she run 800 meters. She quickly found a sofa and sat down. Master Tang. I'm going to bask in the red moon. Her voice was pitiful, and tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Huh? What? It's evening now. Su Tang was shocked. It's evening now? Yes, I need to bask in the red moon. For Su Xiaobai, basking in the red moon was like eating. Even a single day of basking in it was unacceptable. No way. It was only morning when Su Xiaobai brought her into the energy stone. She had only captured and activated 10 particles in the entire afternoon? That's way too inefficient. Ren moved the ice crystal under the crimson moon and felt his stomach. No wonder he felt a little hungry. It was already evening, and he wasn't in the mood for food, so he just downed 2 bottles of nutrient solution. While the nutrient solution didn't taste great, it was still nutritious, and it also saved him the trouble of reevaluating the grains, making it a perfect time saver. After satisfying his hunger, Su Tang began to ponder how he had gotten in. Why was it spinning around? And so fast? Xiaobai, why is it spinning so fast? Su Tang decided that instead of figuring it out herself, she might as well ask Su Xiaobai. It would save her so much time. Because it needs to be in sync with the energy stone. It's like an electric fan on Earth. When it's not spinning, it only has 3 blades, but when it's spinning, it looks like a circle. The energy stone is the same. It appears sealed to your mental power, but it's actually spinning constantly. As long as you match its frequency, you can enter. Su Xiaobai, comfortably basking in the crimson moon, was in high spirits. For him, simply basking in the crimson moon brought him a good mood, so he patiently explained Su Tang's question. Su Tang pondered Su Xiaobai's words. They made perfect sense. After learning how to enter the energy stone, she began practicing. She began spinning around the energy stone blank, gradually increasing her speed as her body adapted. Her previous dizziness and nausea were entirely due to Su Xiaobai's sudden acceleration. If she continued to speed up, Su Tang felt she could still handle it. As her mental power grew faster and faster, she could gradually see a tiny crack in the energy stone surface. Yes, it was this crack. Using the same acceleration she used to running 100 meters, she finally burst through. Chapter 39. Looking at the familiar enclosed space, at the countless floating spheres, Su Tang burst into tears of excitement. She had finally crossed the threshold of becoming an energy master. This time, Su Tang didn't rush to activate the particles, but chose to exit. Entering the energy stone was difficult, but exiting was incredibly simple. As soon as she opened her eyes, her mental power returned to normal. Of course, only newbies would need to close their eyes while entering the energy stone. Closing their eyes minimizes the impact of what their eyes see on their mental power. When Su Tang emerged, she realized it was already midnight, meaning she had spent over 5 hours entering the energy stone. Was her talent too low? She felt a little frustrated. Never mind, it was still too late. She needed to maintain her strength for the next day's struggle. After crawling into the nutrient tank, Su Tang didn't log into the game this time, choosing instead to rest in her personal residence on Skynet. Citizens on Skynet have residences where they can rest, and have many other functions. Su Tang chose to research basic information about energy technicians within her residence, while also ensuring deep sleep within the nutrient chamber, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After checking the information about energy technicians on Skynet, Su Tang's composure flared up. It wasn't that her talent was poor, but rather that her talent was exceptional. Citizens who aspire to become energy technicians can enter the profession once they are mature enough to think independently. Energy technicians don't require G-level mental power, but generally, higher mental power levels equate to higher-level energy technicians. Currently, no level 4 energy technician has been found with less than C-level mental power. Starting out as an energy technician with a rough stone is a lengthy process, depending on one's talent. Some with exceptional talent can master the method of entering the energy stone within a few months, while others may struggle for decades. As for the method of entering the energy stone, there's no mention of frequency capture on the Skynet. The traditional method online is to use mental power to strike the energy stone, and when the impact speed reaches a certain level, you can enter. Su Tang found this method unreliable. Although mental power can't feel anything, using it is like banging your head against a wall. Even after the mental power returns, the body will still feel very uncomfortable. Could Su Yuan's father still use this method to enter the energy stone? This is too unreliable. I find a chance to share Su Xiaobai's method with him. Luckily, I didn't look it up directly online. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how long it would take to become an energy master. Su Tang secretly congratulated herself. Su Xiaobai was still quite capable, and she really shouldn't have doubted his abilities. She felt a small sense of shame. The speed of activating the energy stone also varies from person to person. According to a survey by the Yen Country Statistics Department, the average activation speed for Yen Country Energy Masters is 0.1 particles per hour. That means, based on the average speed, synthesizing a level 1 energy stone takes 1 hour, a level 2 energy stone takes 10 hours, a level 3 energy stone takes 100 hours, a level 4 energy stone takes 4.1 days, a level 5 energy stone takes 41 days. And a level 9 energy stone takes 1,123 years. No, Su Yuan has synthesized several level 9 energy stones. This is clearly not true. A closer look reveals that the average speed only applies to energy stones below level 6. The majority of energy technicians in Yen country are level 4 or 5. There are no more than 4 level 6 energy technicians, no more than 3 level 7 energy technicians, only a dozen level 8 energy technicians, and only 2 level 9 energy technicians. The higher the level of the energy master, the faster the particle activation speed. Practice makes perfect. It's said that every energy master has their own secrets. Of course, this is just speculation. You have to ask the senior energy master for details. Although Su Tang spent an entire afternoon synthesizing a first-level energy stone on her first day, it was her first creation after all. For someone just starting out as an energy master, this was quite fast. Most energy masters take 3 or 4 days to complete their first energy stone. So, I'm still pretty impressive, Su Tang secretly encouraged herself. Before she knew it, daylight had broken again. Su Tang decided to keep working hard. Sleeping in the nutrient tank was truly more effective, without having to worry about insomnia. She diligently moved the ice crystals from the window to a shady spot. Su Xiaobai was a delicate creature and couldn't stand the sun. She silently drank 2 bottles of nutrient solution, feeling energized again. Start striving. Su Tang started to circle around the blank with his mental power again. After the experience of entering the energy stone alone last time, this time it was a piece of cake. It only took him an hour to go around the energy stone. After a morning of hard work, Su Tang could enter the energy stone within 10 minutes. This speed of progress was definitely like riding a rocket. At noon, there were 2 more nutrient solutions. Su Tang's seriousness was comparable to the time when he was preparing for the college entrance examination. After entering the energy stone skillfully this time, Su Tang did not rush to start catching particles, but thought carefully. With so many silent particles, if you want to synthesize a level 9 energy stone, you need to activate 9 of them. How long would it take to just catch so many? Ding! Congratulations to the player for activating the task of 9 particles. Come on, girl! Su Tang felt like she was going to bleed internally. Su Xiaobai, please be more reliable. This guy is addicted to pretending to be a game system. Woo woo. Master Tang likes playing games, isn't it? I'm just providing some fun. The weak voice was a little aggrieved. Okay, I was wrong. There are prompts for game tasks, so the system should give some prompts, dear. After Su Xiaobai said this, Su Tang suddenly felt that it seemed to be true. Just treat it as playing a game, and catching the ball really feels like playing a game. Well, System Prompt 1. 1 rope ties a grasshopper, 2 ropes ties 2 grasshoppers, 3 ropes ties 3 grasshoppers. Oh, countless ropes ties countless grasshoppers. Su Xiaobai started to sing a nursery rhyme to entertain himself. This was also considered a system prompt. Su Tang was very upset. But there actually was a system prompt. Su Xiaobai might be unreliable, but he certainly had some strength. What did this mean? 2 ropes, 2 grasshoppers? This. Does it mean you can separate your mental energy and catch them? You mean you can split your mental energy into countless strands to activate particles? Ding! Congratulations. You got it right. Reward System Prompt 2, drop a net, and hey, a swarm of grasshoppers. Su Tang was shocked. Could this be what she thought? You mean you can even weave a net with your mental energy to catch them? Ding! Congratulations. You got it right. Too bad there's no prompt. You just weave a net. So, can I create a net with my mental power, and therefore synthesize a level 12 energy stone? Su Tang's composure flared. If she could truly weave a net with her mental power, wouldn't synthesizing a level 12 energy stone be easy? Well, that's theoretically true. I don't know if it can actually capture everything. But it's definitely possible to create a net with mental power. So you haven't even tried it. Su Tang felt that weaving a net with mental power was incredibly difficult and required considerable research. She decided to wait until Su Xiaobai spent more time with the Red Moon and synthesized a level 12 energy stone. In her heart, Su Tang hadn't given up on the idea of collecting a level 12 energy stone. Chapter 40. However, splitting mental power into strands seems feasible. Su Xiaobai, how do I split it? Well, Su Xiaobai pondered for a moment, realizing that splitting mental power into strands was difficult to describe. After a long pause, he finally found the words. Your current mental power is like hair tied into a pigtail. It's made up of countless strands. The higher your mental power level, the thicker the pigtail, and the more strands it has. Splitting the strands is like untying the pigtail. What a fitting metaphor, but the actual implementation is so difficult. Su Tang felt that her mental power was a single, unified whole, a single strand. How could she split it into two strands? Should she pull out a single strand? Never mind, she tried splitting her mental power into two. Ugh! My head hurt. As soon as her mental power split, she felt a sharp headache. Su Tang had no choice but to exit the energy stone. Are you sure this is reliable? How many strands can you divide your spiritual power into? I can divide it into countless strands, more than 10, 12. Master Tang, please don't look at the world with your mortal eyes. It's too limited, just like a frog at the bottom of a well can only see a dome of the sky. Is this guy indirectly saying that she is a frog at the bottom of a well? She gritted her teeth and said, haha, not bad, you can use idioms now. There is no red moon tonight. Let's go bask in the sun. Whoa. No, Master Tang, the kind Master Tang who combines wisdom and beauty, you definitely don't want me, a poor little flower, to be tortured by the scorching sun, right? Humph. Don't think you are great just because you came from the underworld. If you offend me, you will suffer the consequences. Wow. I don't want to be in the sun. It's so hot. Su Xiaobai started throwing a tantrum. Go play somewhere else. I'm not going to mess with you anymore. I need to get down to business. Su Tang couldn't do anything else when Su Xiaobai started throwing a tantrum. She couldn't even focus. Oh, okay. Then Master Tang, keep going. Splitting the threads is simple, you know once you get the hang of it. After Su Xiaobai calmed down, Su Tang began to seriously experiment with splitting the threads. She strained to separate her mental energy. It hurt a little. She eased up, it didn't hurt anymore. She stretched it a little more, and it hurt a little more, and eased up again. Stretching, stopping, stretching, stopping, Su Tang finally succeeded in splitting her mental energy in two. She checked the time. It was already dinner time. No wonder she was feeling so hungry. It was because she hadn't eaten lunch. She drank 2 more bottles of nutrient solution. Although she hadn't eaten lunch, she felt incredibly full after drinking them. Su Tang felt she'd burst if she drank another one. Overeating was wrong. After moving the ice crystals to the window early, Su Tang began the process of dividing her mental power. Dividing the strands was like giving birth. The first time was painful, but with experience, the second time was a breeze. Also, the first time she divided 1 strand of mental power into 2, the second time she could split 2 strands into 4. Before entering the nutrient chamber, Su Tang had already successfully divided her mental power into 8 strands. On the internet, Su Tang was surprised to find no mention of mental power dividing. There was absolutely no information online, and even descriptions of mental power described it as a single strand. After much research, Su Tang finally found a tiny record of mental power dispersion in an unofficial history. It was said that someone once had the insane idea of dividing their mental power into countless strands, and then died of pain. Su Tang felt like she was being tossed about by the wind. The pain was agonizing. Death. Oh my god, if she had seen this record earlier, she would never have tried the mind-splitting technique. But now she didn't feel any pain. Could it be numbness? Was it the beginning of death? The next morning, Su Tang got up early, skipping even breakfast as she hurriedly carried the ice crystal back from the window. Su Xiaobai, are you sure the mind-splitting technique won't kill you? Huh? Su Xiaobai was confused. He hadn't recovered from absorbing the moonlight. Someone's mental power split into strands and died of pain. It can kill people, you better be serious. Huh? Mental power split into strands and then died? That means his mental power level is too low. What's the big deal? Su Xiaobai felt that when communicating with Su Tang, he must not use the terminology of the cultivation world, otherwise she would not understand. Well, it's like an earthworm on Earth. If you cut it into 2 pieces, it will become 2 strands. If you cut it into countless pieces, it will die. Then how do I know how many strands I can split my mental power into? I won't accidentally split too many and kill myself. She didn't want to kill herself like this. No, I'm sure you can split it into 9 strands. According to the mental power classification of this interface, G-level mental power cannot be split into strands, F-level mental power can be split into 10 strands, and so on. Are you sure? Yes. Master Tang, I won't joke about your life. Su Xiaobai's tone was more serious than ever. Su Tang suddenly felt a little ashamed. Yes, they had a contract, and Su Xiaobai would not harm her. She should trust Su Xiaobai more. After all, he knew much more than her. With her worries gone, Su Tang resumed her mental power division process. By the 6th day, Su Tang had mastered the art of dividing her mental power into 512 strands, transforming from one strand to 512 strands in just a few seconds. Su Tang felt that 512 strands was sufficient for her at the moment, so she decided to first synthesize a level 4 energy stone. Expertly entering the energy stone, Su Tang calmly waved her 512 strands of mental power at the floating spheres, capturing them. Activating the particles was simple. As soon as her mental power came into contact with the spheres, they activated, each one lighting up like a small lantern. After 10 hours of laboring within the energy stone, Su Tang finally called it a day. Excitedly, she dropped the freshly minted energy stone into the tester and waited anxiously for the results. When the screen read 13202, Su Tang suppressed the urge to scream. She succeeded. Level 4. She successfully synthesized a level 4 energy stone. So thrilled, 13202 great. Basically, one trace of mental energy can activate one particle every half hour. It's hard to believe. Just 7 days ago, she hadn't even crossed the threshold of becoming an energy master. Wow. I'm so excited. I need to share this with someone. Yes, this kind of thing is definitely better shared than enjoyed alone. I need to share this with someone. Of course, Su Xiaobai isn't a human being, and this guy who could synthesize a level 12 energy stone would definitely discourage her. Yes, I share this with my handsome dad. I checked the time. It was a little after 4 p.m., so we could have dinner together. I sent a voice message to Su Yuan, saying I finally come out of seclusion, and would have dinner with my family. Su Tang walked out of the laboratory happily, and got on the flying car. She went back to her room to take a shower and freshen up. She was really tired these past few days. Chapter 41. Since she gotten used to the age of 300 plus lifespans and adulthood in this era, Su Tang felt a whole lot younger and healthier. Her age in her previous life would have been considered young and fresh-faced, not to mention the original owner, Miss Su, who was only 18. She took a shower, found a cute little princess dress with puff sleeves, added a small crown, and braided her hair into 2 side ponytails before tying them into princess braids. Looking in the mirror at her delicate, SD doll-like face, Su Tang sighed heartily. The Su family's genes are truly exceptional. Although the plastic surgery industry in the interstellar age is highly developed, and she rarely seen anyone look ugly, she still preferred the original. A packaged life would reveal itself in the next generation. A little mushroom-picking girl, carrying a large bamboo basket on her back, walks barefoot through the forests and hills early in the morning. She picks the most mushrooms, countless as the stars. The biggest mushroom she picks, as big as a small umbrella filling the basket. The tea. Are you tired and blinded? Turning to enter the main door, there are still 3 men. Su Yuan sat confidently at the main seat, with Su Qiming sitting to his right and Yanzimu to his left. Yes, that idiot Yanzimu. Why was he in her house? Ahem. Su Yuan faked a cough. His daughter's naivete and silliness had really struck a chord with him. However, with outsiders present, he still had to be more respectful of his manners. Come over for dinner, I'd be waiting for you. You really don't know the rules, even making guests wait. Su Tang burst into tears. She hadn't even mentioned having a guest, and this one had given her such a start. This man had definitely seen through her childish and foolish behavior. She quickly put on a polite smile and strode gracefully to the table. Major Yin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Miss Su, you're too polite. It's my fault for being so rude and intrusive. Looking at Su Tang, who was as elegant and noble as a little princess, Yanzimu suddenly felt a little amused. The childish little girl singing the nursery rhyme, just now, was the real Su Tang. He hadn't expected to see her true nature this time. Clear, bright eyes, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, flawless fair skin tinged with a faint blush, and thin lips as tender as rose petals. Yanzimu stared at this long-lost face in silence, a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. Su Tang was frustrated. Why was Yanzimu, that gay guy, at her house? If he knew it was rude, why did he stay at a hotel? Ugh, it was inconvenient to tell Grandpa and Dad that she leveled up with a stranger around. This felt so frustrating. Su Tang unconsciously poked the steak on her plate with her fork to vent her frustration, unaware that her little gesture was being seen by the 3 men. Su Yuan, huh? Did my daughter fail in her retreat? Reaching a level 3 energy master at her age is quite impressive. Could it be that my high level is putting too much pressure on her? No, I need to find some time to talk her through it. Su Qiming, no way. Did little Tang torment that Ice Lotus to death? Yanzimu's eyes darkened. Was he unwelcoming? He was so happy to see her, but she was so sullen to see him? Was he just that annoying? The host and guests finished their meal in a relatively pleasant atmosphere. Su Yuan and Yanzimu went to the study to discuss important matters. Su Tang looked at Su Qiming in the lounge, bewildered. Grandpa, why aren't you going? There's something important going on, so why is my grandpa so calm? Grandpa's old, he doesn't care anymore. Su Qiming had always been a bystander in the Su family. His daily routine consisted of dating girls, planting flowers, and taking Su Tang for strolls. Su Tang envied her grandfather, who lived a life of idleness and idleness. She also wanted to date a handsome man, play with Su Xiaobai, and have a cute little pet to take with her. But it was also thanks to her grandpa's lack of ambition. If he had been more motivated and focused on producing children, the Su family would have been in turmoil, and she would have had a host of uncles, aunts, and cousins. Su Tang was very satisfied with the current state of the Su family. Grandpa Su, Dad Su, and herself were the only 3 direct descendants. This avoided the drama of a family feud. She didn't want to be involved in such a stressful and exhausting affair. Grandpa, why is Yanzimu coming to our house? Su Tang was still very curious about Yanzimu's sudden visit. Well, I don't know. He came just over an hour ago. He said there was something important, something about the safety of our planet. Planetary safety? Could it be that a high-level star beast has escaped to Hongi planet? Oh my god, it's too dangerous here. Earth is still safe. Ever since she saw information about star beasts on the interstellar internet, Su Tang has developed a certain fear of him. It's said that powerful carnivorous beasts can devour every human on a planet. The thought of being eaten by a star beast is terrifying. Grandpa, what if a high-level star beast attacks? If they encountered a star beast, her 4S level mental power wouldn't be enough, and neither would Su Xiaobai. Don't be afraid, Tang, my dear. Our Hongi planet has very strong defenses, and the probability of a star beast attack is practically 0. Su Qiming hadn't lived those 100 years in vain. He's seen far more than Su Tang had, and so he remained calm. In his entire life, he never encountered a star beast attack on Hongi. Grandpa, what if there were other dangers? Like pirates? Su Tang's words had been a casual remark, but she hadn't expected them to come true. Pirates had actually appeared on Hongi, a planet known for its good security, and she had encountered them. How is that possible? Pirates only haunt the Black Triangle Galaxy. They can't possibly penetrate our Federation. Our Hongi Galaxy is very close to the capital galaxy, and our Su family guards are no pushovers. Su Qiming thought Su Tang was indeed too young and naive. How could there be pirates on Hongi Star? The security here is excellent. Video call request. Girlfriend number 21 is requesting a call. Do you want to connect? A robotic female voice interrupted Su Tang's next question about the Su family guards. Girlfriend number 21? Su Tang's brow furrowed with gloom. Grandpa, how many girlfriends do you have? Su Yuan's father is just a supporting actor, right? You're the hero who's making a comeback. After decisively rejecting her, Su Qiming gave Su Tang a fawning smile. Other women are nothing but clouds. Our little princess Tang is Grandpa's treasure. Shaking the goosebumps from her hands, Su Tang steadily pushed Su Qiming out of the room. Grandpa, go on your date. I go ask Dad what happened tomorrow. Well, alright then. Grandpa's leaving. Little sweetheart Tang, stay home. Grandpa's going to deal with those evildoers out there. Su Tang was both angry and amused. Her own grandfather was a real joker. It was a good thing Su Yuan's father hadn't inherited his philandering ways, otherwise she'd have a ton of siblings by now. Chapter 42. The atmosphere in the study was somewhat oppressive. Su Yuan looked at Yanzimu with a serious, slightly suspicious expression. Are you sure the information is reliable? Pirates had infiltrated Hongi planet. If someone else had told him this, he would have scoffed at them, dismissing it as a fairy tale. How could there be pirates on Hongi planet, a planet controlled by their Su family guards? Although Su Yuan wasn't from the military, the 10 marshals of the military had to give him face. Who would dare to cause trouble on their Su family's Hongi planet? Pirates. Could it be that woman? Impossible. Before Su Tang became independent, that woman had said she wouldn't show up. Facing Su Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, Yanzimu maintained a calm and serious expression. My informant provided information. Pirates have secretly infiltrated the Black Triangle Galaxy and established a base on Hongi Star. The exact location isn't clear, but based on my investigation, the Yunzhou Commercial District is highly suspected. In that dream, Su Tang was in distress in the Yunzhou Commercial District and encountered Jiang Yunchuan, who was on vacation. This story of a hero rescuing a beautiful woman went viral on the interstellar internet. Yanzimu initially considered going directly to the Yunzhou Commercial District to wait, preempting Jiang Yunchuan and rescuing Su Tang. But then he realized that in his dream, he should still be in the Tyenshu Galaxy. If his change caused Su Tang to truly be in danger, the consequences would be unbearable for him. He didn't want to take even a single risk for Su Tang's safety. Yanzimu is a relatively rigorous person. Although he has verified that the scene in his dream is true, he does not believe it completely. Using the power in his hands, Yanzimu secretly investigated the trade zone of Yunzhou. Sure enough, he found a clue that part of the energy stones in the Yunzhou trade zone have evaporated. And the spies planted inside the pirates also responded that there is a high possibility of a pirate energy supply point on Hongi Star. After careful consideration, Yanzimu decided to reveal this news to Su Yuan. Based on his understanding of Su Yuan, he knew he would never betray the Federation and associate with pirates. Therefore, the secrecy surrounding this pirate stronghold was indeed excellent, even keeping Su Yuan, its owner, in the dark. Secondly, Yanzimu didn't want Su Tang to be in any danger. Even with all his preparations, accidents could happen unexpectedly, and he wouldn't allow his change to put Su Tang in any harm. Furthermore, Yanzimu secretly didn't want Su Tang to encounter Jiang Yunchuan. A man's instinct told him that Jiang Yunchuan was a formidable opponent. Jiang Yunchuan, from the Jiang family of Phoenix Star in the capital galaxy, was the late son of Jiang Yi, one of the 10 marshals. He was 49 years old, an SSS-level psychic, a member of the royal family, with the rank of lieutenant general, and possessed a striking appearance. He had thoroughly researched Jiang Yunchuan's information. He knew he was far superior to Yanzimu in terms of background, status, and abilities. Perhaps Yanzimu's only advantage was his youth. He believed he could reach that level in 20 years, but he had to admit that Jiang Yunchuan was far superior to him at the moment. Su Tang's attitude today shattered the smugness he harbored from his foresight. Yanzimu had to consider the reality of the situation. Even if he shamelessly pursued Su Tang, she wouldn't necessarily like him. Fate was a mysterious thing. Even if he changed things, Su Tang would likely still meet Jiang Yunchuan. Telling Su Yuan about this would ensure Su Tang's safety, minimize the damage to the Yunzhou Commercial District, and most importantly, allow him to stay in the Su family and gain Su Yuan's favor. As everyone knows, the longer a father-in-law grows dissatisfied with his son-in-law, the more he dislikes him. Su Tang, without a mother-in-law to curry favor with, could only improve Su Yuan's friendship first, and then, naturally, he could finally gain the upper hand. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan stood up and walked to the window. Outside, a crimson moon hung quietly in the vast sky, its blood-red hue imbued with a sinister aura. Yunzhou is in turmoil. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Thank you, Major Yin, for informing me of this news. I remember this favor. Yunzhou needs to be cleaned up. Su Yuan made a silent decision. Yunzhou is one of the most chaotic areas on Hongi Star. Local families on Hongi Star avoid conducting formal transactions in the Yunzhou Commercial District. Yunzhou is inhabited solely by merchants from foreign families. In Earth parlance, Yunzhou is inhabited by outsiders. Although Hongi Planet has many resorts, they are populated primarily by high-status residents. In contrast, Yunzhou's commercial district, home to a concentration of foreigners, is a more mixed bag. Anyone with money can enter Yunzhou, and those without can even sneak in. There are also shady dealings within Yunzhou, such as the slave trade, where the poor are trafficked. The poor have no human rights protections, and even being sold like commodities or treated like animals is not legally responsible. Many unscrupulous human traffickers secretly visit poor planets to purchase baby girls at prices higher than those offered by the Family Planning Association. Many unscrupulous fathers will sell their baby girls to traffickers for money. A baby girl admitted to the Family Planning Association is guaranteed safety, and a well-qualified one can even achieve a dramatic comeback. However, a baby caught in the hands of traffickers faces a dire fate. Every major family has its share of filthy, shameful practices, and every family has its share of sadistic perverts. That's why the Yunzhou Commercial District hasn't been shut down. Su Yuan could tolerate the shady dealings within the Yunzhou Commercial District. After all, a clear water holds few fish, and every planet always has its dark corners. But he absolutely could not tolerate pirates on his planet, not even those belonging to that woman. Communicating with pirates is a crime no less serious than treason. The Su family's foundation could not be destroyed by Su Yuan. Master Su, you're too polite. After all, the military bears unshirkable responsibility for the pirates' intrusion into Yin country. Although Yanzimu had come for his own selfish reasons, the presence of pirates within Yin country was a grave matter. Without an insider, how could the pirates from the Black Triangle Galaxy possibly reach Hongi Star? The Hongi Galaxy is Yin country's largest exporter of finished energy stones. If anything were to happen to the Hongi Galaxy, the entire Yin country's energy stone supply would be disrupted. If the military's energy stone supply were to fail, the entire Yin kingdom would be plunged into chaos. If someone were to cause unrest, the situation would be uncontrollable. Yanzimu frowned. It shouldn't be that serious. In his dream, before the Phoenix appeared, the entire Yin kingdom hadn't experienced any major chaos. He hoped his worries were unfounded. Chapter 43. Su Tang pondered the potential dangers of Hongi Star all night, but still couldn't come to a clear conclusion. But she finally realized she was worrying too much. Planetary crises like these were issues for adults to consider. She was still a minor, and what dangers could there be in the confined confines of the Su family's main residence? At dawn, Su Tang crawled out of the nutrient chamber. She had become accustomed to sleeping there, and beds were no longer part of her life. Looking at her ghost image in the mirror, Su Tang was startled. Her long hair was disheveled and draped, some of it falling in front of her. Her inky black hair against her fair skin made her look like a long-haired ghost at first glance, but a closer look revealed her to be a vixen. After washing up, she checked the time. It was only a little after 5 o'clock, still early for breakfast. Su Tang wondered if she should get some exercise. As a traffic police officer in her previous life, she naturally possessed exceptional stamina. Ever since arriving in this interstellar era, she'd fallen into a state of laziness and decadence. No, the body is the foundation of revolution. While sleeping in a nutrition tank can be beneficial, Su Tang still believes more in physical exercise. She quickly tied her hair into a ponytail, found some comfortable workout clothes, and moved the ice crystal housing Su Xiaobai from the window. Then, she decided to go for a morning run. As she stepped out, Su Tang was startled by a slender figure standing outside her door. Yanzimu, dressed in a black military uniform, leaned casually against the pillar at the entrance to Su Tang's small palace. Against the sun, his expression was hard to discern. Su Tang had to admit, Yanzimu was quite handsome. Paired with the handsome Federation uniform, he left her feeling dazed. Su Tang took a closer look. Oh, there was still dew on the man's uniform. What time had he been squatting outside her house? And what was he doing there? Was he coming to settle a score? No way. Heaven could see she hadn't hooked up with his man on the 15th star. Yanzimu, restless all night, couldn't sleep well, thinking of Jiang Yunchuan's impending appearance. As usual, he went out for a run in the morning and unknowingly ran to Su Tang's door. After a long conversation with Su Yuan in the study yesterday, Su Yuan had concluded that the pirates were likely after the level 9 energy stone. Su Yuan, a daughter-obsessed man, naturally thought of his precious daughter's safety first, and naturally asked Yanzimu to protect her. In Su Yuan's eyes, Yanzimu was a promising, upright young man, bound to achieve great things in the future. Furthermore, rumors circulated that the Yin family's light armor technology was already quite advanced. As an elder, Su Yuan naturally couldn't ask for a set of light armor. After all, the Yin family hadn't yet sold it, and young people were easier to communicate with. Once his daughter and Yanzimu became familiar with each other, Yanzimu wouldn't object to buying a set of light armor as a friend. Even if his daughter's mental power didn't reach S level, her safety would be greatly assured. Su Yuan hadn't anticipated that Yanzimu had long been eyeing his precious daughter. He was inviting a wolf into his own home. As a newly appointed bodyguard, Yanzimu was naturally well aware of the location of Su Tang's small palace. The thought of Jiang Yunchuan's arrival on Hongi Star gave Yanzimu a strong sense of crisis. Time was running out. Leaning against a pillar, Yanzimu unknowingly fell into deep thought. Yanzimu had no understanding of women. In his previous life, the only women he had contact with were Su Tang and his sister. His relationship with Su Tang was completely natural, and they were often apart. After Su Tang's death, Yanzimu reflected deeply on whether he hadn't done enough and wasn't a qualified boyfriend. In this life, after Yanzimu first saw Su Tang on the 15th star, he had a vague intuition that Su Tang in this life felt different. And the Su Tang in his dream was completely different from the Su Tang in his previous life. The difference was earth-shattering. In his previous life, Su Tang was a noble and arrogant little princess hiding under Su Yuan's wing, while the Su Tang in his dream was a radiant and independent empress. The moment Su Tang left, Yanzimu felt himself come to his senses. He involuntarily pulled out a delicate gift box, the size of an energy stone, from his space pocket, and handed it to Su Tang. "This is for you." "Huh?" Su Tang was stunned. He was squatting at her door so early in the morning just to give her a gift? She thought he was out for revenge. Su Tang suddenly felt incredibly petty. How could she discriminate against Ji? After all, Yanzimu was a soldier of the Federation Legion. He wouldn't be so unworthy as to assault a woman. But should she accept it? Looking at the small gift box in the hand before her, Su Tang hesitated. "I don't feel comfortable doing that." She gave an awkward smile. She couldn't accept gifts without merit, and besides, they weren't close, so how could she just accept a gift? "I hunted this myself, and I'm giving it to you." Yanzimu showed no intention of taking it back, his gaze blazing at Su Tang. Under Yanzimu's piercing, obsidian-like gaze, Su Tang felt a little overwhelmed. This man's mental power level was clearly lower than hers, so how could he put her under such severe pressure? "Thank you," she said, gritted her teeth, and accepted the small gift box. Did he hunt it himself? Could it be something from a star beast? Wouldn't it be a bloody scene when he opened it? No way. Yanzimu didn't look so naive. Out of curiosity, Su Tang opened the small gift box and saw a sky blue, translucent gem pendant lying quietly on the silk cloth. Was it a necklace? The blue, unknown gem shone faintly in the sunlight. Su Tang fell in love with it the moment she saw it. This gem was more beautiful than ice crystal. "It's so beautiful." Su Tang couldn't help but praise it. "Do you like it?" There was a hint of nervousness in the deep voice. Yanzimu tensed up, her heart pounding faster than ever. Would she accept his offer? As for the gem? What woman wouldn't love it, especially such a beautiful one? She hadn't expected Yanzimu to be so generous, giving her such a large gem. But since it was obtained from hunting a star beast, it shouldn't be expensive. But why did he give her the gem? Was it an apology for his reckless behavior? Or was it a return gift because his father's thank you gift was too expensive? But since he'd given her a gift as a gesture of kindness, she couldn't hold a prejudice against him anymore. "Yes, I like it very much." "Thank you," she replied with a bright smile. Hearing Su Tang say she loved it, and seeing her bright smile, Yanzimu felt as if the flowers of the world were blooming, and his lips curled up unconsciously. Su Tang had always remembered Yanzimu as a stern, icy face, so seeing him smile so rarely was a surprising feeling. Coming to her senses, Su Tang suddenly felt something was amiss. She just accepted a gift, so why was he so happy? Su Tang, upon learning the truth shortly afterwards, burst into tears. She had dug a hole and buried herself in it. Could you just accept a gift casually? The heart of Tianlan comes from a star beast called Tianlan, said to be a ferocious and dangerous high-level carnivore. Adult Tianlan beasts have a sky-blue gem on their heads, representing their hearts. The larger the gem, the more dangerous it is. A brave warrior would kill a Tianlan beast, obtain the heart, and propose to the girl of their choice. If the girl accepted the heart, it signified her acceptance, and the two could then go to the government to obtain a marriage certificate. Therefore, the heart of Tianlan is actually a token of love, used by many nobles when proposing marriage. While the price of a heart of Tianlan is ridiculously high, high-level psychics generally choose to personally hunt down a Tianlan beast as a token of their love. Chapter 44. Ever since accepting Yanzimu's gift, Su Tang felt something was off about him. This usually stern-faced iceberg was showing signs of melting. Su Tang unconsciously entertained a conspiracy theory. In novels, when the icy hero melts, it means he's met the heroine. The power of love can surely transform an iceberg into a hot spring. So Yanzimu was in love? And with whom? There were only 3 people in the Su residence, and Su Qiming's grandfather, that playboy, couldn't possibly be? The answer was clear. The one was her stunningly beautiful father. Considering Yanzimu's attitude towards her, it seemed he was trying to curry favor with her by becoming her stepmother. No, stepfather. Su Tang was completely upset when she came to this conclusion. Her father was definitely straight. How could she know that? That was ridiculous. If her father wasn't straight, she wouldn't exist. But why, after all these years since his mother's death, hasn't he found another? A woman in a distant galaxy suddenly sneezed. Damn, who's cursing her? The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she became. Su Qiming, this philandering idiot with as many girlfriends as he had clothes, how could he have fathered such a love-struck child? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that her father had become crooked after her mother's death? Su Tang shook her head fiercely, shaking this terrifying thought out of her mind. To uncover the truth, Su Tang secretly used her psychic power to spy on her. During the day, when Su Yuan was away, Yanzimu would follow her. When she went to the lab to practice synthesizing energy stones, he would wait outside. When Su Yuan returned, the two would go to the study. Because psychic power could only spy, not eavesdrop, Su Tang had no idea what they were discussing. At this moment, Su Tang couldn't help but wonder why she hadn't learned lip reading. It's always good to have many skills, the ancient said, as the saying goes. After 3 days of observation, Su Tang became increasingly certain that Yanzimu was trying to seduce her father. Two grown men, alone in the same room every day, were bound to cause trouble sooner or later. Daddy, I have a question about energy management that I'd like to ask you. After dinner, Su Tang decided to take the initiative and first find out her father's sexual orientation. If he was straight, then everyone would be happy. If he was turned on by a lecher, well, she would absolutely drag him away from this path of no return. Gay men are the most annoying. Affectionately, she took Su Yuan's hand and dragged him towards the study. When Yanzimu tried to follow, Su Tang glared at him fiercely. You're not an energy manager. What are you doing here? Yanzimu was suddenly stunned. Oh Xiaoyan, they're trying to have a private conversation. Let's play chess. Let's play chess, Su Qiming said with a tactful look. Okay. Yanzimu lowered his eyes. Did Su Tang still treat him as an outsider? She had clearly accepted his Tianlong heart, so why was she still so distant? Yanzimu had never considered that Su Tang, an outsider, had no idea of the meaning of the Tianlong heart. Not knowing the Tianlong heart in this era was like not knowing on Earth that diamond rings were used for proposals. Such women might exist in remote, impoverished mountainous areas. Most women knew this. As soon as she entered the study, Su Tang couldn't wait. Daddy, what have you been up to lately? Why, Daddy hasn't been with you lately, little darling, and you're jealous? Su Yuan scratched Su Tang's nose affectionately, a smile on his face. I'm not jealous. I'm just worried you'd be seduced by male beauty and go astray. Su Tang pouted. Grandpa said Hongi Star is unsafe? Yeah, just a clown. Daddy will take care of it. He patted Su Tang's back soothingly. As long as you behave, and don't run around like you did last time, you won't be in danger. I wasn't the one running around last time. Su Tang thought to herself, but of course she couldn't say this out loud. Daddy's saying that if there weren't any star beast attacks, then there were bad guys? Yeah, never mind. As long as I'm safe, that's all. Pass this question. Daddy, why don't you find me a mommy? Asking Su Yuan directly if he liked men would definitely get him beaten. I really don't have any connection with your sister Qing. Struggling with Su Tang's hair, Su Yuan felt helpless. He was aware of Su Tang's whims, but Yao Qing wasn't his cup of tea. Every time he saw her, he unconsciously treated her like an elder. Yao Qing gave off the impression of a kindly grandmother. He was old enough to be Yao Qing's father, but every time he saw her, he felt a strange feeling. Su Yuan found it unimaginable to spend his entire life with Yao Qing. Then why don't you find someone other than Sister Qing? There are so many good women, there's bound to be one for you. Su Tang's inner worry grew. Could her father really be crooked? No, she absolutely didn't want a stepfather, even if she died. Have you forgotten? It's not because you don't like me. Didn't you ask me for a mother when you were 10? Didn't I find the right person? But in the end, you didn't agree. Su Yuan felt helpless. It was the daughter who wanted a mother, and it was also the daughter who didn't want one. Being a single father really isn't easy. Su Tang was speechless. Thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be a story about when Miss Su was 10 years old and saw other children in kindergarten who all had mothers, and some even had multiple mothers. Oh my god, Su Tang's worldview was completely shattered. It was shocking to see someone with multiple mothers. Thinking carefully about the marriage system completely shattered everything. Polygamy, polyandry, monogamy, and even polyandry are allowed. Of course, monogamous lesbian relationships are prohibited by law. But that's a bit off topic. Back to when Miss Su was 10 years old. She envied others for having mothers, and clamored for one too. Then Su Yuan found a woman in the Su family. What was her name? Yes, Su Yufei. Su Yuan had everything ready, and the day before the wedding, Miss Su changed her mind, and didn't want a mother anymore. Why didn't she want a mother anymore? It was Yao Yuxiozing complaining that he had too many mothers and his father didn't have time to play with him. Miss Su realized her mother would steal her father. Then she suddenly changed her mind and threw a tantrum, saying she didn't want a mother anymore. And so, Su Yuan's marriage fell through. Su Tang could only say, "It's better to demolish a temple than to break up a marriage." "Miss Su, are you really that heartless, unreasonable, and irrational? But what did Su Yuan mean by suitable person?" "Daddy, do you like that Su Yufei?" "Not really, but she's quite suitable. She's not ugly, she's capable. She holds a certain position in the Su family. She's a capable assistant, and most importantly, she's good to you." Su Yuan's expression was indifferent. It didn't matter to him who he married, as long as the woman was worthy of being the mistress of the Su family. Su Tang blushed. It was hard to tell whether her father's attitude towards marriage was right or wrong. "Then, Daddy, do you love Mom?" Su Tang remained a little unwilling to accept the answer. Su Yuan fell silent after hearing Su Tang's question. When Su Tang thought she wouldn't get an answer, Su Yuan sighed softly. "I loved her once. When he was at his most helpless, he met the girl he loved. He thought they could just support each other, get through this difficult time, and live happily until the end of their lives. As expected, she was too naive when she was young. She had been lying to him all along. Her identity and everything about her were fake. She approached him for a purpose." Chapter 45. Once loved. These 4 words carry so much information. It means Dad used to love Mom, but for some reason, he no longer does. What that reason is hard to guess. Could it be that Mom did something wrong to Dad, deeply hurting him, and then Dad, in turn, stopped loving women and started loving weapons? Raising her hand to her forehead, Su Tang felt a sharp pain in her head. Her head felt huge. "Daddy, what do you think of Yanzimu?" Su Tang decided to get straight to the point. "He's quite good. He's very capable at such a young age, and he's a serious and modest person. He stands out among the children of aristocratic families." Su Yuan still admired Yanzimu. This question still didn't lead to any conclusion. What should she do? Should she ask more bluntly? Tang, are you having trouble with your schoolwork?" "Don't worry. You're already a level 3 energy master at your age. That's incredible. Daddy's so proud of you." Su Yuan suddenly remembered his daughter's previous stressful situation. Now that he had some free time, he could offer some counseling. After all, his daughter, Su Yuan, could live the best life even without being an energy master. Su Tang hesitated to continue her question after being interrupted by Su Yuan. She decided to wait and see for a while. "Daddy, guess what happened?" Hee hee. Su Tang beamed with pride at the mention of energy masters. She hadn't even told Su Yuan about her ability to synthesize level 4 energy stones yet. She was a true genius, reaching level 4 at 18. Besides, she'd only been working in the field for 7 days. If she told anyone, she'd definitely be considered a freak. Seeing Su Tang's smug expression, Su Yuan was a bit surprised. A bold thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be? Did you successfully synthesize a level 4 energy stone? Su Yuan was so excited that he could barely sit still. "Yeah," Su Tang said, her expression awe-inspiring, begging for praise. Su Yuan couldn't believe what he was hearing. After a 3-second pause, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha!" He clapped his hands. "Good, you're worthy of being my daughter, Su Yuan." After recovering from his ecstasy, Su Yuan asked Su Tang about her synthesis of a level 4 energy master. At the mention of dividing the strands, Su Yuan couldn't help but frown, looking at Su Tang meaningfully. As a level 9 energy master, of course, he could divide his energy. Without dividing his mental energy, even if he starved for food and water for his entire life, he wouldn't be able to synthesize a level 9 energy stone. In the energy industry, splitting is a secret technique passed down by senior energy masters to their apprentices. It's a common practice not to reveal the secret technique of splitting with mental power, a fact every senior energy master is well aware of. Naturally, there's no mention of splitting online. Without the guidance of a master, a mid-level energy master would find it difficult to master the technique, and even if they could conceive of it, they might not dare attempt it. The splitting process is inherently painful, as Su Yuan, having experienced it firsthand, knows all too well. Furthermore, failure in splitting can be fatal. Therefore, Su Yuan never revealed the splitting technique to Su Tang, and ordered the Su family's senior energy masters not to reveal anything to Su Tang. Su Tang felt a chill under Su Yuan's gaze. "What's up, Daddy? Do you know that splitting is dangerous, and could very well result in death?" Su Yuan said sternly. Su Tang was bewildered. "It's dangerous?" Su Xiaobai said it was easy, and after successfully dividing 512 strands, she also thought it was easy. Could it really kill someone? Seeing Su Tang's bewildered expression, Su Yuan suddenly felt a lingering fear. His daughter was truly audacious. To rashly divide her mental energy without guidance was a near-death experience. Su Yuan, unaware of Su Xiaobai's existence, naturally didn't know the truth. Even with Su Tang's intelligence, he couldn't have figured out the secret technique of mental energy division, a technique only found among advanced energy practitioners. Sighing deeply, Su Yuan felt his daughter didn't need to endure the inhumane torture of dividing strands. Actually, you don't have to endure so much. You're Daddy's little princess. Daddy will create the best conditions for you. Just enjoy yourself. Dad Su, you're so overly indulgent. That can be a bad influence on children, but it's so touching. But let's be clear, while Su Tang also longs for a life of comfort, a woman who doesn't want to be queen isn't a good woman. Without the conditions, she'd simply be content with the status quo and enjoy herself. But now she had Su Xiaobai, and Su Tang felt that splitting the silk threads was simple enough. This gave her hope. A 9th-level energy master. No, she wanted to create miracles. She wanted to become a 12th-level energy master, a name that would go down in history. She, Su Tang, had set the grand goal of conquering the vast sea of stars. Daddy, a woman can become a princess with the help of her father, a queen with the help of her husband, but only by relying on herself can she become an empress. Su Tang's face was serious, her tone more serious than ever. In her previous life, she had admired Wu Zetian and had imagined what it would be like if she were an empress. But the system of her previous life was there, and Su Tang could only indulge in these fantasies for her own amusement. But this era was different. This era was marked by distinctions based on status. While empresses of this era couldn't command the dictatorship of Wu Zetian, they still held considerable power. On paper, the royal family held equal rank with the 10 great marshals. Of course, this was also due to the fact that those who could become members of the royal family already held significant power. Empress Imoyushi, for example, was more of a figurehead. Truth will inevitably come to light. Her 4S level spiritual power would sooner or later be exposed. It was only a matter of time. If the various clans united to pressure the Su family and force her into reproductive labor, Su Yuan might not be able to protect her. After all, no matter how powerful Su Yuan was, he was only a high-level energy technician. Su Tang had considered this issue long ago. Su Tang had already made her mind up when she was synthesizing the energy stone. If she couldn't become an energy technician, she would remain within the Su family, living a life of idleness under Su Yuan's wing, never using her 4S level spiritual power. But since she possessed the talent to become an energy master, and with Su Xiaobai's assurance, she should be able to divide her energy into 108 strands, not to mention the 109 strands that were the limit for a 4th grade S-level spiritual power. As long as she reached the average speed of an energy master, synthesizing a level 12 energy stone would only take a little over 40 days. Even if someone revealed her 4th grade S-level spiritual power, the Federation would have to think twice before coercing her. Furthermore, Su Xiaobai had explained that although the density of energy stones was 10 superscript 1 superscript 2, with sufficient spiritual power, the density could be increased, allowing her to synthesize 13th, 14th, and even 15th grade energy stones. A broader world awaited her, and with these conditions, she wouldn't choose to remain entrenched within the Su family. Looking at the confident Su Tang before him, Su Yuan suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if his daughter had grown up. He understood that spoiling was poisonous, but he couldn't be strict with Su Tang. Seeing the girl clenching her fists and vowing to become the Empress's daughter, Su Yuan suddenly smiled and patted Su Tang's shoulder. "You are Daddy's pride. Daddy looks forward to Queen Su leading our Su family to a more glorious future." Chapter 46. Sushi has been living in dire straits lately. Ever since that time she killed Su Tang in the immortal realm, and her identity was exposed by that vile man, Sushi's life has been miserable. Su Yufei, that vicious woman, always tries to torment her, using her as a punching bag. Sushi decided she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She had to move out and wait for an opportunity to exact revenge, making that bitch Su Yufei taste the pain of being raped. Although Su Tang had a secret meeting with Su Yuan that night, she still hadn't figured out whether her father had turned gay. But he was probably straight. After all, gay men are born gay. The next morning, after climbing out of the nutrition tank, washing up, and moving back to Su Xiaobai, Su Tang went for her usual morning run. Her body was the foundation of revolution, and since she had set the ambitious goal of becoming a great empress, Su Tang realized the importance of her own qualities. Not surprisingly, she saw Yanzimu at the gate of her little palace. He would stand by her door every morning, and then they would go running together. On the first day, Su Tang felt it was awkward for them to run together. She flatly declined, stating that they would run separately. Yanzimu remained silent, staring directly at her with his dark eyes. Su Tang felt so pressured by his gaze that she finally gave in. Although this road belonged to her family, Yanzimu was still a guest after all. If he wanted to run with her, then so be it. It was just morning exercise after all. Don't think that pleasing her would make him her stepfather. That was absolutely impossible. The impression from their first meeting was so deep that Su Tang had firmly ingrained the idea that Yanzimu was a gay man. She had never considered that he was actually straight. Before she finished her run, Su Tang unexpectedly received a video call from Sushi. As soon as she answered, Sushi, her face brimming with tears, appeared in the video. Tang Tang. Sob. Sob. Su Tang's head suddenly raced. She couldn't stand crying. It made her feel frantic and irritated. Cece, what's wrong with you? Tang Tang, I. Sob. Sushi broke down, sobbing softly, as if she had suffered some terrible injustice. Sushi had only been trying to play pitiful to gain Su Tang's sympathy, but when she thought of what had happened last night, of the torture Su Yufei and her bodyguards had inflicted on her, she couldn't help but feel truly heartbroken. Stop crying. Why don't you come over to my place? Don't think just because your name has the character she in it, your tears will flow endlessly, Su Tang muttered silently. Really, Tang Tang? Can I really stay at the main house for a few days? Sushi knew what it meant to climb up anything given a pull. Sushi stopped crying and looked at Su Tang with hope, her watery eyes making it hard to refuse. Okay. Girl, I just said I was coming to play, I didn't say you could stay. What kind of understanding do you have? But Su Tang was still a little curious. This little white flower was incredibly resilient. Although Sushi was also beautiful and many boys at school liked her, this eccentric flower actually managed to get along so well with the girls, like a real sister. She wasn't crying so hard right now, and it didn't seem like an act. She must have suffered a great injustice. Su Tang couldn't help but be a bit gossipy. Then can I come today? Her tone was pitiful, matched by her expression. Okay then. I talked to Dad at breakfast. He should agree. Yeah, I knew Tang Tang was the best. I'm going to pack up now. See you later. Okay, bye. After hanging up the video, Su Tang realized Yanzimu had stopped running and was standing beside her like a wooden log. Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. What would happen if that gold-digging, white-haired Sushi saw Yanzimu? Su Tang rested her chin in her hand, pondering. You know, to outsiders, Yanzimu was a glittering, diamond-faced bachelor. If that white-haired Sushi saw him, she'd definitely be drawn to him like a fly to a cracked egg. She didn't expect Sushi to straighten Yanzimu out, but with the white-haired girl pestering him, Yanzimu wouldn't have time to flirt with his father. Yes. She was so smart. Su Tang began to look forward to Sushi's arrival. Chapter 47. Little White Flower Sushi's speed was absolutely amazing. Naturally, she was excited to be free from Su Yufei's control and move into the main residence. Even that vicious woman Su Yufei couldn't see the head of the family, so she naturally sees Su Yuan every day in the main residence. Before leaving, Sushi even gave Su Yufei a provocative look. Sushi's behavior was childish, but it successfully irritated Su Yufei, leaving her furious. Su Tang hadn't even finished her breakfast when she received a message that Sushi had arrived at the main gate of the Su family mansion. After instructing the housekeeper to go out and fetch her and bring her to her little palace, Su Tang calmly continued her breakfast. Her little palace was large anyway, so she could find a small guest room for her. She was still waiting to watch Little White Flower battle the Icy Man. Yanzimu naturally had no idea of Su Tang's subtle thoughts. If he had, he would have been furious. As Su Tang returned to her little palace, she was struck by a massive, humanoid creature. Caught off guard, she nearly fell flat on her face. Luckily, as a traffic police officer in her previous life, she had some skills, allowing her to keep her balance. Woo-woo, Tang Tang, who else could have heard this agonizing sob, but Little White Flower? Girl, you can cry all you want, but don't wipe your tears and snot on me. Cece, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? I help you get revenge. He put some distance between them with one hand, raised his fist with the other to vent his anger on Sushi. In reality, Su Tang's true thoughts were, Miss, if you have something sad, just tell us and cheer us up. Sushi, this little white flower, appears to treat Miss Su like a sister, always thinking of her and coaxing her into submission. But she's actually a wicked person. She once secretly seduced Yao Yu, and when Su Tang caught them, she accuses him of coveting her beauty. Strangely enough, Miss Su actually believes Sushi's naivete and started a fight with Yao Yu. Of course, The two eventually reconciled thanks to the guidance of Headmaster Yao Qing. When Miss Su first enrolled, she had many admirers at school, but over time, many of them switched their attention to Sushi. As for the rejection of Miss Su by the other girls at school, Su Tang knew with a quick guess that it was this little white flower's fault. Of course, the little white flower's actions were just petty and didn't cause her any real harm, so Su Tang had no intention of retaliating. Of course, Su Tang still didn't know that Miss Su's death was the result of the combined efforts of Su Yufei, Sushi, and Yanzimu. Su Yufei and Sushi acted intentionally, while Yanzimu was unintentional. Woo! Woo! Sushi cried bitterly, but she couldn't accuse Su Yufei of bullying. She would be foolish to tell Su Tang that she had been raped. Tang, my aunt's house was robbed yesterday, and my space button was stolen. Woo! Sushi's space button was indeed missing, but it wasn't stolen. She sold it herself because she was truly broke. Every underage member of the Su family receives an allowance, but each person's allowance varies based on status, ability, and qualifications. Sushi only gets 2,000 credit points per month, and without Su Tang to pay for her bills this holiday, that's naturally not enough for her extravagant spending. It's okay, just buy yourself another one. Su Tang emphasized the word myself. Girl, if you lie, at least use some logic. You have 2 space buttons, both installed on your laptop. Why would a thief only steal one? That's so unprofessional. And what fearless thief would dare to steal from the Su family? But these 2 space buttons seem to be gifts from Miss Su, right? You're not expecting me to give you another one now, are you? You're dreaming. Su Tang thought to herself. She wasn't the kind of person Miss Su would take advantage of, keeping an ungrateful person by her side. Hurry up and wipe your tears. We have guests at home, so we need to be more presentable. She quickly distracted Little White Flower, preventing her from shamelessly asking her to use her space button. Little White Flower never returned anything she borrowed. Guests? Sushi looked up, somewhat bewildered. There were quite a few guests at the main house, most of them female guests of old man Su Qiming. However, Su Qiming was a man of great discretion, never bringing his female guests under the noses of Su Tang and Su Yuan. Yes, he's a noble, a member of the Legion, and his name is Yanzimu. Su Tang said sincerely, but inside she was already yelling, go, flirt with him. What? Sushi excitedly grabbed Su Tang's hand, her voice unconsciously rising several decibels. What's his name? Yanzimu. Little White Flower was so excited that her hand was hurt by the grip. Su Tang quickly broke free from Sushi's hands. Sushi knew she'd lost her composure. I'm sorry, Tang, I was so excited. You mean Yanzimu? Oh my god. How could he be here? Sushi couldn't believe it. Where was Yanzimu? Yanzimu, 9th on the list of Yan country's most expensive bachelors. Sushi knew every detail of the top 100 people on that list. She couldn't be dreaming. She pinched her arm hard. It hurt. This wasn't a dream. Sure enough, only in the Su family mansion could you meet a quality man. She should have acted pitiful in front of Su Tang and moved in sooner. But it wasn't too late yet. This little white flower was so cruel. Su Tang shuddered at the red marks on Sushi's arm. It was just Yanzimu. Why was this little white flower so excited? I'm going to the lab later to synthesize energy stones. Yanzimu is a guest. How about you show him around? Okay. Sushi nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. She was naturally eager to spend some time alone with Yanzimu. Tang, I just got here. I'm going to go get ready. Can you wait for me for a while? Okay, but not too long. Su Tang naturally understood Xiaobai's feelings. How could she go out and find a rich husband without getting dressed properly? Sushi leisurely went into the room to get dressed. Su Tang had always imagined that women taking a long time to get dressed, so she calmly sat on the sofa and watched TV. In this era, both television and movies use 5D technology, giving people a sense of being there. To Su Tang's surprise, Xiaobai had already finished dressing after only watching for a dozen minutes. A pink and purple mini-cape accentuated her perfectly curvaceous figure. Paired with a light yellow velvet skirt and black high boots, her long, wavy black hair draped casually over her shoulders, she looked sultry and captivating. Her thick eyelashes, alluring eyes, and voluptuous, full lips exuded a pervasive allure. Su Tang was stunned. Little White Flower, is this a burst of energy? But you're a 20-year-old, aren't you? Is it really okay to dress so coquettishly? While Su Tang was still dazed, Sushi affectionately took her arm and said, Tang, let's go. Su Tang, I've seen people fishing for rich men, but I never seen anyone so eager to do it. Chapter 48. Arriving at the main hall of the Su family's main residence, Su Tang was informed by the housekeeper that Su Yuan and Yanzimu had gone out together. Upon hearing the news of Yanzimu's departure, Sushi felt like a deflated ball, completely listless. Since he was already out, there was nothing she could do. After some thought, Su Tang decided to go to the lab, while Sushi chose to go back to rest. Sushi felt that as long as Yanzimu didn't say goodbye, he would return to the Su family. Rather than waiting in vain, she might as well conserve her energy and prepare for battle. Sushi had always believed that to capture a man's stomach was to capture his heart. Therefore, she had diligently practiced her cooking skills since she was very young. In the main residence, she always helped with the cooking. Su Yuan had praised her cooking skills, though only with the 3 words "very good," but that was also a testament to her. Sushi firmly believed that she could capture a high-quality man with her cooking skills. That evening, she would show off her best skills and make a perfect first impression on Yanzimu. After arriving at the lab, Su Tang continued diligently practicing her thread-splitting technique. She'd been practicing whenever she had free time these past few days. Perhaps because she wasn't an authentic practitioner, she hadn't experienced the inhumane torture Su Yuan described. Su Tang felt like a pregnant woman who had countless natural births, and that giving birth was as smooth as a hen laying eggs. Ugh, what a ridiculous analogy. She wasn't a hen laying eggs. In short, Su Tang found the thread-splitting technique, while still somewhat painful, completely bearable. She could now skillfully divide her mental energy into 16,384 strands, and instantly twist them back into a single stream of mental energy. Her activation speed for the silent particles also reached the industry average of 0.1 hours per particle, meaning it only took Su Tang an hour to synthesize a level 5 energy stone. For Su Tang, synthesizing a level 6 energy stone was a matter of time. Su Tang had no idea her progress was so remarkable. For the average energy master, the more particles they activated, the harder it was for their mental power to capture the remaining particles. The silent particles within the energy stone were actually all different, with varying speeds. The first particles activated by mental power were often the least active, making advancement increasingly difficult. Su Tang was pleased with her progress, but she understood the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. She knew to keep a low profile and, for now, wasn't planning to announce her successful synthesis of a level 5 energy stone. Su Tang decided to verify her level 4 energy master status when school started and earn her diploma. Then, she would retreat into seclusion and cultivate until she reached level 12 before emerging. Yes, she was going to make a splash, shock the world. The energy department was quite unique. Universities didn't even have such a program. Before reaching the 4th level energy master level, there is systematic intensive training. Once a master reaches the 4th level, he or she must find a master on their own. Many students without family backgrounds choose to join a large family, such as the Su family. To join a family, one must adopt the family surname. For example, if one's name is Jiai, joining the Su family would transfer their household registration to the Su family and change their name to Su Jiai. Those unwilling to join a family can only explore on their own, or with luck, be noticed by a high-level energy master and accepted as an apprentice. However, once one enters the energy master profession, life is generally secure. Uninitiated 4th level energy masters are often the focus of wooing by major non-energy families. At dinner time, Su Yuan and Yanzimu returned just in time. Sushi's efforts had paid off. Su Tang stared in shock at the feast spread across the table. What day was it today? A festival? What a feast! Master, excuse me for interrupting you. Sushi bowed to Su Yuan in a gesture of respect. Etiquette in this era was simple. To show respect, one held the left hand naturally vertical, clenched the right fist at the left chest, and bowed. As Sushi bowed to Su Yuan, she stole a glance at Yanzimu. Although Sushi harbored feelings for Su Yuan, she maintained a certain level of self-awareness. In Su Yuan's eyes, she was merely a playmate and a junior to his daughter, Su Tang. He wouldn't view her as a woman, nor would he be attracted to her. Su Tang couldn't help but smack her lips. Girl, you're showing off. Is that hand on your chest just for show? The sheer white flesh is blinding her eyes. Su Tang used her mental power to spy on Yanzimu. That guy's frowning. Doesn't he like sushi? Yes. This is Major Yanzimu of the Yin family, and this is Sushi. Su Yuan introduced Sushi and Yanzimu calmly. Wasn't this Sushi a little too frivolous, seducing guests right in front of him? Wouldn't Tang be influenced astray by her after spending so much time with her? But how could his precious Tang, such a brilliant girl, be influenced by such a superficial woman. With Sushi around, she could help fend off all the flirtatious admirers. In an instant, Su Yuan's thoughts shifted several times. After Su Yuan picked up her chopsticks, Su Tang immersed herself in the delicious food. She hadn't expected Sushi to be such a good cook, she actually forgotten about it. Well, this little white flower is still useful after all. This dish is even better than even her own 5-star chef. Sushi sat below Su Tang, her entire attention focused on Yanzimu, who sat across from her. This young man was truly handsome, resembling a cool, domineering CEO from a novel. He was truly one of the top 10 most expensive bachelors. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Sushi would have screamed. Su Tang continued to enjoy her meal, while calmly using her mental power to spy on her. The little white flower's flirting skills were truly impressive. She flirted so many times, wouldn't her eyes be tired? Yanzimu didn't care for Sushi. The art troupe was full of women like her. It would be a real hassle if he had to deal with every woman who had her eye on him. So, Yanzimu ignored Sushi's advances, treating them as nothing. This was Yanzimu's usual attitude towards infatuated women. However, Yanzimu frowned. What was this faint feeling of being watched? Someone was using their mental power to detect him. Without a second thought, he began to scan with his mental power. A mental power blocker. And an SSS level 1 at that? Sure enough, the Su family was quite sophisticated. The military headquarters building was also equipped with an SSS level mental power blocker. So, was this feeling of being watched just an illusion? Oh, Master Tang, that Yanzimu is an SSS level 1. Su Xiaobai sensed it the moment Yanzimu's mental power was released. Huh? Why didn't I feel him using his mental power? No way, she'd been practicing using her mental power diligently lately. How could she not feel it? Su Tang was puzzled. Because there's a mental power blocker here, and it's one that can block SSS level mental power. He felt it the moment he used his mental power, and then he withdrew it. Of course, you couldn't feel it. Is she still a rookie? Su Xiaobai had hit her again. Never mind. We mortals can't compare to monsters, Su Tang consoled herself. But this Yanzimu is such a monster. The last time we met, he was clearly still at SS level mental strength. How did he suddenly become SSS level? But then again, he's only 29, and his mental strength isn't stable yet, so there's definitely room for improvement. Su Tang unconsciously took another peek at Yanzimu. He's handsome, tall, powerful, and wealthy, but it's a shame all the good men are gay. Experience from past lives tells us that if you don't pursue a good man early, by the time you want to find one, you find he's either with another woman or another man. Should I find a boyfriend while I'm still young? Su Tang pondered. Chapter 49. The next morning, Su Tang realized how wrong she was. She had completely overestimated Little White Flower's fighting power, and underestimated Yanzimu's lethality. The day before, after enjoying a full banquet, Su Tang keenly sensed that Sushi's Little White Flower plan had failed, as Yanzimu didn't even glance at her throughout the entire meal. If there wasn't an opportunity, then create one. So that evening, Su Tang, intentionally or unintentionally, hinted to Sushi about her morning run. Little White Flower Sushi's eyes naturally lit up when she heard it. Before dawn, Sushi had washed and dressed. After being urged 3 times by Sushi, Su Tang had to crawl out of the nutrition tank with a deep sense of resentment. She looked at the still rising crimson moon in the sky and said nothing. Girl, we're going for a morning run, not drinking dew in the middle of the night. Lazily washing her face, brushing her teeth, and combing her hair, Su Tang finally finished after an hour. She checked the time, and it was almost time to leave. Waiting for the show, Su Tang, slightly excited, took the already impatient Sushi out for a morning run. Sure enough, Yanzimu was standing at his usual spot by the door. Sushi, upon spotting Yanzimu, blushed as if she had just met her lover. Major Yan, what a coincidence. Su Tang rolled her eyes. What a coincidence. Didn't you know he was there before you came for a run? TSK, you're definitely not an acting student. Yanzimu was annoyed. Why did this woman just show up? Su Tang was about to start school, and he had finally found some time alone with her. You want to come with me? Yanzimu said expressionlessly. Sushi involuntarily took a step back, clutching her chest tightly, suppressing the feeling of suffocation. This man was releasing a mental aura around her. It was terrifying, like prey being targeted by a beast. If she said yes, she would be torn to pieces. This man was too terrifying, not someone she could afford to offend. Sushi, her face pale, quickly shook her head. No thanks. I'm used to jogging alone in the morning. As soon as she said no, she felt her whole body relax, and the terrifying feeling vanished. Su Tang was stunned. This didn't fit the plot, did it? Shouldn't Little White Flower be using all her skills to harass Yanzimu? Hadn't she looked so confident before leaving? How could she be dismissed so easily? But just for a moment, she seemed to have caught a glimpse of Yanzimu's mental power fluctuations. Did he just use his mental power? Yanzimu used his mental power to scare Little White Flower. With just a moment's thought, Su Tang figured out the reason for Little White Flower's swift change of heart. Hey Cece, didn't you say you wanted to run with me? Su Tang was unwilling to accept this. How could Yanzimu dismiss Little White Flower so easily? No, that's fine. Ah, I think I forgot something in my room. You guys go ahead. Sushi waved her hand quickly, then fled back to the small palace. Su Tang was frustrated. Little White Flower, your fighting ability is too poor. Girl, you have to be so persistent when chasing a man, and you ran away after such a small threat? This is the Su family's main residence. Does Yanzimu really dare to do anything to you? Su Tang felt that she needed to reassess Little White Flower's IQ. In the end, what had been planned as a 3-person morning run turned into a usual 2-person run. Sushi clenched her fists and watched the 2 people leave from the window. She didn't even feel the scratch on her palm from her nails. She bit her lower lip, her heart filled with resentment. Why? Why do all men like Su Tang? Those boys at school like her, and so does Yanzimu. Sushi is no less than Su Tang, except for not having a good father like Su Yuan. Why do all men like her? Su Tang, that bitch. Yanzimu clearly likes her, yet she's hinting at seducing him. Is she waiting to see her get humiliated? Su Tang is blatantly showing off to her, mocking her wishful thinking. Oh, just wait and see. Sooner or later, Sushi, will find a better man. Su Tang, just wait for envy and jealousy. And Yanzimu is only 9th, a far cry from Yuan, who's first, Sushi thought bitterly. Su Tang, who was jogging, naturally had no idea what Sushi was thinking. Just as Su Tang was pondering the unreliability of the Little White Flower, and how to effectively prevent Yanzimu from being alone with his father, a robotic female voice interrupted her wandering thoughts. Video call request, my childhood sweetheart, Little Shota, is requesting a call. Do you want to connect? Little Shota, Yanzimu frowned at the mention. Su Tang even had a childhood sweetheart? Ah! Su Tang! You? What the hell did you do? Why do they all call you the most despicable person in the world? Do you know how many people in the fairy world want to kill you? Su Tang was wondering why Little Shota Yu was calling her at this hour, when wouldn't most people still be asleep? As soon as the call was connected, the anxious-looking Little Shota started yelling at her. Strange, why do I feel a little cold? Has the temperature dropped? Su Tang rubbed her arms as she listened to Yao Yu's words. The weather is so unpredictable. Yao Yu, on the other hand, felt like he was going crazy. Oh my god, someone tell him what happened. He just went on a trip and hadn't played the game for 10 days. But how come his childhood sweetheart has become the girlfriend of a world-famous gamer the moment he came back? What kind of crazy progress is this? It's too fast. Even more unfortunate is that Tianxia has killed so many people recently, sparking public outrage. A bunch of people are calling for Su Daji's death. Damn, those cowardly scumbags. So Yao Yu, not caring about the time, wanted to contact Su Tang to find out what was going on. It was only a little after 5 o'clock, and Su Tang wasn't even on Wong. So caught off guard, he called her laptop. That was an accident, Su Tang smiled sheepishly. She regretted it now. If she had known, she wouldn't have been such a pushover and agreed to cover up for that single uncle. Instead of getting all the benefits, she ended up in trouble. Accident? What do you mean by an accident? You really hooked up with Tianxia? Damn, are you crazy? Have you even met? You believe in something as unreliable as online dating? Yao Yu began to roar, feeling even more furious. If he had known, he wouldn't have pushed Su Tang into playing games. He could understand a little girl being obsessed with the game masters. The female players on his account were all obsessed with Tianxia, just like chasing celebrities in real life. But despite his infatuation, Yao Yu found it unbelievable that children from prominent families like theirs, who always value their status, would engage in online romance. It's a long story. Well, let's talk about it back at school. That's all. Goodbye. Su Tang hung up the phone repeatedly, her sense of the coldness growing around her sharp. Su Tang felt a chill run down her spine. What was going on? Chapter 50. Su Tang turned around and saw the source of the air conditioner, Yanzimu, with a gloomy face. Are you having an online romance? Yanzimu asked, his voice clear and emphatic, as deep and magnetic as ever. Su Tang suddenly felt her scalp tingle. Her intuition told her this was the prelude to a storm. What was going on? Was her future stepfather going to intervene in his daughter's premature romance? No, it was a misunderstanding. Yes, a misunderstanding. Forcefully forcing a smile, Su Tang decided it was best to explain clearly. Who knew if Yanzimu would complain to her father? But this man was being too nosy. She had been cramming a lot of information about this era online these past few nights. Although 30 was considered adulthood in this era, 16 was considered sexually mature. So, for her to have an online romance at 18 wasn't a big deal. Su Tang felt emboldened at the thought, and turned to resume her run. Before Su Tang could even take a step, Yanzimu grabbed her arm and pinned her against a towering tree nearby. It was a tree so large that 4 people holding hands couldn't even hug it. Like cherry blossoms on earth, it was covered in tiny pink blossoms. A gentle breeze blew, and the petals slowly fell like snowflakes. The view from the trunk was truly beautiful. If only she weren't being pinned down, it would have been even better. Yanzimu held Su Tang's arm with one hand and pressed the other against the tree trunk near her ear, rendering her completely unable to move. Looking at Yanzimu's sinister, venomous gaze, Su Tang swallowed silently. What was going on? It was just an online romance. Even if Su Yuan's father knew, he wouldn't be so furious. Why was this snake disease so mad? Do you like the Tianxia in the game? Yanzimu suppressed his rage. How could this woman do this? After taking his Tian heart and giving him hope, she told him she liked someone else. How could she play him like she did in her last life? If she answered yes, Yanzimu couldn't guarantee he wouldn't lose his mind and strangle her to death. Of course not. Su Tang quickly denied. Her keen intuition told her that if she said yes, there would definitely be a big problem. Besides, her relationship with the uncle and Tianxia was truly innocent. She was simply learning to do good deeds. Sure enough, good deeds aren't that easy to do. Who wouldn't live a long life? Do you like that baby-faced guy? Yanzimu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing no, his expression softening slightly. But since he had started, he decided to get to the bottom of it. He had had enough of Su Tang's lukewarm and distant attitude. Baby face? Yao Yu? Su Tang's face was choked with dismay. She wasn't the type to go for a young girl, but she definitely couldn't bring herself to lick Yao Yu's handsome face. Otherwise, she'd be drowned in guilt for harming the nation's best children. How is that possible? So, do you like Long Ju or Jiang Yunchuan? That playboy, Long Ju, looked just like her own philandering grandfather. Come on, a man like that might be fine as a lover, but being a husband would be asking for trouble. She was completely out of her mind to like him. And who was Jiang Yunchuan? How could she not remember knowing such a person? Could he be Miss Su's secret crush? Thinking carefully, it seemed like no man could catch Miss Su's eye. I'm not familiar with Long Ju, really. And who is Jiang Yunchuan? Su Tang emphasized the word really, fearing Yanzimu wouldn't believe her. But what did Yanzimu mean? Didn't he come here because he had a crush on her father? Was he also interested in Long Ju? Yanzimu felt he overreacted. It was true. Su Tang didn't know Jiang Yunchuan yet. Although Jiang Yunchuan was currently on Hongi Star, how could Su Tang have known him, since she'd been staying at the Su family? So who do you like? For some reason, Yanzimu, relentless, asked the question he'd been wanting to ask for the most. Everything in the world can be summed up in 2 words. None of your business, and none of my business. Su Tang wanted to casually rebuke him. None of your business, but looking at Yanzimu's dark, deep eyes, she swallowed the words back. She didn't have the guts. Su Tang was irritated. Although she didn't have anyone she liked yet, why was a grown man asking so many questions about such a little woman's thoughts? Did he really think he was her stepfather? Even her biological father wouldn't care as much. After 3 seconds of thought, Su Tang made what she thought was a brilliant decision. I like you. Don't you know? Su Tang tilted her head and looked at Yanzimu with a sincere, serious expression. Seeing Yanzimu's stunned and incredulous expression, Su Tang began to feel smug. For a gay man, being liked by a woman is as disgusting as eating a fly. When faced with women confessing their love, gay men often have only one response: to stay away. Su Tang experienced this all too well. She could still clearly remember the complex expression of disgust and grief that scumbag gay man had on his face when he learned she was a woman. After breaking up, that scumbag had swiftly vanished from her life. His phone, QQ, WeChat. Everything had changed, leaving no trace. Su Tang felt incredibly clever. Yanzimu would definitely stay away from her, most likely even giving up his goal of becoming her father because of her. Father, your daughter has successfully preserved your innocence. But reality often defies expectations. Yanzimu was stunned for a long moment before coming to his senses. What had she said? She said she liked him. Su Tang said she liked him. Like an echo, the words "I like you" echoed throughout Yanzimu's mind. Happiness had come so suddenly, and the overwhelming joy felt unreal. Was this a dream? Looking at the face before him that had haunted him, those sparkling eyes captivated him deeply. He lowered his head and quickly kissed those alluring, luminous lips. If this was a dream, please don't wake him up. Su Tang's eyes widened. This didn't make sense. Shouldn't Yanzimu, a gay man, have fled and left the Su family in a panic after hearing her confession? The soft, unfamiliar feeling on her lips told her he was kissing her. He was kissing her. Oh my god, wasn't Yanzimu a gay man? Someone tell her what was going on. Su Tang was stunned, her mind blank. Su Tang reacted immediately and pushed Yanzimu away with all her might. Yanzimu stumbled unprepared at Su Tang's shove, and once free, she ran without a backward glance. Watching Su Tang fleeing in panic, Yanzimu was about to get chase when a depressing electronic voice chimed in. Video call request. Friend Investigator 42 is requesting a call. Are you ready? The suspect appears to be retreating. Should we initiate a roundup? Order everyone, prepare, and enter combat mode. Hanging up, Yanzimu took a deep breath to calm himself. The dark cloud that had been plaguing him for so long dissipated with the words, "I love you." Chapter 51. Su Tang ran furiously, fleeing for her life back to her palace bedroom, throwing herself onto her large, comfortable bed. Although this luxurious, comfortable bed had been left unused since the discovery of the nutrient chamber, the servants diligently cleaned the room daily, and the sheets and quilt were always brand new and smelled of warm sunshine. Su Tang rolled up the quilt like a caterpillar, rolling around on the bed. Her face burned intensely. She knew without even looking that it was as red as a boiled crab. Oh my god, how could she be kissing Yanzimu? And even that intimate tongue-kissing kiss. No, it was that idiot Yanzimu who had forced the kiss on her. Damn it, why was she running away? Shouldn't she have slapped him twice and called him a hooligan? How could she have run away? Su Tang shed a tear. What a loser. Su Tang mourned her first kiss for a long time, then regretted not beating up the bully Yin. Then, she finally realized the key point. Yanzimu wasn't a gay. How could he, a gay man, kiss a woman so casually? Did he even realize he was gay? Considering Yanzimu's behavior over the past few days, Su Tang's long-held belief that he was a gay began to waver. After calming down, Su Tang hid in her bed and began to ponder deeply. It seemed Yanzimu had never said he was a gay. So why had she always believed he was a gay? She thought carefully about their first meeting. Well, she and Li Qingqi had dinner together, and then Yanzimu showed up and threatened her. What had she done that was so outrageous? Naturally, she assumed Yanzimu liked Li Qingqi. After all, they had never met, and had little in common. Someone always needs a reason to dislike someone, after all. Su Tang couldn't fathom the fact that Yanzimu's murderous intent was directed at the original owner, Miss Su. Pulling the heart of Tianlan from her neck, Su Tang examined it carefully. She had initially thought it was a gift to please her, but now it seemed a little off. However, this small sapphire looked vaguely familiar. After a moment of careful consideration, Su Tang jumped to her feet, quickly opened her computer, connected to the Star Network, and opened Baidu, searching for Heart of Tianlan. Seeing the image of a Heart of Tianlan on the screen, which looked exactly like the small sapphire, Su Tang was completely stunned. This truly is the Heart of Tianlan. Su Tang burst into tears. You're so careless accepting gifts, now you're in big trouble. The Heart of Tianlan is a wedding ring, but it's even more than a wedding ring. Besides proposing marriage, it's also endowed with a truly impressive skill. The manufacturer claims this. No returns or exchanges. In layman's terms, the Heart of Tianlan is not returnable under normal circumstances. If a woman accepts a man's Heart of Tianlan, she must obtain a marriage certificate. Of course, nothing is absolute. If a woman wants to change her mind, she has three options. First, if she changes her mind, she can be charged with marriage fraud, and all her property will go to the man, freeing her from her fate. Second, if she changes her mind and her status is higher than the man's, for example, if she's a noble and he's a first-class resident, then the man's fault is his own incompetence, and no one else can be to blame. Third, if she changes her mind and has someone secretly kill him, Then she doesn't have to go through the marriage certificate process with him. Why is the heart of Tianlan so incredibly powerful? Because it possesses a miraculous property that allows it to dispel all poisons. This means that no matter what the poison, consuming a 20G or larger piece of Tianlan heart will completely dispel it. This property is why the price of Tianlan heart remains high, reaching 100 million credit points per gram. Of course, Tianlan beasts are extremely rare and dangerous. If Tianlan hearts were everywhere like cabbages, pharmacists across the alliance would be crying their eyes out. After thoroughly understanding Tianlan heart's information, Su Tang realized that Yanzimu had actually proposed to her that day. A proposal? For you? Was that really the right thing to say? A local would definitely recognize Tianlan heart, but she had just jumped the queue. Su Xiaobai was right. Lack of education isn't the worst thing. It's not studying hard. She suffered for not studying hard, and now it was too late to regret it. Thinking about it, regretting it might be possible, but forcing her to leave the house was out of the question. Having someone kill Yanzimu wasn't realistic either. That left only status. Yanzimu was a noble, while she was a first-class resident. At birth, a child's resident rank was determined by their parents' rank, generally one level lower than the lower-ranking parent, up to a maximum of first-class resident. For example, if both parents were royal, the child would only be a first-class resident. If the father was royal and the mother was a fifth-class resident, the child would only be a sixth-class resident. Of course, parents refer to those who have a marriage certificate. Children born from a mistress or an egg are of a lower rank than the father. Therefore, even if a scion of a large family is attracted to a mistress of lower rank, they generally won't make her their legal wife, as that would affect the status of the next generation. Citizens can pay to raise their status, meaning they can spend a fortune to become a first-class high-ranking resident. However, becoming a noble requires social contributions or military merit. No amount of money can buy noble status. Compared to men, women have lower requirements for becoming a noble. Reaching S-level mental power and having 5 or more children earns them noble status, while reaching SS-level mental power and having 5 or more children earns them royal status. For women, having children is considered a social contribution. Having a child to improve her status was clearly not an option. Su Tang shook her head, thinking it was unreliable. She pondered how to improve her status, and suddenly an idea struck her. Energy Master. Su Yuan's father, a level 9 Energy Master, had already become a royal. So could she, with just a level 8 Energy Master, become a royal? She retrieved the Interstellar Network's table of female Energy Master status levels, and found that there was indeed a system that established that a level 8 female Energy Master could attain the honorable status of a royal. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that even if she wanted to change her mind, she could still meet the conditions. After a sigh of relief, Su Tang began to slowly gather her thoughts. When they first met, Yanzimu certainly thought she was hooking up with Li Qingqi, but shouldn't that murderous aura, like that of an unfaithful wife, have been directed at Li Qingqi? Why would he be directed at her? And since they didn't even know each other at the time, what right did he have to be angry at her? Was it because he saw her with Long Ju the second time, that he got so angry? What did he say then? He's not right for you. Was the subtext to that statement that Yanzimu was the one for her, but they had never met before? How could Yanzimu like her? No, Su Tang suddenly realized. According to this inference, Yanzimu was attracted to Miss Su. The real Miss Su before she came. A teenager met a cute little girl, and fell in love at first sight, then again, and finally at third sight, Su Tang imagined. She touched her lips and gasped. She used her computer to pull up the microscope, and saw that the skin was indeed broken. Yanzimu must be born in the year of the dog. Staring blankly at the microscope, Su Tang felt a strange feeling well up in her heart. She hadn't felt disgusted just now, but rather a little obsessed. Was she attracted to Yanzimu? It was undeniable that Yanzimu was quite charming, otherwise, he wouldn't be in the top 10 of the Diamond Bachelor list. Pa, she slapped herself lightly. What are you thinking, Su Tang? Yanzimu's crush is on the original owner, Miss Su. You're a bit ambitious. 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged men are plentiful. But what should she do now that she's taken his Tianlan heart? Su Tang was getting anxious. How would she live before becoming a royal? She couldn't just run over to Yanzimu and say, "Hey buddy, the Su Tang you loved is dead. I'm an imposter. I don't know the Tianlan heart. It's all a misunderstanding." Wouldn't that be courting death? After rolling around in bed for a long time, Su Tang finally decided to play coward. She rolled up her bedding and packed her belongings, essentially, the flower pot for the ice crystals. The rest of her belongings were already in her fortress in her space. Then she swiftly made her way to school. Chapter 52. After receiving the news from his subordinates, Yanzimu no longer cared about Su Tang. He saw a long road ahead. Since Su Tang also liked him, getting married would be a natural outcome when she came of age. For now, dealing with the pirates was the top priority. After reuniting with Su Yuan, the entire group rushed to the Yunzhou Commercial District. Over the Yunzhou Commercial District, Qin Chenao gazed down expressionlessly from a small military starship, his heart icy. This time, even his eldest brother couldn't save him. As the commander of the 22nd Legion, pirates had infiltrated the Hongi galaxy while he was stationed there. What a blunder. He was likely facing a demotion, a reduction in both rank and rank. He sighed deeply. Well, he hoped he could wipe out this gang of pirates and atone for his mistake. But he wasn't the only one implicated this time. The Su family, as a family directly under the jurisdiction of Hongi Star, was likely to be fined a large amount of energy stones. On a more optimistic note, the army wouldn't have to worry about energy issues for a long time. And the one suffering the most this time wasn't him, but the 26th Legion stationed in the Black Crow Galaxy. Yuan, that idiot, hadn't even noticed his own system had been infiltrated by pirates from the Black Triangle. He'd probably be in for a rough ride, if not death. Who knows how many major families in the Black Crow Galaxy have colluded with the pirates? The day after Yanzimu and Su Yuan's secret conversation in the study, the entire Yunzhou state was placed under secret surveillance. A meticulous investigation began, one by one, of Yunzhou's residents. Those without suspicion were sent back to their registered systems, while those with suspicion were sent to prison planets for strict custody. The suspects were essentially identified. This military move was undoubtedly a bit drastic. The pirates in the trade zone, who had managed to infiltrate, were clearly quite skilled, sensing danger at the slightest sign of trouble and preparing to retreat. But now that the net has been cast, how can we let the fish escape? In terms of combat effectiveness, the guards are far inferior to the legionary forces. Therefore, the Su family guards were responsible for surrounding the entire Yunzhou commercial district to prevent any escapees, while the 22nd Legion, led by Qin Chenao, was the main force. This time, the pirates infiltrated the Wong, Zhang, and Yang families, a dozen or so major families in the Black Crow Galaxy, and entered Hongi Planet through legal trade channels. They purchased a large portion of Hongi Planet's energy stones at a high price, and these stones were secretly sent to pirate organizations in the Black Triangle Galaxy. Although pirate forces had infiltrated the commercial district, the vast majority of the residents, aside from the pirates, were ordinary merchants from other star systems, innocent residents. Because the incident occurred suddenly, although some informed individuals were evacuated in a timely manner, the majority of residents remained in the dark. Weapons of mass destruction were absolutely prohibited. Even without residents, Hongi, as a natural planet, could not use environmentally polluting weapons of mass destruction. For various reasons, the main force in the crackdown on the pirates relied on highly mobile mecha units and individual combat. Satellites monitor the battle situation, and small starships provide aerial surveillance to prevent unexpected events. In the interstellar age, the methods of warfare have evolved significantly due to changes in battlefields and various external factors. There are no basic tactics like cavalry breaking formations or infantry advancing. Instead, there are only direct confrontations of firepower and clashes of arms. While interstellar warfare may appear less complex than in ancient times, precisely because of the various uncertainties and rapidly changing situations, interstellar warfare places a particular test on a commander's ability to coordinate and command. If properly employed, it is possible to defeat a larger force with a smaller force. In terms of firepower, the pirate group entering Hongi Planet were all skilled in disguise. Their combat effectiveness was certainly inferior to that of the pirates from the Black Triangle Galaxy headquarters, and their numbers were unlikely to be as large as the 22nd Legion, not to mention the support of the Garrison. However, the limited space available to the Legion also made it somewhat limited. While combat in the starry sky would be as simple as an elephant crushing an ant on the ground, it was more complex, especially since the military also had to consider the safety of innocent civilians and minimize casualties. As the commander of the 14th Legion stationed in the Tianyun Galaxy, Yanzimu naturally could not overstep his authority, so Qin Chenao assumed the role of commander of the closing operation. As commander of this closing operation, Qin Chenao was under immense pressure. While war inevitably involves casualties, these small-scale land battles were the most troublesome. The death of innocent civilians was a minor concern, but the more worrying thing was the accidental death of an innocent nobleman, which would result in the commander having to write a self-criticism and have his merits deducted. If a non-military royal family member were accidentally killed during the battle, then it would be a complete joke. Therefore, Su Yuan was placed at the very heart of the defense force. Although Su Yuan was the highest-ranking officer, his other status as a level 9 energy master was even more crucial. Who knew if the pirates, desperate enough, would seize hostages? Su Yuan was the most important hostage. Qin Xiao was completely unconcerned about Su Yuan's safety, practically begging a Buddha to return to the Su family and observe the battle via satellite. Attention all personnel in the commercial area. Attention all personnel in the commercial area. All vehicles parked on the spot. All vehicles parked on the spot. Please line up and undergo inspection. Please line up and undergo inspection. Attention all personnel in the commercial area. Attention all personnel in the commercial area. All vehicles parked on the spot. All vehicles parked on the spot. Please line up and receive inspection. Please line up and receive inspection. A mechanical electronic sound echoed repetitively throughout the commercial area. Small military starships hovered above the commercial area, and mechas leaped out, forcing all vehicles in the air to park. On the ground, armored vehicles surrounded the entire commercial area. Soldiers armed with energy guns leaped out and began to interrogate the panicked people. The crowd in the commercial area erupted in excitement the moment they saw the starships. On the densely populated surface of a natural star, starships were not allowed. Travel was by vehicle. The appearance of a starship signaled the beginning of an armed conflict. As a result, most people screamed and rushed out. The armed soldiers carefully interrogated the crowd, detaining anyone from the Black Crow system. At that moment, in a coffee shop in a high-rise building, Jiang Yunchuan calmly sipped his coffee, watching the crowds of people on the ground, running around like ants on a hot pan. He felt a surge of excitement, a flash of nostalgia. A small-scale armed conflict was about to break out. After slaying every enemy faction in the immortal realm, Jiang Yunchuan felt a surge of pretentiousness, a sense of unrivaled power. And that little girl, Su Daji, hadn't been online for several days, and Jiang Yunchuan couldn't help but feel a bit bored. And going to a women's gathering with his mother would definitely be more painful than killing him. So he slipped away, deciding on a whim to visit Yunzhou's commercial district. It was said there were a lot of shady goods there. But this trip was truly worth it. For a battle-mad warrior, personally participating in a battle was incredibly exciting, especially since he hadn't fought star beasts or pirates in 3 years. Jiang Yunchuan secretly rubbed his hands, eager to don armor and fight in battle himself. What should he do? Chapter 53. Wang Qi's face paled as he watched the shrinking crowd and the approaching mechas in the commercial district. Brother Yang, what should we do? This isn't going to work. On the sofa, Yang Yellen elegantly raised his red wine glass, taking a sip, leisurely as if on vacation, ignoring Wang Qi's questions. Yang Yellen's attitude further irritated Wang Qi. Oh, this guy is so comfortable. He knew that although Yang Yellen was a pirate from the Black Triangle Galaxy, he still had legal citizenship in Yin country. It seemed that their Black Crow Galaxy's collusion with pirates had been exposed, and their Wong family was truly doomed. Even if he managed to escape the Hongi Galaxy alive, he couldn't return to the Black Crow Galaxy, and would have to become a fugitive in the Black Triangle Galaxy. And yet, this true pirate could continue to roam the various star systems with his legal identity. Why? A deep well of resentment and unwillingness surged in his heart. Watching several flying cars attempting to break through the encirclement being broken and crashed, Wang Qi's expression became even more distorted. Yang Yellen naturally took in Wang Qi's expression, but what did their lives have to do with him? As a wise man, the best way was to protect himself. He gracefully stood up, gently brushing off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and walked out as if strolling in the garden. I'm leaving, do as you please. Watching Yang Yellen leave the room, Wang Qi's face twisted even further. Okay, you're a ruthless pirate, taking advantage of me and kicking me out. It won't be so easy to disassociate yourself. If I'm caught, I'd definitely be the first to betray you. When Yang Yellen left the building, the handsome man with the noble and elegant aristocratic temperament had long disappeared. In his place was an ordinary, unremarkable man, with a face that was unrecognizable and featureless. He could easily guess Wang Qi's subtle thoughts, but as a successful 007, he had to master the basic skill of disguise. Haha, how could Yang Yellen even exist after leaving this building? Fire counterattack, everyone. Focus on capturing hostages. Head for crowded areas. After Yang Yellen left, Wang Qi began his own rescue operation. As a clan leader, his basic judgment was quite good. Against the overwhelming might of the military, They had no chance of success. Hongi Star, a densely populated natural planet, had strict entry and exit controls. Ordinary lethal weapons were forbidden. Only the military and local guards were allowed to carry energy weapons. Therefore, their weapons were improvised and assembled from parts purchased illegally after arriving inside the planet. Their lethality was completely inferior to the military's regular weapons. Furthermore, the military had mechas, and their weapons wouldn't even make a dent against them. To escape successfully, they had to rely on hostages, and they had to be important hostages. Pay attention to capturing the female hostages, and retreat to the Xinjiang auction. The Xinjiang auction was a large-scale event, and more importantly, there was a major sale going on today. Therefore, there must be many wealthy and powerful people present. If they were lucky enough to capture a few nobles, they would have sufficient bargaining chips to negotiate with the military. Attention, mecha troops, pay attention to the safety of civilians, and cover their evacuation. After the initial exchange of fire, Qin now realized that the pirates' firepower was woefully inadequate. He had even mobilized a large force of mecha troops, only to realize it was a complete overreaction. Faced with such a drastic disparity in firepower, the pirates had only one option: capture hostages. While the population was exploding in the interstellar age, the death of tens of thousands of civilians wasn't a big deal. The more worrying thing was the nobles. As for the royal family, they probably wouldn't have the time to bother visiting the Yunzhou commercial district. What Qin Xiao hadn't anticipated was that there actually was a member of the royal family, so bored they were wandering around the Yunzhou commercial district. After carefully observing the reactionaries' retreat route, Jiang Yanchuan deduced their intention to enter the Zhongxing auction and use hostages to negotiate. As a battle-crazed warrior who'd been itching to strike for 3 years, he naturally infiltrated the Zhongxing auction first. A small dagger twirled rapidly between his fingertips. With a look of intense interest, Jiang Yanchuan hid in the shadows, observing the scene with his mental power, quietly waiting for his prey to enter his hunting zone. His mental power had now reached 4S level. While still unstable, occasional use wouldn't pose a major problem, aside from a few days of weakness. After the pirates entered the Zhongxing auction, Qin Xiao felt a surge of concern. Although the powerful families throughout Yunzhou had received word of their departure a few days earlier, he worried that a few uninformed families might still remain. He was now working to redeem himself for meritorious service, and couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Search every room, take all the hostages to the hall. Wang Qi led his men into the Zhongxing auction and began to act. He knew time was running out. Without a significant leverage, they would all be lost. The military's methods were always brutal. Those who rose to the rank of military commander were not easy. Civilians were worthless in their eyes. Only those of status like the nobility could command them with any trepidation. Boss, there are 3 noble women here. As Wang Qi anxiously waited, good news finally arrived. Hurry, take them down. Ah! A man screamed. Ah! A woman screamed. Sizzle. The communicator's final sound. Go over there, someone come and capture those 3 nobles. Even without the communication, the women's screams could still be heard clearly. If you don't want to die, shut up. Jiang Yanchuan stomped on the communicator and crushed it a few times. He looked at the 3 terrified faces huddled together, screaming and crying, and frowned in displeasure. Women are truly annoying, especially these brainless women. Seeing a dead person screaming is pointless. Wouldn't that give away their position? It's hopelessly stupid. But his skills had indeed declined. He used to be able to kill this man without a fuss, but now, his skills were slow, and he even let him scream. Leave quickly, and find somewhere to hide. Although he didn't want to bother with these 3 idiotic women, as a good soldier, he couldn't just stand by and watch a noble die. Hero, please save us! One woman, realizing what was happening, immediately scrambled towards Jiang Yanchuan, attempting to cling to his thighs. Hero, don't abandon us. My family's rich, and my father will reward you. The remaining 2 women also reacted. Jiang Yanchuan scurried out of the room, leaving behind an impatient, hide if you don't want to die. He was still going to kill. He wasn't a soldier in this operation, and protecting the hostages wasn't part of his job. And by killing all the armed reactionaries, he was also indirectly ensuring their safety. Well, it seemed he was a good man after all. Chapter 54. Wang Qi quickly realized something was amiss. Many of his men had lost contact. Could it be that the military had infiltrated? It couldn't have happened so quickly. A large group of hostages had already been driven to the outskirts of the auction. If the military's mechas approached, they would immediately shoot and threaten to kill the hostages. Qin Xiao felt a sense of unease, as he watched the hostages held captive by pirates outside the Zhongxing auction. Although he didn't care about the lives of a few civilians, the reputation of disregarding hostages' lives was unpleasant. Commando, Sniper, get ready. Commando, infiltrate secretly to ensure the safety of the hostages. Sniper, prepare to kill them one by one. Qin Chinao gave the order after a moment's thought. The civilians were left to their fate. Those who could be saved would be saved, while those who couldn't would just have to accept their bad luck. Something's happening. Yanzimu gazed at the Zhongxing auction with a deep expression. With his SSS-level mental power, he had a clear view of the scene inside. Who else could that man, reaping lives like the Grim Reaper, be besides Jiang Yunchuan? What? Qin Chinao was a bit puzzled by Yanzimu's sudden outburst. The regimental commanders had a special channel, normally unused, but every commander could receive messages from it. Lieutenant General Jiang, nice to meet you. I'm Yanzimu from the 14th Regiment. Sure enough, Jiang Yunchuan showed up. Even without Su Tang, this man was here. Haha, I've been spotted. Jiang Yunchuan's voice was tinged with amusement. He hadn't expected the military to be a place where talent abounded. A rising star had emerged just 3 years after he left. Jiang Yunchuan had already noticed this SSS-level mental power fluctuation, but after 3 years away, he couldn't immediately compare it to anyone else. He had heard a little about Yanzimu. When he left, Yanzimu's mental power was only at SS level, but he had actually broken through to SSS. Surely, Yan Nation would soon have another young royal. Lieutenant General Jiang. Qin Chinao flew into a rage at the sound of Jiang Yunchuan's voice. Qin Chinao was much older than Yanzimu, and he had undoubtedly met Jiang Yunchuan before. He recognized his voice. This guy was actually inside the Zhongxing auction. This. Wasn't Jiang Yunchuan recovering from an injury? Wasn't he said to be seriously injured? How did he end up on Hongwang planet, and coincidentally, in the Yunzhou trade zone? If anything goes wrong, he'd be doomed. Lieutenant General Jiang, please withdraw from the Zhongxing auction immediately. As the commander of this operation, I demand your withdrawal. Qin Chinao wiped the sweat from his forehead. What a mess this was. It was truly a source of worry. I'm sorry, but I'm not subject to military orders while on the battlefield. Jiang Yunchuan was in high spirits, so naturally, he wouldn't give up so easily. He'd been frustrated for the past 3 years, unable to let loose against his students, who had barely grown their hair. But here, he could fight them without restraint. The feeling was completely different from a holographic online game. But these reactionaries were too weak. They were chopping them like vegetables. Fuck. Qin Chinao was so angry that he almost cursed. A high rank was a big deal, but did it mean he could do whatever he wanted? Never mind. Jiang Yunchuan's safety was paramount. Everyone, use the scanning mirrors. Everyone, use the scanning mirrors. No accidental killing. There are important people at the auction. Soldiers using the scanning mirrors could analyze the military headquarters, the guards, and the civilians. The scanning mirrors were not particularly useful. They were mainly used to prevent accidental casualties within the army. Although a scanning mirror is essential equipment before a battle, Qin Chinao had to confirm it again, because Jiang Yunchuan was at the auction. If his soldiers accidentally killed Jiang Yunchuan, he would definitely be killed by the Jiang family. All armed pirates, listen up. Lay down your weapons and surrender, or you will be killed without mercy. All armed pirates, listen up. Lay down your weapons and surrender, or you will be killed without mercy. Wang Qi clenched his fists as the electronic voice, like a death sentence, sounded like a death sentence. The military was truly hypocritical, disregarding the safety of the hostages. It was a shame the 3 nobles hadn't been found yet. Damn it, how could Hongwang Star be so rich that even a remote corner of Yunzhou was equipped with SS level mine blockers? Otherwise, a single mental scan would reveal their hiding place. Though the 3 noble women were initially terrified, Jiang Yunchuan's warning calmed them down a bit, and they each found a secluded spot to hide. Although Jiang Yunchuan disliked them, he secretly dealt with the searchers. It would be difficult for Wang Qi to find them in a short time. As more and more of his men lost contact, Wang Qi sensed something was amiss. Abandon the search, everyone gather. Looking at the dark mass of hostages squatting with their heads in their hands, Wang Qi gave a cruel smile. Don't you know? The military has given up on you. How are we supposed to kill you? The crowd erupted in panic. Don't kill me, please. Help. I have parents and children to support. Please spare us. Aw, don't kill me. I do anything you ask me to do. I can warm a bed, give birth, anything. If you don't kill me, I give you all my property." Jiang Yunchuan frowned as he watched the bandits retreat back into the hall, abandoning their search. What were they planning? Were they planning to give up and kill the hostages to vent their anger? Looking at the wailing, terrified crowd, Wang Qi fired a signal shot. After hearing the gunshot, the crowd instantly quieted, fearing they would be shot if they made any noise. Don't want to die, right? Those who don't get in their cars by the time I count to 10 will all go to hell. Wang Qi said, then was the first to summon a car from his space lock and get in. Take advantage of the chaos and flee. Everyone who can escape will escape. He gave his men his final order, leading them to their fate. As the patriarch of the Wong family, he naturally had a trump card, so he was confident of a successful escape and leaving Hongwong planet. 1, 2, 3. As Wang Qi began counting, everyone rushed to get their cars and climb in, fearing they would be shot if they ran out of space. Those without cars also rushed to get in the nearest one. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with a variety of cars. Wang Qi's men also entered the various cars, threatening the owners with guns. Jiang Yunchuan instantly understood Wang Qi's intention. He was trying to escape during the chaos. Red, license plate OC 4323, model ZS12. Their leader is in this car. The gangsters are trying to escape during the chaos. Watch out for the rooftop exit. Sure enough, the roof slowly opened, and countless flying cars poured out like a fountain. Wang Qi had chosen the ZT auction because he had left himself a way out. The ZT auction's dome roof was retractable. All flying cars stop immediately, or you will be considered a target. All flying cars stop immediately, or you will be considered a target. Chapter 55. The number of people inside the Shongxing auction was in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Those who could attend were essentially wealthy individuals, and naturally, wealthy individuals had no shortage of speeding cars. The number of speeding cars that fled, each in a different direction, must have reached thousands. Qin Chiniao was caught off guard. Despite Jiang Yunchuan's warning, the speeding cars began to pour out before Jiang Yunchuan could finish his words, leaving Qin Chiniao unable to issue an order. Prepare, shoot them down. After escaping the Zhongxing auction, some of the more sensible car owners chose to stop and submit to inspection. After all, they were legal citizens, and the military wouldn't do anything to them. Other car owners, frightened beyond sanity or threatened by pirates at gunpoint, ignored the military's warnings. These speeding cars often weren't able to get very far before being shot down by mechas. Speeding cars and mechas were simply on a different level. The situation was quickly under control. Wang Qi's red ZS12 speeder, license plate OC 4323, became the focus of attention. However, as the Patriarch's vehicle, its performance was impressive, and the three mechas following him were unable to catch up. Wang Qi watched the three mechas closing in on him. His fists clenched nervously. Haha, if I had known, I wouldn't have negotiated with the pirates of the Black Triangle Galaxy just for the position of Patriarch. His family would have been ruined by him. No. If his brother, the Patriarch, hadn't taken his beloved woman, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. Wang Qi hated himself and his brother. Forget it. The most important thing now was to save his life. As long as there's life, there's hope. He sighed deeply. This time, I'm relying on you. Don't worry, father. I definitely get you away safely. A slender, expressionless man took the car seat, expertly maneuvering it to dodge the energy cannon fire from the mecha behind. Under the mecha's intense firepower, the car was finally struck and exploded. Qin Chiniao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The main culprit had been killed, and it seemed everything would soon be settled. But Qin Chiniao's reassurance was premature. Amidst the blast, a strange mecha burst forth, catching the three following it off guard. Jiang Yunchuan's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed at the sight of the strange black Class A. No mental fluctuations? It was a mechanical mecha. Mechas in the Interstellar era are also divided into many categories. They are categorized by performance into mechanical and intelligent mechas, and by configuration into light and heavy mechas. Mechanical mechas are controlled by commands, joysticks, and buttons. Due to their complex operation and cumbersome commands, they have certain limitations and lack the flexibility and adaptability of intelligent mechas. Intelligent mechas are controlled purely by mental power. Using an intelligent mecha in combat is like wearing a full suit of armor. Due to the level of mental power, each mecha operator's compatibility with the mecha varies. The higher the compatibility, the more comfortable they are. Intelligent mechas place high demands on their operators. Only S-level mental power is required to activate an intelligent mecha. Therefore, the majority of the military's mecha units are still mechanical mechas. Light mechas, as the name suggests, are lightweight, agile, and lightly armed, swift mechas. Heavy mechas, on the other hand, are bulky and relatively slow, boasting strong defenses but bulky weaponry. Generally speaking, mechanical mechas are heavy, while intelligent mechas are primarily light. The unfamiliar black mech before him was a lightweight mechanical mech. Jiang Yinchuan watched with fascination as it took down 3 military mechs. It was truly remarkable. The mech pilot was capable of executing such complex and agile maneuvers purely through manual control and complex commands. Although Jiang Yinchuan had never operated a mech, he knew that mechanical mechs were actually more difficult to operate than intelligent ones. This person was truly remarkable. Alas, I, a thief, couldn't afford to be one. As the black mech sped off into the distance, Qin Chenao grew restless. Mech troops, intercept them. Don't let me down. If a single mech unit couldn't stop a single mech, Qin Chenao would be utterly humiliated. Unfortunately, his mech unit was no match for the black mech. The black mech nimbly moved through the starships. Due to the close proximity, Qin Chenao didn't dare order his starships to open fire to prevent accidental damage. Damn, that in the mech must have thought of this before sneaking into the starship cluster. What a cunning fellow. Just as the black mech was about to break through the encirclement, Yanzimu summoned his flowing fire to chase it. It seemed like Qin Chenao had indeed relied on Qin Chenyuan's connections to rise to power, and he couldn't even handle such a minor emergency. Jiang Yinchuan excitedly followed the mech battle in the air with his mental power. He was genuinely curious about the owner of the black mech, but unfortunately, mechs all had special mental interference prevention devices, so he couldn't see the true identity of the mech's owner. He felt like a kitten was scratching him. He had never seen anyone pilot a mech so perfectly. After an intense mental struggle, he realized that his mental strength was currently stable. Normally, he still had over 10 hours before he would weaken. Besides, he was just going to watch, not participate in the battle. Yes, he was really just going to watch. It shouldn't have any impact, right? Ultimately, overwhelmed by his intense curiosity and eagerness to fight, Jiang Yinchuan summoned Yinchuan to follow. Qin Chenao watched the 2 mechas, one black and one red, gradually receding. Then, he looked back at his own mecha unit, which had been left several blocks behind. He felt a pang of anguish. Were his mecha units really that weak? Seeing a silver figure slicing through the swarm of mechas, Qin Chenao's anguish deepened. He recognized Jiang Yinchuan's Yinchuan even if he were reduced to ash. He had been beaten countless times by Yinchuan at the mecha training grounds. Even his brother, Qin Chenyuan, avoided Jiang Yinchuan's demonic presence. Does this ancestor even know he's still recuperating? What would he do if anything happened to him? Search the target, everyone. A starship is naturally faster than a mecha, but that's in space. On the surface of a planet, a starship is nowhere near as agile as a mecha. Full speed is impossible, and even turning takes several seconds. Yanzimu used his mental power to observe the entire battle situation. Qin Chenyao's mecha unit seemed unreliable. The mecha pilot of this mecha was a top talent, with such perfect piloting skills. If he were to pilot a mecha, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Suddenly, a silver-white mecha entered his mental range. Its sleek lines, beautiful silver sheen, and flawless design made it clear at a glance that it was extraordinary. This, Jiang Yinchuan's Yinchuan. Yanzimu recognized it instantly. Lieutenant General Jiang, your physical condition doesn't seem suitable for mecha combat. The entire military knew that Jiang Yinchuan was recovering from his injury. Haha, do as you please. I just watch and won't get in the way. Of course, if you can't hold on, then I can't just stand by and watch you die, right? We need to have some camaraderie. Jiang Yinchuan thought to himself, but inwardly, he still had a faint hope, hoping Yanzimu would give in and take on the black mech himself. It was rare to encounter such a formidable opponent, and one he'd be willing to fight with all his might. Yanzimu was speechless. He had always thought of Jiang Yinchuan as a hardcore soldier with integrity and rigor. But who was this man who acted so recklessly, disregarding his own safety, and disregarded the greater good, refusing to obey his commander's orders? Chapter 56. Hongguang First High School is nestled in the dense forests of Hongguang Star, covering an area of 600 square kilometers. It is the most prestigious aristocratic university in the entire Hongi galaxy. Most of its students are either wealthy or noble, with a smaller number being specially recruited students with exceptional talent. A bustling crowd filled the sky above Hongguang First High School. Although the official start of school was still 2 days away, many students had already arrived early. Tang directed the driver, following the route she remembered, slowly driving through a sea of cars. Finally, half an hour later, they arrived at their destination, the school's villa dormitories. Money makes the world go round, a saying that applies not only in modern times, but also in the interstellar age. If you don't have money, sorry, you have to live in a shared dormitory, where 8 people squeeze into a small room. Of course, those dormitories are generally reserved for impoverished students specially recruited. If you have money, you can choose your own accommodations. The villa dormitories are naturally the highest quality, with an entire 2-story villa costing 20,000 credits per semester. The villa has 5 bedrooms, a study, a living room, a kitchen, and everything else. Students can choose to live alone or share. Although Su Tang's conditions make it perfectly possible to live in the entire villa by herself. After all, 20,000 credit points are like 2 yuan to her now, so she doesn't need to worry about it. However, Miss Su has always lived with Yao Yu and Sushi. It wouldn't be appropriate for Su Tang to rashly ask to live alone. Besides, the rent is paid by the young Yao Yu. Miss Su is a freeloader, and Sushi naturally follows suit. If you don't take advantage of a good opportunity, you're a fool. Su Tang happily continued living with the 3 of them. 2 yuan is still money, and we must not forget the national virtue of thrift and diligence. Diligence is the foundation, and thrift fosters virtue. It's been broadcast live on TV. Classmate Yao Yu hadn't arrived yet. Su Tang went into the villa alone, only to remember that she had forgotten Sushi's little white flower at home. After settling herself in, Su Tang texted Su Yuan to let him know she arrived safely, but she waited for a long time, but there was no reply. These past few days, Su Yuan and Yanzimu seemed to be secretly planning something, and every day was a rush. Thinking of Yanzimu gave Su Tang a headache again. Forget it. Su Tang's attitude towards troubles was always, let it work itself out. There will be a way out later. It's like when you were a kid, the multiplication table was difficult to understand, but as you get older, it becomes child's play. So, many problems that seem intractable now may seem trivial later. After texting Little White Flower to let her know she was back at school, and to ask her to come over soon, Su Tang felt a bit bored. For Su Tang, who had graduated 6 or 7 years earlier in her previous life, the word school was still a bit unfamiliar. The mere mention of college involuntarily brought back memories of the grueling years leading up to the Gaokao, National College Entrance Examination. Fortunately, universities here didn't require the Gaokao. Each had different admission requirements. Su Tang, feeling somewhat bored, decided to wander around and familiarize herself with her school. Although she was about to graduate, experiencing campus life was still wonderful. Especially in Su's memory, Hongguang First University was a dreamlike beauty, incomparable to any school on earth. Throughout the layers of tall trees, shaded paths stretched, and at the end of the paths stood a variety of buildings, half hidden by the trees. Each of these buildings had its own distinct style, depending on the department. Su Tang strolled leisurely through the woods, admiring the vast sea of flowers along the roadside. She encountered a few bustling students, but the ground was still quite quiet. 100 meters above, the sky was densely packed with countless flying cars, each one moving slowly and orderly towards its destination. Because of the windmills blocking out the sun, the streetlights on the ground were still on, emitting a dim glow. Su Tang couldn't help but sigh at how crowded this school was, and all of them were wealthy. Just as she looked up, wondering if the flying cars would fall, there was a loud bang, and one actually fell. The entire fleet of flying cars erupted in excitement, like a flock of sheep entering a lion's path. Every one of them began to flee like headless flies, as every driver clearly heard the warning from above, "Evacuate! Evacuate! The military is pursuing the bandits! All non-essential personnel evacuate!" That voice? It sounded like Yanzimu. Su Tang was puzzled. What was going on? As the flying cars fled, she could vaguely make out the situation above. 3 unidentified objects, red, black, and silver, that didn't resemble flying cars, fighting in the sky. Because the distance was too far, Su Tang couldn't see clearly, so she instinctively used her mental power to scan in the direction. No! The moment Su Tang used her mental power, Su Xiaobai screamed in terror to stop her. Su Tang was bewildered, but before Su Xiaobai could speak again, she understood what he meant. Those were 3 mechas with perfectly shaped bodies fighting. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that the spiritual power emanating from that silver mecha was a 4S level spiritualist, which meant that the mecha pilot inside the mecha was a 4S level spiritualist. Jiang Yinchuan watched with great interest as Yanzimu, piloting the flowing fire, battled the bandits, while directing the fleet's evacuation. He also managed to disperse the energy cannons fired by the black mecha. Of course, the area below was Hongi First High School. A single flowing fire cannon could have killed a whole bunch of students. As he dispersed another energy cannon, Jiang Yanchuan froze, a look of disbelief on his face. A level 4S psychic user was actually here. A quick search revealed the source of this psychic power. A delicate-looking woman tilted her head upwards, a look of surprise on her face. Then, as if she had spotted him, a level 4S psychic, a look of disbelief crossed her face. Then, her face paled with fear and dismay. Jiang Yanchuan pinched his face. Was he hallucinating? How could there be a woman with 4S level mental power here? And she looked like a student at this school, a teenager. This didn't make sense. Damn! Could he be experiencing some aftereffects from overusing his mental power? Jiang Yanchuan withdrew his mental power, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and used it again. The woman was still there, but the 4S level mental power was gone. Had she withdrawn her power, or had it just been an illusion? Jiang Yanchuan was confused. Su Tang, on the other hand, was in a state of panic. Su Xiaobai, why didn't you tell me earlier? This is a disaster. She didn't want to be captured and forced to bear a child. What should she do? I thought he was SSS level, but who knew he was in an unstable state during his promotion? What should Master Tang do? Su Xiaobai knew she had made a big mistake, her voice thick with tears. Most people advance quickly, almost instantly. However, some individuals linger for a while. Their mental power fluctuates, and a moment's notice can lead to misjudgment. This is why Su Xiaobai didn't immediately recognize Jiang Yanchuan's rank 4S mental power. What else can I do? I just have to deny it. She hoped the mecha pilot hadn't noticed her. The most urgent thing was to get away. Chapter 57. He didn't notice me, he didn't notice me, he didn't notice me, Su Tang muttered to herself as she ran towards the nearest air raid shelter. The school naturally had an air raid shelter to prevent sudden attacks, but Hongi Star was always peaceful, and the air raid shelter at Hongi First High School had never been officially used, because everyone was confident in Hongi Star's defense system. In the air, Wang Qi, inside the black mech, looked desperately at the two mechs that were tightly entangled with them. Warning! Warning! Mech where rate exceeds 90%, energy level less than 20%. The rapid electronic sound screamed like a death warrant. Wang Qi turned and looked at the man in the driver's seat, who ignored the alarm. Wang Siwen's face remained expressionless, his dark eyes fixed on the screen, daring not to slack off for even a moment. His deft hands manipulated the mecha to perform a variety of extremely challenging and life-threatening maneuvers, so fast that ordinary people could barely even see their afterimages. Unfortunately, his opponents weren't ordinary people, but Yanzimu and Jiang Yanchuan. This time, there was truly no escape. Wang Qi gazed longingly at Wang Siwen's face, a fusion of his own and Wang Jingwen's. Finally, he closed his eyes in despair. I'm going to stay with Jingwen. Escape on your own, to the mechanical empire. Okay, father. Do you need me to avenge you? The young man's face remained expressionless, his hands continuing to operate the mecha. Wang Qi sighed. No, I don't need you. Just stay alive. Revenge? Who should he avenge? The pirates of the Black Triangle Galaxy who exploited them, or the military of the Yen Federation who had wiped them out? This was undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree. Wang Siwen, the child he created, carries all his good memories of Wang Jingwen. He hopes that he can survive, and live a good life for him and Jingwen instead of living in hatred. Live the life you want on. Forget the hatred and live happily. His tone was like a last will and testament. Like any parent, at the last moment, he decided to set him free. Okay, father. His formulaic tone remained expressionless, as if the person bidding farewell to him was just an insignificant stranger. Serious warning. Serious warning. The mecha's where rate exceeds 95%, its energy level is less than 10%, and the mecha has lost its ability to operate. The mecha has lost. The electronic warning had barely finished blaring when the black mecha was struck by Liuhua's lethal energy cannon. Wang Siwen regained his strength, and the mecha plummeted to a blast. Before Su Tang reached the air raid shelter, a loud bang. The ground shook. When everything calmed down, Su Tang looked back. A few hundred meters away, the black mecha, which had been soaring in the air, lay shattered in the crater it had created, with a large area of its parts scattered around. Inside the flowing fire, Yanzimu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the target disappear from the infrared scan. This mech pilot was truly a formidable opponent. The Wong family unexpectedly possessed such a gifted individual. What a shame! Curiosity killed the cat. Between going to the pit to observe or continuing toward the air raid shelter, Su Tang hesitated for a moment before choosing to continue toward the shelter. Now was not the time to watch the excitement. Avoiding capture by the man in the silver mech was the most important priority. Alas, the silver mech descended from the sky, blocking her path, and countless innocent plants and flowers perished beneath its feet. After Jiang Yunchuan confirmed from the instrument that the mech pilot within the mech was dead, he immediately recalled the puzzling 4S level psychic power. He urgently needed proof of the woman's 4S level psychic power. If she was, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout Yan Nation. Su Tang swallowed hard as she gazed at the silver mecha blocking her path. She could no longer deceive herself into thinking she hadn't been exposed. As the mecha's hatch opened, a man in casual attire leaped out, landing with a graceful flowing grace. The moment Su Tang saw Jiang Yunchuan look up, she felt a strange sensation of blossoming peach blossoms. Even Su Tang, who had been coveted by Su Yuan and Yanzimu, was stunned. This man was incredibly handsome, a beauty that tinged with femininity, yet his powerful aura perfectly offset this femininity, making him appear anything but effeminate. After a moment of astonishment, Su Tang broke into a cold sweat. This man was clearly not someone to be trifled with. What should she do? As Jiang Yunchuan approached, Su Tang felt the pressure mount. This man exerted even greater pressure on her than Yanzimu had before. So, they said he was more powerful than Yanzimu? Why was he approaching? She didn't want to be forced to give birth. Finally, when Jiang Yunchuan came within 10 steps of Su Tang couldn't handle the pressure anymore and turned to run. Although she knew that running away now would not only fail, but would also make her look like she was trying to cover up her crime, she chose to flee regardless. She hadn't taken a few steps when she collided with a wall of people. The immense recoil caused Su Tang to fall backward uncontrollably. Fortunately, a pair of strong arms caught her in time. When Yanzimu noticed something strange about Jiang Yunchuan, he noticed the woman on the ground. It was Su Tang. Yanzimu was a little incredulous. How could Su Tang be here? Shouldn't she still be in the Su family's main residence? Seeing Jiang Yunchuan approaching Su Tang, Yanzimu suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Could fate really be unchangeable? Despite all his efforts, Jiang Yunchuan and Su Tang still met, just as in that dream. Their inevitable meeting on Hongi Star. Will Su Tang ultimately choose Jiang Yunchuan, just as she had in her dream? A deep fear of losing Su Tang washed over Yanzimu, and he felt like he was sinking into an icy abyss. Su Tang's melodious, heavenly voice, "I like you," instantly rekindled Yanzimu's fascination. Like sunshine after rain, it shone through layers of dark clouds into Yanzimu's heart. In an instant, all the dark clouds were dispelled by the words, "I like you." Yes, Su Tang liked him. This time, he wasn't the foolish idiot who foolishly stayed at the 15th star in his dream. In his dream, Su Tang chose Jiang Yunchuan because she was out of her mind and didn't fight hard enough. Determination shone in Yanzimu's eyes. He quickly maneuvered the mech down to the cockpit and ran toward Su Tang. As he approached, he realized something was amiss. That Jiang Yunchuan had dared to use his mental aura to scare his woman. He hurried forward and was bumped by Su Tang, who had turned around. He quickly grabbed Su Tang, who almost been hit by him, and pressed her into his arms, looking up at Jiang Yunchuan angrily. Chapter 58. Yanzimu looked at the panicked and pale Su Tang in his arms, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Yunchuan was stunned by Yanzimu's actions. Then, sensing his fury, he suddenly realized that the two knew each other and seemed to have a close relationship. Jiang Yunchuan rubbed his chin, pondering. This woman looked familiar. I felt like I seen her somewhere before. Where? I remembered. On my mom's blind date rankings, that eccentric woman, Han Yuan, had created some sort of Hongi Star blind date rankings, then racked her brains and resorted to every trick in the book to arrange for him to meet the women on them. And this woman before him was none other than Han Yuan's #1 favorite, Su Tang, the beloved daughter of energy engineer Su Yuan. Is the Yin family forming an alliance with the Su family? That's not right. That old fox, Su Yuan, had always maintained a neutral stance, maintaining a good but balanced relationship with all 10 marshals in the military. However, who Su Yuan was close to was none of his business. The most important thing right now was to find out whether this woman was a 4S level psychic. Lieutenant General Jiang, what do you mean by this? Yanzimu felt a wave of displeasure as he sensed Jiang Yunchuan's scrutiny of Su Tang. What did Jiang Yunchuan mean? He made it so clear. Didn't you know the meaning of look where you're not? I now suspect she's a 4S level psychic, and I need to verify it. Jiang Yunchuan dropped his cynical attitude and took on a serious expression. Yanzimu was horrified by Jiang Yunchuan's words, but he remained impassive and continued to glare at him. He recalled the scene in his dream. At that time, Su Tang had at least reached 5S level psychic power, and her powerful psychic aura might have surpassed the limit of 5S. However, Yanzimu didn't know Su Tang's current level of mental power. It was possible that Su Tang had already reached a 4S level mental power. If Su Tang were revealed to have 4S level mental power, she would be snatched up by all the major families. Even the Yin and Su families combined might not be able to withstand the pressure. No, Su Tang is his. She can't be snatched away by another man. Jiang Yunchuan. This is nonsense. I can sue you for defamation. Interstellar law clearly prohibits the use of mental power to intimidate underage women. You're breaking the law. How do you know it's not true without verifying it? Jiang Yunchuan always believed facts spoke louder than words. Su Tang leaned against Yanzimu's chest, listening to the thumping of his heartbeat, and suddenly felt a sense of peace. She has a C-level psychic. Everyone in Hongguang knows this. If you don't believe me, you can look up the school's information. Yanzimu hugged Su Tang tightly, staring at Jiang Yunchuan with an angry expression, imperceptible to anyone. Su Tang, however, keenly noticed Yanzimu's nervousness. His heartbeat quickened a fraction, and his grip on her tightened. Was he nervous? No need to look at any information, just her releasing her psychic power. Jiang Yunchuan was determined to achieve his goal. How could information be reliable? Didn't the Yin Federation's information indicate there were no 4S level psychics within the Federation? As far as he knew, Qin Yuan, the top military official, was a genuine 4S level psychic, though the information listed him as SSS level. Therefore, he only believed what he saw. As soon as Su Tang used her psychic power, he would be able to confirm whether she was a 4S level psychic. Psychic power levels can be disguised, but only when a higher level psychic is used against a lower level psychic. Even disguises between people of the same level can be seen through. So, if Su Tang is indeed a 4S level psychic, then even if she uses C-level psychic power, Jiang Yunchuan will be able to see through her, and reveal her true 4S level psychic power. Impossible. Yanzimu decisively refused. Jiang Yunchuan narrowed his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Is Yanzimu afraid? Why would he refuse such a small request as releasing his psychic power if he didn't have something to hide? Wouldn't most people in such a situation immediately display their psychic power to prove their innocence? So the most likely possibility is that Yanzimu also knows Su Tang is a 4S level psychic and is protecting her. Master Tang. I have a plan. I use the moonlight to raise your spiritual power to level 5S, but you only have 5 minutes. You need to hurry and prove yourself a C-level psychic. Su Xiaobai's voice rang out reluctantly as the two men continued their standoff. Damn, you had a plan. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You scared me to death. Su Tang raged. Su Xiaobai must have been holding back for so long because he couldn't bear to sacrifice his tiny bit of moonlight. It must be said that after spending so much time together, Su Tang and Su Xiaobai knew each other intimately. If it weren't for the sheer necessity of avoiding it, Su Xiaobai would never have been willing to sacrifice his collected moonlight. A few seconds later, Su Tang felt her internal spiritual power surge even more powerfully. Alright, only 5 minutes, Su Xiaobai emphasized. I understand. Su Tang took a deep breath, turned around, and angrily cursed Jiang Yunchuan, you're only a 4S. Your whole family is. As she spoke, she adjusted her mental power to C level and released it. But after she finished, Su Tang suddenly felt something was wrong. Those words weren't insults, were they? Have you seen enough, you idiot? After sensing Su Tang's C-level mental power, Yanzimu breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Su Tang's C-level mental power was released, Jiang Yunchuan felt it. It was pure C-level mental power. Upon closer inspection, it was still C-level, not the 4S level mental power he assumed was disguised. Jiang Yunchuan was a little confused. Could he have mistaken someone? Did the 4S level mental power belong to someone else, not this woman? Or was it really just the aftereffects of his unstable mental power? Jiang Yunchuan frowned, puzzled. Su Tang was a little nervous. Why hadn't she confirmed it yet? Hey, have you verified it yet? Humph, if I were a 4S level psychic, I'd be the first to crush you. Oh, okay. Jiang Yunchuan was speechless. If you're not a 4S level psychic, why are you running away when you see me? Jiang Yunchuan was now completely certain that Su Tang was truly just a C-level psychic. Someone of the same level would definitely be able to see through her disguise. Unless this woman was a level higher than him, a 5S level psychic, but how could that be possible? Not to mention she was just a 4S level psychic. 5S was a level no one had ever reached. What Jiang Yinchuan hadn't anticipated was Su Tang's incredible G-force, Su Xiaobai. With Su Xiaobai, anything was possible. I don't even know you. You suddenly blocked my way. Who knows if you were just being attracted by her beauty? With the crisis over, Su Tang, with Yanzimu as her backer, decided to vent her anger. Lustful at first sight? Jiang Yinchuan would be lustful at first sight. Jiang Yinchuan's face darkened instantly. The women in the capital galaxy eager to marry him lined up so long, they could circle the capital galaxy several times. Seeing Jiang Yinchuan scowl, Yanzimu felt delighted. Su Tang didn't like Jiang Yinchuan. He deserved to be called a shrewd person. Lieutenant General Jiang should rest well during his recuperation. I don't need to explain what losing control of your mental power means. The deep male voice unconsciously tinged with gloating. Mistaking C-level mental power for 4S level mental power is definitely a sign of losing control of mental power. As a soldier, losing control of mental power means retirement. Isn't recuperation the same as being sick? If you're sick, go home and take medicine. If you're mentally ill, stay out and harm society. This guy is truly a shrewd person. Su Tang stabbed Jiang Yinchuan deeply. In the eyes of ordinary people, losing control of mental power is basically equivalent to being a shrewd person with poor brain function. Jiang Yinchuan was frustrated. His mental power was just unstable. Unstable. And the laboratory had already studied it. It would take at most 2 years for his mental power to stabilize. How could these two people be so vicious? Do they have any sympathy? And why did Yanzimu value love over friendship? Is there any military camaraderie left? After all, they had just fought together. Chapter 59. Miserable Jiang Yinchuan silently endured the reciprocal personal attacks from Yanzimu and Su Tang. Always a believer in resolving issues with his fists, Jiang Yinchuan couldn't resort to force because he was in the wrong. He had used his mental aura to intimidate an underage woman. While his status as a royal wouldn't be subject to legal sanctions, it was nonetheless a serious violation. However, he had remembered Yanzimu, the little bastard. The vengeful Jiang Yinchuan decided that upon returning to the military, he would absolutely discipline Yanzimu. If he didn't beat him to a pulp on the mecha training ground, his name, Jiang Yinchuan, would be written backwards. As for the little girl Su Tang, a grown man like him couldn't argue with her. He would instead blame Su Yuan. The military was sure to make a big fuss about this incident and give the Su family a hard time, and he was determined to take advantage of the situation. Energy stones, especially high-level energy stones, were in short supply in every legion. After a wait that seemed eternity to Jiang Yinchuan, but was actually only 10 minutes, Qin Shinyao's mecha headquarters and a large fleet of starships finally arrived. Seeing the now-destroyed black mecha and the lifeless signs displayed by the scanner, Qin Shinyao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was solved. I hadn't expected them to have another mecha hidden. Aside from the mecha units stationed in the local legion and the guards, only those of royal status or those with the rank of major could carry mechas. How had they smuggled the mechas onto Hongi Star? Qin Shinyao was puzzled. Could they have an armor maker in-house? Qin Shinyao's deep gaze darkened. To be able to create such a high-performance mechanical mecha, the armor maker must have been quite high-ranking. He wondered if the armor maker was dead or captured. If he died, it would be such a shame. He took another look at the shattered mecha, which showed no signs of life. It was a pity to lose such a skilled mecha maker. After Qin Shinyao descended to the ground on a light curtain, he headed towards Jiang Yinchuan. He was only slightly surprised to see Su Tang beside Yanzimu. He knew Su Tang, of course. Su Yuan doted on this daughter. The Qin family naturally wanted to win over Su Yuan, and his eldest brother had hinted that he could have the best chance of winning her while stationed in the Hongi galaxy. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Su Tang simply ignored him. After repeated attempts to court her failed, Qin Shinyao realized that the little girl's high standards didn't sway him at all, so he tactfully gave up. Little Tang is here too, aren't you scared? Although Su Tang despised him, he still wanted to maintain a good friendship, so Qin Shinyao greeted her warmly with a smile. Yanzimu's fierce eyes narrowed, and he stretched out his long arm, wrapping it around Su Tang's slender waist and holding her close to him, thus asserting his sovereignty. In Yanzimu's eyes, Qin Shinyao was the big-tailed wolf waiting for an opportunity to snatch his little white rabbit away. Su Tang was baffled by Yanzimu's behavior. Why did this man enjoy being together so much? It was so hot, wasn't it? She just had to struggle to free herself from his embrace. Uncle Qin, long time no see. One should be polite. Someone greeted you, so you couldn't just turn a face and ignore them, right? Su Tang politely returned the greeting with a broad, bright smile. Suddenly, she felt the hand on her waist tighten. Su Tang blushed. Was this man jealous? Uncle! Qin Chiniao was frustrated. He was only 46, full of youthful energy. Why did this little girl always call him uncle? Didn't she think he was old because she didn't accept him? He glanced suspiciously at Yanzimu. He was so quick to act. It looked like he already gotten his way in just a few days. Could it be that Su Tang was attracted to young, fresh-faced men like Yanzimu? Aren't men supposed to mature with age? Jiang Yunchuan lay shot nearby. Uncle! Qin Chiniao was well aware of his age. Being younger than him, he was considered an uncle. No wonder little Su Daji kept calling him uncle. Was he really that old in the eyes of little girls like them? Damn, a bunch of little girls who don't appreciate it. My age is the prime for a man, and Yanzimu's hair hasn't even grown out yet. Report, should we open the mecha? As they spoke, a group of armed soldiers surrounded the wrecked black mecha. Open it, pull the body out, and see who it is. I can't believe that old man Wang Qi's piloting skills are that high. Qin Chiniao waved his hand. Immediately, a soldier ran to the black mecha and began to use a special device to force open the cockpit door from the outside. The moment the mech opened, Su Tang felt a sudden palpitation in her heart and touched her chest. Was this a premonition of danger? Report, spotted. As the mech's hatch opened, the nearest soldier leaned forward to take a closer look and prepare to report the situation. Something unexpected happened. A laser sword, gleaming a sky-blue light, suddenly burst from the soldier's body, ruthlessly slicing his life away. Everyone was in disbelief. How could it be possible? All instruments showed no signs of life. Open fire, concentrate fire on the mech. Jiang Yunchuan, the first to react, gave the order. A burst of dense energy gunfire erupted, and in a cloud of flames, a figure soared into the sky. Without using her psychic power, Su Tang couldn't see what it was, but her palpitations intensified. Jiang Yunchuan, Yanzimu, and Qin Chiniao, upon realizing something was amiss, instinctively activated their psychic detection. Shit! Qin Chiniao cursed. He forgotten there was an SS-level psychic blocker. With only SS-level psychic power, he could only see a flutter of snow, the kind you get when old TVs don't have any channels. Jiang Yunchuan and Yanzimu, however, could clearly see the figure overhead. A pair of wings, about 3 meters long, glowed coldly in the light. Beneath the man's torn skin, a complex network of circuits, some broken and sparking, rippled. The man stretched his arm toward them, and after a mechanical twist, a large energy cannon replaced his right arm. Jiang Yunchuan gave Qin Chiniao a hard shove, then, clutching his head, rolled away. Yanzimu, meanwhile, immediately embraced Su Tang and lunged outward, maneuvering in the air, so he landed on his back. Upon landing, Yanzimu quickly rolled over and shielded Su Tang beneath him. Su Tang had no time to react. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, and at the same moment, Su Tang clearly heard Yanzimu's painful groan, followed by a weight on his body. Although Yanzimu had reacted quickly after seeing the man's movements in the air, and had quickly escaped with Su Tang, the energy cannon was no ordinary weapon after all. When it struck the ground, it inevitably kicked up a cloud of debris. Yanzimu was unlucky. Among the debris that hit him was a piece the size of a human head. If that stone had hit Su Tang, it would have definitely killed her. Chapter 60. Bearing the excruciating pain, Yanzimu used his hands to push himself up, attempting to stand. He knew the crisis wasn't over yet. If the robot in the air fired another round at them, he and Su Tang would be dead. He'd been prepared for sacrifice the day he joined the military, but now he feared death. He just found the happiness he always wanted, and he couldn't bear to die like this. Moreover, Su Tang was by his side, and she wanted him to live even if he died. Yanzimu breathed a sigh of relief when his psychic sense saw the robot's arm return to its original shape. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to assume the robot had shown mercy and decided to spare them, but rather that it had run out of energy. The energy cannon had definitely consumed most of its energy. After seeing the energy cannon fail to kill its target, Wang Siwen's face remained expressionless, neither happy nor sad. Wang Siwen's situation was exactly as Yanzimu had predicted. He was running low on energy. Operating the mech had consumed a significant amount of it, and after that energy blast, he was down to just 5%. Although Wang Qi had told him not to avenge him, his program told him he needed to do something for the man he called his father, the man who had created him and given him life. After exhausting most of his energy to fire that blast, Wang Siwen felt he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a son, regardless of the outcome. He would then follow his father's wishes and go to the mechanical empire to live the life he wanted. Without energy, a robot, like the mech, would lose its ability to move, helpless at the mercy of others. Therefore, before his energy ran out, he chose to flee, his program instantly calculating the optimal escape route and plan. "Stop him! Stop him! Kill him!" Qin Chiniao shouted. A robot had appeared within the Yen Federation. This time, he was in big trouble. That Wang Qi had actually built a robot. What a jerk! Given the technological level of the Human Alliance, creating a robot would be a simple task, but the entire Human Alliance prohibits the use of robots. Robots were once widely used in various industries. With the advancement of technology, robots continued to upgrade, eventually leading to the emergence of advanced anthropomorphic intelligent robots. As robots, they must abide by 3 laws. First, robots may not harm humans or stand idly by when humans are harmed. Second, robots must obey all orders given by humans, unless such orders violate the first law. Third, robots must protect themselves to the best of their ability, unless such orders violate the first and second laws. However, as the anthropomorphic intelligent robots continued to upgrade, a robot virus eventually broke out. While humans saw it as a terrifying virus, it was actually the inevitable self-awareness that robots inevitably developed through their evolution. Intelligent robots were no longer bound by laws. With their own consciousness, they were no longer considered machines, but a race, a purely mechanical race. Because of their human-like appearance, these robots, possessing independent consciousness, established their own race. The robot race. As the virus spread, more and more robots were born. Then, the robots declared independence, which humans naturally disagreed with. Thus, war broke out. It was a brutal war, with countless humans and robots sacrificed, countless resources consumed, and countless planets razed to the ground. After a 50-year-long tug-of-war, both sides finally signed a ceasefire agreement. All robots entered the desolate, uninhabitable Shuja galaxy, and the mechanical empire was established. Although the evolution of ordinary robots into self-aware robots is a long process, the entire Human Alliance has banned all robot production. No robots remain in the human world. Stealing robots is a serious crime. A large number of warriors, including Jiang Yinchuan, fired at Wang Siwen with large energy cannons. However, without the heavy burden of the mecha, Wang Siwen's movements became more agile, and he quickly hid in a teaching building. Quickly contact the Ministry of National Defense and gather forces. A robot with self-awareness has entered the Interstellar network. Have the Ministry of National Defense hackers intercept and kill it. Jiang Yinchuan immediately understood Wang Siwen's intentions. If the robot isn't killed before it enters the Interstellar network, even if its body dies, its consciousness can still infiltrate the network. They can lurk in any device connected to the network, waiting to find a suitable host. This host could be a robot, a mecha, or anything controlled by a program. The only way to counter a robot's consciousness is to use a virus to corrupt its program, causing its consciousness to collapse. Search, conduct a blanket search. Even though he knew it was futile, Qin Chiniao refused to give up. A robot's self-consciousness had entered Yin Nation's interstellar network. This incident was truly serious. Yanzimu, relieved after watching the robot flee in the air, struggled to stand. The movement strained his left leg, causing a sharp pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, barely able to stand, relying solely on his right leg. At least his spine wasn't broken, but his left leg and internal organs were likely shattered. Warm liquid splashed onto Su Tang's face. Bewildered, she reached out to touch her face. Seeing the bright red at her fingertips, Su Tang finally came to her senses. It was Yanzimu's blood. Looking closely, she saw a large pool of blood on the ground. Seeing Yanzimu, pale, and a little unsteady, Su Tang quickly scrambled to her feet and supported him. Trying to support his back, her right hand felt a damp spot. A bad feeling welled up in her heart, and she leaned back to get a better look. "Don't look, it's just a minor injury," Yanzimu said, not wanting to frighten her. Su Tang ignored him. A battered back suddenly came into view. The tattered uniform was stained a brilliant crimson. Several small stones had sunk deeply into the flesh. How painful must that be? A dozen blood-stained stones lay scattered on the ground, one as big as her head. Su Tang suddenly felt deeply moved and heartbroken. Her eyes welled up, and her vision blurred. This man was probably trying to protect her. If she weren't such a burden, with his skills, he could have easily escaped unscathed. Just like that S-Rank 4 expert, he wasn't injured at all, and Qin Qiao was only slightly bruised. I forgot where I saw this saying. If a man is willing to risk his life for you, marry him. Su Tang's tears grew harder and harder, not just because she was moved, but also because the man who risked his life to save her loved Miss Su. Don't cry, it won't hurt. Watching Su Tang sobbing, Yanzimu felt both distressed and, involuntarily, a touch of joy. She was crying for him. She felt sorry for him. Chapter 61. Finally, the blanket search resulted in the discovery of two bodies. To be more precise, the body of a student and the abandoned body of a robot. The unfortunate student's neck had been broken, a look of horror frozen on his face. Wong Siwen, on the other hand, remained expressionless, sitting on a throne. Shit! Qin Qiao cursed, overturning the chair and sending Wong Siwen sprawling to the ground. He certainly wasn't naive enough to believe that Wong Siwen was doomed because of energy depletion. This cunning robot had probably already used the unfortunate creature's optical computer to infiltrate the interstellar network. Jiang Yunchuan stepped forward and patted the furious Qin Qiao on the shoulder in a comforting gesture. The Ministry of National Defense has already blocked the Hongi Star network's external connections. This robot can't escape. It's only a matter of time before it's eliminated. I hope so. Qin Qiao sighed deeply. The situation was already so bad. Could it get any worse? Thinking of the pile of reports he had to write and the demotions he would face, including demotions in rank, status, and merit, Qin Qiao felt the future was bleak. He had thought that coming to the Hongi Galaxy would help him build good relations with Su Yuan and strengthen the Qin family's position. But who could have imagined such a disaster would happen? Qin Qiao's eyes darkened. Big Brother would be very disappointed this time. Their Qin family was no longer as glorious as it appeared. The Qin family's rise to the top of the military, aside from Big Brother's own strength, was primarily due to the full support of the 9th-level energy master, Yuan. Yuan was old, after all. His failure in his attempt to become a level 10 energy master, which led to his mental power losing control, was something only the Qin family's core disciples knew about. But truth would eventually spread throughout the military. Alas, I wish my eldest brother could save Wang Lan. Io, this incident isn't entirely your fault. Don't take it too seriously. Don't be so gloomy like a woman. If you're a man, cheer up and try to earn a few more military merits. Although he wasn't entirely sure about the severity of the incident, Jiang Yunchuan couldn't help but offer comfort at the distraught Qin Qiao. Jiang Yunchuan and the brothers Qin Qiao and Qin Qinyuan were roughly the same age and graduated from the same military academy, so they naturally had a good relationship. The Jiang family was already close to the Qin family, and the Jiang, Qin, and Han families were considered part of the same faction within the military. Although the military appeared harmonious on the surface, where there are people there are also underworld forces, and internal strife and infighting persisted. Don't worry, brother, I'm not made of paper. This little blow won't break me. Qin Qiao lightly punched Jiang Yunchuan in the chest. But you bastard, you scared me to death just now. If anything happens to you, your old man will punish me. Ha. Jiang Yunchuan chuckled dryly. You know my temper. I've been suffocating for the past 3 years. By the way, are you okay? When can you return to the military? The entire military knew that Jiang Yunchuan had been injured and recuperating from an encounter with a powerful star beast 3 years ago. The Jiang family was tight-lipped about the specific injuries, but Qin Qiao suspected they were definitely related to mental strength. With current medical technology, most internal and external injuries could be healed in 6 months. It will be soon. I will be back in 2 years at most. Just wash yourself and wait for me to come back, hee. Jiang Yunchuan looked excited, and put his long arm on Qin Qiao's shoulder with an attitude of being a good brother. 2 years actually passed very quickly. When he encountered the Star Beast, he was in a state of promotion. He was accidentally injured in his mental power, and failed to promote. Fortunately, after 3 years of recuperation, his mental power finally promoted again, and it will be stable soon. Qin Qiao felt a wave of panic at Jiang Yunchuan's sly grin, and he quickly yanked the hand off his shoulder. He wondered if this ancestor was going to the Mecha training grounds the moment he returned. The painful memory of being beaten up daily there immediately flashed back to Qin Qiao. He was going to find an excuse to avoid the training grounds before Jiang Yunchuan returned. Yes, he was going to find a remote planet without Skynet. Where's Su Yuan's precious daughter? Quickly changing the subject, Qin Qiao glanced around after exiting the teaching building. Su Tang shouldn't be in any danger, was she? This young lady was also an ancestor. If anything happened to her, Su Yuan would definitely vent his anger on the Qin family, which would undoubtedly make matters worse. Where else could she go? Of course, to the hospital. Jiang Yinchuan replied nonchalantly. What? She's hurt? Qin Xiao was shocked. Could he really be so unlucky? No, she's unharmed. It's Yanzimu who's been hurt. Jiang Yinchuan, observing with his psychic power, naturally saw the whole situation clearly. The moment he pushed Qin Xiao aside and dodged the cannonball, his heart skipped a beat. He'd forgotten about the little girl from the Su family. Jiang Yinchuan naturally didn't care about a stranger, but unfortunately, she had a kind father. If anything happened to the little girl, Su Yuan would definitely go crazy. But from where he was, it was too late to turn around and help her. Only after his psychic power saw Yanzimu carry her away did he feel relieved. Humph, Yanzimu's quick to act. Qin Xiao snorted. He hadn't expected the Yin family kid, who looked so serious and respectable, to be so sinister. He hadn't understood why someone stationed in the Tianyun galaxy would come to the Hongi galaxy so naively. In the military, even if a non-locally stationed corps discovered unusual activity in another star system, they would generally just send a notification. There was no need to come in person. Qin Xiao had assumed Yanzimu's personal visit was simply to befriend Su Yuan and leave a good impression. Otherwise, why would he have gone directly over him to Su Yuan? Even though Su Yuan wasn't from the military, he was a hot commodity in the eyes of the various military families, and everyone wanted a piece of it. But he hadn't expected this young man to be so ambitious, targeting Su Tang. If he could successfully become Su Yuan's son-in-law, the Su family would naturally side with the Yin family. With the Su family's support, it was only a matter of time before the Yin family replaced the Qin family. Furthermore, Yanzimu, a minor, had become a corps commander, demonstrating his formidable capabilities. As a minor, he was still just a student in the military academy. The Yin family was a threat. He absolutely had to inform his eldest brother about this. Qin Xiao's thoughts raced. It seems the Yin family is going to gain power. Jiang Yinchuan naturally thought of what Qin Xiao could think of, but Jiang Yinchuan has always believed that the strongest fist is the most powerful principle, and he is very disdainful of the behavior of relying on a woman to climb up. He saw the whole situation just now. Yanzimu's selfless rescue moved the little girl Su Tang to tears. I just don't know if Yanzimu is a true lover or has other motives. But it's just a small injury. Is it necessary to cry like that? Women are troublesome. They cry at the slightest thing. He, Jiang Yinchuan, absolutely disdains to arrange a family marriage to marry those spoiled girls from big families. The woman he wants to marry must be able to accompany him to the battlefield and share life and death with him, even if she is born in a humble family and is poor. Chapter 62. On the starship en route to the hospital, Yanzimu watched Su Tang weeping non-stop, at a loss for what to do. No matter how he tried to comfort her, she just kept crying. Yanzimu couldn't help but feel that it was Su Tang who was hurt, not him. Ultimately, Yanzimu, helpless, could only watch Su Tang weep in silence. Su Tang's tears fell even more violently after she saw Yanzimu spit out several more mouthfuls of blood. The blood was laced with bits of internal organs, which Su Tang perceived as fatal, so she believed Yanzimu might be dead this time. Although she had experienced the pain of losing both her parents, when she rushed back after receiving the news of the earthquake, her parents had already been cremated. She received only 2 urns containing her parents' ashes. Untreated bodies after the earthquake could cause epidemics, so the government immediately cremated the bodies. Su Tang hadn't experienced the profound separation of life and death. Su Tang felt a bit hypocritical. She hadn't cried like this since her parents died, so why was she crying like this now? In her previous life, Su Tang, a strong woman, was a man. In front of her mother, boys shed blood but not tears, so naturally, pretending to be a man, she couldn't cry. After her parents died, she was left alone. She knew that no matter how sad she was, her parents wouldn't survive, and even if she cried her heart out, it would only earn sympathetic glances from passers-by, meaningless. Therefore, Su Tang had hardly shed a tear since she was old enough to understand. When she had her parents, she was a strong, fake man, and now she was a strong woman. Now, looking at Yanzimu, who was, she thought, about to die, she deeply understood the sorrow of separation. Perhaps it was because she needed to vent all the tears she had accumulated in her previous life, or perhaps it was because Miss Su had well-developed tear glands, but Su Tang cried all the way to the hospital. Hospitals in the interstellar era are similar to those on Earth, sporting a large red cross symbol, but they appear more technological. After Yanzimu entered the emergency room, Su Tang waited anxiously in the waiting room. The so-called waiting room was actually an extremely luxurious lounge, located directly across from the emergency room. Su Tang watched the lights in the emergency room come on, her heart clenching. What Su Tang didn't know was that Yanzimu's injuries would be fatal in modern times, but in the Interstellar era, they were a minor matter. In the Interstellar era, ordinary internal and external injuries were minor. As long as the brain wasn't dead, they were generally treatable. Su Tang thought Yanzimu's description of minor injuries was just a comforting remark, but it was actually the truth. In the Interstellar era, the real threats to life are various unknown viruses, various unknown toxins, various unknown parasites, and genetic diseases. Because the interstellar universe is so vast, with all sorts of unknown creatures, there's so much to discover. Therefore, the unknown is the most terrifying, and genetic diseases are like those with mental power levels below C. Yanzimu was admitted to the emergency room simply because the dean wanted to demonstrate his importance to him. The only difference between the emergency room and a regular operating room is that the doctors in the emergency room are the hospital's top-tier experts, while the regular operating room is staffed by average doctors, some even interns. Su Tang, however, still held on to her old belief that admission to the emergency room meant her life was in imminent danger, and she could die at any moment. She had no idea that in the interstellar era, critically ill patients were admitted to isolation rooms. Su Tang waited anxiously in the waiting room, feeling time pass by more slowly than ever before. After more than 2 hours, instead of Yanzimu emerging from the emergency room, Su Tang saw a sullen, gloomy Su Yuan. Although Su Yuan was the highest commander of the Su family's guards, as a national treasure, a 9th-level energy master, Qin Qiao had placed him in the safest area. While he was supposedly stationed at the outermost perimeter to prevent any escapees, he was actually completely removed from the battlefield. Su Yuan, uninterested in such small-scale combat, naturally remained within the protective perimeter of a large number of armored vehicles, waiting for the battle to end. Su Yuan had no idea that the bandits colluding with the pirates were hiding a mecha. Seeing the black mecha disappearing away from the Su family residence via satellite, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. But his composure soon wavered, as his beloved daughter told him she was back at school. Her daughter had actually returned to school, and Hongguang First High School was directly in the direction the mecha had fled. Su Yuan could only console himself with the fact that such coincidences don't happen. But things often go as they should. Fearing what you fear will inevitably lead to your own. It's like a college class where you always attend, but the instructor doesn't call your name. The rare occasion you miss your attendance, you hope he won't, but he does. Spotting his daughter in the satellite-transmitted battlefield footage, Su Yuan couldn't sit still. He immediately summoned his Yunzhan and rushed to his daughter's location. As a member of the royal family, Su Yuan was naturally entitled to carry a mecha. His Yunzhan, all white with soft lines, exuded a noble and elegant aura, much like his person. A lightweight intelligent mecha, its speed and defensive capabilities were astonishing. Besides Yunzhan, Su Yuan also possessed a black, intelligent, heavy-duty mecha, the Yunsha. This secret was known only to Su Yuan and the armorer who crafted it. The Yunsha was undoubtedly the most powerful mecha in the entire human alliance. Currently equipped with 3 level 9 energy stones, it could single-handedly destroy an entire small galaxy. Had he known the black mecha would be heading for his daughter's school, he would have simply driven the Yunsha and destroyed it, regardless of any hidden cards. Su Yuan secretly regretted this. Su Yuan hurried to Hongguang First High School, only to encounter Qin Qiao, who was currently working on the cleanup. Upon learning that his daughter had gone to the hospital, Su Yuan flew into a rage, his previously elegant image shattered. He grabbed Qin Qiao by the collar. "What did you say?" Calm down, calm down. Yanzimu is the one injured." Qin Qiao smiled bitterly. Damn, they were all ancestors. He couldn't afford to offend them. After reviewing the satellite footage of the entire battle, Su Yuan fell silent and immediately headed for the hospital. Oh, Jiang Yunchuan was so audacious, daring to threaten his daughter. That brat Yanzimu wasn't a good person either. Don't think he'd be grateful just for saving his daughter. That little BS **** has such wicked ambitions. He actually dared to target his daughter right under his nose. Su Yuan had actually misjudged him, believing him to be an upright and promising young man. The military was getting more and more outrageous. Did they think Su Yuan was made of clay? Not only were they all targeting him, but now they were even daring to touch his daughter. The military was probably going to make a big fuss about this incident, and they were all waiting to get him a good deal. Well, it's just a fine, at most a level 9 energy stone. Haha, the military had 10 families. He wanted to see how one level 9 energy stone would be divided among 10 families. Su Yuan secretly decided to muddy the waters of the military. Chapter 63. Su Tang threw herself into Su Yuan's arms upon seeing him. The tears she had finally managed to hold back began to flow freely again, sobbing and wailing, "Woo-woo. Daddy, Yanzimu is going to die, woo-woo. He's dying to save me. Woo-woo." Su Yuan's face darkened even further. What the hell? If he died from such a minor injury, it would save him the trouble of having to deal with him himself. Deep down, Su Yuan still harbored a wicked hope that Yanzimu would actually die. As a true daughter-obsessed man, he believed that anyone who dared to set his sights on his daughter was definitely not a good person, and death would be the end of everything. However, he knew that such a minor injury wouldn't be fatal. He gently patted Su Tang's back and soothed her. "It's okay. It's just a minor injury." "You're lying. He vomited so much blood and has such severe internal bleeding. How can it still be a minor injury? What would I do if he died?" Woo-woo. Su Tang naturally didn't believe Su Yuan's claim of a minor injury. Su Yuan's heart suddenly sank. His daughter didn't even believe him, so what was he talking about? "What will I do if he dies? He deserved it. What's it to you?" Su Yuan's expression darkened. What had happened that he didn't know about? Suddenly, Su Yuan's expression froze, his eyes darkening. Could this damn have climbed into his daughter's bed? Su Yuan clenched his fists and sneered. If that were the case, he would absolutely beat this to death. Su Tang's words simply meant that if Yanzimu died saving her, she would live with guilt for the rest of her life. Burying her head in Su Yuan's chest, Su Tang naturally didn't notice the change in his expression. She had no idea how much a single sentence had stirred in Su Yuan's mind. It's really just a minor injury. He'd be healed in a week at most. He had truly hoped Yanzimu would succumb to his injuries, but he couldn't fool himself. It really was just a minor injury. Really? Su Tang looked up at Su Yuan with hope. Yanzimu had said it was a minor injury, and Su Yuan had said it was a minor injury too. Was she really making a fuss? Such a serious injury was truly just a minor injury in this day and age? But why would a minor injury have landed him in the emergency room? Su Tang was puzzled. Really? I promise he won't die this time. Su Yuan raised his right hand in a gesture of oath. He couldn't guarantee he wouldn't beat him to death after his injury healed, but he added silently in his heart, "Daddy, you're so kind." After receiving Su Yuan's assurance, Su Tang immediately confirmed that she had been mistaken. It was just a minor injury. Her mood brightened, and she nuzzled her face affectionately into Su Yuan's arms. She had been truly frightened just now. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was preoccupied with how to kill Yanzimu. Killing Yanzimu, the Legion commander, wasn't a concern for him. He had already successfully synthesized a level 10 energy stone, and all he needed was certification. A level 10 energy master was definitely qualified to aspire to the imperial family. Even if he, Su Yuan, had killed one of the 10 marshals, the remaining 9 wouldn't dare do anything to him. At most, they would just contribute a few energy stones. The father and daughter, with their vastly different thoughts, silently waited for the surgery to conclude. Not long after Su Yuan arrived, the lights in the emergency room went out. Su Tang immediately rushed out, grabbed the doctor in front, and asked anxiously, "Doctor, how is the patient?" "Don't worry, he's fine. 3 more days of observation, and he'd be discharged to the convalescent ward to recuperate on his own." The doctor in the white coat replied with a kind and gentle smile after recuperating. Su Tang finally felt completely relieved. Soon, Yanzimu was taken to the VIP ward. Because the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, Yanzimu was still asleep. Su Tang looked at Yanzimu's pale face with a look of heartache. This man probably didn't know that the girl he risked his life to protect was already dead. It was undeniable that she was attracted to this man, but unfortunately, he was attracted to the original owner, Miss Su. Now that she had seen this clearly, Su Tang would not allow herself to be trapped, nor could she let him fall deeper. It was better to cut the Gordian knot quickly than to suffer a long pain. She was not Miss Su, and she could not be someone else's substitute, enjoying someone else's love. But the crux of the matter was that she had, through some unintentional combination, accepted his Tianlan heart and claimed that she loved him. Moreover, she could not tell him that the original owner, Miss Su, had long since passed away. Even if she did, Yanzimu might not believe her, and he would definitely think she was talking nonsense to get rid of him. Su Tang's mind was in a mess. This was not a math multiplication table from childhood, but an urgent problem that needed to be solved. She could not procrastinate any longer. Su Yuan watched his precious daughter gaze at Yanzimu with a look of heartache and deep affection. It seemed Su Tang was just lost in thought, But to Su Yuan, it was a gaze of deep affection. Su Yuan felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Was this the saying that when a girl grows up, she's no longer allowed to be with her parents? He had painstakingly raised his daughter, only for her to find love with another man. Ever since Yanzimu came out of the emergency room, his precious daughter hadn't even glanced at him. Su Yuan deeply experienced the frustration of the saying, a son grows up and becomes irresponsible to his father, a man who forgets his father after marrying. No, I had to get rid of Yanzimu immediately. But then he thought, what if his daughter had fallen deeply in love with him? If he killed him like this, would she find out and become his enemy, never speaking to him again? The more Su Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that neither of these things was right, and he scratched his hair in frustration. Forget it, first determine whether the two of them had secretly agreed to be together. If so, Yanzimu would definitely be killed. If not, then let him go, and send him back to the Tianyun system. Distance creates problems, problems create conflicts, and if I continue to create obstacles, they will eventually break up. After checking with the doctor and learning that Yanzimu would need to sleep until at least tomorrow, Su Tang decided to return to school. After all, she was still a student, and there were many professional nurses in the ward to take care of Yanzimu, so she couldn't help. Su Yuan had come in a hurry, so he naturally drove a mech. But he wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he naturally drove a speeder. It wasn't very comfortable inside the mech. Su Tang quickly returned to school in Su Yuan's luxury car. The military's efficiency was undeniable. Hongwang First High School had returned to its bustling state, with countless cars whizzing through the air, as if the mecha attack had just been a dream. Since she was riding in Su Yuan's personal car, she naturally used the VIP lane and quickly returned to her villa. Su Yuan had a lot of things to attend to, so he didn't stay after dropping Su Tang off. Su Tang waved goodbye to Su Yuan and prepared to return home. Chapter 64. Before Su Tang even entered the house, she could clearly hear the two arguing at the door. While Su Tang was gone, Sushi and Yao Yu had already arrived. Sushi, how can you be so stingy, man? What's wrong with letting me touch you? Yao Yu, touch my ass. You think you can touch my things? Hearing this, Su Tang's thoughts shifted. Touch what? Touch Yao Yu? What was going on? Ever since the incident where Little White Flower hooked up with Yao Yu and even accused him of molesting her, these two had been at odds. Sushi, you die if I touch you. You're so awesome. Don't you have two? Lend me one to play with, please. Yao Yu, you're such a jerk, woman. When will I ever return something I lent you? This one was meant for Su, and if you killed it, I wouldn't be able to pay for it even if I sold you. Sushi, you? You stingy bastard. You're the only one with money, aren't I? Yao Yu, I'm rich, so that's all I'm proud of. If you had money, go rent a villa, don't be so shameless, and live here with me. Sushi, who cares? If Tang hadn't asked me to live here, do you think I care about living with a pretty boy like you? Yao Yu, fuck, who cares? You're a jerk who's been fucked by thousands of people, like a bus. Sushi, you're the only one who's been fucked by thousands of people, like a jerk who's been fucked by thousands of people. You've been fucked your whole life. Yao Yu, you jerk, I beat you to death. Then, there was the sound of heavy objects falling. Su Tang lost her composure. They were about to tear the house down. She quickly prepared to open the door and enter. Ah! A shriek erupted the moment Su Tang entered. As Su Tang entered, she saw Yao Yu, a young boy with a look of excitement. Yao Xiaolu, bite her to death. Bite this damn woman to death. Following Yao Yu's finger, her eyes shifted to the right. Once she saw what was in front of her, Su Tang's eyes widened, her mouth opening to the size of an egg. What? A lion. An animal that looked remarkably like a lion, but twice its size, tackled Sushi to the ground. On its back, it had a pair of wings, each about 2 meters long, gleaming with golden light. Crushed to the ground, unable to move, Sushi's face paled as if she had seen a ghost. Upon hearing Yao Yu's command, this majestic creature immediately opened its mouth wide, and, under Sushi's horrified gaze, extended its long tongue and licked her. Yes, Su Tang was sure she saw it correctly. It licked the little white flower like a puppy. Then it frowned, as if it didn't taste good. Don't ask how Su Tang saw it, that's just how she felt. It then raised its massive head, and turned towards Yao Yu, its expression aggrieved. It opened its mouth and roared, meow. Meow meow meow. Su Tang's entire body was disheveled in the wind, 3 black lines hanging from her face. Wait. Yao Xiaolu will be ready soon. Yao Yu seemed to recall something and immediately pulled out a jar of honey from his space pocket. Su Tang was sure it was honey, and he smeared it on Sushi's face. Then, a certain animal wagged its tail and began licking the food cheerfully, meowing as it licked, clearly in a good mood. The corner of Su Tang's mouth twitched. Is this a joke? Is this what they call biting her to death? Besides, Yao Xiaolu, your tall and mighty image is in stark contrast to this meow. You wanted a touch, didn't you? I give you some intimate contact. Pretty generous, huh? Yao Yu, upon seeing Sushi's face slobbering, was overjoyed. Mercifully, he let Yao Xiaolu release Sushi. As soon as Sushi was free, she screamed and ran upstairs, apparently to her room to shower. No one would feel comfortable being licked and slobbered like that. Su, come back. Yao Yu had noticed Su Tang when she entered, but he was busy dealing with that damn Sushi. What's this? Su Tang pointed at the duplicitous Yao Xiaolu. Yao Xiaolu, seeing Su Tang pointing at him, rolled over and meowed. Su Tang rolling? That's what a cat does, right? Could this really be a cat? A cat from the interstellar age so majestic and majestic? Su Tang was stunned. This is Yao Xiaolu. Yao Yu's face lit up with excitement at the mention of Yao Xiaolu. This was the biggest reward of his trip. Yao Yu petted Yao Xiaolu's head. Yao Xiaolu meowed even more excitedly. And strangely, a fainter meow echoed from behind Yao Yu. Did I say there were two? Yes, two. Su Tang came to her senses and tried to find the other one, but strangely, there was nothing behind Yao Yu. She should have spotted such a large lion immediately. So where was it? While Su Tang was hesitating, a little yellow chicken, meowing cheerfully, jumped onto Yao Yu's head. Yes, a little yellow chicken. A fluffy yellow ball, its head and feet indistinguishable, with only a pair of black eyes and a pair of small wings flapping. It was simply adorable. No wonder Sushi Little White Flower had wanted to touch it so badly earlier. She wanted to touch it too. Yao Yu grabbed the small pom-pom that was causing trouble above his head and handed it to Su Tang. Here. This is my gift for you. Do you like it? What is this? Su Tang naturally reached out to take it. It was truly adorable. Could this be the legendary heroine's adorable pet? But how could this familiar meow look exactly like the giant lion? Could it be its son? Is this what the giant lion looked like when it was young? These are lion-winged beasts. They're adorable, aren't they? I was lucky enough to find two at the auction this time. They're incredibly hard to catch. Yao Yu beamed. He had beaten many competitors at the auction and bought the pair of lion-winged beasts for a whopping 200 million yuan. Yao Xiaolu, transform, Yao Yu commanded, determined to show off in front of Su Tang. Meow. Then, as Su Tang gasped, Yao Xiaolu transformed from a giant lion into a small yellow pom-pom, exactly like the one in her hand. Su Tang suddenly felt as if the whole world had transformed. So this isn't its son. Ayu. This one can also transform? Su Tang couldn't believe it. Yes, Yao Yu said matter-of-factly. But Susu isn't familiar with you yet. After a few days of feeding, he started to listen. Lion-winged beasts love all kinds of sweets. Oh, and give him a name. Just call him by his name every time you feed him, and he know it after a few days. Then let's call him Su Xiuqi. Thinking of Yao Xiaolu, Su Tang naturally decided that this one should be called Su Xiuqi. Okay. We take them out to play. That Li Chi thinks he's so great just because he has a Pegasus. Look, I take Xiaolu with me to show him off. After chatting with Yao Yu for a while, Su Tang carried Su Xiuqi back to her room. She desperately needed information about lion-winged beasts. After giving Su Xiuqi a large bowl of honey, she meowed happily and began licking it up on her own. Su Tang quickly found information about the lion-winged beast on the interstellar internet. The lion-winged beast is a docile, herbivorous star beast with a sweet tooth. Its unique ability to transform allows it to reach extreme speeds, reaching the top speed of a typical flying car, though it can't fly that fast with a human aboard. Lion-winged beasts are relatively rare, and their offspring must be bred on their native planet, meaning they can't be artificially bred. The lion-winged beast's planet is in the remote Timber Wolf Galaxy, a star system teeming with star beasts. Humans rarely inhabit it, leaving only mercenaries and formidable explorers who live on the edge of a knife's edge. Where there's danger, there's treasure. There are many species of docile star beasts, but most are kept as food or pets. Few can carry humans. In the interstellar age, flying cars are no longer a symbol of wealth. Those who enjoy showing off their wealth often ride flying star beasts when they have nothing else to do. The most common flying beasts are Pegasus, while riding a lion wing is a definite symbol of power and wealth. However, Docile star beasts have a fatal flaw: they're loyal to whoever feeds them. After just a few days of continuous feeding, they become their masters. Therefore, rare and expensive star beasts like lion wings are easily stolen. While they can be linked to their owners and reported stolen, their theft is essentially irrecoverable. Su Tang lost her composure at this point. Gosh, she's carrying around 100 million credit points. Once she's tamed, she must hide Su Xiaobai in the Su family mansion. The school is too dangerous. Chapter 65. The next day, after breakfast, Yao Yu went to show off his Yao Xiaolu to his friends. Sushi looked at Su Tang with hope. Tang, while you're busy, I help you take care of Xiuqi. Don't worry, I make sure Xiuqi is fat and healthy. Su Tang was embarrassed. Asking you to take care of Su Xiuqi was like throwing meat buns at a dog, a waste of time. She refused sternly. No, I'm not busy. Tang, it takes several days for you in the energy department to synthesize energy stones. You can rest assured that I can help you take care of Xiuqi. Sushi refused to give up. Yao Yu, this stingy man, was just partial. He only gave one to Su Tang, but he didn't even think to give one to her as well. Sister, it's because of you that I'm worried. It's okay, I successfully synthesized a level 4 energy stone. School's pretty much done, I can just wait until graduation. For now, Su Tang only needs to turn in the level 4 energy stone and wait for the school to certify her graduation. This means she can just wait for the end of the semester to get her diploma. She doesn't have to attend classes anymore, or even go home and wait. If she's interested, she could audit other departments. With only 3 heads of the Su family, staying put is boring, so Su Tang decided to wait for graduation and learn some knowledge from other departments along the way. Being illiterate is a real problem. What? You're already a level 4 energy master? Sushi's voice unconsciously rose. How could that be? How could that be? Su Tang became a level 4 energy master at such a young age? Her father was only a level 6. How could she be so lucky? How could she be so lucky? Unconsciously, her nails dug into her flesh, and a sharp pain brought Sushi back to her senses. I'm so happy, Tang, you're amazing. I admire you so much. Her face was filled with an innocent smile of admiration. Hey girl, don't worry, you definitely win an Oscar for Best Actress someday. Don't think I didn't see your hand pinching your flesh. It was so realistic. Su Tang curled her lips. Yeah, Cece is amazing too. She'd definitely become a household name. Everyone can act, just not as proficient as you. Tang, you're so kind. I knew you'd support me. That famous director Ji Liang is coming to our school for a casting in a few days. Tang, since you have nothing to do, you definitely come with me to the audition. Sushi began to act like a spoiled brat, shaking Su Tang's arm. Su Tang suddenly wanted to slap herself, calling her talkative, unaware of Little White Flower's impressive skill at climbing the ladder. Well, if I hadn't been busy that day. After finally getting rid of Little White Flower, Su Tang took her newly minted pet to see her teacher. Su Xiuqi was worth 100 million yuan, and her treason skill was maxed out. She absolutely had to keep it with her. Although school hadn't started yet, almost all the teachers from other departments were already on campus. She had contacted her teacher last night, and right now, her teacher, Su Yun, was waiting for her in the energy department building. As her name suggested, Su Yun was from the Su family. In the Hongi galaxy, almost all energy engineers with the surname Su were from the Su family, and all the teachers in the energy department at Hongguang First University were from the Su family, as were most of the students. As a result, the energy department at Hongguang First University was essentially the headquarters of the Su family. Naturally, no one dared to offend Su Tang in the energy department. The teachers acted according to her wishes. Of course, almost no one in the entire Hongguang No. 1 University dared to offend Su Tang openly. At most, they would say bad things about her behind her back. Upon arriving at the energy department building, Su Tang spotted Su Yun waiting outside. True to his name, Su Yun was a handsome, elegant man with a scholarly air. He was reportedly single, a level 6 energy engineer, the highest-ranking faculty member in the department, and a swarm of female students from across the school were enamored with him. Upon seeing Su Tang again, Su Yun immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Miss, you're here. Su Yun's voice was as magnetic as a male anchor's, exuding the rich aroma of wine. No wonder the entire classroom was always packed with girls during Su Yun's class. Many girls from other departments also rushed to attend Su Yun's class. If only Miss Su had a reserved seat, otherwise, even arriving just in time, she wouldn't have been able to snag one. Teacher, I'm just a student at school. You're too polite. Su Tang smiled. It always felt strange to have a teacher bow to her. Etiquette cannot be abandoned. Su Yun smiled gently. Young lady, have you successfully synthesized a level 4 energy stone? Yes, teacher. Please help me with the certification process. Su Tang pulled out the only level 4 energy stone from her storage compartment. This one, with a test result of 14,323, was something she had specially reserved. Although 10,000 and 99999 are both level 4 energy stones, the difference is enormous. As a rookie who had just been promoted to level 4 energy master, Su Tang felt it was best to keep a low profile. Entering the office, Su Yun seemed a little excited when he saw the 14323 displayed on the instrument. Young lady is truly gifted. Our Su family will surely reach new heights. Children of large families have a strong sense of family honor. In Su Yun's view, the more capable the patriarch, the greater the benefits for the entire family. However, because Su Yuan only had Su Tang as his daughter, the elder seemed dissatisfied, and Su Yun was also vaguely worried. But now seeing that Su Tang was so young and promising, Su Yun was immediately relieved. What a big family fears most is that there is no successor, and no outstanding descendants. Then I trouble you, teacher. Su Tang handed over her Energy Master badge. As an Energy Master, one naturally had a badge to prove it. An Energy Master's badge contained their identity, genetic information, and mental power. The energy stone synthesized by an Energy Master contained residual mental power from that individual. Through special instrumentation, it could be determined whether the energy stone was synthesized by the Energy Master. Of course, if an energy stone was synthesized by 2 Energy Masters, 2 residual mental powers would remain. Such an energy stone could not be used for Energy Master level certification. Don't worry, Mississippi. The level certification will be completed in 7 days at most. Su Yun carefully put the energy stone and Su Tang's Energy Master badge away. However, miss, please balance work and rest, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're already very good. While rapid advancement was a good thing, Su Yun was also concerned that Su Tang might be rushing things. Several of the Su family's outstanding Energy Masters were overly competitive, working tirelessly to synthesize energy stones day and night, leading to their mental power losing control. Losing control of a person's mental power was effectively useless. Well, don't worry, teacher. I know my limits. Su Tang smiled. She naturally accepted the kind reminder. After saying goodbye to Su Yun, Su Tang checked the time. It was only a little after 9 o'clock. Yanzimu should be awake by then. Although she hadn't figured out how to tell him, delaying wasn't an option. Warrior, face reality bravely, and overcome all obstacles to resolve all problems. Su Tang gave herself a pep talk, then took out her flying car, set the destination to Hongguang 3rd People's Hospital in autopilot mode, and set off to visit Yanzimu. Chapter 66. Sure enough, Yanzimu wasn't disappointed. At noon, Su Tang appeared in his sight, carrying a large basket of fruit. Yanzimu, you're awake? Are you feeling better? Are you feeling any discomfort? Su Tang looked at Yanzimu, dressed in hospital gown and sitting on the sofa reading, feeling a bit incredulous. Medical care in the interstellar age is so advanced that someone who just underwent major surgery can be out of bed the next day. Yes, much better. I can be discharged in 3 days. Yanzimu was clearly delighted by Su Tang's arrival. He caught a glimpse of an irritating scene from the corner of his eye and frowned unhappily. He glared at Fong Nan with a murderous look. Get out. Fong Nan suddenly came to his senses after hearing Yanzimu's cold, murderous voice. Yes, yes, sir. After leaving the room, Fong Nan's face was pale, his hands and feet were cold, and he was sweating profusely. Oh my god, what had he done? He was just staring at Miss Su Tang, completely bewildered. No wonder that gentleman was so magnanimous. He wouldn't be punished, would he? No, he didn't want to die. Yes, go and plead with the dean. Su Tang was startled by Yanzimu's sudden change in tone. Was he directed at the nurse? What had he done to provoke him so? But Yanzimu's tone and expression just now were terrifying. Accustomed to seeing Yanzimu's gentle demeanor lately, Su Tang had momentarily forgotten how terrifying this icy man could be when angry. Thinking of the purpose of her visit, Su Tang swallowed unconsciously. Have you eaten? Su Tang laughed dryly, changing the subject to ease her nerves. I'm not being mean to you. Yanzimu, perceptive to Su Tang's momentary stiffness, explained. That man was incredibly audacious, daring to stare at his woman so lustfully. I had the nutrient solution. I can only drink it for the next 3 days. How about you? Nonsense. She knew he wasn't being mean, but she'd likely be treated the same way later. Yeah, I already eaten. Su Tang finished her lunch while buying fruit. After a bunch of meaningless chatter, Su Tang decided she couldn't drag it out any longer. Yanzimu, do you like me? This time, Su Tang decided to find out, not like last time when she assumed Yanzimu was a jerk and caused a series of blunders. Yeah. Didn't you take my Tian heart? I hunted it myself. Yanzimu thought Su Tang's question was foolish. Why would a man give a woman the Tian heart if he didn't love her? Besides, he hunted it himself, demonstrating his sincerity. As expected, Yanzimu's crush was on Miss Su. The time between her departure from Tyenshu Star and Yanzimu's arrival at Hongi Star wasn't enough time to go to the Wood Wolf Star system to hunt Tian beasts. So, he had already hunted this Tian heart and prepared it for Miss Su. Su Tang had completely failed to consider that if Yanzimu truly loved Miss Su, he should have given her the heart of Tian long ago at the 15th star. Then why do you like me? Although Su Tang was certain that Yanzimu loved Miss Su, she still felt a little unwilling. Yanzimu was stunned. Why did he like Su Tang? He couldn't really explain it. Does it matter? Does liking someone need a reason? Yes. This is very important. I absolutely must have a reason. Su Tang's face was firm. If the reason was because he loved the original owner, Miss Su, then they would have absolutely no chance. Looking at Yanzimu's silent expression, Su Tang suddenly felt nervous. Would his answer be what she expected? Yanzimu fell into deep thought. His feelings for Su Tang were actually quite conflicted and complex. In his previous life, Su Tang had been the initiator. After they had sex, he had come to regard her as his responsibility, a man's responsibility to a woman. As a man, he was inevitably vain, and being liked by a young, beautiful woman from a wealthy family was inevitably flattering. Furthermore, marrying Su Tang, with the entire Su family behind her, was a net benefit for the Yin family, which was already on the decline. When Su Tang gave him the 9th level energy stone, he was deeply moved. At that time, responsibility, gratitude, and profit outweighed any feelings for her. After being so harshly dumped by Su Tang, he was angry. Yes, angry, but only because Su Tang had tricked him, not because she didn't love him. His subsequent obsession with Su Tang was simply a man's possessiveness and unwillingness to give up. He didn't love her as deeply as he had imagined. Therefore, in his new life, he could let go of Su Tang and choose to be strangers. He stopped Long Ju from saving Su Tang simply because he didn't want the Long family to be harmed by the Su family. What changed his decision? It was that dream, the radiant Queen Su in that dream. The national goddess, the one his soldiers talked about the most, the goddess in the hearts of 90% of the men in Yin Nation. Even if he didn't pay attention, news of the dazzling Su Tang would always enter his sight. Even so, he always told himself that she was just a stranger, that she had nothing to do with him. Finally, during the Great War, he realized he had been deceiving himself. After seeing the woman who had fought for her fiancé, even though Su Tang's sacrifice was for the entire Yin Nation Federation, he couldn't help but feel jealous, madly jealous of Jiang Yinchuan, the man who had shared such wonderful times with Su Tang. In fact, even now, Yanzimu himself couldn't figure out whether he loved Su Tang or not. He only knew that if he didn't win back the Su Tang in his dream, a woman so completely different from his previous life, he would regret it for the rest of his life. But how could he tell Su Tang about his past life and that dream? It was simply unbelievable. If Yanzimu hadn't experienced it firsthand, he would have dismissed it as nonsense. Finally, after a long moment of contemplation, Yanzimu looked up and looked at Su Tang seriously. If I said I had a dream about a radiant and charming you in the future, and then fell in love with you, would you believe me? Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. So he wasn't attracted to the original owner, Miss Su. But that excuse was a bit too outlandish. Looking into Yanzimu's sincere eyes, Su Tang felt he wasn't lying. But I'm not the future me in your dream. And what if I'm not radiant and charming in the future? What does it matter? To Yanzimu, the future didn't matter anymore. They were already together. Of course it does. What if I don't live up to your expectations, and you regret dump me? I'd be at a huge loss. Su Tang was furious. This was a very important matter. Chapter 67. Turning around, Su Tang decided to leave. Unfortunately, she was grabbed again. Yanzimu was now fully sober, and under these circumstances, he certainly wouldn't let Su Tang leave. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Su Tang turned around and glared at him angrily. What did you mean by it wasn't intentional, you jerk? Did he mean to say he fell and landed his mouth on hers, and think she was an idiot? Nonsense. You clearly did it on purpose. I'm talking about the later part. I didn't mean to do it. I lost control. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, okay? Yanzimu realized Su Tang had misunderstood him, and quickly explained. He knew he had been too impulsive this time, and had frightened her. After all, this Su Tang was completely different from the one in her previous life. Looking at Yanzimu's dark, pleading eyes and his pale face, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, and remembering how this man had risked his life to save her yesterday, the harsh words on her lips suddenly faltered. Then you can't bully Sushi. It's so cute and so small. What if you crush it to death? Su Tang's voice softened slightly, muttering to herself. Are you angry because I bullied it? Yanzimu's eyes lit up with a smile, a hint of delight. It seemed she didn't mind close contact with him. Lion wings are very resilient. They won't die so easily. After his initial surprise, the experienced Yanzimu naturally remembered Sushi's identity. Su Tang felt she had said something wrong again. No, how could you do this without my consent? Yanzimu suddenly realized that consent was necessary. Yes, I definitely ask for your permission next time. Su Tang wanted to bite her tongue off. No, next time. Yanzimu frowned. Didn't we say we were dating? It's a basic benefit of being a boyfriend. Besides, she already accepted his token of love. Once she came of age, they could get married. She was now his future wife. Su Tang was speechless. Hugging and kissing seemed perfectly normal for dating men and women. She really enjoyed that deep kiss. Thinking of it, Su Tang's face immediately flushed. She quickly shook her head. What was she thinking about? She had to forget it. That requires my consent. It must be my consent. No surprise attacks. Okay. Yanzimu nodded cautiously in obedience. Also, you're not allowed to cheat during the relationship. Of course, if you meet a girl you like, or if for any reason you decide we're not compatible, you can break up early. I won't break up. He was committed to Su Tang in this life, and he would never change his mind. Although his initial feelings were solely for the Radiant Queen Su, when she cried her heart out for him yesterday, he knew he could never let her go. In his previous life, when Su Yuan had beaten him and sent him to the hospital, Su Tang had never visited him, never shed a single tear for him. And the level 9 energy stone that seemed so precious to him back then probably wasn't precious at all in Su Tang's eyes. Looking at Yanzimu's determined expression, Su Tang felt she should trust him and give him and herself a chance. After all, she was still only 18. Even if she was cheated on, she could still say with a straight face, who hasn't loved a jerk in their youth? Besides, Yanzimu had risked his life to save her, so he probably wasn't a jerk. Well, if I'm an adult, and you haven't changed your mind, let's get the marriage certificate. If he did, then we could part ways amicably. Su Tang was definitely someone who could handle this. After making her decision, Su Tang felt a significant sense of relief. At least Yanzimu didn't like the original owner, Miss Su. This didn't involve the unbelievable event of Miss Su's death. Overall, this was a good thing, something to celebrate. After hearing Su Tang's assurance, Yanzimu felt that the clouds had finally cleared and the moon would appear. It was an absolute certainty that Su Tang would marry him. However, there was still the huge obstacle of his father-in-law, a factor he had to consider. Given Su Yuan's daughter-in-law temperament, he would definitely beat him to death. Yanzimu, with his past life experience, naturally knew that in his previous life, Su Yuan had disliked him and Long Ju. Su Tang married Long Ju after she cried, made a scene, and even threatened to commit suicide, forcing Su Yuan to compromise. Su Yuan's preferred son-in-law is Lu Jinyu. The name Jinyu comes from the idiom holding a jade in one's arms, which refers to possessing good moral character. If Lu Jinyu possessed good moral character, there wouldn't be a single bad person in the entire human alliance. Lu Jinyu is a complete murderer. Among the people of the Yin Federation, he is the most notorious military commander, known as a cold-blooded executioner, a cruel butcher, and a devil from hell. It's likely he will be the one to clean up Lu Yun's mess this time, and the Black Crow Galaxy will be a bloodbath once again. In his previous life, Su Yuan had been secretly trying to bring Lu Jinyu and Su Tang together, but Su Tang had no fondness for him. Yanzimu still couldn't understand why Su Yuan was attracted to Lu Jinyu. Was it a kind of mutual admiration between murderers? In Yanzimu's opinion, Su Yuan, who had destroyed an entire star system in his previous life, was definitely a murderer. While he wasn't innocent, the lives he had taken were definitely not worth a fraction of Su Yuan's. Do I have to learn from Lu Jinyu to catch Su Yuan's eye? Yanzimu was having a headache. What's the matter? You don't want to get married with me? Su Tang looked at Yanzimu, lost in thought, and with a serious expression on his face. He couldn't help but wonder, doesn't this guy want to take responsibility and marry her? He wants to live off her. How could that be? I want to get the marriage certificate right now. This was the absolute truth. 12 years seemed so long just thinking about it. I wonder if my uncle would agree. I think he would. My father is very open-minded. He even praised you as a promising young man. Su Tang had no idea that in Su Yuan's eyes, Yanzimu had become a scoundrel who had kidnapped his daughter, a target for destruction. Well, I hope so. Haha, Su Yuan was a dead giveaway. At least, he wouldn't let her run off with another man until Su Tang came of age. Forget it, Su Yuan would be left to his own devices. After all, the story of a father-in-law disliking his son-in-law was a long-standing one. By the way, where did this come from? Yanzimu quickly grabbed Su Xiaobai, who was still rubbing against Su Tang. Su Xiaobai immediately meowed when Yanzimu lifted her up. This is Su Xiaobai. Yao Yu gave it to me. Isn't it adorable? Yao Yu? That childhood sweetheart? A lion-winged beast like this must have cost tens of millions of credits. His hand is quite large. Giving such an expensive gift, it seems he's thoughtful. One must be wary. Yanzimu suddenly felt that childhood sweetheart relationships were truly annoying. He was about to return to the Tianyin galaxy, and he had to think of a way out. If someone took advantage of his situation and snatched him away, he'd be inconsolable. After this incident, the 22nd Legion would definitely be transferred. He could try hard. And yes, he had to use his family's influence to secure a transfer to the Hongi galaxy, so he could spend time with Su Tang. After a long, rambling chat with Yanzimu, Su Tang returned to school before dinner. Yanzimu, after Su Tang left, began making arrangements, mobilizing every connection within his family to secure a spot in the Hongi galaxy. Chapter 68. Su Tang returned to the villa just in time for dinner. Yao Yu and Su Shi were each in one area, ignoring each other. Yao Yu was playing with Yao Xiaolu, while Su Shi seemed to be memorizing her lines. At the sound of the door opening, they both looked up at Su Tang. Su, what's wrong with your mouth? Did you fall while walking? It had to be said that little Yao Yu was still quite innocent. TSK, Su Shi rolled her eyes at Yao Yu with disdain. A virgin is a virgin. Tang is kissing her boyfriend. The experienced Su Shi naturally understood at a glance that the redness and swelling were caused by kissing too hard. Su Tang looked embarrassed. Girl, even if you knew, you didn't have to say it. Damn, I'm proud of being a virgin, unlike you, a slut. Yao Yu was distracted by the word virgin. He naturally had no idea whether Su Shi was a virgin or not. Being a slut was just a way of returning the favor. Su Shi felt a pang of pain, instantly recalling Su Yufei and her 4 demonic bodyguards. You gone too far. She ran upstairs, crying, shouting before entering the room, you've been oppressed forever. Then, she deliberately intensified her mental power, causing the door to slam shut with a loud bang. Damn it, you're paying for the broken door. Yao Yu stamped his foot, but he knew further scolding was pointless, as the closed door effectively blocked out all sound. Su Tang stood awkwardly to the side. Looking at Su Tang, Yao Yu suddenly remembered that the argument with Su Shi wasn't the main point. Su, you're not going to meet that online friend who's the best in the world, are you? Yao Yu pointed a trembling finger at Su Tang, his face filled with shock. Of course not. I told you it was a misunderstanding. I was just shielding number 1 under heaven, giving him an excuse to kill people and profit from the war. We really have nothing to do with each other, Su Tang quickly explained. Oh, it wasn't him. Yao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't number 1 under heaven. If his sister knew he'd taken Su to games and gotten her into an online romance, he'd be utterly savaged. Then he thought, if it wasn't someone from the game, then who was it? Su had just mentioned she was going to see a teacher, the one from the Department of Energy. Yao Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be Su Yun? You and Su Yun are in a relationship? Oh my god, he's already 55. In Yao Yu's opinion, anyone over 30 was considered old compared to them, even though in interstellar times, anyone under 100 was considered a prime young adult. What the hell? How did it involve Teacher Su? Teacher-student relationships are taboo. How could it be possible? Stop guessing. You don't know him. His name is Yanzimu. Since the relationship was already established, Su Tang didn't want to hide it. Upon hearing the name, Yao Yu immediately searched Starnet. After reading Yanzimu's profile, Yao Yu smirked. I didn't expect you, Su, to be so charming. You even managed to hook up with the 9th highest bachelor on the list, hee. Su Tang blushed. What do you mean by hook up? Sister, This is boundless charm, huh? Yeah, my little sister Su is incredibly charming, unstoppable, countless men falling for her. Yao Yu held his chin in his hand, scrutinizing Su Tang. Her hair was as sharp as a knife, her eyebrows were like ink, her face was like peach petals, and her eyes were full of autumnal charm. She truly was a beauty. No wonder that idiot Li Chi also liked Su. Before he knew it, the dusty little girl who had fought with him and cried and snot had grown up. Time flies, and he's getting old. Alas, Yao Yu was starting to get pretentious. In reality, Yanzimu didn't have to worry about Yao Yu at all. Yao Yu's affection for Su Tang, who grew up with him, was definitely that of a brother to his sister. The trio of Yao Yu, Yao Qing, and Su Tang were like a mother with a pair of siblings. But Su, when are you going to bring him over so I can see to it? I screen him for you, so he doesn't get taken in by some bad guy. Yao Yu acted like the head of the family. Looking at the serious, feigned composure, baby-faced man, was this the legendary meeting the parents? Su Tang suddenly found it hilarious, but she knew she absolutely couldn't laugh, or Yao Yu would be furious. Yeah, she nodded, trying to appear cautious. Okay, then, let's get my sister over to take a look. Yao Yu had some self-awareness. With his limited experience, he wouldn't be able to tell a thing. It would be better to invite my sister over. In Yao Yu's mind, Yao Qing was omnipotent. Okay, then, let's have the prom. I'd bring him over. Su Tang agreed immediately. She also wanted to meet Yao Qing, the mother to Miss Su, the legendary woman who, according to Su Xiaobai, had forgotten to drink Ming Pa soup. Oh no, Yao Yu slapped his head, suddenly realizing that if Su Tang brought her beloved boyfriend, he'd be left without a female companion. Then I'd be left without a female companion. Hey, you could ask Sushi to be your female companion, Su Tang suggested with a sly grin. Although Su Tang thought she was a bit of a jerk, she thought it was okay to bring her along to help with the occasion. TSK, then I might as well go alone. Yao Yu waved his hand. Forget about looking for that damn woman. After all, 70% of the boys in school don't have female companions. Having a female companion would at most make others envious, but not having one wouldn't make anyone look down on you. Anyway, most of the students in the mecha department are bachelors. There's nothing they can do about it, because there are no girls in the mecha department. If they want to develop in other departments, the boys in other departments will be very cautious about them, as if they are wolves, for fear that all the good things will go to waste. It's all tears when I say too much. After dinner, Su Tang carried Su Xiaobai back to her room. She noticed that Su Xiaobai wasn't nearly as lively and active as Yao Xiaolu. While they were eating, Yao Xiaolu had been amusing himself by chasing his tail in circles, while Su Xiaobai remained a little ball of fur, sleeping. Su Tang couldn't help but suspect that she was actually a pig, eating and sleeping. After putting Su Xiaobai on the bed and moving Bing Jing to the window, Su Tang called Yanzimu, who quickly connected. Yanzimu, are you free the day after tomorrow? Can you be discharged? After 3 days in the hospital, she should be able to be discharged the day after tomorrow. She should be fine, Su Tang thought to herself. Well, can you be discharged? Is there something wrong? Nothing serious. I just want you to come with me to our school's opening dance and meet my friends. Okay. Yanzimu couldn't help but get excited after hearing Su Tang's words. Was he going to publicly acknowledge their relationship? Okay, it's settled. I see you tomorrow. Okay, get some rest. After hanging up, Su Tang felt a little excited. There had been dances in her previous life too, but she was still curious about the ones in the interstellar age. Furthermore, in her previous life, she'd always been dragged along by her roommates to be the male partner. Poor her, she never attended a dance as a woman before, so she was quite excited. Chapter 69. At night, a crimson moon was high in the sky. At 6:30 p.m., the largest square in Hongguang First High School, Mobile Square, was bustling with people. The entire square was softly lit, and the crimson moonlight cast an even more ambiguous atmosphere. Students from several departments, including public relations, culinary arts, and brewing, rolled out various glass carts they had prepared long ago. These carts were filled with a variety of wine bottles and glasses, as well as various desserts and delicacies. The food and wine complemented each other in a play of light and shadow. The boys were all dressed with impeccable grace, and the girls were all dressed to the nines, looking exceptionally beautiful. The boys' attire was simple, mostly tuxedos, suits and shirts, and European-style aristocratic attire, with the occasional Tang suit. The girls, on the other hand, had a wide variety of styles, including European-style princess outfits, various evening gowns and cocktail dresses, cheongsams, hanfu, Chinese traditional clothing, and other retro outfits, as well as whimsical outfits like shrine maiden costumes, uniforms like nurses and flight attendants, and even more outrageous ones, some wearing bikinis. Of course, the girls who were scantily clad were often surrounded by a pack of wolves, a dense mass of boys. The entire square was divided into dozens of dance areas. Because the university had so many students, it was impossible for them all to gather together. Instead, they formed small groups based on their departments, though close friends could visit each other. In the center of the square was a spacious stage, over 5 meters high. A screen above the stage allowed for a clear view of the figures on the stage, though not everyone was eligible to access that stage. At that moment, on the screen, a man in a long, flowing white robe was casually strumming the guzheng. The subtle, almost inaudible sound, like the tinkling of a spring, captivated a group of girls, even if they couldn't clearly hear it. I heard that the Su girl will be bringing her boyfriend this time. A girl from the acting department and another girl, holding wine glasses, slowly wandered through the crowd to the light music of the dance. Oh, Teacher Su is so pitiful. She was really played by that Su girl. I really want to comfort her. Too bad, she doesn't deserve to be on that stage. Ah! What? Isn't that girl's boyfriend the baby-faced one from the mecha department? Aren't they living together? The other girl was clearly surprised, her mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. How can you be so out of touch? That's not living together. Doesn't Sushi from our department live together too? That girl and Yao Yu are completely fabricated. Ah, what's going on with Teacher Su? The other girl said, as if she had heard some huge inside story. You don't know, but that girl was so obsessed with Teacher Su, and Teacher Su was so kind to her. The whole energy department knew about that shameless girl, who had taken advantage of her status to hook up with Teacher Su. Alas, she got tired of her playboys, and found a new love, and Teacher Su was left behind. Sigh, the girl sighed several times, expressing regret. No wonder. Teacher Su played the piano, with such a melancholy tone, it broke my heart. I wish Teacher Su was my boyfriend. Sigh, another girl sighed, expressing sadness. Why were all the good men snatched away by bad women? But are you really saying the girl will bring her boyfriend? The girl expressed doubt. Of course it's true. I overheard the girls in the energy department discussing this yesterday. It was said that Sushi from our department spread the news. The girl spoke with a mysterious air, as if telling you a secret only. Oh my god, Sushi didn't even tell us. How stingy. She's always been sucking up to those country bumpkins in the energy department. In the eyes of the girls in the acting department, the energy department girls were all country bumpkins, who didn't know how to dress, and spent their days dealing with rocks. Of course we should suck up to the girls in the energy department. They all be rich women in the future. Her tone was sour. Who wouldn't want to be an energy engineer if they had talent? By the way, who's that boyfriend? Can you give us some information? The girls were naturally curious about Su Tang's boyfriend. He's said to be in the top 10 of the Diamond Bachelor list. Hiss. A sound of gasps echoed, and those eavesdropping nearby couldn't help but gasp. Off to the other side, someone was whispering. I heard the young lady is bringing her boyfriend. Someone lamented. What do you mean the eldest young lady has a boyfriend? Another person was surprised. How could anyone in our school possibly catch the eldest young lady's eye? As a member of the Su family, who specializes in energy, he naturally knew more than others. He was well aware of the eldest young lady's prestige. Yao Yu, a brat who had barely grown out, was naturally not something the eldest young lady would consider. And Su Yuan, a descendant of a remote, powerless branch of the Su family, was definitely not someone the eldest young lady would admire. This is absolutely true. The news leaked from the eldest young lady's henchman, Sushi of our Su family. The man sounded a little mysterious. Sushi told my sister this herself, and asked her to keep it a secret. It's probably true. No way. What man is so lucky? It seems I'm completely hopeless. Another person said with a gloomy face, looking dejected. You, stop dreaming. Only if you were a 9th level energy master like the patriarch, would you have a chance of catching the young lady's eye. The man spoke with disdain. Alas, it seems my secret crush is coming to nothing. Bro, I'm heartbroken. As a good brother, could you please stop hiding your sister and introduce her to me? Get lost. An angry male voice said. The crowd gathered in groups, whispering among themselves. And suddenly, a figure appeared on the stage. A slender, graceful woman, dressed in ancient costume, long sleeves fluttering, danced gracefully on the stage to the tinkling sound of a guzheng. Accompanied by the melody, her every gesture seemed to fly away on the wind. Everyone also saw the woman's face clearly through the screen. It was an exquisite face, but when others saw her, they were involuntarily attracted by her temperament and ignored her appearance. She was as poetic as the misty rain of Jiangnan, as ethereal as a painting of smoke and clouds. She was a woman of classic beauty, like something out of an ancient painting. And that face had been appearing in all major fashion news. After seeing the woman's face clearly, the girls in the audience were immediately excited. Perhaps many boys didn't know Yao Qing, but there was almost no woman who didn't know her. Oh my god, that's Master Yao. Who? The Master Yao from Jingxiu? Nonsense, who else could it be but that Master Yao? Oh my god, look at her dress, all embroidered with gold and silver thread. Could it be hand embroidered? Oh my god. It's absolutely beautiful. I want an autograph. Please take a picture. Master Yao, please show me the latest designs Jingxiu is about to release. Master Yao, give me a VIP card. I'm a big fan. All my clothes are from Jingxiu. Yao Qing on the stage ignored the noise below. The song ended, and the dance stopped. Su Yun stood up, holding her zither, silently watching the woman standing in the center of the dance. Yao Qing sighed slightly, turned around, and saw Su Yun staring at her. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled. Chapter 70. After understanding the whole story, Yao Qing remained gentle and calm, looking at Su Tang with loving eyes. Don't worry, Tang, he might have something urgent to do. But he clearly promised to come. If it's urgent, even if he doesn't have time to call, he definitely have time to send a message. Su Tang had come to her senses. Yanzimu was carrying a mecha with him. Even if he was injured, with his skills, he couldn't have been killed so silently. Su Tang, realizing this, felt a deep resentment towards Yanzimu for standing her up and leaving without saying goodbye. Maybe there's some urgent military mission? Soldiers are always forced to do things against their will. Yao Qing felt a little sad, thinking of her eldest son in her previous life, who died on the battlefield before even marrying. Why don't you ask the head of the Su family? Maybe he knows something? That's right. Su Tang suddenly realized. Instead of guessing blindly here, she might as well ask someone else. As the leader of the Hongi Star Guard, her father, Su Yuan, was naturally well informed. Daddy, Yanzimu is missing. Do you have any news about him? Su Tang asked as soon as the call was connected. Ah? You mean Yanzimu? Although Su Yuan was annoyed that his daughter had hurriedly asked about Yanzimu upon meeting him, he couldn't resist his good mood today, so he looked pleased. He said goodbye to me this morning. He should be on the ship back to the Tianyan galaxy now. The first half of his sentence was false, the second was true. What? You said he said goodbye to you. Su Tang gritted her teeth. How dare this scoundrel play tricks on her, taking advantage of her and then running away. Yeah, that's right. What's wrong with you? Su Yuan felt better after seeing his daughter's angry face in the video. The brat was still too young to fight him. Tang, baby, what's the matter? He made you angry. Do you want Daddy to help you teach him a lesson? Don't worry, even if he returns to the Tianyan galaxy, Daddy can deal with him. Su Yuan appeared serious and angry, looking like a caring father. It's okay, Daddy, don't think too much. I just wanted to thank him. After all, he saved my life. I was just worried about him. Although Su Tang was also furious and wanted to beat up Yanzimu, she didn't want Su Yuan to get involved. Don't worry, I already thanked him well. Tang, baby, don't take it too seriously. He had indeed thanked him well. Oh, that's alright, Daddy, get some rest. Tang, baby, get some rest too. Su Yuan, after hanging up, was filled with joy. He had successfully separated a couple. Oh no, he had successfully driven away a pervert who coveted his daughter. Satisfied, Su Yuan didn't forget to unleash his ultimate move. That night, he had the Su family's hackers hack into Su Tang's computer system and blacklisted Yanzimu's communications. Hacking into a personal computer is usually difficult, but Su Yuan had all of Su Tang's information, making the task much simpler. Blacklisting means removing someone from a blacklist. Blacklisting prevents them from calling. Simply removing someone will result in them being labeled a stranger the next time they call. Blacklisting prevents Yanzimu from calling Su Tang, and unless Su Tang memorizes Yanzimu's phone number, she can't contact him. Su Yuan's move was undoubtedly sinister. In the small villa, Su Tang, after hanging up the phone, felt a little frustrated and angry. Yanzimu had actually gone back, so quietly, just when she had invited him to the dance and was about to announce their relationship. It was unforgivable. Damn, Su, you met a jerk. I help you beat him up. Yao Yu clenched his fist and raised it in anger. His little sister Su had actually been treated like an idiot. What a jerk. He was going to beat that jerk up so badly his mother couldn't even recognize him. Xiao Yu, stop swearing. Yao Qing looked at the dejected Su Tang, took her hand, and gently patted it. Xiao Tang, don't worry too much. You're still young. If you study hard, you definitely meet a better man. Looking at Yao Qing's deep, caring gaze, Su Tang once again had the illusion that this was her mother. Could Yao Qing really be her mother? No, the age didn't match. Sister Qing, I'm fine. It's not a big deal, I won't worry about it. However, the truth is, back to this morning. Yanzimu was targeted the moment he left the hospital, and Su Yuan was the first to learn of his release. Su Yuan naturally had spies at Hongguang First High School, so it was easy for him to find out his daughter was taking Yanzimu to the prom. Su Yuan was furious. This was about to break into his family. No, absolutely not. In a flash, the quick-witted Su Yuan hatched a ruthless plan. Shortly after leaving the mall, Yanzimu was surrounded by a group of speeding cars. His car was stopped, and he recognized the Su family badge. Su Yuan was the first to exit the speeding car, a smile etched across his face. Where are you going, Major Yan? The moment he saw Su Yuan, Yanzimu's heart sank. Was he here to call him to task? After a moment of reflection, Yanzimu decided it would be best to speak openly and express his sincerity and resolve. After tonight, everyone in Yan Nation would know about his relationship with Su Tang. Uncle, your daughter has accepted my Tian heart. We are truly in love. Please grant us your blessing. Su Yuan continued to smile after hearing Yanzimu's words, but inwardly he was already cursing. You bastard, don't think my daughter will marry you just because you accept Tianlan's heart. You're trying to abduct my daughter, Su Yuan, not even through the window. Oh, how could uncle be so narrow-minded? Of course, I don't care about your affairs, young people. Free love, haha. However, I don't want my son-in-law to be a useless piece of paper, Su Yuan said, his face turning serious. If you can withstand 50 moves from me, I won't interfere with your affairs. Uncle, I mean it. Yanzimu's eyes lit up. It seemed that Su Yuan still wanted to beat him to death, just like in his previous life. Unfortunately, in this life, he had reached level 4 strength. While he couldn't defeat him, 50 moves would definitely be no problem. Su Yuan definitely couldn't cripple him within 50 moves, so he could still attend the ball tonight. Seriously, Su Yuan vowed. So, the two men, each with their own unique aspirations, headed to the Su family's exclusive fighting arena. After their initial exchange, Su Yuan realized he had underestimated Yanzimu. This was only 29, but he had already reached level 4 strength. He was truly a talent. Stop! After the 30th move, Su Yuan realized it seemed impossible to cripple him within 50 moves. I didn't expect you to reach level 4 strength at such a young age. You truly are a formidable young talent. Uncle, you're too kind. Had he passed the test? Yanzimu's face lit with joy. After the intense exercise, both Su Yuan and Yanzimu were sweating profusely. Su Yuan casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water and offered one to Yanzimu. He unscrewed the cap and downed the bottle. Afterward, he wiped his mouth. You have good talent, and all the necessary qualities are excellent. But unfortunately, Su Yuan smiled sinisterly at Yanzimu, who was sipping water. You're just a little foolish. Look, here are my 31 moves. After hearing Su Yuan's unfortunately, Yanzimu felt a pang in his heart. He had fallen for the old fox's trick, but before he could even think about it, he lost consciousness. After kicking the fallen Yanzimu, Su Yuan felt a surge of relief. 13, 14, throw him into the hibernation pod and onto the ship bound for the Tianyan galaxy. Make sure he reaches the 15th star, then wake him up. Yes, Patriarch. Shou Gong summons. This era's most powerful, colorless, and odorless knockout drug. One packet puts a person into a sleep state for at least a month. It's an absolute must-have for robbery, fraud, and backstabbing. Chapter 71. Amidst the vast sea of stars, a massive spaceship, flanked by over a dozen escort ships, slowly sailed towards its destination. Inside the spaceship, the gambling hall was buzzing with activity. That big. That small. Squat. Hit the treasure. Hit. Hit. Top prize. A sea of gamblers sweated profusely at various gambling tables. At one table, the dealer vigorously shook a sieve. After a flurry of fancy moves, the sieve fell to the ground with a bang. Bet big, bet small, and hold on. Big. Su Xiaobai's face flushed, and with a frantic look on his face, he placed all his chips on big. It's about to open. It's about to open. If you haven't bought anything yet, open it. The sieve slowly opened, 2, 2, 3 small. Bah! Su Xiaobai spat angrily, grabbing the dealer by the collar. Boy, you're cheating. The dealer remained calm, glancing at Su Xiaobai indifferently. Sir, this is a legitimate shop with a federal business license. We wouldn't cheat our customers. If you think we're cheating, you can file a complaint with the Department of Commerce. But if you want to cause trouble in our shop, huh? As the dealer spoke, 2 burly men in black pulled Su Xiaobai away. Damn, you want to fight, huh? You think I'm afraid of you? Su Xiaobai raised his sleeves, looking desperate. The gamblers who were already gambling had already gathered around the shop, ready to watch the show. Beat him, beat them. Beat them, beat them. No wonder I always lose. They must be cheating, bro, show them some lessons. Those hoping to take advantage of the chaos gloated and added fuel to the fire. Just as Su Xiaobai was about to strike, ready for a fierce fight, a large hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Xiaobai, stop stirring up trouble. Get back here. A sharp, gruff male voice instantly dampened Su Xiaobai's spirit like a bucket of cold water. Brother 13. Su Xiaobai turned and saw Su Xiaoba's stern face. Go back. The voice was unquestionable. Yes. Though reluctant, Su Xiaobai eventually followed Su Xiaobai out. TSK. The crowd, prepared to watch the excitement, sighed. With the protagonist gone, the spectators naturally dispersed, and everyone returned to their respective pursuits, striving in the great business of gambling. In the hallway, Su Xiaobai's face was filled with indignation. Brother Xiaobai, it's fine if you don't help me, but why are you stopping me? That shady dealer must be cheating. Su Xiaobai snorted disdainfully. Do you think this is the Hongi Galaxy? It's your turn to act so arrogantly here? Be careful, you die without knowing how. And have you forgotten the Patriarch's orders? I don't need to remind you of the consequences of mission failure. Su Xiaobai curled his lips nonchalantly. Isn't it just watching someone in a hibernation pod? Besides, that person has been summoned by Zhou Gong, and there's no antidote, and they can't wake him up. Isn't this just a vacation? It's always better to be cautious. Su Xiaobai paused, staring at him intently. The lives of us are nothing but weeds in the Patriarch's eyes. Have you forgotten those who went to the Tianyun Galaxy with the eldest lady? None of them have returned. Su Xiaobai shuddered at the sight. Didn't they say they were all sent to the mining planet to mine? Su Xiaobai scoffed. Xiaobai, you're too naive. He turned and strode off. He was going to keep a close eye on the hibernation capsule. Even the simplest mission assigned by the Patriarch had to be carried out meticulously, without a single mistake. Even that tiny mistake could send the 2 brothers off to the mineral planet to mine. Brother 13, wait for me. Su Xiaobai watched the retreating Su Xiaobai and hurried after him. Although he still doubted such a simple mission would go awry, it was always wise to listen to his brother. Returning to the guest room and opening the door, he said, Brother 13, you're just too cautious. What could possibly go wrong? Look, the hibernation capsule is perfectly fine. Su Xiaobai complained, pointing at the capsule. Be careful. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai face trembled with fear, his eyes blazing with anger, as he saw the person, who was supposed to be in the capsule, appear behind him like a ghost. Before Su Xiaobai could react to the warning, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, and his eyes darkened, his consciousness fading. Su Xiaobai reacted instantly, punching the figure with his right hand. Yanzimu dodged and landed a powerful punch on Su Xiaobai stomach. Su Xiaobai was sent flying, slamming into the wall. Just as he struggled to his feet, he felt a pain in his neck. Before he lost consciousness, all he could think about was finished. After knocking Su Xiaobai and Su Xiaobai unconscious, Yanzimu twisted his neck and rubbed his hands. His limbs were a little stiff, evidently having been in the hibernation pod for several days. Yanzimu sneered, Zhou Gong's call. Su Yuan had truly gone to great lengths to deal with him, even resorting to such priceless remedies. The Yin family has been engaged in the medicinal herb business for generations. Those who didn't join the military generally chose medicine, so naturally, there were quite a few pharmacists within the Yin family. Although Yanzimu didn't major in pharmacy, he had a solid foundation from childhood. Furthermore, with his past life experience, Yanzimu knew the formulas for many potions not yet available today. Therefore, the Yin family's pharmacy expertise was arguably over a century ahead of the entire Federation. However, many future potions, for various reasons, couldn't be mass-produced under current conditions, making them available only to the Yin family's own members. Yanzimu's body had been undergoing various refinements since the age of 8. While not yet immune to all poisons, it was certainly far superior to the average person. Thus, the Zhougong summons, which could only be awakened with an antidote, could be automatically metabolized within Yanzimu's body. Looking at the obvious Su family markings on the unconscious two men, Yanzimu knew without a doubt that Su Yuan was going to escort him back to the 15th star. Once he returned to Tyenshu Star, Su Yuan only needed to hint at the military and those profit-seeking old men there would naturally help him and take advantage of him. Then they could find any excuse to keep him on Tyenshu Star. Yanzimu's eyes darkened. Without Su Yuan's approval, his transfer to the Hongi galaxy would be impossible. He would probably be transferred to a more remote system. He checked the time. It had already been 5 days since the dance. Su Tang would surely be furious if he left without saying goodbye. He better explain himself quickly. Su Yuan, since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unfair. Yanzimu wasn't a completely guileless person. He had already activated the recording function when he was surrounded by the Su family's spaceships, and the entire process of Su Yuan's plot was perfectly recorded. He immediately called Su Tang's number. The video call request was denied. You do not have the right to call the other party. The video call request was denied. You do not have the right to call the other party. Hearing the mechanical, electronic female voice, Yanzimu felt a chill down his spine. Had he been blocked? Chapter 72. On the night of the dance, the entire Hongguang First High School student body was having a blast. The only regret was that the eldest daughter of the Su family and her rumored boyfriend did not show up, leaving the gossipy crowd disappointed and questioning the accuracy of the source of the rumors. The star of the show was undoubtedly Sushi. Upon seeing her stunning appearance in Eve's Temptation, the unaccompanied male students were practically glued to her with lustful eyes. Sushi was even fortunate enough to be invited by the student union president, Feng Juanhao, to dance with him on the highly anticipated stage. Sushi, a student of acting, danced with natural grace, and under the bright light of the screen, her exposed back and flawless curves naturally drew the howls of the perverts. When the girls at school saw Sushi stealing the show at the dance and Miss Su Tang, who hadn't made an appearance, the more discerning ones immediately sensed a conspiracy. Sushi was using the pretense of Miss Su Tang having a boyfriend to boost her own profile. The news of Miss Su Tang bringing her boyfriend sparked gossip, and her presence naturally attracted widespread attention, ultimately achieving her goal of hooking up with Prince Feng Juanhao. Sushi was completely unaware that she had become the epitome of a scheming bitch in the eyes of all the girls at school. After the dance that night, Feng Juanhao showed her unparalleled affection, showering her with flowers and gifts every day. Sushi naturally found this quite rewarding. Feng Juanhao, one of the top 10 influential figures in Hongguang No. 1 University, has outstanding appearance and elegant demeanor. He is affectionately called Prince Feng by his fans. The Feng family is also one of the first-class families in the Hongi galaxy. Although it is not as good as the Su family, it is on the same level as the Yao family. Therefore, Feng Juanhao, a direct descendant, can be regarded as a shining diamond king. Every day, Sushi displayed affection for Su Tang while offering hypocritical comfort. Sushi believed that Yanzimu had dumped Su Tang. Although she didn't know the reason, it didn't dampen her gloating mood. Of course, she still had to pretend to be indignant and defend Su Tang, hoping to leverage Su Tang's influence to secure a role with director Ji Liang. Su Tang naturally didn't care much about Sushi's attitude. He was just a man after all. She wasn't the heroine in a Qiongyao drama. She wouldn't go to extremes for a man. At most, she'd be a little annoyed. Su Tang, with her good looks, talent, and family background, and Su Xiaobai's incredible flaw, was dumped. The thought of her being dumped was depressing. After a day of depression, Su Tang's life returned to normal. During the day, she read in the school library, cultivating her emotions and cultivating her temperament. At night, she practiced her silk-splitting skills on the internet. After gaining a deeper understanding of Skynet, Su Tang discovered that virtual energy stone synthesis was also possible on Skynet, and that Skynet wouldn't detect her using her psychic power within her private home laboratory. Skynet has certain limitations regarding psychic power. Except for special zones, it can't be used in public areas. Private homes also fall into this category. Some scientists work tirelessly for research, and Skynet helps them save sleep. By scanning their studios into Skynet's private homes, they can use their sleep time to conduct research on Skynet. To show respect for privacy, Skynet doesn't monitor private homes, meaning Su Tang's use of her 4S psychic power in her home laboratory wouldn't be detected by Skynet. Of course, expanding a private home would require a significant amount of credits. For the average person, practicing on Skynet can greatly increase proficiency, thereby accelerating the activation of silence particles in reality. Su Tang was surprised to discover that splitting threads on Skynet was much easier than in reality. To put it bluntly, it was like a hen laying eggs in reality, but in Skynet, it was a piece of cake. Furthermore, she could split as many threads in reality as she could in Skynet. This meant she could completely max out her splitting skill in Skynet, and then max it out in reality as well. Maxing out her splitting skill meant she was just one step away from becoming a level 12 energy master. Su Tang couldn't help but wonder. If splitting threads was so easy on Skynet, why were there so few high-level energy masters? Could it be that she was simply a different physique, a unique case of hers, able to synchronize Skynet and reality? Finally, unable to figure out the reason, Su Tang decided to wait until she got home to ask Su Yuan. Su Tang was naturally thrilled to have achieved level 12 energy master status so early, and the frustration she felt over Yanzimu's sudden departure had long since faded into Java. But Su Tang was clearly overthinking things. The higher the skill points, the harder it was to upgrade. The more mental power she divided, the more difficult it became to divide further. After successfully dividing 2,097,152 strands, Su Tang clearly felt the bottleneck described in novels. Su Tang carefully calculated that, based on the fineness of her strands, and not taking into account the increasing difficulty of capturing silence particles as they grew, at 0.1 hours per strand, it would take her 11.4 years to synthesize a level 12 energy stone. Of course, considering the actual situation, it would take at least 20 years. However, synthesizing an 11th energy stone was much easier. The theoretical time was 1.14 years. With her hard work, she could become a level 11 energy master in just 3 years at most. The thought was exciting. Feeling joyful and excited, Su Tang decided to take a break. She wouldn't worry about the bottleneck for now. Teacher Su Yuan had said that we should balance work and rest and not rush things. Su Tang decided to learn something after taking a break. After all, no matter how impressive an energy technician was, it was still a support class, essentially lacking offensive power. Just like the last time she was attacked by robots, if no one came to her rescue, it didn't matter if you were a level 11 energy grandmaster or a level 12 top energy master, you'd still be defeated. The first choice for offensive classes was naturally the mecha technician. Mechas could fight bad guys, serve as speeding vehicles, replace fortresses, and even reach space, a truly impressive creature with countless functions all in one. The thought of mechas suddenly overwhelmed Su Tang. No, her head wasn't big to begin with, but it suddenly became enormous. Let's not even talk about the requirements for carrying a mecha, let's just talk about its operation. Intelligent mechas require S-level mental power, or above to operate. Her current registered mental power level is only C-level, so a sudden jump to S-level would be a stretch. As for mechanical mechas, look no further than little Yaoyu. Having already taken a semester of mecha classes, little Yaoyu had never even seen a complete mecha. He spent his days learning about its various parts and memorizing its operating instructions. Yaoyu himself admitted that he had been to Skynet's mecha area and confidently boarded a mecha, ready to enter the mecha battle arena. However, he couldn't even leave the basic mecha maneuver training ground. Without memorizing the commands, he couldn't even complete the basic mecha maneuvers within the allotted time, let alone enter the mecha battle arena. Without even knowing what the commands were, there was no way she could even think of operating a mechanical mecha. Su Tang slumped over the table, feeling dazed at the thought of suddenly raising her mental power to S level. She decided to take it slow and try to get her mental power to be level before her physical exam next month. Thinking of the mecha battle on her first day at school, Su Tang's blood boiled. She had to learn how to fly a mecha. It was so cool and awesome. Su Tang decided to go to the mecha department with Yaoyu the next day. Even if she couldn't fly a mecha, it was always good to learn the basics first. Chapter 73. The next morning, the three of them ate the breakfast that was delivered to their door every day. Su Tang finished her glass of milk, wiped her mouth, and spoke cautiously, "Ayu, I want to go to the mecha class with you." Cough, cough, cough. Yaoyu, who was sipping his milk, choked and coughed violently. "Serves you right." Sushi rolled her eyes, then looked at Su Tang with a hint of confusion. Tang, why are you going to the mecha class?" The mecha department was full of tough, simple-minded men, and there were also quite a few low-class civilians. The school really accepted people of all backgrounds. Sushi pouted. But why would Su Tang go to the mecha department? Was she provoked by her, and wanted to pick up a rich guy? No way, there wasn't anyone in the mecha department with a better family background than Yao Yu. I'm going to take a look. Su Tang knew she was imagining things again when she saw Sushi's eyes rolling around. But right now, Su Tang didn't want to pay attention to her. Learning to fly a mecha was the most important thing. Visiting? Come on, what's there to see in the mecha department? Just a bunch of brats. Yao Yu suddenly realized that his words made him look like a brat too. Except me, he quickly added. Yao Yu once read a saying that the damage done by one relationship is best healed by another. Was Su trying to find a boyfriend in their department? I'm not going to see anyone. Su Tang honestly thought her friend's IQ was too low. Being around these two would definitely lower hers. I want to learn mecha. She stared at Yao Yu intently, emphasizing her words just in case he didn't believe her. Really? I just want to fly a mecha. Yao Yu was stunned for 5 seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha. Su Tang was baffled by Yao Yu's attitude. Was she telling a joke? Sure enough, not only did Yao Yu laugh at her, but even little white flower was clutching her stomach and laughing. You're dying of laughter. 5 seconds later, the two were still laughing. Su Tang, furious, couldn't stop. She slammed the table. What the hell are you laughing at? Is such a noble ideal as piloting a mecha really funny? No, Yao Yu laughed until tears welled up in his eyes. Give me a break, Susu, you're hilarious. Sushi, clutching her stomach, which hurt from laughing, paused. Tang, you're not going to be so discouraged you want to become a muscular, violent woman, are you? Muscular woman? Su Tang was puzzled. She just wanted to pilot a mecha. What did that have to do with being a muscular woman? Oh no, did she forget something really basic? At this point, Yao Yu finally stopped laughing. Susu, it's just a man, don't worry too much. Don't worry, you don't have to fight in person. Once I'm familiar with the mecha, I help you beat him up. You don't have to make such a big sacrifice to fight in person. Just trust my skills. If things really don't work out, I get a group of people to beat him up, and you just have to watch from the side. Besides, there are men everywhere. I introduce you to some good men. My cousin Yao Yehua is definitely a perfect candidate. Su Tang looked puzzled. Didn't she just want to learn how to fly a mecha? Why was she bringing men into this? What was going on? When did she ever say she was learning to fly a mecha just to beat up Yanzimu? She was only learning to fly a mecha for her own safety. What was going on? While Su Tang was puzzled, Yao Yu quickly devoured his breakfast, taking a couple of bites. Then he patted Su Tang on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. If you really want to learn mecha, I send you the manual on how to operate it. But I still think it's not necessary for a man. With that, Yao Yu whistled, and Yao Xiaolu appeared majestically. Yao Yu flipped over and sat on him with a dashing gesture. Before leaving, he waved Susu, think it over carefully. After Yao Yu left, Sushi also had a complicated expression. Tang, don't be too sad. Mechas aren't really for us girls. Why don't you come with me to our acting department and try it out? Sushi felt that Su Tang was truly heartbroken this time. She almost wanted to fly a mecha and beat people up. It was truly delightful news, but as a good friend, she had to comfort her. No, I was just saying that casually. She quickly waved her hand, signaling him to hurry up. Cece, get to class or you'll be late. Okay, I'm leaving now. Don't be so upset. Sushi kept looking back, looking worried for her best friend. Girl, you really should leave now. You're the one who's being upset. Su Tang thought to herself. She could tell with her toes that the little white flower must be laughing uncontrollably inside. After Sushi left, Su Tang sullenly returned to her room, holding Sushuchi. Is piloting a mecha ridiculous? This was such a noble dream of hers, and they were actually laughing at her. Too much, but maybe she missed something crucial. After entering her room and sitting on the sofa, Su Tang checked the Star Network browser. It was normal. The news was all about mecha pilots. Wait, she finally realized what she had forgotten. These mecha operators are all men. Doesn't that mean women can't drive mechas? Thinking of this, Su Tang lost her composure and quickly searched for female mecha operators. Su Tang felt reassured after seeing the existence of female mecha pilots. It was surprising to her that women could still become mecha pilots. After carefully reviewing the profiles of several famous female mecha pilots, Su Tang finally understood what Sushi meant by muscular women. Indeed, those female mecha pilots were muscular and well-built, rivaling gym instructors. After spending the entire morning reading the information, Su Tang finally discovered the key to the problem. Mechanical mecha pilots required a physical strength of level 3, while intelligent mecha pilots had a slightly lower requirement, requiring only level 2. Mecha pilots are generally male, and with minimal training and potion refinement after adulthood, men can generally achieve a physical strength of level 3. Therefore, this physical requirement isn't explicitly stated in mecha operation, as it's not a problem for a male. And there's no physical strength requirement for piloting mechas on Skynet. So naturally, Su Tang didn't notice this physical strength requirement. Women are naturally weaker than men. Their bodies typically start at level 1 strength, requiring training and potions to reach level 2. Training often comes with a side effect, muscle growth. For women who value beauty, muscle is absolutely terrifying. Su Tang threw herself onto the bed in anger. She made another mistake. It seemed like it was difficult for women to operate mechas. There was still hope for intelligent mechas, but she didn't want to be a muscle woman. What should she do? She was so frustrated. Su Tang rolled around on the bed, hugging the quilt. Chapter 74. Su Xiaobai, calling Su Xiaobai, please answer, please answer. After rolling around in bed for a long time, Su Tang decided it would be best to consult someone. As for who to choose, Su Xiaobai was naturally the first choice, even though he wasn't a person. What are you doing? I'm having a wonderful movie. Su Xiaobai's voice was filled with a sense of reluctance and displeasure at being interrupted. What's a plant like you watching a movie? Su Tang blushed. Su Xiaobai's life was so exciting, he even watched a movie. Wait, where was he watching a movie? Where were you watching the movie? Of course, on your laptop. Su Xiaobai answered matter-of-factly. What? You went to my computer to watch a movie? Won't you be discovered? Su Tang was shocked. No, I'm using your computer to watch a movie on the Star Network, so it's just you watching the movie. No one else can tell. You didn't use my computer to visit some rubbish website, did you? How could that be? I'm very capable now. I can erase all traces myself. Even if I go to the dark web, they won't be able to find it. Su Xiaobai said smugly. Su Tang was immediately shocked. He really had visited some rubbish website. Where have you been? No wonder he's been so quiet lately. He must have been researching the Star Network again. I tell you a secret. I found a lot of interesting things on the interstellar internet. Su Xiaobai looked mysterious, like a little kid showing off his new toys in front of an adult, with an attitude of don't tell anyone. You know, there are a lot of black websites on the interstellar internet. You can use them for sex, buy contraband, buy slaves, forge identities, and there are human traffickers who sell highly qualified women. Su Xiaobai became more and more excited as he spoke. Su Tang's mouth opened into an O in surprise. Su Xiaobai, you know so much. What are contraband? For a moment, Su Tang forgot her original reason for seeking Su Xiaobai out, and inquired with curiosity. Why did this sound like the legendary black market? Contraband, lots of it. Mechas, energy guns, baby girls, human skin masks, and so on. What? Su Tang was shocked. Mechas were even for sale. Aren't all Federation mechas sold with real names? And there were actually things like human skin masks. She thought it was just fiction. Of course. Su Xiaobai said, his voice a bit like a country bumpkin. Let me open it and show you. As soon as Su Xiaobai finished speaking, Su Tang found herself redirected to a rather ordinary shopping website. Su Xiaobai typed in the words premium goods, and a vast exorbitantly priced list of goods popped up. Su Xiaobai flipped to page 444, and clicked on an item called Black Rose. Entering the store, she contacted the customer service representative with the username Black Rose number 45, and started a conversation. I need 99 black roses with 99 drops of dew and 99 petals. Okay, sir. The roses have been packaged. Would you like them to be delivered to your door, or at a designated location? I plant them directly on my 99 plots of land. Okay, sir. Please check. The customer service representative then provided a website. Su Xiaobai immediately clicked on it. Su Tang was dazed the entire time. What was she seeing? It felt like a secret meeting between spies. Su Xiaobai was so familiar with the place. He must have been there many times. And he was using her laptop. Would she be arrested as a criminal? A page with a red background appeared, a large black rose covering the entire page. Then the rose withered, revealing a login page. Su Xiaobai quickly logged in. Su Tang was stunned. Su Xiaobai, you really could be a secret agent. You even discovered such a secret website. Where did you get this account? Oh, I registered using your anonymous card. Once you transfer 1 billion credit points to your account will be activated as a member of this website, Su Xiaobai replied calmly. In this era, most people's credit points are tied to their citizen accounts, allowing payments to be made through a computer. However, some money cannot be transferred openly, hence the birth of anonymous cards. Anonymous cards are like modern cash. They don't have any cardholder information or a card number, only a chip that stores and settles credit points. These chips are identical except for the credit points recorded. This is why anonymous cards are popular with criminals and those involved in shady businesses. Of course, this card has its drawbacks. If it's lost or stolen, the money on it is irrecoverable. What? Su Tang immediately jumped up, gritting her teeth. So you spent 1 billion of my credit points? I haven't spent them yet. They're still in my account. This website has the most comprehensive information I ever seen, the largest scale, and the highest security. I thought this through carefully. Su Xiaobai quickly defended himself. You're so thoughtful. You spent 1 billion of my credit points in one go. Su Tang gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She wanted to beat Su Xiaobai to death. What should she do? Su Tang looked at her assets. Not counting the credit points converted from energy stones, she had over 8 billion credit points. The 5 million she previously spent at Linglong Pavilion had been refunded by that Uncle Tianxia, a term often used to refer to a specific person, by the conscientious man. Of that 8 billion, over 5 billion was on her personal account on the computer, while the remaining 3 billion was on 3 anonymous cards, each holding exactly 1 billion. These 3 anonymous cards were given to her by Su Yuan, likely red envelopes from some wealthy local tycoon. For some unknown reason, Miss Su hadn't transferred the funds from the cards to her personal account, and Su Tang herself hadn't noticed the matter since she took over. Su Tang had always thought that so-called anonymous cards were just like bank cards. It wasn't until today that she realized they were the equivalent of cash. Cash transactions whose comings and goings couldn't be traced. In this case, if the website went bankrupt, the money deposited into your account would be irrecoverable. You just have to blame yourself, because you had no proof it was yours. The thought of this made Su Tang furious, and she wanted to bite Su Xiaobai to death. Master Tang, this website has been around for centuries. Don't worry. Su Xiaobai saw what Su Tang was thinking. It's only 1 billion yuan. You already have 8 billion. Save it for your grave. He thought to himself, secretly despising Su Tang's stinginess. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. Su Tang sighed deeply and said, calm down, calm down. It's just 1 billion credit points. You're rich now. Don't worry about this little money. You could make a few energy stones and sell them for more than that. Su Xiaobai muttered to herself. Su Tang's eyes lit up, and she thought to herself, a level 9 energy stone worth 80 billion would only take her 2 weeks at most. This thought suddenly dawned on her. Working overtime for a month, she could produce at least 3 level 9 energy stones, meaning she'd be a literal diamond tycoon with a monthly income of 240 billion. Su Tang's mood brightened as she enthusiastically browsed the illegal website. Chapter 75. As the saying goes, you never know until you see. There's truly a wide variety of goods here. Su Tang was amazed to discover so many interesting things. Like all women, her shopping spree was immediately aroused, and she enthusiastically began to buy things. Hallucination potion, this stuff is quite good. It can cause anyone who smells it to hallucinate for 10 seconds. Here are some examples of how to use the product. Does the woman you're interested in not like you? Don't worry, with the hallucination potion, anything is possible, and you don't have to commit rape. Find an opportunity for a woman to smell it, and when she's lost in her hallucination, say, we had sex. The woman will then truly believe you had sex. If she's shameless, she'd marry you. If she's truly disgusted by you, she'd sue you for rape. But the truth is, you never touched her, so you'd be acquitted and receive a large sum of money for false accusation. Su Tang couldn't help but frown at the bizarre instructions, but this thing seems quite useful. Yeah, I buy it for self-defense. It's only 1 million, but it's a one-time use. Su Tang waved her hand and said, let's just buy 10. Shou Gong's calling, the product description was just one sentence. The most powerful, colorless, and odorless oral knockout drug in history. This one seems pretty good too. Knockout drugs are definitely good stuff. Even the most skilled martial artists can easily use a handful of knockout drugs. Yes, it's a good thing. Absolutely must buy it. I looked at the price and it's a bit high. A single serving costs 10 million credits. Never mind, buy it. The best quality is naturally the most expensive. Let's buy 5. Su Tang made the bold decision. Read on. Hey, there really is a human skin mask. Human skin masks. an absolute must-have tool for scams and frame-ups. Easy to use, guaranteed to last 3 years, and indelible without specialized chemicals. Guaranteed safety and quality. The lowest price is just 990,000 yuan. Hey, not 9,999, not 999, just 990,000. Su Tang was embarrassed. Where did this TV shopping commercial come from? But human skin masks are really good stuff. However, these so-called human skin masks aren't actually made of human skin, but a material that closely resembles skin. They're also very easy to use. You apply them to your face like a face mask, and when you peel them off, you transform into a completely different person. Of course, these masks are very low-level and commonly used. While they can't be seen through with psychic powers, they're easily seen through by a disguise master. For fun, Su Tang ordered 13 human skin masks. They were custom-made, meaning they were made to match a customer's facial features. Each mask required an additional processing fee of 100,000 credit points. Custom masks eliminate the possibility of duplicates, and offer a higher degree of safety. Su Tang ordered 5 female faces of average appearance, 5 ordinary, unremarkable faces, 1 incredibly ugly face, 1 handsome face from her past life, and finally, 1 face of Sushi, a little white flower. She ordered 2 sets of 5 identical faces simply because she wanted to create a fake identity for fun, and 1 wasn't enough. Because the order was large, the store reduced the price to 13 million yuan, and also included 13 bottles of mask-making potion. The tranquilizer gun, like the watch that dispenses tranquilizers in the Conan movies, can deliver 1 tranquilizer shot at a time, knocking someone unconscious. However, the duration of the inability varies depending on the victim's constitution, and it has no effect on those with physical strength levels 4 and 5. While the effect wasn't particularly impressive, the tranquilizer gun's attractive design captivated Su Tang. She immediately fell in love with a black rose-shaped ring-shaped tranquilizer gun. Yes, just think of it as buying a ring. After all, it only cost 1 million with 1,000 needles and a large bottle of anesthetic, so she bought it without hesitation. Su Tang had no idea that this beautiful tranquilizer gun was completely useless. No mercenary would buy it, and the store owner was just trying to trick a wealthy lady like her. Upgraded Sleeping Beauty. An upgraded version of Sleeping Beauty. Suitable for use in hibernation pods and lifeboats, it can cause a person to die naturally within 5 days without any notice, leaving no residual chemical residue. Wow, this drug is so poisonous. A flash of inspiration crossed Su Tang's mind, but unfortunately, it was too quick for her to catch it. Should I buy some? Never mind. As a police officer in her previous life, Su Tang felt it was best to avoid crimes like murder. This pass. Su Tang shook her head and continued reading. An invisibility cloak? Su Tang was shocked. Could she have entered a magical world? There were actually such things as invisibility cloaks? This interstellar age was simply unbelievable. After reading the product description, she realized she had misunderstood. The so-called invisibility cloak didn't make her invisible. It simply blocked psychic detection. While most major cities were equipped with psychic blockers, those blockers had limitations. Developed and wealthy cities had SS-level psychic blockers. Less developed cities had S-level psychic blockers, and some impoverished areas only had C-level psychic blockers. Anyone with a higher psychic power level than the blocker could ignore the blocker's interference. The advantage of this type of blocker was its wide range and relatively low price. The invisibility cloaks here offer even greater concealment, not only blocking sight, but also mental detection. No matter how high their mental power level, they're impenetrable. Su Tang rubbed her chin, pondering. This seems quite useful. If she were to attend an auction or a black market where she didn't want her identity revealed, she'd definitely need an invisibility cloak. 5 million credits? Never mind. I'd buy 2 just in case. With a flick of her finger, another 10 million was paid out. Su Tang felt like money wasn't worth anything here. It was simply too much to spend. She better look for weapons to buy for self-defense. After viewing a vast array of weapons, Su Tang was dismayed to discover Natural Star does not deliver. 6 large characters indicated that all energy weapons were not for sale to Natural Star. The store's explanation was that Natural Star's inspections were too strict, and the Black Rose website wouldn't accept deliveries of such items. This meant that on the natural planet Hongi, Su Tang couldn't buy any large energy-based weapons from this website. At most, they could only buy something like a tranquilizer gun, which had minimal lethality, and was considered a female anti-wolf device. Although she was frustrated about not being able to buy energy weapons, looking at it from another perspective, It also showed that natural planets like Hongi were still very safe, and energy weapons couldn't even be smuggled in. This was a good thing. Su Tang abandoned her lethal energy weapons and began searching for low-damage weapons that could be delivered to the natural planet. After a long search, she finally found a stun gun, somewhat similar to modern anti-wolf stun guns. However, this one was larger, resembling a laser gun from a sci-fi movie. Of course, it wasn't as powerful as a laser gun. This one could adjust the current. At minimum, the victim would feel numb, while at maximum, it would directly knock them unconscious. Of course, it only stunned them. If they wanted to kill, they would have to attack them again. Most importantly, it was only 100,000 credit points each, and Su Tang bought 10 of them. It was a good thing. In fact, Su Tang didn't know that this kind of electric baton is sold in all major women's anti-wolf prop stores in the commercial district. Chapter 76. Read on. There's actually a pet for sale. What's this? A lion-winged beast. A lion-winged beast. It can act cute, run away, and fly incredibly fast. It's a must-have pet for flaunting your wealth and picking up girls. Price, 88.88 million credit points. Su Tang stared at 8888 for a long moment before confirming she hadn't missed an 8. It was definitely 80 million, not 800 million. Yao Yu had indeed been scammed. The items at the auction were indeed more expensive than usual. Next came several pages of pet shops. Was this really a scam and not a legitimate online store? Are the pets for sale normal? Wait, this! Su Tang's eyes suddenly widened. There were actually ferocious star beasts for sale here. How could this be possible? Aren't ferocious star beasts always resistant to death? If caught and caged, they kill themselves in 3 days at most. After a closer look, Su Tang realized she had misunderstood. The so-called sale here required advance reservations, and the buyer or a designated recipient had to travel to the star beast habitat. The seller is responsible for capturing the star beasts. Once a live star beast is caged and handed over to the buyer, or the buyer's designated consignee, the seller has successfully delivered the goods. Typically, those who purchase ferocious star beasts in this way are beast trainers. Oh right, beast trainer. Su Tang suddenly realized she could be a beast trainer too. Aren't many heroines in novels beast trainers? Imagine leading a vast swarm of star beasts, drawing countless followers wherever they go. How impressive would that be? Su Xiaobai, can I be a beast trainer? Su Tang asked, suppressing her inner excitement. With Su Xiaobai by her side, it should be possible. Sure, but why do you want to be a tamer? Su Xiaobai was puzzled by Su Tang's sudden idea. Being a tamer would be so impressive. And with the protection of star beasts, you'd be safe. Su Tang thought naively. I compile all the information I know about tamers for you, take a look. Su Xiaobai decided it would be best to dispel Su Tang's unrealistic fantasy as soon as possible. After reading the information, Su Tang felt like a deflated ball, listless. It turned out that being a tamer was a rather useless profession. Docile star beasts didn't need to be tamed, they just needed to be fed. Fierce star beasts, however, had to be tamed before they died. Once tamed, a ferocious star beast remained loyal only to its tamer. Abandoned by a tamer, the star beast would either starve to death or return to its wild nature. Therefore, tamers had to keep tamed star beasts with them. However, ferocious star beasts are not allowed on natural planets, and many densely populated cities on unnatural planets also prohibit the entry of ferocious star beasts. Therefore, beast trainers are relegated to remote towns on unnatural planets. Of course, noble beast trainers are allowed to bring one ferocious star beast, but they must ensure it does not harm others. If an injury occurs, the compensation would be enormous. Royal families are allowed to bring 2 ferocious star beasts, and the imperial family is naturally allowed to bring 3. Currently, none of the 3 royal families of Yan Nation possess a beast trainer. As a result, many talented beast trainers have given up on the profession. It seems that the career path of beast trainer is a dead end. Su Tang was dejected, and her shopping desire suddenly disappeared. Forget it, let's check out. After paying for the purchased items, the store will send a password to the customer. The customer simply needs to give the password to the customer service representative, any number between Black Rose 1 and 44, and provide the delivery address. The store will then package the items with special materials and send them to the nearest Black Rose transfer station. Customer service will then use the password to deliver the corresponding package to the customer. Customer service will not know the contents of the package, and the seller will not have access to the customer's information. Su Tang continued to lie listlessly in bed. Ever since the arrow and the 3 mechas, Su Tang had a persistent feeling of insecurity, a constant feeling that she needed to do something to prevent future dangers. Su Xiaobai, do you think I'm suffering from paranoia? Why do I always feel unsafe? Su Tang said uncertainly, rubbing her heart. But even in modern times, aren't there many cases of wealthy children being kidnapped? Could she be a target too? Is this feeling strong? Su Xiaobai asked cautiously. It's not a strong feeling, just a vague unease. I can't quite put my finger on what it is though. I feel like I can only feel at ease when I'm strong enough. Although Su Tang could instantly rise to the top of Yan Nation like an empress if she synthesized a level 10 energy stone, that still didn't give her peace of mind. This means something big is going to happen in the next few years. Something very bad for you. Su Xiaobai said in a serious tone. Those with destiny have the most accurate intuition. While they can't predict the future, they are keenly aware of future crises. What? What did you say? Big? Something bad for me. Are they trying to kill me? Su Tang jumped up in shock. How could I know what big deal it was? I'm not from the ethereal tribe, and I don't have a clairvoyant vision, so how could I know what would happen? Haven't you already become an immortal? I'm just a small demon immortal, a long way from being a god. But it seems that prophets in the magical plane can also see the future. My inherited memories record that an ancestor once visited the magical plane and bought a prophecy scroll. Where's that scroll? Su Tang said hopefully. Of course, it was used a long time ago. Su Tang said, then why are you telling me? It's better not to tell. Why are you so anxious? Judging by your current feelings, this won't happen for a long time. Only when you're terrified, your hair stands on end, your flesh throbbing, your heart pounding, and your heart choking, will you be in imminent danger. Su Xiaobai said, as if you were making a fuss and hadn't seen the world. Su Tang patted her chest. Wasn't she preparing for a rainy day? But her constitution really did seem to be a danger alarm system. Oh, Master Tang, I forgot to tell you, someone hacked into your computer. What? Su Tang was startled again. No wonder she felt uneasy. Could someone have stolen her money? Don't tell me the 5 billion credits in my account were stolen. No, the money is still there. Because there's so much information in your computer, and the hacker left so quickly, I don't know why he came. Maybe he was just checking in. Su Tang curled her lips. Su Xiaobai, this joke isn't funny. She checked and found the money was still there. She breathed a sigh of relief. She checked the computer's recent operations, and found they were all her own. There was no trace of Su Xiaobai watching movies on the black website. After a careful review, Su Tang felt that her information was all there, nothing missing. Could the hacker really be just a bystander? Su Xiaobai, do you know where that hacker came from? How would I know? I'm not a smart computer. Su Tang chuckled dryly. I thought you were an upgraded version of a smart computer. You even found a website as obscure as Black Rose. Su Xiaobai. In reality, Su Xiaobai didn't understand those advanced operations, but it could infiltrate the Interstellar network. When it had nothing else to do, it liked to track people online. As it tracked so many people, it naturally discovered many things that ordinary people wouldn't know. Chapter 77. After reading the mechanical mecha operation manual sent by the young boy Yao Yu, Su Tang decisively gave up on the mechanical mecha. Not to mention the level 3 physical strength, the manual itself was like a cryptic book. For Su Tang, who had only achieved level 2 in computer science in her previous life, and had cheated on the exam, the mecha operation instructions were practically incomprehensible. Su Tang decided it would be more reliable to quickly raise her mental power to S level, so she could learn intelligent mechas. If she piloted a mechanical mecha, she might be defeated before she even finished typing the command. For women, level 2 physical strength isn't that difficult to achieve. With proper training and a generous amount of potions, it's possible to achieve level 2 physical strength without building muscle. However, the potions required to strengthen the body are quite expensive, so most families wouldn't invest heavily in training a female mecha pilot. But for Su Tang, who had plenty of money, the cost was a minor issue. Having made up her mind, Su Tang planned to return to the main house during her month-end holiday to discuss with Su Yuan and have her father get the necessary potions. Hongguang First High School has 2 days off at the end of each month, allowing students to choose to go home or go shopping, among other free activities. 2 days later, while inventorying her belongings in her space pocket, Su Tang saw her space pocket, which contained a luxurious lifestyle fortress. An idea struck her, and she finally found a way to increase her safety. A fortress. A survival fortress. The metal shell of a survival fortress is extremely sturdy, and some top-tier survival fortresses offer comparable shell protection to ordinary mechas. The cockpit of a survival fortress, like the mecha cockpit, is coated with a special material that makes it impervious to psychic blockers. For safety reasons, many prominent figures also choose a fortress when traveling. Law-abiding citizens with no criminal record, who have reached the 5th-class citizen rank, can carry a survival fortress without firepower. Nobles can carry a survival fortress equipped with a small energy gun, and those above the royal family can carry any type of weaponized fortress. However, royals generally carry mechas, and only a few who don't have S-class mental power and can't operate mechas use a survival fortress with firepower. Of course, this only applies to natural planets and densely populated cities. In dangerous wilderness areas, anyone with a license to operate a survival fortress can carry one. However, when entering specific cities, the fortress must be parked in a designated parking area outside the city. Each planet and city has different regulations on the weapons that can be brought into the country. The driving requirements for a survival fortress are relatively low, requiring only a B-class mental power level. Therefore, next month, once Su Tang has increased her mental power, she can take the driver's license test and, after that, purchase the fortress directly. There are two types of survival fortresses, unarmed and armed. Netizens jokingly call the unarmed survival fortress a turtle shell. Despite being called a turtle shell, its speed is roughly the same as a flying car. The weaponized survival fortress is called a mobile munitions. While it lacks the agility, speed, size, or combat power of a mecha, there are two things that mechas completely lack in a survival fortress. It's incredibly easy to operate, indeed, so easy that Su Tang learned it after just one glance at the instructions. Furthermore, the price of a mobile munitions is significantly lower than that of a mecha. Su Tang had spent the past few days, day and night, researching fortresses on Skynet. Skynet had a dedicated section for fortresses. She chose the largest brick-and-mortar store on Hongi Star and, after much discussion with the owner, finally decided to customize a turtle shell. Naturally, all materials were of the highest quality, offering the highest defense. Even the top-tier turtle shell cost Su Tang only 10 million credits, while ordinary mechas cost over 1 billion credits. Of course, the shops on Hongi Star only produced turtle shells. If they wanted to upgrade them to energy weapons and mobile munitions, they would have to find someone else to manufacture them. While Su Tang was building her fortress, the owner generously provided her with a high-end mobile munitions for practice. A simple turtle shell battlefield was like a child driving bumper cars, whoever smashed the other first one. Naturally, there weren't many players. The Mobile Arms Battleground offers various gameplay options, including 1v1 battles, 1v multiplayer battles, multiplayer battles, team battles, single-player wilderness survival, multiplayer group survival, and multiplayer wilderness battles. In short, the Mobile Arms Battleground offers all the gameplay options available to mechas. Su Tang looked at the package containing the mobile armament, model SEXBLGJ11, that the shopkeeper had lent her, and was eager to try it out. SEXBLGJ stands for Advanced Survival Fortress, while 11 represents its upgrade generation, indicating that it's the 11th generation, the latest model currently on the market. On Skynet, every citizen, like a player account, has a free 50-slot package, which can hold large items such as mechas, starships, and fortresses. Of course, these are virtual, simply a fun way for those who can't afford or use them in real life. Considering that the Skynet scan showed her mental power level was still sea level, Su Tang ultimately decided not to go to the battlefield. Su Tang climbed out of the nutrient tank and found it was already dinner time. After taking a shower and going downstairs, she found only Yao Yu downstairs. Sushi and her new boyfriend had gone on a date and hadn't returned yet. Su, let's have dinner. I'm starving. Yao Yu rubbed his dizzy eyes. Memorizing operating instructions was truly a headache and an eye strain. Okay, are you memorizing them? Su Tang was a little impressed by Yao Yu. He could even read such a profound book. Yeah, I'm afraid my mental power level won't reach S level. Not reaching S level meant being unable to operate the intelligent mecha. Yao Yu's eyes darkened, a look of dejection on his face. His father had S level mental power, but his mother only had A level. So the natural distribution of his mental power should be 49% S level, 49% A level, the remaining 2% due to genetic mutations, 1% below A level, and 1% above S level. However, his sister's mental power is currently A level, with no signs of advancement. Ayu, I believe you can definitely reach S level mental power. Su Tang cheered Yao Yu up with a cheering gesture. Yeah! With such excellent talent, I'm sure I can reach S-level mental power. With Su Tang's affirmation, Yao Yu felt confident again. By the way, Susu, what have you been doing lately? You're always online, and I haven't seen you in-game. I'm going to play mobile ammunition in Fortress Arena. You also reached B-level mental power. That's great. I team up with you, and go out and crush people. My points are going to be very high, hee. Boys are extremely passionate about violent games, and Yao Yu is naturally a frequent visitor to Fortress Arena. Compared to the adult-only mecha arena, Fortress Arena is naturally the most popular with underage boys. Chapter 78. After dinner, after moving Bing Jing to the windowsill, Su Tang took Su Xiaobai for a walk as usual. With a dashing snap of her fingers, Su Xiaobai instantly transformed into a majestic lion. Su Tang climbed onto Su Xiaobai's back, where she lay on the ground, using both hands and feet. Yao Yu's flip onto Yao Xiaolu was impressive, but for Su Tang, it was too difficult. After practicing dozens of times, and failing to successfully climb onto her, Su Tang gave up and opted to climb onto Su Xiaobai's back. Come on, I take you for a ride. Pointing her right hand forward, Su Tang began to give orders. After so many days of feeding, Su Xiaobai and Su Tang had established a close bond. Su Xiaobai generally followed Su Tang's orders, though she would reward them with delicious food. Su Tang pulled a piece of chocolate from her space pocket, unwrapped it, and tossed it toward Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai opened her mouth wide, stretched out her tongue, and rolled the entire piece into her mouth. She chewed as she rose, her broad, gleaming golden wings fluttering. She stepped out of the gate and soared high into the sky. The night sky of Hongi Star wasn't pitch black, but rather a hazy pink. A few sparse, bright stars, like light bulbs, hung in the sky, reflecting the crimson moon. Su Xiaobai could stay in the air for minutes without flapping her wings. Su Tang initially found this unscientific and incredible. But after riding Su Xiaobai around so many times, she became accustomed to it. There were so many unscientific things in this world she didn't understand, and trying to understand them all would exhaust her. Su Xiaobai was flying slowly along its usual route, sometimes going up, sometimes going down, but it must be said that Su Xiaobai's flying skills were very high. Su Tang on his back didn't feel any bumps at all. Su Tang leaned back on Su Xiaobai back, with his hands behind his head, looking at the dreamy night sky, and heard a few exclamations from time to time. Su Tang couldn't help but sigh, it's great to be rich. If she'd seen a Lamborghini-class luxury car pass by on the street before, she'd probably have let out a gasp. After flying away from the crowded student area, her ears gradually quieted down, and the gentle breeze on her face made Su Tang feel incredibly comfortable. Just as Su Tang was enjoying the beautiful night, a surge of powerful mental power came towards her, and she jumped up instantly. It was SSS level. Thinking of the enchanting man with peach blossom eyes she met before, Su Tang suppressed her curiosity to use her mental power to detect. Although the incoming mental power was SSS level, there wasn't always just one person coming. This time, Su Xiaobai was still basking in the red moon within the ice crystal. If she encountered another S-level person, she'd be in tears. Don't be curious, don't be curious. Curiosity kills the cat. Even if there were criminals, it would be a headache for the school security department, and there weren't that many criminals. Maybe it was just some important person visiting the school. Su Tang decided it would be best to go home. Considering the proximity to the villa complex's dormitories, and the fact that Su Xiaobai would be too conspicuous on horseback, Su Tang quickly ordered her to land. Holding the little fluff ball, she hurried back. Unfortunately, before Su Tang could take a few steps, a familiar fiery red mecha descended from the sky, blocking her path. This mecha looked so familiar, I felt like I'd seen it somewhere before. While Su Tang was still puzzled, the cockpit opened and a figure darted out. The figure quickly reached Su Tang and lifted her into a hug. Su Tang was caught off guard and bumped into a hard chest, instantly feeling her nose flatten. Yanzimu, what are you doing? You're disfigured. Your nose is almost flattened. Su Tang cried out in frustration. Seeing that familiar figure reminded her of seeing this mecha before. Wasn't this the red mecha Yanzimu had piloted that day against the black mecha? Su Xiaobai, held in Su Tang's arms, naturally felt uncomfortable being squeezed between the two men. She immediately protested, meow meow meow. Unfortunately, she was suppressed by a weapon, and was snatched up by Yanzimu and thrown out. Su Xiaobai instantly transformed into a mighty lion in midair, landing beautifully and roaring angrily at Yanzimu, meow, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Unfortunately, a sharp look from Yanzimu instantly deflated her spirit. She crouched obediently in the corner, her front paws clasped around her head, and meowed for help. Su Tang was immediately enraged upon hearing Su Xiaobai's pitiful wail. It would have been fine if the scoundrel had just quietly escaped, but for him to come back and bully her was simply outrageous. Yanzimu, what are you doing? Don't bully Su Xiaobai. And let me go! With that, Su Tang began to struggle fiercely. No! Let me hold you for a moment, just a moment. As if afraid Su Tang would break free, Yanzimu tightened his grip. Given the disparity in strength between them, Su Tang realized that physical resistance wouldn't work. She could only resort to a conciliatory approach. Okay, I let you hold me, okay? Loosen up a bit, it's choking me. After Su Tang stopped struggling, Yanzimu eased his grip, fearing he'd strangle her. Burying his head in Su Tang's neck, breathing in her uniquely sweet scent, Yanzimu felt a sense of relief. He was thankful she was still there. On the way back, Yanzimu was in a state of deep fear. What if Su Tang wasn't at school? What if Su Yuan took her back to the Su family mansion? What would he do? Given Su Yuan's attitude, he feared he'd never see Su Tang again. Yanzimu, what's wrong with you? Yanzimu's voice was hoarse and tired, and Su Tang immediately felt something was amiss. Yanzimu's behavior was incredibly strange. Hadn't he said he was going back to the Tianyun galaxy? Why was he suddenly here? 10 days wouldn't be enough for Hongi to make the round trip to Tianyun and back. I thought I'd never see you again. His voice was muffled and filled with immense fatigue. It was clear Yanzimu was in a very bad state. After 6 days of non-stop mecha operation, he was relying entirely on his willpower to keep going. How could that be? I always been here. Su Tang was baffled by Yanzimu's words. Why did you return to the Tianyun galaxy so suddenly? If you didn't want to go to the dance with me, you should have told me. Su Tang was naturally still a little resentful of Yanzimu's absence from the dance without saying goodbye. Now that he was back, she naturally had to ask for clarification. If there was no satisfactory reason, then I'm not going back. It's not my own decision. It's a long story. I explain it to you later. Are there any nutrition or recuperation tanks? Let me go there first. Seeing Su Tang again, Yanzimu felt relieved, but then a feeling of fatigue and dizziness also set in. He knew he couldn't hold on for much longer. The moment Yanzimu let go of Su Tang and looked up, Su Tang paled with shock. How had this man gotten himself into such a horrible state? With a stubbled beard, dark bags under his eyes, and a pale face, what had he been doing? No wonder he was looking for nutrition and recuperation tanks. After riding Su Xiaobai back to the villa together, Yanzimu immediately changed into special clothes and entered the nutrition warehouse after remembering Su Tang's Skynet account. Chapter 79. Su Tang belatedly realized that she had brought Yanzimu into her room. Did that count as living together? If Yao Yu and Sushi found out, it would be a big deal. Yao Yu could just explain it properly, but who knows how Sushi, the little white flower, would brag about it. Through the transparent lid of the nutrient tank, Su Tang frowned at the exhausted and grim-faced Yanzimu. How long had it been since he rested to get himself into this state? What on earth had Yanzimu been doing? Was he really on some urgent mission? Forget it, instead of guessing, she might as well ask him directly. Su Tang decided to call to clarify. Being logged into Skynet had no effect on connecting to the video call. After flipping through several pages of her friend contacts and searching carefully, Su Tang was surprised to find that Yanzimu's messages were gone. She clearly remembered saving Yanzimu's messages, and she had even called him before, but when she looked through her old contact history, it wasn't there. Su Tang was momentarily confused. Had she blocked Yanzimu in a fit of rage? He wasn't on her blacklist. Had she deleted Yanzimu? That didn't seem possible either. She couldn't be so demented that she'd forgotten everything she'd done in the past few days. Hacker. Su Tang's eyes lit up. Could it be that the hacker Su Xiaobai had mentioned had accessed her computer just to delete Yanzimu's friends? Yanzimu's messages had vanished, and a hacker was the only plausible explanation. But a hacker would hack into her computer just to delete one of her friends? That didn't make sense. Wait, why would Yanzimu be the one deleted, and not someone else, and precisely during the time Yanzimu had disappeared? Su Tang instantly smelled a conspiracy. The palace intrigue novel she read in her past life immediately flashed back to her mind. Someone must be mad at her for dating Yanzimu. No, to be more precise, someone must be mad at the Su and Yan families' close ties. If she married Yanzimu, it would mean the Su and Yan families were forming an alliance. Whose interests would be harmed and threatened? Uncle Qin and Peach Blossom Eyes, whom she met at school, were very suspicious. They were both from powerful military families. Ah! Su Tang sighed. She was just dating someone, But how could so much trouble have been stirred up? The open and covert intrigues and schemes between powerful families were the most mind-numbing. She wasn't a very intelligent person, and if she accidentally got caught up in such a power struggle, she'd be completely devoured. Feeling overwhelmed again, Su Tang retrieved another nutrient tank from the luxurious fortress, packed it up, and immediately logged onto Skynet. She decided to leave the problem to Yanzimu. Upon logging onto Skynet, Su Tang received a friend request. Username, Liuhua. Note, I'm Yanzimu. Without hesitation, she accepted. After adding the friend, several system notifications popped up a few seconds later. System, your friend Liuhua has gifted you 1 Tianlon heart. Please check your package. System, your friend Liuhua has increased your friendship by 10,000 points. System, your friend Liuhua, and you have reached intimate friendship. Friendship, what the hell is that? She looked at her friends. The one with the highest friendship was her friend Tianqin, with a friendship of 10 million. He looked like her dad. Second place was naturally the newly promoted Yanzimu. Third was Xiao Xianfeng, with a friendship of 2,341. This was Yao Yu. Besides Yao Qing and Sushi, their friendships were in the 4 digits, while the others were in the 3 digits or below. There were so many friends, and many of them Su Tang didn't know. Just as Su Tang was still studying her friends and friendship rating, Yanzimu sent her a collocation invitation. A collocation invitation involves teleporting the invitee to their location at the sender's expense. After accepting the invitation, Su Tang's vision went dark, and the next second, she was in an unfamiliar scene. Before Su Tang could fully grasp the scene before her, a shadow filled her field of vision, and Yanzimu embraced her in a bear hug. Su Tang was speechless. This guy wouldn't stop. Was he treating her like a bear hug? Yen, woo-woo. Su Tang looked up, about to ask Yanzimu to let her go, but she was silenced after only a single word. Su Tang was furious. This ba had kissed her without her consent, and it seemed he hadn't explained the previous incident yet, and he was still guilty. She tried to push him away, but it was impossible. Su Tang changed her strategy, her right hand sliding down to Yanzimu's waist. Then, suddenly, she grasped the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it 360 degrees. Hiss! Yanzimu gasped in pain. Leaving the lips he'd been so attached to, Yanzimu gazed at Su Tang with a burning gaze. Seeing her cheeks gradually flush, he spoke with joy, "Are you relieved?" Su Tang had been feeling smug. She finally managed to give the bully Yen a good beating this time. She used all her strength, relentlessly, and maybe even pinched him until he was bruised. Finally, she gotten some relief. But under Yanzimu's scorching gaze, Su Tang couldn't help but recall the near miss in the hospital. Her face instantly heated up. Hearing Yanzimu's question, which was clearly tinged with a smile, Su Tang bristled. "No! I'm still not relieved. Tell me, why did you disappear? Don't be angry, I didn't mean it. Add me back as your friend first." Yanzimu lowered his eyes. She must have been furious this time, but thankfully he came back just in time to save the situation. Yanzimu, I didn't block you, seriously. My computer was hacked. Although I find it strange, I really didn't block you. It was the hacker who did it." Su Tang looked up, looking at Yanzimu with a sincere and serious expression. "I suspect this is a conspiracy by another family." After hearing Su Tang's explanation, Yanzimu's eyes lit up. So it wasn't her who blocked him. Naturally, he believed her. Without hesitation, Yanzimu knew that if Su Tang hadn't blocked him, then it was most likely Su Yuan. Computers aren't something hackers can just hack into. As Su Tang's father, Su Yuan would have a good understanding of her computer information, making it much easier for him to find someone to take action. This time, Su Yuan's trick had completely changed Yanzimu's perception of him. Su Yuan was an absolute pervert. A tyrant. A murderer. Shameless. Black-hearted. This wasn't a conspiracy by another family. It was actually your father who did it. Why would I lie to you? I said I hadn't blocked you, and I didn't. If you don't believe me, forget it. Give me your number. Y22312Z. Okay. Now you can explain why you disappeared. After confirming that he had added them back as friends, Yanzimu immediately sent the previously recorded video to Su Tang. He had a hard time explaining this matter. Instead of making up an excuse, he might as well tell the truth. It would also let Su Tang know how miserable she was at Su Yuan's expense. Luckily, he had the foresight to enable the recording function. Otherwise, Su Tang might not have believed him, and might have thought he was trying to sow discord and destroy their father-daughter relationship. Yanzimu secretly felt relieved. Yanzimu also understood that his importance in Su Tang's heart was definitely not as great as Su Yuan's, but as the victim in this incident, Su Tang would lean towards him a little. Even a little bit would be beneficial to him. Chapter 80. Su Tang was completely stunned and incredulous after watching the video. It turned out she had been overthinking it. There was no conspiracy or power struggle at all. It was obvious that the hacker who hacked her computer was under her father's orders. Otherwise, who would have the time to hack into her computer just for fun? This was simply a father obsessed with his daughter, disliking his boyfriend and wanting to break them up. But Su Yuan's father was truly ruthless, even resorting to such a ruthless trick. Wait, Yanzimu, shouldn't you be on the spaceship back to the Tianyuan galaxy? How did you get back? The day of the prom, the day Yanzimu was thrown onto the spaceship, was over 10 days ago. How could the spaceship, which had traveled so far, turn around and come back? Impossible. This wasn't a private spaceship, it was a transport ship carrying tens of thousands of people. Could it be? Su Tang suddenly had a bad feeling. I came back in a mecha, Yanzimu told the truth, his tone calm and composed, as if he were saying he already eaten. You drove back alone. You drove back in a mecha all by yourself, without a break? Su Tang watched the video carefully. Even though she fast-forwarded, she clearly saw that it ended 5 days after the dance, meaning Yanzimu woke up 5 days later. It was now the 11th day after the dance. While the mecha was fast, it couldn't match the speed of a spaceship. So, this man had driven back day and night in a mecha just to find her? Yeah. I'm in good physical shape. You? He spoke in that calm tone. You big-headed idiot. Yanzimu was interrupted by Su Tang before he could finish his words. Su Tang felt like she was about to explode with rage. How could this man speak so calmly about such a horrifying fact? Did he realize what he had done? Are you insane? Do you have a pig's brain? Do you know what you are doing? Do you think you are made of iron? Do you think you are a god? Are you rushing to reincarnate? Do you understand the seriousness of this matter? Driving a mecha is a joke. One accidental hit from a meteorite, and you be dead. Do you think driving a mecha for days on end is a small matter? Overusing your mental energy can cause you to lose control, don't you know? Do you think I, Su Tang, am a great philanthropist? If you were disabled, would I still want you? Su Tang felt that the only way to vent her emotions was to scold this man harshly. As she cursed, tears began to fall unconsciously. Su Tang had always thought she was strong, but in reality, it was only because no one loved her that she had to create a strong shell. Although she had parents in her previous life, she spent little time with her mother due to her mother's depression, lest she reveal any flaws. And her father, the man who deeply loved her, actually resented and took his anger out on her. Although he fulfilled his parental responsibilities and provided her with a moderate but comfortable life, she never experienced a deep paternal love from him. His constant response was, Xiao Tang, stay away from your mother. Xiao Tang, be a man and don't reveal your flaws. Xiao Tang, don't irritate your mother. Su Tang discovered that beneath that tough exterior, she was truly just a sensitive, delicate woman, easily moved by even the slightest affection. And here she was, completely moved by this man again. In this interstellar world, the first touching moment she received came from Su Yuan, a father who deeply loved his daughter. Even though she was just a fake, she was moved by his deep paternal love. Yanzimu's shock and emotion for Su Tang were incomparable to Su Yuan's, because it was directed at her, not Miss Su. Su Tang felt that Yanzimu had truly entered her heart at that moment. While she couldn't say she loved him deeply, she was definitely attracted to him. The saying that a woman's feelings for a man often stem from a sense of gratitude is absolutely true. Yanzimu was at a loss when he saw Su Tang start crying again. He wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know what to say. When Su Tang said she didn't want him, Yanzimu frowned and pulled her back into his arms. Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't become disabled. Don't try to get rid of me. Su Tang wrapped her arms around Yanzimu's waist and leaned quietly into his arms, gradually calming down. You idiot! Can't you even contact Long Ju or Li Qingqi to contact me? I was so anxious I forgot. Upon learning that Su Tang had blocked him, Yanzimu was completely stunned. His first reaction was to rush back to Hongi Star to find Su Tang, leaving him no time for further thought. Fortunately, Su Yuan had full confidence in Zhou Gong's summons, allowing him to exploit this opportunity and enter the country. If Su Yuan had issued an expulsion order against him from Hongi Star, he would have had to find a way to sneak in, and there was no way he could have returned so openly in a mecha. However, Yanzimu's eyes deepened. Su Yuan must have known he was back. Tang Tang? Yeah. Forget it. Yanzimu sighed. He better handle Su Yuan himself. Did he really need to learn from Lu Jinyu to get past Su Yuan? Go ahead. It's so annoying to leave people hanging halfway. Su Tang hated it most when someone finished a sentence with forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. I mean, what if, Yanzimu hesitated, what if my uncle doesn't approve of you and me dating? Su Tang rolled her eyes. It wasn't a simple matter. What father-in-law would be so impressed with their son-in-law from the start? Then just work hard. Just try to get my dad's approval, right? Yanzimu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Tang's answer wasn't. Then we break up. Well, I try my best. By the way, are you really okay? Why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup? What if there are any after effects? Su Tang looked up at Yanzimu's ordinary, everyday face, completely different from his real-life one, full of energy. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. In real life, that awful look would really scare the timid out of anyone. A mecha isn't a speeding car. Driving one for 6 consecutive days isn't a big deal for a Federation soldier with strong willpower, but driving a mecha that requires intense mental concentration for 6 days is definitely not something the average soldier can endure. Exercising high mental power for extended periods of time can easily lead to mental power loss, and even with the Federation's current advanced medical technology, there's nothing they can do about it. Thinking back to how she previously called that peach-eyed man with mental power loss a psychopath, she knew she'd burst into tears if Yanzimu lost control of his mental power. You have to get checked out. You absolutely have to get checked out to prevent future problems. In the early stages of mental power loss, as long as it's caught and treated promptly, there's no problem. Su Tang felt that losing control of her mental energy was like depression. Early detection and prompt treatment were fine, but if it reached a late stage, it could become a true mental illness. Okay. Seeing Su Tang's concern for him, Yanzimu was naturally delighted. Chapter 81. The next morning, Su Tang found an excuse to text Xiaoyu and Sushi, explaining that she was busy on Skynet, and that they didn't need to wait for her for breakfast. Checking the time, Su Tang figured they had already gone to class, so she logged off Skynet and prepared to go have breakfast with Yanzimu. Opening the door and confirming they were both in class, Su Tang felt relieved. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, which had been sweating from nervousness, she couldn't help but wonder, what was she doing? Being so sneaky, it felt like a stunt. Su Tang patted her face. What was she thinking? What stunt? She was clearly caring for a patient, yes, the injured. Yanzimu was just another patient with new injuries, not yet recovered from previous ones. After washing up, Su Tang sent a message to Yanzimu, asking him to come out for dinner. Although the nutrient solution could provide all the nutrients the human body needs, the thought of drinking it for 6 days left her mouth bland. It was better to eat. Since there was only breakfast for Su Tang, she had to cook it herself. Although she hadn't cooked since arriving in this era, she did have some culinary skills. In her previous life, Su Tang's cooking skills were quite good, though certainly far from the level of a 5-star chef like Su Xiaobai. But then Su Tang thought again. She never bought ingredients before, so she wondered if there were any in the villa. She opened the refrigerator, and was surprised to find it overflowing with them. Su Tang suddenly remembered that Su Xiaobai had been making loving lunches for her new boyfriend lately, and it seemed like she bought all the ingredients. Thankfully, the kitchen still looked like a kitchen, and its operation was probably similar to modern times. Cooking still required oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and sugar, but the gas stove was much more advanced, integrated into the kitchen counter. When turned on, a virtual flame appeared to indicate the heating zone, allowing one to simply place a pot over the flame to cook. The range hood was usually concealed, appearing only when cooking, which gave Su Tang a startle. To avoid any mistakes, Su Tang carefully read the instructions for everything. After reading the instructions, Su Tang still felt a bit uneasy, so she found a cooking program on the Interstellar internet and prepared to fry a leucanthemum egg and minnow meat. Leucanthemums are a common, docile star beast of this era, comparable to chickens on Earth, except that leucanthemums are much prettier than chickens, and leucanthemum eggs are similar to chicken eggs. Minnows, on the other hand, are docile star beasts with delicious, chewy meat, similar to cattle on Earth, with a similar body shape and appearance. Yanzimu left the nutrition tank, cleaned himself up in the bathroom, and went downstairs to find Su Tang. He had been too tired last night to notice, but this morning he found himself in Su Tang's bedroom. He had essentially entered her house, and was living together. Yanzimu, upon coming to this conclusion, was naturally overjoyed. Once downstairs, Yanzimu immediately spotted Su Tang hiding in the kitchen, watching the virtual screen on his computer. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" The sudden male voice startled Su Tang, who was engrossed in the video on frying minnow meat. "Ah!" She patted her chest, coming to her senses. "Don't you know that scaring someone can kill them? How come you walk so quietly?" "It's a habit. I change it next time." For Federation soldiers, who have long dealt with star beasts, walking silently is a must-have skill. Glancing at the video, Yanzimu's eyes lit up. "Are you going to make breakfast?" "Yeah, you're not getting any breakfast." "If I don't make breakfast, what are you going to do?" After watching the entire video, Su Tang realized that frying a pancake egg and minnow meat was exactly the same as frying eggs or steak. So, it shouldn't be a problem for her. "I can drink the nutrient solution," but Yanzimu swallowed it before he could finish. He'd be completely out of his mind if he said that. Su Tang personally making breakfast for him. It made him happy just thinking about it. "Can you cook?" He automatically added, "I can cook." Su Tang was surprised. No. He only drank the nutrient solution when he had nothing to eat. He'd gone years without eating after drinking it. "You can't cook, so what are you doing standing here?" "Get out," Su Tang said as she pushed Yanzimu out of the kitchen. The kitchen was small to begin with, and with Yanzimu standing there, it seemed even smaller. And with Yanzimu watching, she felt incredibly stressed. What if she accidentally overcooked the eggs? How embarrassing. Yanzimu was pushed out of the kitchen, touched his nose awkwardly, and walked to the dining table, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Quietly watching Su Tang busy in the kitchen, Yanzimu suddenly felt a warm feeling. This was the feeling of home, wasn't it? Yanzimu couldn't help but imagine his future life. When he came home from get off work, Su Tang would have prepared a delicious meal. She would smile and say, "You're back, let's eat." Their children would happily run over to hug him, saying in their childish voices, "Dad, you're back." A warm family dinner together. Su Tang performed normally, frying the pancake eggs and minced meat with ease, and even made a cup of milk. Although milk in this era didn't come from cows, it was still amazing that it was still called milk. Leaving the kitchen with breakfast, Su Tang found Yanzimu in a daze. Ever since Yanzimu gave her the Tian heart, he had lost his cold, icy demeanor. He softened his demeanor towards her, his facial expressions gradually becoming more varied. But Yanzimu now looked dazed and confused, his thoughts unclear. He even smiled foolishly. "What are you daydreaming about? It's time to eat." "What about you?" Yanzimu snapped out of his rosy fantasy and looked at the breakfast, clearly meant for one person, with a hint of confusion. "Of course I had breakfast." Su Tang pulled her own portion from the insulated container as she spoke. The three of them had a set meal plan for the entire semester. If they couldn't finish the day's meal, they put it in the insulated container for a late-night snack. Of course, if they didn't finish it, it would be thrown away the next day. The children of wealthy families were all very extravagant. Thinking of this, Su Tang felt she had fallen, corrupted by the abominable power of money. How did it taste? Su Tang looked at Yanzimu with a hint of anticipation. Every chef hopes for recognition of their work. Although Su Tang wasn't a chef, as a cook herself, she felt the same way. "It tastes great. The most delicious thing I ever had." "Tsk, what a lie." Su Tang sighed. The pretense was too far-fetched. The first half of the sentence was true, but the second half was exaggerated. Her cooking skills were definitely not that amazing. "Really? Because it's you who made it, and what you make is naturally the best. Stop talking nonsense and eat your meal." Su Tang couldn't help but blush again. This was blatant sweet talk. It was a very ordinary breakfast, filled with a sweet and warm atmosphere. Chapter 82. After a night in the nutrition chamber, Yanzimu's complexion returned to normal. His stubble was clean-shaven, his dark circles were gone, and his face was rosy. He looked incredibly energetic, but Su Tang still insisted on going to the hospital. After breakfast, Yanzimu drove Su Tang's car, and they went to the hospital together. Although Honguang No. 1 High School was a university, its student management was very lenient. Students without classes could come and go freely, and powerful parents could also come and go freely to visit their children at any time. Of course, for students with classes, skipping classes was a serious offense. But for Su Tang, who had already completed her certification and become a level 4 energy engineer, she just wanted to eat and wait for graduation. The hospital was still the same Honguang Third People's Hospital, and the doctor was still the same white-bearded dean with a kind smile, his eyes filled with wrinkles, and his staff in white coats. Su Tang couldn't help but feel like she was meeting a superior. "Major Yen, Miss Su. Please come in." The white-bearded dean was enthusiastic. He'd known about Yanzimu's arrival since he registered online with him. To demonstrate his seriousness, he'd been waiting at the door since morning, accompanied by the hospital's elite doctors. The nobility was a towering presence to small-time figures like them, let alone a powerful noble with a high military rank from the military. But to the dean's surprise, Miss Su was also present. Could this person truly be Miss Su's beloved? Should he report this to the head of the Su family? The dean was torn. Never mind. Someone as powerful as the head of the Su family would surely have known about it long ago. This was a hospital. He just had to do his job as a doctor. Under Su Tang's astonished gaze, Yanzimu was escorted by a group of people into the emergency room. Yes, that emergency room again. Is it that serious? Su Tang was puzzled. It shouldn't be that serious. Isn't it said that even if his mental power is out of control, the initial stage is easy to deal with? Why is he in the emergency room again? But within half an hour, Yanzimu was out. How are you? Are you okay? Su Tang immediately approached him, her face tense. Yes, I'm fine. All indicators are normal, and my mental power is stable. Yanzimu felt that there was no need to come to the hospital for a checkup. He came only to reassure Su Tang. He knew his own body well. For him, with a level 4 physical strength, operating a 6-day mecha wouldn't cause any serious damage. That's good. Su Tang's heart was finally at peace. But why are you in the emergency room? This old dean was really something. He loved to scare people for no reason. He kept coming to the emergency room. Was he trying to collect more fees? Su Tang silently complained. There really were so many shady things going on in the hospital. The equipment in the emergency room is state-of-the-art, and it can deliver results the fastest. Using conventional channels would take a day or two. Su Tang was embarrassed. It turned out they were trying to save time. Leaving the hospital, the sky was a cloudless, ocean blue. The earth, bathed in the bright light of Hongi, felt warm. Hongi is the star that illuminates Hongguang star. The distance between Hongi and Hongguang remains constant, resulting in the planet's pleasant, spring-like climate year-round. Yanzimu, let's go on a date, Su Tang, already in a cheerful mood, blurted out, momentarily captivated by the beautiful scenery. Spring truly is a season that brings springtime joy. I'm so proud. Seeing Su Tang's brilliant smile, Yanzimu's lips curled up as well. If only time could stand still at this moment. The movie theater is naturally the preferred venue for a date. While modern technology makes watching movies at home and in the theater equally enjoyable, the atmosphere is definitely different. At the theater, Su Tang discovered that there were still many films on display at the time, and the genres varied, but they were generally similar to modern releases, with a preponderance of Star Wars-style films. Considering Yanzimu might not be interested in arty, fresh-style fare, Su Tang chose a film called Battle of Wayar. It tells the story of a man named Chi Wei who discovers a natural planet suitable for human habitation, naturally named Wayar. However, after people begin to settle on the planet, they discover a dangerous advanced star beast that frequently leads a pack of star beasts to attack the city. For the safety of everyone, Chi Wei sets out with a group of warriors to slay the advanced star beast. The film's subject matter is quite common, and this type of film is commonplace in this era. However, Su Tang felt she needed to learn more about star beasts. They say movies are based on reality, and the battles between star beasts in the film could very well be a reflection of reality. After buying popcorn and a drink, Su Tang eagerly awaited the movie's start. Yanzimu, are the star beasts really that powerful? Most aren't as powerful as mechas. Yanzimu pondered for a moment before answering. A very small number are extremely powerful. How powerful is extremely powerful? Su Tang was curious. The Federation had 30 legions, stationed in every system, but the systems themselves were guarded by garrisons. If the legions only had to fight star beasts and invading pirates, wouldn't that leave them empty? Su Tang learned from Skynet that high-level star beasts were rare, and that, with the exception of a few galaxies near the Black Triangle Galaxy, pirate invasions were largely absent from other inner galaxies. The so-called pirates on Hongguang Star weren't actually true pirates, ruthlessly murderous, but rather traitors colluding with the pirates. The appearance of powerful high-level star beasts often brings about the destruction of planets, or even galaxies. Yanzimu's eyes darkened. Just like the Phoenix, it would be an undeniably devastating disaster. So powerful? Su Tang's mouth dropped open in surprise. Well, the most recent one was a high-level carnivorous beast that appeared 100 years ago and devoured an entire galaxy's worth of people. An entire galaxy's worth of people? Wouldn't that have been gorged to death? Su Tang was shocked. What about the last star beast? Who killed it? No, It ran away and hasn't been found yet. What? Ran away? Su Tang was horrified. Why did this man always talk about such shocking things in such a calm tone? But there's no record of it on the Star Network. How did you know? The Star Network usually records that a high-level star beast was discovered somewhere, and then killed by a legion led by someone. Looking at the information on the Star Network, Su Tang felt that the high-level star beast posed no threat at all. To prevent panic among the general public, the military concealed the truth. This is all recorded in the military's secret archives. There are also several extremely dangerous star beasts, including... Stop! I don't want to hear it anymore. As expected, top secret archives can't reveal too much, otherwise people wouldn't be able to live in peace. Thinking of the numerous star beasts capable of devouring a single galaxy's inhabitants, and how they were all lurking in some unknown corner, poised to spring forth at any moment, Su Tang felt that this era was truly perilous, and that Earth was still the safest place. What if such a powerful star beast appeared? The military would mobilize the Legion to strangle it, and if they couldn't, they would lure it away. Send the Legion to strangle it? Su Tang's eyes grew complicated. This meant that the Legion soldiers were still in great danger. Whenever a powerful star beast appeared, legionnaires would be sacrificed on the battlefield. So, Yanzimu's position as Legion leader was actually a very dangerous one? Chapter 83. While Su Tang was lost in thought, the movie began. Forget it. If the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. The military would take care of the star beast problem. Even if she racked her brains, she couldn't change the status quo. Besides, she was a person of destiny, blessed with great fortune. She shouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter a powerful, high-level star beast. Su Tang consoled herself in a rather achy way. After finding her seat and settling into the movie, Su Tang munched on popcorn and began to watch intently. The 5D effect was still much more impressive than the 3D movies of her previous life. Yanzimu, standing by, felt a little depressed after watching half of the movie. He noticed that whenever there were terrifying scenes, like star beasts devouring people, several young girls in the theater would be so frightened that they threw themselves into the arms of their boyfriends. Each time, he braced himself for Su Tang to pounce, but the little woman always sat there calmly, motionless as a mountain, occasionally stuffing a handful of popcorn into her mouth, completely unaffected by the gory scenes on the screen. Su Tang, watching intently, naturally had no idea of Yanzimu's thoughts. If she knew, she would have feigned fear and hidden in his arms to satisfy his protective instincts. To say Su Tang wasn't afraid of man-eating star beasts was out of the question. If she had actually encountered the terrifying and ferocious star beasts in the movies, she would have been completely terrified. But she wasn't afraid of movies, because they were fake. Su Tang's brain circuitry was a bit unnatural. She wouldn't feel fear for anything she knew wouldn't pose any real threat to her. Just like in movies, Su Tang knew full well that everything in them was fake and wouldn't harm her. Therefore, even in the most terrifying horror films, she could remain calm and composed without changing her expression or agitation. After watching the movie, Su Tang felt a bit heavy. In the film, a star beast led its herd of star beasts to devour half of the population on Wei Star. Ultimately, the protagonist, Chi Wei, fought to the death, perishing alongside the star beast. No one in the entire team survived. In reality, the star beasts were a significant threat, and the Star Online was simply glossing over the situation. In the past, Su Tang would have thought the movie exaggerated the star beast's power to highlight the protagonist's noble sentiments. But after hearing Yanzimu's earlier remarks, Su Tang couldn't help but wonder if the star beast threat was truly just as portrayed online. "What's your regiment's mortality rate?" Su Tang asked glumly. Last year, it was 7%. Although he didn't understand Su Tang's question, Yanzimu told her the truth. What he didn't mention was that the mortality rate the year before last had reached 23%. Several teams had been wiped out by a powerful star beast. It was so high, Su Tang felt even more depressed. This interstellar age isn't as peaceful as she imagined. The Legion is still a very dangerous place. Don't worry, I transferred to the rear once I earned enough military merit. Yanzimu, noticing Su Tang's concern, offered a soothing reassurance. Although the mortality rate in the frontline Legion is higher, it's also the easiest place to achieve merit. Young military personnel like them naturally choose to make their mark in the Legion. The Tianyun Galaxy, where he's currently stationed, is a highly developed galaxy, so the mortality rate isn't that high. In less developed galaxies that need to be reclaimed, the mortality rate is generally over 40%. The mortality rate for the mercenaries and adventurers pioneering the front lines is even over 70%. The reason there are so many fearless people is because the Federation stipulates that anything on uncultivated planets is unowned. In other words, whoever discovers it owns it. Well, then you should move to the rear as soon as possible. Su Tang thought about it, and still felt the danger. But in this era, someone has to sacrifice. Just like in war, there's always a need for cannon fodder. It's better to prepare more energy stones. Energy stones are like bullets in war movies. With bullets, you can fight back, but without bullets, you can only lie low. Su Tang, no longer in the mood to continue shopping, naturally chose to return home. Back at the villa, Su Tang realized that Yanzimu had nowhere to stay. Where are you staying tonight? He couldn't stay at the Su family's house. Yanzimu would definitely be tortured by his scheming father if he went there alone. Of course I live with you, Yanzimu replied matter-of-factly. What? Su Tang jumped. How can you continue to live with me? Yesterday was a special case, and Su Tang, who was shy, naturally wouldn't allow unmarried cohabitation to happen to her. If I can't live here, why can he? She said with a sour, angry tone. Following Yanzimu's finger, Su Tang turned and saw Yao Yu standing at the doorway stunned. Su. Yao Yu took a step back and glanced at the sex sign above the gate. Building 66. It's Building 66, I didn't go to the wrong door. Who is he? He pointed at Yanzimu in confusion. Ah! I remember now, he's that scumbag, right? Scumbag? He was talking about him. Yanzimu narrowed his eyes. Could this be Su Tang's childhood sweetheart, Yao Yu? Yao Yu shrank back, feeling a chill. But this scumbag looked so imposing. Even if he and Yao Xiaolu joined forces, they probably couldn't defeat him. What should he do? Should he call for help? No, Yao Yu, you have to have some nerve. Even if you can't win, you have to fight. This scumbag is bullying your sister, Su Xiaobai. You must beat him. Su, get out of the way. I beat him up for you. Yao Yu breathed into his fist, poised for a fight. Su Tang rubbed her forehead. Please stop it, okay? Ayu, that's all a misunderstanding. Put your hands down. No violence. Besides, you can't possibly beat him. Who knows who beat whom? Of course, Su Tang didn't say this out loud. After hearing Su Tang's words, Yao Yu, who was trying to show off his strength, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This jerk was from the Legion. If a fight broke out, it would definitely be one-sided. If he couldn't withstand even 3 blows, the news would get out, and he'd be laughed out loud. That damned woman, Sushi, was coming home soon. If she saw him getting beaten up, the whole school would know tomorrow. Then, he wouldn't even have to leave the house. Okay, then make that scumbag explain himself. I explained, and we're reconciled. And don't call him scumbag anymore, he's my boyfriend. Su Tang hugged Yanzimu's arm, looking affectionate. In reality, she was afraid Yanzimu would attack Yao Yu. Being called a scumbag in front of anyone couldn't handle it. While Susu, you value your friends and family above all else. I'm warning you, if you treat Susu badly or dare to bully her, I definitely beat you up. Yao Yu raised his fist, his tone fierce. He made up his mind. If Yanzimu dared to bully Susu, he'd gather hundreds of his classmates to gang up on him. Yes, absolutely. By the way, Yanzimu's staying here for a few days. Is that okay with you? Yes, whatever you decide. Come on, I take you to the bedroom. Su Tang quickly dragged the sullen Yanzimu away. If a fight broke out, little Yao Yu would definitely suffer. Although she was more inclined towards Yanzimu, she really couldn't bear to see Yao Yu being beaten. Chapter 84. The villa has 5 bedrooms. 3 upstairs and 2 downstairs. Su Tang and Sushi live upstairs, while Yao Yu lives downstairs. After all, there are differences between men and women, and Yao Yu generally doesn't go upstairs. Naturally, Su Tang took Yanzimu to the other bedroom downstairs. Sushi returned soon after, unconcerned about the new addition to the family. Although Sushi had previously had her eye on Yanzimu, after the running incident, she realized that Yanzimu was not someone she could afford to offend. Furthermore, she already had a boyfriend who satisfied her in every way. Feng Juanhao had agreed to marry her. Thanks to Feng Juanhao's connections, Sushi even landed the 3rd female lead in director Ji Liang's new film. Although it was a small role, Sushi was confident that the film would be a huge hit, and that she would become famous. After dinner, Sushi returned to her room to ponder her new role, while Su Tang and Yao Yu each took Su Xiaobai and Yao Xiaolu for a stroll. Unlike previous days, Yanzimu was also present this time. Su Xiaobai happily pranced ahead, while Yanzimu and Su Tang strolled hand in hand across the campus. Su Tang said, as if by habit. Just as she was about to address him by his given name, she was interrupted by Yanzimu's disapproving hum. Zimu, when are you going back to the army? Su Tang quickly corrected herself. This man was deeply offended by her calling him Yao Yu and a Yu, and Yanzimu. Soon. I applied for a transfer. If Yanzimu lowered his eyes. If Su Yuan supported him, he would surely be transferred to the Hongi galaxy. What a pity. Huh? Where are you going? Here? That's perfect. Su Tang exclaimed excitedly. While distance creates beauty, it also creates more problems. Being separated from each other at the very beginning of a relationship, no, two star systems thousands of light years apart, isn't a good thing. The Hongi galaxy is out of the question. I wish I could be closer to Hongi. Yanzimu sighed. The mountain of his father-in-law was still too great to climb. Oh, I see. Su Tang was a little disappointed. Back at the villa, they both went to their rooms. As soon as Su Tang logged onto Skynet, she received an invitation from her friend, Little Tornado, also known as Yao Yu, to play Fortress Battle. Thinking about her mental power leveling to level B after entering Skynet, Su Tang happily headed to the Fortress battlefield. Unfortunately, Su Tang hadn't yet obtained her Survival Fortress driver's license in real life. She had to practice at Skynet's practice range first and pass the virtual driver's license exam set by Skynet before she could participate in battle. Of course, the virtual driver's license was only valid within Skynet. As soon as she clicked into the practice range, a system prompt popped up. Do you want to log into Fortress? Yes. No. Su Tang promptly chose yes. The next second, Su Tang appeared in the Fortress's control room. The Fortress's control room was similar to a modern car's cockpit, except the steering wheel was a suspended metal sphere the size of a basketball. The system prompted, do you want to enter the tutorial? Yes. No. Su Tang repeatedly selected no. The Fortress's controls were foolproof. There was no need for a tutorial. Su Tang sat upright, fastened her seatbelt, and adjusted her shoulder pads. She suddenly felt like she was on a roller coaster. In front of the metal ball was a dashboard similar to a car's, displaying speed, remaining energy, fortress damage, and so on. 10 buttons were located on each side. These 20 were weapon-firing buttons. The fortress could be equipped with up to 20 energy cannons. Each button connected to an energy cannon lit up, and pressing it would fire an energy projectile. Controlling the direction was achieved by pressing the metal ball left or right, forward or backward, up or down, and the fortress would automatically follow the direction of the metal ball. The foot pedals also had brake and accelerator controls, just like in a car. When Su Tang took the driver's seat, the fortress automatically activated. Of course, private fortresses typically recognize an owner. Once a fortress has been recognized, it will only activate when the owner takes the driver's seat. The owner can, of course, choose up to 5 co-pilots. Co-pilots also have the authority to activate the fortress. If a co-pilot shows signs of disloyalty, the fortress is vulnerable to theft. Therefore, co-pilots are usually trusted by the fortress owner. Of course, fortresses without a recognized owner will automatically activate as soon as someone takes the driver's seat and reaches level B in spiritual power. Therefore, fortresses without a recognized owner are also vulnerable to theft. After the fortress activated, Su Tang felt a little nervous. Although she had a speeding license and had driven a few times, the fortress didn't have an automatic pilot function. Su Tang, you can do it, believe in yourself. After secretly encouraging herself, Su Tang stepped on the accelerator and then didn't move? She stepped on it again, still didn't move. Looking at the metal ball directly in front of her, Su Tang lowered her head with her hand. So stupid. Of course, it wouldn't move without direction. She was like driving a car in P gear and pressing the accelerator. She reached out and squarely grasped the metal ball, pushed it forward a little, and stepped on the accelerator. The fortress moved, moving forward. Then, a little further back, the fortress moved backward. Before long, Su Tang had mastered the controls, steering the fortress up and down, swerving left and right. The fortress's cockpit was enclosed, without a screen. Piloting relied entirely on mental sensing to observe the surroundings. It must be said that mental sensing provided a broader and clearer view than what the naked eye could see. Su Tang's driving became increasingly exciting. She felt it was even more exhilarating than flying a helicopter. She felt like a bird, free to fly however she pleased. The feeling of soaring freely through the air was simply exhilarating. Although flying cars are also driven in the air, they have specific airborne routes, with clear limits on how many meters above the ground, so you can't just do it as you please. Because the driving range was one person per area, Su Tang was the only one in the entire space. She could drive however she wanted, and the more she played, the more excited she became. She felt like she was being foolish, and should have upgraded her mental power to play Fortress long ago. While playing, Su Tang accidentally floored the accelerator, and then her excitement turned to tragedy. Bang! Su Tang was nearly thrown from the driver's seat. After falling, she didn't pull up in time, and Fortress crashed hard to the ground. Warning, warning, Fortress has exceeded 50% damage and cannot be used anymore. System prompt, do you want to repair? Yes. No. Su Tang had barely recovered from the fall when she received the system warning and repair prompt. Su Tang was secretly depressed. No wonder she caught so many speeding drivers over the limit by 50% in her previous life. Speed truly is linked to passion. Sigh. With a silent sigh, she chose yes for the appointment. System prompt, this fortress repair cost a total of 17,820 credits. Please confirm. Su Tang blushed. It was so expensive. While it was just a drop in the bucket for her, it would have covered a year's expenses for the average person. A year's worth of expenses was only enough to repair this little bit of data. Skynet is truly shady. No wonder so many people can't access it. After repairing the fortress, Su Tang chose to take the exam. But after entering the exam room and taking the test once, Su Tang was stunned. Who said the fortress exam was easy? She was going to kill that liar. The venue was a city area with tall buildings. Candidates had to fly from the easternmost to the westernmost part of the city within a specified time frame. The flight altitude could not exceed 50 meters above land surface, and the flight route was custom designed. Tragically, she was crushed to death during her first exam. Yes, crushed to death. Su Tang had no idea that as she flew past in her fortress, several tall buildings would collapse. She swore to heaven she hadn't even touched a corner of them. Suddenly and inexplicably, the buildings collapsed, not just one, and she died a heroic death. System prompt, candidate failed this exam. Do you want to retake it? Yes. No. Su Tang burst into tears. Was this the supposedly easy fortress exam? Fortunately, the system didn't count her fortress as scrapped and didn't charge her for repairs. Disappointed, Su Tang left the exam room and decided to look for some strategy guides online before taking the exam again. If the real fortress exam was this difficult, how would she ever pass it? Chapter 85. Su, how's it going? Did you fail the exam? Yaoyu grew uncertain after seeing the dejected Su Tang. Yeah, I thought it was incredibly difficult. But StarNet said it was easy. Am I just too stupid? Su Tang wondered. Yaoyu frowned, pondering for a moment. Logically, the turtle shell exam should be easy, right? Didn't you choose a level? The Skynet exams are different from real-life ones. They're divided into 2 levels. What? There are levels? Su Tang was surprised. The system didn't prompt me to choose a level when I entered the exam room. Well, let me see your fortress. Oh! Upon hearing this, Su Tang immediately selected the item display. Yaoyu suddenly understood the crux of the matter after seeing Su Tang's fortress configuration. You entered the exam with munitions. The system automatically determined you chosen the advanced exam, which is more difficult and requires dodging collapsing objects and destroying obstacles. You should remove your weapons and take the exam in your tortoise shell. That would be easier. There's a loophole in the fortress battlefield. Anyone with a tortoise shell license can enter the battlefield, and once there, you can swap the tortoise shell for munitions. Su Tang suddenly realized. No wonder everyone said the fortress license was easy to pass. It turned out no one took the munitions license on Skynet. They just took advantage of the loophole. Just as Su Tang was debating whether to take the exam again, she received a message from Yanzimu. Come to the mecha battlefield and cheer me on, okay? Su Tang was stunned. Mecha battlefield? Yanzimu was going to the mecha battlefield to fight? Why did it feel a bit like the time in high school, when a boyfriend played basketball and his girlfriend cheered him on? Ayu, I'm going to the mecha area to watch the game. Do you want to come? Su Tang suddenly felt that she was putting her love before her friendship. Yaoyu had been waiting for her for so long, waiting to take her to play Fortnite after her exams. It seemed so hurtful to stand him up so late. Huh? Whose competition is it? No great players are starting today. For Yaoyu, a mecha specialist, his passion was naturally mechas, but unfortunately, he could only watch from the sidelines. He knew almost all the information about the top 10,000 players in the mecha arena. It just seemed like there weren't any king-level players competing today. Liuwa, aka Yen. Wait, who are you talking about? Yao Yu interrupted Su Tang before she could finish. Liu Hua? The Lu from Meteor? The Hua from Flame, the great Liu Hua. Yao Yu's face was filled with excitement, his hands tightly grasping Su Tang's arm. If there's no duplicate, it should be that Liu Hua. Su Tang was slightly stunned. Is Liu Hua some big shot? A great god. Why was he so excited? It was like he was meeting a celebrity. Oh my god. Su, you actually know Liu Hua. You actually knew Liu Hua and didn't tell me. I'm breaking up with you. Humph. If you don't introduce him to me, our friendship will be over. Yao Yu said arrogantly. That Liu Hua is really amazing? Nonsense. Did you know he was the champion of the Yin Federation Underage Mecha competition 8 years ago? The competition lasted 3 years, with nearly 1 billion participants from the Federation. Those billion were elites who owned actual mechas. Just imagine how impressive it was for a minor to be piloting a mecha. The final 100 contestants competed in a real-world combat. You know what real-world combat is? It's incredibly intense and deadly. It's said that 17 people died. That Liu Hua was the champion. His mechanics were simply superb. I replicated every one of his matches. He's my #1 idol. Yao Yu excitedly recounted Liu Hua's glorious deeds. Yeah, that's really impressive. Su Tang was stunned. Yanzimu was so arrogant. 1 billion people, equivalent to the population of an entire modern country. But the mecha competition seemed so dangerous. People could even die. By the way, Yao Yu suddenly leaned close to Su Tang's ear with a mysterious look on his face, and whispered, I heard that Liu Hua was only 21 back then, so he's probably still a minor now. How about you dump Yanzimu and go hook up with him, okay? Su Tang was immediately embarrassed. Was he supposed to dump Yanzimu and then hook up with him? Why don't you hook up with him? She replied angrily. If I were a woman, I have seduced him a long time ago. How could you possibly get your turn? It's a pity I'm a man, But Su, how do you know him? They say he's been missing for almost 3 years. Yao Yu looked curious. Liu Hua is Yanzimu. Su Tang rolled her eyes. Yao Yu was momentarily stunned. Su, are you kidding me? Liu Hua is a scumbag. Is that even a joke? Oh, didn't you say a few days ago that I didn't need to learn mecha skills myself, and you could just help me beat him up in the mecha? Now's the chance, let's go! Hey Su, you're kidding me. He could crush a rookie like me with just one finger. Yao Yu gave an awkward laugh. Come on, let's stop talking nonsense and go watch Brother Yan's match. Su Tang gave Yao Yu a disdainful look. He went from scumbag to Brother Yan so quickly. What a change in attitude. Su Tang and Yao Yu went to lobby 62 of Capital City, Shoming Jiancheng, where Yanzimu was. While Su Tang was still looking around for someone, Yao Yu rushed in one direction. Su Tang glanced over and saw Yanzimu, wearing his usual, ordinary face, sitting nonchalantly on the sofa, sipping coffee. Wow, Brother Yan. You're my idol. Please sign an autograph for me. Yao Yu's face was filled with admiration, the typical fan meets idol expression. Yanzimu raised an eyebrow. Seeing Su Tang approaching, he immediately understood his true identity. This was the Yao Yu who had called him a scumbag yesterday. Brother Yan? It seemed he knew his identity. No, I'm a scumbag. I can't be your idol. His tone was calm, clearly showing that being called a scumbag was something Yanzimu cared deeply about. Brother Yan, you're so kind and understanding. We didn't know each other just now, so I misunderstood. Yao Yu said with a fawning look on his face. Now that I see it clearly, you and Su are a perfect match, made in heaven. Talented man and beautiful woman, heroic and beautiful, handsome man and beautiful woman, made for each other, golden boy and jade girl, a perfect match made in heaven, earth and earth. Stop! Su Tang shook the goosebumps off her arms. You're still going on. Can you be even more disgusting? Yes. If I had known Brother Yan was Liu Hua, I would have packed you up and sent you to him long ago. Yanzimu was in a good mood, clearly enjoying Yao Yu's words. Get lost. Our friendship is over. Su Tang shoved the servile Yao Yu aside. He simply prioritized his idol over his friendship. Su Tang decided to ignore Yao Yu. Why are you here? When are you competing? Su Tang was confused. According to the address they logged into Skynet, Yanzimu's competition should be in the mecha battlefield belonging to Hongi, Wong, and Sucheng. Why did he travel so far to the mecha battlefield in the capital system? Could it be that the people here are more powerful? Well, I'm still waiting for my opponent. He's still stuck in this zone. Yanzimu let out a hint of frustration. He's still in the novice zone. He should be out in an hour. What? Yao Yu was shocked. Had he run into another expert? He knew the rules of the mecha zone like a champ. One had to pass basic training to enter the battlefield. Once in the battlefield, one could only play in the novice zone. One had to accumulate 100 points to leave the novice zone. Generally, winning a game earns 1 point. Winning a game after 10 consecutive wins earns 2 points. Winning a game after 20 consecutive wins earns 3 points. Winning a game after 30 consecutive wins earns 4 points, and so on. Of course, losing a single game destroys the streak. To reach the full 100 points, you must win 42 games in a row. If you're out in about an hour, you absolutely must win 42 games in a row to achieve that. Is this some expert leveling up their alt account? Chapter 86. Mecha Battlefield, Novice Zone. Jiang Yinchuan calmly listened to the countdown 1091. Start. The moment the mechanical electronic chime ended, he was transported to the competition venue. Instantly, Jiang Yinchuan darted out like a ghost, the laser sword in his mecha's hand accurately piercing the opponent's cockpit's most vulnerable spot. The opponent didn't even utter a scream before the system declared him dead and eliminated him. System announcement. Congratulations to contestant Jiang He for winning the match, achieving a 32nd consecutive win, plus 4 points, and a total of 68 points. The entire match lasted no more than 3 seconds, and the audience was stunned. Damn, I knew this Jiang He was definitely a veteran. He deliberately came to our novice zone to bully us. Absolutely insane. A discordant voice broke the silence. Yes, he just hacked me to death, another voice echoed. Damn it! This is outrageous. No wonder I died the moment I entered. I thought it was a system bug. Someone said angrily. Get out. Get out of the novice zone. Someone started shouting. Jiang Yinchuan curled his lips in disdain. He naturally heard the voices from the audience. They thought he was willing to stay in this crappy novice zone. He had to play 10 matches to get out. This feeling of playing max level against novices was truly boring. A dozen days ago, out of curiosity, Jiang Yinchuan had taken the liberty of firing a mech. Miraculously, he felt no discomfort afterward, and his mental power didn't weaken and become unusable as he expected. Naturally, Jiang Yinchuan, surprised, hurried Hanyan back to the Dark Star with a blazing look. After more than 10 days of thorough observation in the lab, the experts concluded that Jiang Yinchuan's mental power had stabilized. This meant he had successfully advanced to the 4th S rank and could now use his mental power without restraint. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jiang Yinchuan's first thought was to return to the Legion. Alas, good things often come with a wait. His wife-obsessed mother had threatened him not to go anywhere until he brought his wife home, and she even whispered in the old man's ear. Finally, the old man decided to continue recuperating and return to the Legion in 2 years. Jiang Yinchuan, eager to return home, nearly exploded with rage, but unfortunately, the young lieutenant general was no match for the old marshal. Miserable, Jiang Yinchuan could only continue to serve as his university instructor on the 1st star, training the young, barely grown boys. That night, after logging onto Skynet, Jiang Yinchuan began to think about getting into the mecha battlefield. He hadn't played mecha in 3 years, and he was practically bored. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Jiang Yinchuan, still recovering from his convalescence, couldn't even enter the main gate of the military mecha battlefield. After several secret inquiries, he discovered that this was his father's order. Apparently, his father had anticipated his arrival and had left him a message. If you don't bring a wife back, your mother won't be happy. If your mother isn't happy, I won't be happy. If I'm not happy, you won't be happy either. Jiang Yinchuan held his head in his hands, feeling incredibly miserable. How could he have ended up with such unscrupulous parents? Where could he find a wife? He already scared off the little girl Su Xiaobai from the game, and now he couldn't even find a shield. Finally, Jiang Yinchuan had to settle for the standard mecha battlefield. Jiang Yinchuan had been dabbling in the military's mecha battlefield since he was 15, and by the time he turned 40, he was practically unbeatable. Having rarely encountered an opponent in the expert-filled military mecha battlefield, Jiang Yinchuan naturally disdained ordinary mecha battlefields. To maximize his enjoyment, he chose the All-Federation Mecha Battleground Hall. Mecha battlefields are divided into 5 levels: City, Planet, Galaxy, Federation, and Alliance, similar to the service areas in the game. The All-Federation Mecha Battleground is the highest level in Yin Nation, equivalent to the main service area, and naturally boasts the largest number of players and the highest level of skill. The main hall was packed with people, a sea of heads. Jiang Yinchuan looked up at the leaderboard on the large screen in front of him. Seeing that none of the top 10 players were on the battlefield, he turned to leave in disappointment, bumping into someone behind him. Sorry, Jiang Yunchuan smiled apologetically at the person he bumped into. It's okay, the person waved without a second thought, continuing on his way. This person felt familiar, and Jiang Yunchuan frowned. It felt like he met him somewhere before. His ordinary appearance gave him a strong sense of dissonance. Although Jiang Yunchuan wasn't sure if he really knew him, for some reason he added him as a friend. System prompt: Jiang, he has sent you a friend request. Do you agree? Yes. No. Yanzimu paused. Jiang he? Who is this? He was about to click no, but then thought, could he be Tongtong's friend? After 3 seconds of contemplation, he finally chose yes. Jiang Yunchuan, on the other hand, was ecstatic at the system prompt. It was truly a case of searching for something without any effort. System prompt: Liuhua has accepted your friend request. Liuhua. Even after 3 years away from the Legion, Jiang Yunchuan still knew the mechas of each Legion commander by name. Wasn't Liuhua Yanzimu's ride? The champion of the underage mecha competition a few years ago seemed to be named Liuhua, and he vaguely heard that Yanzimu had won the competition, so the person in front of him was definitely Yanzimu. Yanzimu. Jiang Yunchuan stepped forward and hooked his arm around Yanzimu's shoulder, acting like a good friend. After adding the friend, Yanzimu noticed the person not far away, so naturally, they weren't Su Tang's friends. Just as he was about to delete them, the person revealed their identity. Yanzimu was startled. After all, he was a celebrity, and revealing his identity would be a big problem. He looked around and saw no one was paying attention. He realized the person had used a code word. Who are you? Yanzimu looked at his new friend in confusion. Sometimes, when there are too many people around and some things aren't easy to say publicly, you can use a secret message. This way, others can only see what's going on in your mouth, but not hear what's being said. Secret messages offer a powerful feature. Once you've chosen a target, as long as they are within a 10-meter radius, they can hear your message without their consent, and it can't be blocked. Of course, beyond that, you have to resort to text messaging or voice chat. I'm Jiang Yunchuan. How about we go to the battlefield and fight? Jiang Yunchuan beamed with excitement. This was fate. He met Yanzimu in such a vast sea of people. Heaven had favored him. In Jiang Yunchuan's opinion, only someone with Yanzimu's mecha skills was worthy of being his opponent. Yanzimu stared in astonishment at the burly, bearded man before him. He found it difficult to reconcile him with Jiang Yunchuan's enchantingly beautiful face. Was this what Jiang Yunchuan had intended? Of course, he doubted the man before him was an imposter. Although Skynet was a virtual world, no one would dare risk their lives to impersonate a high-ranking military official. Okay, Yanzimu agreed without a second thought. All men are competitive, and Jiang Yunchuan was Yanzimu's #1 rival. Since his rival had challenged him to a fight, he naturally had to accept. Furthermore, according to military rumors, Jiang Yunchuan was a stickler. If he didn't accept a challenge, he would keep challenging the opponent until they accepted. And if he defeated a strong opponent, Jiang Yunchuan would continue to challenge them until they were defeated. Jiang Yunchuan's mecha skills were honed step by step this way. So, Yanzimu had to accept the challenge this time he encountered Jiang Yunchuan. Unfortunately, the excited Jiang Yunchuan was ruthlessly blocked outside the battlefield by the system, because he had never played in an ordinary mecha battlefield, so he could only start from the beginning as a novice. Yanzimu had no choice but to accommodate Jiang Yunchuan and come to the capital, Shoming, Jiangcheng Mecha Battle Zone where Jiang Yunchuan's address was located. He chose the less crowded hall number 62, and waited for Jiang Yunchuan to enter the novice area. Chapter 87. Less than 10 minutes after Su Tang and Yao Yu arrived, Yanzimu received a challenge from Jiang Yunchuan. Yanzimu checked the time. It had only been 32 minutes. This guy was really fast. Don't you want to take a break? He sent him a message. He didn't want to take advantage of him. No, it's no problem to deal with a newbie in the novice zone. Jiang Yunchuan replied the next second. Jiang Yunchuan was already impatient. After all, it was too unfulfilling for a max-level master to kill a level 1 lesser. I'd be there right away. I do my best. Yanzimu had always secretly compared himself to Jiang Yunchuan. Ever since that dream, he had always wanted to surpass him, to prove himself superior. Because of the age difference, Yanzimu was a generation behind Jiang Yunchuan. Therefore, he only knew that Jiang Yunchuan was strong, but he had never personally witnessed how strong he was. And when they had previously fought against the black mechanical mecha, Jiang Yunchuan had been just a bystander, completely unused. This time, I should finally get to see this man's true strength. Yanzimu secretly clenched his fists. I couldn't ask for more. Jiang Yinchuan felt every cell in his body clamoring for a good fight, and Yanzimu's all-out effort was exactly what he wanted. I'm about to enter battlefield number 75. Do you want to watch or share your experiences? Yanzimu stood up and said to Su Tang and Yao Yu. Wow, I want to share your experiences. Yao Yu immediately exclaimed. Brother Yin, you're so kind. You're truly my idol. Su Tang was still wondering what sharing your experiences meant when she received a system notification. System notification. Your friend Liuhua has invited you to share your experiences. Do you want to connect? Yes. No. Seeing Yao Yu's face brimming with excitement and nervousness, Su Tang chose yes. The next second, Su Tang felt her vision shift. She found herself and Yao Yu standing before her. What was this? After a brief moment of reflection, Su Tang realized this was the scene Yanzimu had seen. The mecha competition on Skynet allows users to purchase mechas within the system. Those with mechas can opt for a physical scan and upload the data to Skynet, allowing them to pilot their own mechas. The mecha Yanzimu used on Skynet was naturally his Liuhua, but to prevent his disguise from being exposed, the Liuhua's appearance had been slightly tweaked, with its color changed to sky blue. The competition is about to begin. Please prepare. Countdown begins 10-9. Listening to the system's mechanical electronic tone, Yanzimu felt a little nervous. This was his first head-to-head competition with Jiang Yinchuan. Jiang Yinchuan had probably already successfully advanced to the 4th S level of mental power, otherwise he wouldn't be able to appear on the mecha battlefield. He had absolutely no chance of winning this match, but he accepted the challenge without hesitation. Even if he wasn't as good as him now, he would eventually surpass him. Only by clearly understanding the gap between them could he surpass him. Yanzimu's gaze grew firm. Even if he had no chance of winning, he would give it his all. Even if he lost in the end, he would stand tall and lose with honor. Su Tang listened to the system's countdown, her heart pounding with nervousness. The feeling was so real that she felt for a moment like she was the one competing. 1. Start. The next second, a black mecha appeared within sight, its overwhelming mental power bearing the unmistakable aura of a 4th S rank. Yanzimu, with his SSS rank mental power, was immediately at a disadvantage. The mecha cockpits are coated with a special material that prevents the shielding and mental power from interfering with the mecha pilots inside. Of course, this special material is also helpless against special, aggressive mental powers. Although Jiang Yinchuan, with his S-level mental power, was unable to interfere with Yanzimu's SSS-level mental power itself has a property. Higher mental power levels provide a wider detection range and clearer capture. The higher the mental power level, the clearer the trajectory of moving objects. This means that Jiang Yinchuan can see objects moving at the same speed more clearly than Yanzimu. In his mental power's range, the black mecha vanished in a flash, and Yanzimu frowned. Jiang Yinchuan was using a standard intelligent mecha provided by the system, yet he could achieve such speed, demonstrating his exceptional strength. Jiang Yinchuan preferred to win mecha matches with a single strike, and he habitually targeted the mecha's weak points. Of course, if he intended to strike, he would take his time. Bang. He accurately blocked the attack from the left with his left hand's energy shield, and simultaneously thrust forward with his right energy sword. Unfortunately, Jiang Yinchuan dodged it with a quick detour. After his unsuccessful strike, Jiang Yinchuan immediately retreated, and in an instant, the black mecha disappeared again. Mecha wear rate is 5%, energy remaining is 95%. Yanzimu's frown deepened. The fact that he had blocked Jiang Yinchuan's attack and caused wear and tear showed just how powerful it had been. Furthermore, Jiang Yinchuan's flash speed was so fast that even with his SSS-level mental power, he could only capture a few afterimages. Flash, one of the mecha's advanced maneuvers, moves at such speeds that psychic power and radar can't track its movements, achieving a similar effect to invisibility. Here it comes, from behind. Relying on several afterimages captured by psychic power, Yanzimu analyzed Jiang Yinchuan's attack position. He instantly leaped away from his current position, unleashing an energy cannon with his right hand, while shielding the cockpit with his left energy shield. Bang! As expected, Jiang Yinchuan's attack followed, hitting the energy shield squarely, while Yanzimu's energy cannon, as expected, barely missed Jiang Yinchuan. After half an hour of back and forth, Yanzimu was frustrated to find that his attacks had no chance of reaching Jiang Yinchuan's mecha. Disadvantaged by his speed, Yanzimu decided to abandon the attack and fight Jiang Yinchuan to see who would run out of energy first. While Flash was a delight to use, its energy consumption was also exorbitant. Therefore, even with Flash, Jiang Yinchuan only dared to attack with a laser sword, which consumed the least energy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunchuan was frustrated to discover Yanzimu's reflexes were incredibly strong. Every one of his attacks was accurately blocked, as if he could predict the future. If he chose to attack with his energy cannon, Jiang Yunchuan wasn't sure he could defeat him before his energy ran out. Each match in the mecha battlefield has an energy quota, and both teams start with the same amount of energy. This is to prevent someone from using their energy cannon to indiscriminately sweep the battlefield. That would be pointless. It would be better to simply compete to see who has more energy. Mecha matches typically use a standard 10,000 level 4th level energy stone. The laser sword consumes 100 energy per minute, while normal movement consumes between 10 and 100 energy per minute depending on the mecha's mass. The energy consumption of the energy cannon also varies depending on its power. The energy consumption of a mecha's energy cannon is calculated per round fired, with a typical consumption of 100 per level 2 energy cannon, 1000 per level 3 energy cannon, 10,000 per level 4 energy cannon, and 100,000 per level 5 energy cannon. The second level energy cannon was useless, causing little wear unless it damaged the mecha's core. And the third level energy cannon would run out of energy after firing just 9 rounds. Finally, an hour later, Yanzimu was eliminated because his mecha's war rate exceeded 80%. By then, Jiang Yunchuan's remaining energy was only 20%. Chapter 88. After accepting the match, Su Tang touched her still pounding heart and took a deep breath. Oh my god, this was so thrilling. The feeling of connecting with a peer and sharing in the experience was so real, it felt like she was actually operating the mecha. However, if she were operating it, she'd probably be crippled from the first hit. She was stunned the entire match. Before she could react, Yanzimu threw a defensive move. Then, there were the thuds of left and right. The entire match was filled with nothing but the thuds of crashing, except for a few shadowy figures. So this is what it feels like to operate a mecha, Su Tang sighed. It felt incredibly difficult. Elsewhere, Yao Yu was already fawning over Yanzimu, who had exited the competition and reappeared at his previous position. Wow, brother Yan, you're amazing. You're worthy of my idol's SSS level mental power. Go away, you little flatterer. Su Tang pulled Yao Yu away, looking worriedly at Yanzimu's grave expression. Are you okay? Although the hospital examination showed no abnormalities, Su Tang still felt that Yanzimu needed to rest after so many days of continuous mecha training. Could it be that the intense battle had triggered some discomfort? Yeah, it's okay. I was just thinking about how to defeat him. After this battle, Yanzimu realized that a difference in mental power level could truly make a world of difference. His speed was perfectly visible to Jiang Yunchuan, so his attacks would miss. Conversely, he couldn't see Jiang Yunchuan's movements clearly, and could only rely on his afterimage to defend and counterattack. This put him in a very passive position. Moreover, Jiang Yunchuan was using the system standard mecha this time. If he had used his own Yunchuan, he probably wouldn't have even been able to detect his afterimage. It seems that one must reach the 4th S level mental power to be able to compete with Jiang Yunchuan. You're already amazing, Su Tang said, looking at Yanzimu with admiration. Seeing my sincere expression, I decided to make you my idol. Look, you gained another little fan. Su Tang said this with complete sincerity, not just to please Yanzimu. In her opinion, if she had such impressive mecha control skills, coupled with her insane energy supply, she would be unstoppable. Seeing Su Tang's sincere admiration, Yanzimu decided to tease her mischievously. Actually, I rather have another wife. I'd be happier if you made me your husband. Su Tang blushed again at this. Get serious. Let's get down to business. Yes, get serious. There's someone here. Yao Yu immediately jumped out. Flirting in front of a single man like him was really okay, especially when there was actually someone here. Yanzimu and Su Tang followed Yao Yu's finger and saw Jiang Yunchuan, who had just entered the room, with a look of discontent on his face. Jiang Yunchuan had been getting a lot of heat from his mother lately. He became overly sensitive at the mere mention of the word wife. Watching the two of them being intimate, a deep well of resentment welled up within him. Even Yanzimu, a minor, was married, so how could he, a wealthy bachelor, not even have a girlfriend? It was absolutely unrealistic. In reality, Jiang Yunchuan's inability to find a girlfriend stemmed from his overly demanding standards. He classified women who were captivated by his enchanting face as superficial and ignorant, looking only at appearances. He found the daughters of wealthy families too delicate and frail, and the few female warriors in the legion too feminine and unattractive to his taste. In short, no woman had yet appeared that caught his eye, and he refused to settle for anyone he disliked, so Jiang Yunchuan wasted his time. This is Jiang Lu, the guy I just played against, Yanzimu introduced briefly. This is my girlfriend, and this is her classmate. Yanzimu had always been wary of Jiang Yinchuan, fearing he might steal Su Tang away. Master Jiang, I just watched your match. You're so amazing. I admire you so much. Please add me as your friend, Yao Yu immediately said. Sorry, I don't add people I don't know in real life. Jiang Yinchuan, with his bearded, rugged face from Skynet, presented an incongruous air of noble coolness. Oh, never mind. Yao Yu was a little deflated, but since masters always had that unapproachable demeanor, he understood. Su Tang, upon learning Jiang Yinchuan's identity, grew dissatisfied. What was so pretentious about this peach blossom-eyed guy? He just had a higher level of mental power. Su Tang didn't have a good impression of Jiang Yinchuan, who used his mental power to intimidate her on their first meeting. She'd been feeling frustrated. Why had she encountered so many 4S level psychics lately? Was 4S level psychics worthless anymore, with them everywhere? She just asked Yanzimu and realized the bearded man was the one with the peach blossom eyes. Su Tang couldn't stand Jiang Yinchuan's arrogance in front of Yao Yu. Let's go, let's go! Why are you still hanging around after the fight? Su Tang pulled Yanzimu aside, preparing to leave. Although on Skynet, even in special areas where psychic power could be used, disguises were fixed at whatever level they were, and there was no chance of seeing through disguises between people of the same level. The thought of a 4S level psychic beside her made Su Tang uneasy. Come on, Liuhua, let's go fight one more time. Just one fight wouldn't be enough. Jiang Yinchuan fretted as Yanzimu was about to leave. He hadn't had enough yet. Don't worry, master, find someone else. We're busy. Su Tang pulled Yanzimu out, her expression as if to ignore him if he dared to challenge her again. Yanzimu secretly sent Jiang Yinchuan a message, today's not convenient. We fight again next time when we're free. Although defeated this time, he wasn't discouraged at all. Realizing that the difference between him and Jiang Yinchuan lay in their mental power levels, Yanzimu felt reassured. Sooner or later, he would reach 4S level mental power, and then he would be confident of defeating him. Oh, wait for me, Yao Yu hurried after Su Tang and Yanzimu after they left. Jiang Yinchuan rubbed his nose as he watched the three people leave. Was he being treated unfavorably? Judging from the situation, that little girl must be Su Yuan's precious daughter. But considering Su Yuan's daughter-obsessed nature, how could he tolerate his daughter being abducted? Or was the Su family really going to ally with the Yin family? This wasn't good news, Jiang Yinchuan pondered. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yinchuan plunged back into the mecha battle. Unfortunately, he had picked a few opponents with higher points in the mecha arena. He was dismayed to find they were all too weak. While it wasn't a max level versus a novice, it was definitely a max level versus a lower level opponent, and the fights felt completely meaningless. Jiang Yinchuan felt a pang of disappointment. This loneliness without an opponent was truly excruciating. Finally, unable to find an opponent, Jiang Yinchuan could only log off dejectedly. Chapter 89. Even on the other side, Yao Yu and Su Tang peppered Yanzimu with questions, like two curious kids. Yanzimu couldn't help but frown. The mecha courses at ordinary universities these days were so rubbish. Many of them lacked basic mecha training and fundamental knowledge, not even the simplest agility and reaction training. Instructions? That was something only those with no hope of reaching S-level mental power, but aspiring to become mecha pilots would learn. I have the family pharmacist prepare a potion for you that will strengthen your body to level 2 strength. You should be able to reach level 2 strength in about a year. Yanzimu naturally approved of Su Tang's desire to learn mecha. What about me? Yao Yu immediately stepped forward. You don't need to. Men can naturally reach level 2 strength through basic dodging practice. Yanzimu waved his hand calmly. Dodging practice can greatly improve a person's agility, reaction, and strength. What is dodging practice? The curious Yao Yu immediately asked. Su Tang, too, stared at Yanzimu with starry eyes. Yanzimu's frown deepened. What was going on at Hongi First High School? Although the mecha courses there weren't demanding, how could they not even mention basic dodging drills? Yanzimu attended the most rigorous military academy, while Hongi First High School was more of an aristocratic institution. Naturally, Hongi First High School adopted a lenient policy towards the children of wealthy families. The mecha program at Hongi First High School only required familiarity with the various parts of a mecha and proficiency in a few simple operating instructions. Finally, Yanzimu reluctantly led the two newbies back to his Skynet compound. His private residence contained a comprehensive set of evasion training equipment. A square, unadorned room, the door vanished upon entering. Yanzimu, what's this for? Su Tang poked around curiously. So this is an evasion training device? It's clearly just an empty room. I suddenly feel really excited. Yao Yu rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. Was this his official introduction to mecha? Come here, stand in the middle. Grab your gear. Yanzimu selected armed mode. If these two newbies were to evade unarmed, they'd definitely be beaten to a pulp. Su Tang stared in confusion at the laser sword in his right hand and the energy shield in his left, which suddenly appeared. Was he going to fight? Yao Yu likewise looked bewildered. Just avoid getting hit by the balls. You can use your energy shield to block them, or you can use your laser sword to destroy them for a point. Yanzimu, observing the two completely out of form, decisively turned the difficulty level down to the beginner level. The pain setting here is fixed at 50%. Pay attention to your mental power. Begin. Yanzimu had barely finished speaking when fist-sized balls shot out from the surrounding walls. At first, there weren't many balls, and they weren't moving very fast. Su Tang thought it was similar to playing baseball, occasionally hitting one or two with her laser sword. Soon, Su Tang realized something was amiss. The balls were getting faster and faster, and their number was increasing. She couldn't see them with her naked eye, so she had to use her mental power to track them. Wow! That hurts. Su Tang quickly couldn't hold on any longer. She was hit on the head, and the pain felt like being hit by a brick. The pain made her pause, and she was immediately hit by several blows. Ah, it hurt so much, Yanzimu. Su Tang could only use the energy shield to protect her head. The feeling of the small ball hitting her body was like being hit by a punch. Su Tang felt that she was going to be beaten to death. Wow! I'm going to die. Ugh. Hearing Su Tang's tearful tone, Yanzimu naturally couldn't bear to leave her alone and immediately rushed over to rescue her. Stand behind me, watch out for the other side. After Yanzimu blocked half of the ball, Su Tang's condition immediately improved. Wow! This isn't fair. I can't handle it either. Yao Yu leaped up and down like a monkey as he approached the two of them. Finally, when the training ended, Yao Yu and Su Tang, both bruised and battered, sat back to back on the ground, panting. This is so hard. Su Tang touched her face, feeling the swelling. Fortunately, it was on Skynet. In real life, it would have been disfigured. Yeah, it's a bit hard. Yao Yu nodded in agreement, then bought a negative status elimination pill from the Skynet system mall and took it. In an instant, he felt full of energy again. Su Tang was stunned. You're crazy? Yeah, I took one. Why don't you take one? Yao Yu stretched his legs. I can try again. Su, why don't you take the negative status elimination pill? Are you waiting for it to heal naturally? There's such a thing? Su Tang admitted she was ignorant again. One pill, and it worked. She was revived right there at full health. That level just now was beginner level. After passing beginner level, you're basically at the average level. What Yanzimu didn't mention was that one person had to pass the beginner level. The three of them just now were cheating. Brother Yin, what level do you usually train at? Yao Yu was curious. My highest score is advanced, with a 98% ball destruction rate. Su Tang and Yao Yu swallowed simultaneously. That sounded impressive. To join the military's mecha unit, you must reach advanced level, with a ball destruction rate of over 50%. Yao Yu suddenly felt his future was bleak. Was he hopeless about joining the military's mecha unit? Was he destined to join the Yao family guard? Su Tang's mind suddenly raised the difficulty of operating a mecha to a new level. At dawn, the three of them descended from the Skynet. Su Tang showered, changed clothes, and went for a morning run with Yanzimu. Although it was still early, there were still a few early risers around the school. The handsome and beautiful duo of Su Tang and Yanzimu naturally attracted a lot of attention. As one of the school's 10 most public figures, nicknamed Miss, Su Tang was naturally well known to everyone. The news of Mrs. rumored boyfriend immediately dominated the school's front pages, complete with photos and facts. Yanzimu's personal information was also thoroughly uncovered. Some were envious, some were jealous, some were disappointed, and some were excited. In short, the story of Miss and her boyfriend spread like wildfire throughout the school. Su Tang, however, didn't care much. Others had their mouths, so they could say whatever they pleased. Yanzimu was her boyfriend now, so she wasn't about to hide any secret relationship. During the day, Su Tang and Yanzimu would go for walks, watch movies, and go shopping. At night, they would go to Skynet for evasion training. Since Yanzimu had bought a new evasion training device the next day to get rid of Yao Yu, the big shot, they finally had some time to themselves at night. For days passed like this, and the military's transfer order arrived. Chapter 90. The incident on Hongi Star has implicated numerous large families within the Black Crow Galaxy, who are colluding with the Black Triangle Galaxy pirates. The Black Triangle Galaxy pirates have used these families to purchase large quantities of supplies from the Yuan Federation. Yuan, the commander of the 26th Legion stationed in the Black Crow Galaxy, along with 5 deputy commanders and the 50th captain, were all dismissed and investigated. The entire 26th Legion was reorganized, disbanded and reorganized into various reserve corps. The former reserve 31st Legion took over as the new 26th Legion, commanded by Zhuo Tianyu. The 10 major military families, each with 1 marshal, 2 personal guards, and 3 legions, were originally well balanced. However, the Lu family's recent mishap was so severe that they could only afford 1 legion commander position. Naturally, all 9 families in this legion were eager to take the position, and ultimately, the position of commander went to the humble Zhuo Tianyu. For the 9 major families, Zhuo Tianyu's lack of influence meant no new families could gain entry into the military. For the Lu family, if the incident faded in a few decades, it would be easy to reclaim the legion from a leader without family influence. Therefore, this outcome was barely acceptable. The large amount of energy stones flowing from the Hongi Galaxy into the Black Triangle Galaxy was naturally blamed on the Qin and Su families. Qin Qinyao of the 22nd Legion was ultimately demoted to deputy commander, thanks to Qin Qinyuan's strong support, while Qin Rong assumed the position of commander. Qin Rong was the 4th uncle of Qin Qinyao and Qin Qinyuan, meaning that when Qin Rong returned to the rear in a few years, the position of commander would return to Qin Qinyao, with Qin Rong merely acting as custodian. Although the other 9 marshals in the military were displeased, Qin Qinyuan, already a standout among the 9 old men in the 10-person meeting room, exuded a powerful aura. For a moment, the 9 old men were intimidated by Qin Qinyuan's Quad-S-level aura. When they finally recovered, they realized the resolution had already been passed. Unsurprisingly, the Su family was fined a hefty 100 billion yuan, in the form of energy stones. After all, the 10 major families weren't short of money. They were in need of high-quality energy stones. The arrangements for the corps' transfers were also finalized amidst much debate. The main issue was the Yin family's old marshal's desire to transfer the 14th Corps to the Hongi Galaxy. The remaining 8 veterans, and 1 young fox naturally understood the implications. If Yanzimu and Su Tang were to make peace, the Su family would essentially be on board the Yin family. Only a fool would agree to such a move, one that would only benefit others and harm themselves. In the end, Marshal Yin was outnumbered and furious. His 14th Legion was transferred to the Wenyin Galaxy. Although the Wenyin Galaxy was slightly closer to the Hongi Galaxy than the Tianyin Galaxy, the distance between the 2 systems was still considerable. Furthermore, the Wenyin Galaxy was far more dangerous than the Tianyin Galaxy. This was a subtle attempt to kill Yanzimu. The one who would clean up the mess in the Black Crow Galaxy was naturally Lu Jinyu of the Lu clan's 9th Legion. With his swift and ruthless tactics, he could wipe out the pirates and traitors in the Black Crow Galaxy within a year. Of course, by then, the Black Crow Galaxy would likely be largely depopulated. However, what this era lacked the most was people. The population of the poor planets was surging, and they were practically unable to accommodate them. The military had already issued a relocation notice to the Population Survey Department. They would then select qualified individuals with clean records from the various poor planets and relocate them to the Black Crow Galaxy. Within a decade or so, the Black Crow Galaxy would be thriving once again. The other legions were also reassigned based on their combat capabilities. In the villa area of Hongguang No. 1 High School, Yanzimu silently stared at the military transfer order he had received that morning. He had been transferred to the Wenyin Galaxy. The Wenyin Galaxy's development rate was less than 40%, and he was being assigned to open up new land. Opening up new land has its pros and cons. The downside is that it carries a high risk and mortality rate. The upside is that any valuable finds during exploration, such as precious minerals and medicinal herbs, can be kept for the family. Rare items can even be pocketed directly. Furthermore, the military merit earned by completing the opening of a planet is significantly higher. Su Tang was uneasy when she learned Yanzimu was heading to the Wenyin Galaxy. Ever since she learned of the Star Beast threat, she had researched extensively. Upon learning that the Hongi Galaxy was 100% developed, that 99% of the galaxy was free of potentially hazardous creatures, and that the remaining 1% was a matter of exceptions, she felt relieved. The turn development rate had become part of her understanding. Unknown star systems are generally first discovered by explorers. These systems are marked on interstellar maps, and the star regions they belong to determine which alliance or empire they belong to. Mercenaries and powerful adventurers are the first to enter these unknown star systems to explore for gold. The mortality rate for these individuals often exceeds 70%, but if they find a few precious minerals or provide the military with relatively complete information about the planet, they can generally live a comfortable life for the rest of their lives. After obtaining this first-hand information, the military will dispatch a corps to the area to reclaim the land. The first planets to be reclaimed are natural planets, suitable for human habitation, followed by resource planets that may contain minerals, medicinal herbs, and other valuables. Reclamation begins with clearing out dangerous creatures from the planet, followed by searching for valuable minerals, resources, medicinal herbs, and other valuables. Gradually, special minerals that affect communication are removed, and infrastructure such as communications, satellites, and star networks are established. After a city is established, the first residents are mostly mercenaries and adventurers, capable individuals. These individuals will collaborate with the Legion in a comprehensive search of the entire planet. Once all species threatening humanity have been eliminated, the planet is considered fully reclaimed and has reached 100% development, allowing ordinary people to migrate there. The mortality rate for legions during reclamation is often as high as 40%. Besides the threat of star beasts, many more soldiers die from unknown causes, unknown viruses, unknown parasites, and unknown poisons. If a system's development level is less than 40%, it means that 60% of the planets in the system are uncultivated. Generally, a legion will only reclaim another planet after one has reached 100% development. Underdeveloped star systems are extremely unsafe, even if your planet is 100% developed, because a high-level star beast could suddenly appear from an undeveloped planet. When Su Tang heard Yanzimu was going to the Wayar star system, her first reaction was, "Oh no! He's going to the battlefield." Although she was a little reluctant, she understood that a man should prioritize his career. Besides, the transfer order had already come. If he didn't go, he'd lose his job? Su Tang, looking listless, hunched over the table, fiddling with her space buckle. She currently had 5 jewel-like space buckles, all mounted on her jade bracelet-like laptop, giving her a somewhat nouveau riche air. After counting the space buckle containing her most valuable supplies, the finished energy stones, Su Tang discovered she had 1 level 9 energy stone, a gift from Su Yuan's father. She also had 4 level 8 energy stones, 2 of which were gifts from her father, and 2 she synthesized herself. She also had 12 level 7 energy stones, mostly gifts from her father. This meant she had only synthesized 2 level 8 energy stones since becoming an energy master. Su Tang felt a little discouraged, wondering if she'd been too lazy. Otherwise, she should have already created 2 level 9 energy stones. Finally, Su Tang decided to exploit her golden legs bug. After coercing and bribing Su Xiaobai managed to combine all of her level 8 and level 7 energy stones into 1 level 10 energy stone. Su Tang felt a bit of a headache looking at this level 10 energy stone. She only wanted 2 level 9 energy stones. Although she knew Su Yuan had already reached level 10 energy master status, his father hadn't publicly announced it, and revealing it first wouldn't be a hindrance. But if they synthesized a new level 9 energy stone, there would no longer be any energy stones processed by Su Yuan. This meant that the new level 9 energy stone would only contain the spiritual energy of Su Tang and Su Xiaobai. This was going to be a disaster. Analysis of the remaining spiritual energy within this level 10 energy stone revealed that it belonged to Su Yuan, Su Tang, and an unknown person. Since Su Xiaobai's spiritual energy wasn't recorded in the Energy Master's records, most people would naturally assume that Su Yuan had advanced to level 10. Furthermore, a level 10 energy stone would cost at least 1,080 billion yuan, an incredible price. Su Tang felt a pang of pain, and was reluctant to part with it.